At the moment of the human pillar's birth, the seal is at its weakest. Under the guidance of those with ill intentions, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, perished in the ensuing battle, leaving countless Jonin and Chunin sacrificed, inflicting profound pain on the village. Those who remained were left to mourn at the memorial stone, while also mustering the strength to fend off external threats. In the aftermath of the demise of the Golden Flash, the rival shinobi villages lurked, poised to devour the fragile tree that was Konoha. However, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped in to temporarily assume the role of Hokage, coordinating with the Umbu to decisively eliminate numerous infiltrating spies, forcing the other villages into reluctant retreat. For years later, "Monster, get out of the village, you abomination!" The rotten eggs hurled at Naruto's cherubic face delivered a dual blow of foul liquid and shattered shells. Nevertheless, the onslaught of insults and projectiles showed no signs of abating. Why would the Third Hokage allow such a monster to reside in the village? "Children, do not look. Be careful lest the monster devour you. Run away." Such words incessantly pierced Naruto's ears, and despite his early maturity, he found it increasingly unbearable. "I'm merely going to the Third Hokage to collect my meal. By the way, did my parents ever slaughter a village? Why am I branded a monster? Grandma always speaks of their greatness. Is she deceiving me?" Naruto murmured to himself as he returned home, covered in vegetable scraps and dirt. He had hoped to grow up safely under his grandmother's care, reaching the age for elementary school. However, reality proved otherwise. His grandmother had passed away a month prior. His grandfather, the Third Hokage, was, in Naruto's perception, a busy village leader with little time for him. Sometimes, he had to fend for himself when collecting meals. Thus arose the question, why was he so relentlessly targeted whenever he stepped onto the streets? As night enveloped Konoha, the village glimmered with lights. The villagers appeared to forget their pain, indulging in post-dinner leisure. Adults chatted about the day's events while children hid behind their parents, seeking affection, whether for new toys or extra snacks. What is my purpose for existing? Naruto sat atop a rooftop, gazing down at the serene scene below. If he had parents, he would surely belong among those children, yet. The thought of revenge crossed his mind, but as a mere child with limited chakra, how could he possibly survive in this world? A sudden gust of wind swept through, disrupting stall awnings and sending children's balloons afloat, and in a moment of vulnerability, Naruto's small body was pulled downwards. As he fell, Naruto reached out for the railing, only to abandon the attempt. In this world, he was an unwelcome existence. Even if he fought to survive, it would only lead to self-harm. He chose instead to close his eyes and descend vertically. Am I dead? After what felt like an eternity, Naruto opened his eyes, eager to discover whether he had indeed passed away. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar, dimly lit space, awash in hues of orange and yellow, the sound of dripping water echoing around him. A wall sealed off his escape, and the water rose to his knees, leaving him with no apparent way out. The only path forward resonated with the menacing breaths of a beast, sending a chill down his spine. Did I fall into a sewer? Who stole the manhole cover? Naruto shuddered slightly, but pressed on, unwilling to die in a sewer. Such a fate was beneath him. What a massive iron door! Is the exit behind it? After a short while, two enormous iron doors loomed before him, a large seal affixed to the lock, emanating a sense of dread. Roar! You little brat! I've been sealed within your body for 4 years. That's no big deal. I've grown accustomed to it. But to think you would suddenly commit suicide without a word. I've never encountered such a heartless jinchuriki. Don't you realize that if you die, I die too, you little wretch? A colossal fox's paw emerged from the gap in the door, unleashing a furious roar. The Nine Tails, having dwelled within Naruto, felt utterly toyed with. In its understanding of humanity, all beings clung desperately to life, greedy yet fearful of its power. Yet this child unexpectedly leaped to his demise, prompting the fox to pull its consciousness to this realm to devise a plan. Huh? A summoning beast? Why are you residing in a sewer? Naruto's eyes widened in confusion. Despite his appearance, he was merely a child who had grasped reality a bit earlier than others. He found it hard to accept such an extraordinary circumstance. Idiot! This is your interior. Your consciousness has merely arrived here, while your body remains suspended in midair. The Nine Tails, exasperated, flailed its nine tails in frustration, unable to tolerate the near-death experience inflicted by a child oblivious to the implications. Oh, I see. Well, that was an accident. I didn't intend to commit suicide, but I also haven't thought about living on. Naruto touched his cheek, realizing he wasn't dreaming, and sheepishly confessed. Oomph, aren't you surprised? Behold my immense form, and let out a scream of despair. The startled Nine Tails eagerly awaited the jinchuriki's terrified wail, its crimson tongue licking its paw. I fear not the sun, and I shall not transform under the full moon. There must be something sealed within me, in judging by the villagers' attitudes. You possess immense power so potent that even the Hokage cannot contend with you, which is why I must continue to survive. Naruto pondered, connecting the dots between his surroundings and the words of the Nine Tails, finally arriving at a conclusion. Of course, I am known as the strongest tailed beast, the one with infinite chakra. That is merely a simple deduction. Upon closer examination, since you have nine tails, I shall call you Nine Tails. How preposterous! I am the one who has turned you into a pariah. Without me, you could have enjoyed a normal life. Come now, hate me. Only through hatred can you grow stronger. Look at those who bully you one day. When you possess power, they will be crushed like ants beneath your feet. Hate? Why should I hate? Naruto stared blankly at the Nine Tails, bewildered by the fox's insistence on him harboring hatred. The Nine Tails, having observed humanity for millennia, discerned that Naruto was not lying. He genuinely bore no hatred. You just said that if I die, you die too. Undoubtedly, we are one. I find no amusement in self-hatred. Rather, I find it intriguing. After 4 years, I finally have a friend to converse with. By the way, how can you be freed? Tear off that seal and unlock the door. The hand signs for opening it are. The Nine Tails, still savoring Naruto's words, inadvertently revealed the truth. Rip. Hey, you? The Nine Tails was left dumbfounded as Naruto effortlessly tore down the seal with the strength of a mere 4-year-old. Subsequently, Naruto attempted to unlock the door, but a hand grasped his arm. What is happening? Naruto, how old are you? How did you break the seal? The bewildered Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage, had just arrived, expecting to find his son had grown into a handsome young boy, only to discover the child engaged in a perilous act. Who are you? I'm opening the seal to let him out. Minato's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape like a comic character in his days. He did not notice Naruto continuing to gather chakra in his hand and perform the necessary signs, successfully releasing the Nine Tails prison. Naruto marveled at how familiar the hand signs felt, as if they had been etched in his mind long ago, and he executed them with surprising ease, his meager chakra proving sufficient. All done. The seal is broken. Hey, Fourth Hokage, I can't be dreaming, can I? It seems the seal has been broken. The Nine Tails stretched its claws, confirming that the iron door that had bound it was no more, meaning it could escape at any moment. It must be a dream, it has to be, Minato lamented, clutching his head, on the verge of tears. That Nine Tails, you're powerful, right? Let's go out together and smash those guys' shops on the street. Naruto, oblivious to the situation, climbed into the Nine Tails cage and tugged at its ears. Smash shops? Why? Revenge. Though Naruto spoke of vengeance, there was no hint of hatred in his eyes, only a faint smile. Naruto, look at what you've done. What's wrong with you? Minato was furious. The seal that he and his wife had painstakingly placed had been shattered, and Naruto was openly declaring his intent for revenge against the villagers. Fourth Hokage, look at this. The Nine Tails flicked Naruto off its head and activated a mirroring technique, displaying memories of Naruto's most brutal beatings over the past few days, including the moment he jumped from a building. What? My intention was for him to become a beloved hero of Konoha, the one who would inherit your will of fire with your strength. The word betrayal struck Minato's heart heavily. The sacrifices he and his wife made for the village had led to such a return for Naruto. It was evident that the Third Hokage had concealed Naruto's identity from the villagers and possibly exacerbated their disdain for him. Nine Tails, please let me out. With your power, I can surely live better. Come on. Meanwhile, Naruto climbed back onto the Nine Tails' head, still urging it to escape. Get off, you little brat. Annoyed, the Nine-Tails swatted Naruto down with its tail, and Minato quickly caught him. Naruto, I'm so sorry. Minato held his son tightly, feeling grief-stricken. To him, it seemed Naruto's jump from the building was a result of his despair, almost leading to his son's indirect demise. Such thoughts pierced Minato's heart like a dagger. Hey, don't be a coward. You've been locked up for so long you must want to get out. Naruto was quite dissatisfied with the fox pretending to sleep with its eyes closed. Little brat, this is Konoha. If I were to escape, I would surely be attacked. The third Hokage is still alive. If he decides to seal me again, it will be an even stronger seal. He'll wait until you leave the village to come out. The Nine-Tails opened its eyes briefly to glance at Naruto before closing them again. That's true, but everyone in this village despises me. I might die any day. Now you should hurry and escape before I drag you down with me. Naruto nodded, then lamented his own misfortunes. Enough, Naruto, don't say anything more. Minato held Naruto close. It was heart-wrenching to think that his 4-year-old son was contemplating suicide. But my grandmother passed away, and everyone in the village hates me. You still have me, and your mother is here too. She has just buried her chakra deeper, but she will appear eventually. You're my dad, but you both are dead. Naruto, confused, asked Minato with a foggy mind. Reanimation Jutsu, a forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to life. Minato sighed, recalling a forbidden technique he had seen before. To be honest, he never intended for Naruto to learn such a forbidden technique. Even if he mastered it, the summoned dead would lack consciousness, merely becoming mindless husks. Furthermore, he had used the Shiki Fin before his death, permanently sealing his soul away, preventing rebirth. That he never anticipated that. Someone named Orochimaru would later refine the reanimation jutsu to a terrifying level. Really? If I learn it, I can see my parents, right? I understand. Naruto finally felt a glimmer of hope for the future, vowing earnestly to master it. Naruto, although it may seem harsh, I hope you don't harbor resentment towards the villagers. After that disaster, many were left with deep-seated fears. Their actions were merely a release of that fear. I know it's unfair to you, and I apologize for that. It's no big deal. Since it's what you want, I will do my best. I will make everyone in the village acknowledge me. Naruto, you must not tell anyone about the Nine-Tails being unsealed, not even the third Hokage. After issuing a serious warning, Minato sent Naruto out. Fourth, how could you let your own son learn forbidden techniques? That's hardly the behavior of a Hokage. Nine-Tails. As you can see, I am merely a collection of chakra, and I am nearly fading away. But I am genuinely worried about Naruto. Could you lend me a bit of your chakra? What did you say? You sealed me within this little brat, and now asked to borrow my chakra? How shameless, human. The Nine-Tails bristled, its 9 tails standing on end, ready to pounce and tear Minato apart. Please. Minato knelt, bowing his head heavily. In that moment, he was not the fourth Hokage or the Yellow Flash, but simply a father worried about his child. TSK, smashing a clone of chakra is meaningless. I prefer to shatter your true form. The Nine-Tails suddenly thought about how disappointed Naruto would be if he came in next time and didn't see Minato. Friends, that little brat had mentioned this before. Shaking its head to dismiss these trivial thoughts, it extended a tail and inserted it into Minato's back, continuously supplying him with chakra. Thank you, Nine-Tails. Thud. Naruto's body landed heavily in a stall, smashing a multitude of fruits to the ground. I am still alive. That's wonderful. Not at all. You filthy creature, smash my goods. A burly man emerged from the shop, glaring at the scattered watermelons and roaring. I'm sorry. Just as Naruto was about to flee, he remembered his earlier words to Minato, resolutely stopping and turning to face the villagers who despised him. I, starting today, will no longer run away. I will make all of you acknowledge me. I will become Hokage. Naruto climbed onto a table by the street, stretching his hands towards the sky and shouting loudly. What nonsense are you spewing, you monster? Just go die. The villagers were moved by Naruto's youthful voice, but quickly retaliated by throwing vegetables, slippers, and benches at him. Indeed, mere words are useless. Naruto had long mastered the art of dodging thrown objects and quickly evaded the projectiles, climbing onto a rooftop to escape. The empty room remained unchanged, a small space that smelled only of instant noodles. Lying on the bed, Naruto reflected on the day's events, feeling overjoyed to have met his father. Bang! Just as Naruto drifted off to sleep, a shadow appeared in the room. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, looked at Naruto on the bed, then glanced around. Though it was only for a moment, he had indeed sensed the chakra of the Nine-Tails' dad. Just as he reached out to check the seal, he heard Naruto mumbling in his sleep. His hand froze midair. The third Hokage sighed and vanished from the room. Do not run away, you little monster. On the bustling streets of Konoha, a group of people relentlessly pursued a small boy, their shouts echoing as they cleverly maneuvered around obstacles, taking advantage of his diminutive stature. Catch him. What did you lose? I lost my frying pan, my father's important pen, grandmother's foot-binding cloth, adult magazines. Ugh. The crowd kicked aside the man who had dropped the magazine and continued their pursuit. Hee hee, you'll never catch me. Naruto grinned from behind a trash can, amused that the foolish adults failed to notice his disappearance as they continued their frantic chase. I need to see how to fix these things. Naruto retreated to his small room, placing the pilfered items on the table and carefully beginning to repair them with his tender hands. In the dead of night, when the townsfolk were fast asleep, a small shadow appeared on the grocery street, wielding a cloth to clean the graffiti from some shop fronts. This was also Naruto's handiwork. Merely a case of painting during the day and returning to wipe it away at night. Why do you do these things? Sarutobi suddenly appeared behind Naruto, his tone heavy with inquiry. I painted it, so it's only right that I clean it, Naruto replied without turning, scrubbing vigorously at the door, also wiping away some stains. I meant, why do you engage in such actions? If it's out of revenge, isn't it futile? I want everyone to acknowledge me, but I just don't know how. Naruto puffed his cheeks, wishing to perform attention-grabbing deeds that would help villagers forget the term monster. He had yet to devise a plan for what to do next. That may only lead to further disdain. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, continuing, it doesn't matter. I'm already so disliked. Grandfather Third, can you fix a clock? Naruto retrieved the items he had stolen during the day. He had repaired what he could, leaving the rest to return. Of course, don't underestimate the Hokage, Sarutobi said, taking a drag from his pipe and emptying the tobacco into his pocket, unbothered by the dirt beneath him as he sat down beside Naruto to tinker. This magazine. Sarutobi looked at the Risku publication, momentarily at a loss for words. What's wrong? Nothing, he muttered, tucking the magazine away. It was still too early for Naruto to be exposed to such things. The next day, as the villagers opened their shops, they exchanged glances of surprise. The items they had lost the previous day were neatly wrapped and placed at their shop entrances, and Naruto's graffiti had vanished, leaving the walls spotless. My frying pan is as good as new. My father's pen is fixed. The clock works again. But my magazine didn't come back. The villagers lamented, foolish adults. Uzumaki Naruto is back. Protect your precious belongings from being stolen. Just as they pondered the mystery of their recovered items, Naruto popped out again, standing on a table and shouting before resuming his thieving antics. Thus, the grocery street repeated this cycle daily, and the villagers' perceptions of Naruto evolved from monster and filth to little rascal. Drip, drip, drip. It rained heavily, yet Naruto continued to run, pursued by those wielding umbrellas, as if the chase had become an essential part of daily life. Oh no. Naruto suddenly slipped and fell, the repetitive nature of his work proving too strenuous for his small body. Sleepless nights repairing items had left him too exhausted to escape. Have you seen that little rascal? A tall villager led the group towards where Naruto lay. Just as Naruto braced himself for a beating, the villager asked unexpectedly. No. The concerned voices replied in unison, no. The villagers chasing Naruto ignored him entirely. That little rascal got away again. Let us head back, the leader said, placing his umbrella beside Naruto before turning away. Indeed, what bad luck. The remaining villagers followed suit, soon surrounding Naruto with umbrellas, shielding him from the rain. Hee. Naruto rolled over, gazing at the colorful canopies overhead. A wave of emotion washing over him as he took a moment to rest before gathering the umbrellas and slowly making his way home. So tired, he murmured. Washing off the mud and wiping the umbrellas clean before placing them on the table, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Ah, where is this? The Nine-Tails. Naruto found himself back in that peculiar space, his face lighting up upon seeing the Nine-Tails, and he immediately leaped towards it. Little brat, who permitted you to leap at me? The Nine-Tails pressed Naruto down with a paw, growling menacingly. I just wanted to see you again, but I can't enter here. You are the only one willing to talk to me. Even if you don't hate me, I loathe you. Do not come near me. Why? I haven't done anything to upset you. Because you are human. The most detestable creatures in the world. That is not fair. You have no reason to hate me. I didn't choose to be human. If I could, I'd rather be a fish or a bird, much happier than I am now. Humph. The Ninetales gradually lifted its paw. Upon noticing Naruto watching, it stifled a smile. Little brat, don't you find your life exhausting? Refusing Naruto's request to climb onto its back, the Ninetales offered its tail as a toy, feeling quite fatigued itself. When had it become a caretaker? So tiring. I have to run so much every day. Naruto leaned against the Ninetales' fluffy tail, closing his eyes as he spoke weakly, prompting Watergate to weep anew. TSK. The Ninetales realized Naruto could not comprehend the deeper meaning behind its words. It had seen everything Naruto had done within its body and, having lived so long, swore it had never encountered such a naive human. The world of ninjas was rife with hatred and animosity. No one repaid kindness with kindness. Today you stab me, and tomorrow I will surely retaliate. Naruto, in contrast, was like a pure lotus, emerging unsullied from the mud. Pure? Hee, little brat. I suddenly have a brilliant idea. Since you are pure, let us stain you black. The Ninetales thought to itself. Considering how amusing it would be to see Naruto's clueless expression, it envisioned becoming the first tailed beast to mold its jinchuriki into a useful tool. Yet Naruto had already succumbed to sleep. I will not allow you to harm Naruto. Watergate interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto, alarmed by the Ninetales' fearsome grin. He is an important tool of mine. How could I ever harm him? Haha. Today, I will strive to make everyone notice me. Wait a moment, little brat. Before that, let us settle some accounts. A burly man lifted Naruto from the table, towering over him, his muscular physique radiating power and an oppressive heat. Settle accounts? Indeed. Do you recall smashing my merchandise a month ago? I do remember that. Well then, here is the bill. Pay up. The stout man produced a piece of paper. Although Naruto was still illiterate, he could discern the numbers, and the numerous zeros dazzled his eyes. Are you joking, uncle? So much. Naruto, being a poor child, knew that the allowance given by the Third Hokage was barely sufficient for a few skewers of dango. This was inevitable, given Naruto's young age and special status. The Third Hokage did not wish for him to attract unwanted attention due to financial matters. Of course, watermelons are a luxury for the nobility. A brat like you will never afford it in your lifetime. It was originally meant for the Uchiha clan, and now I've tarnished my reputation. You aren't planning to sell me off to the land of wind, are you? Naruto swallowed hard. He had heard countless tales from adults about the land of wind, its endless sands and scarce water sources, a favored scare tactic for scaring children. How could I do such a thing? However, compensation is required for the goods. Until you repay me, you must work diligently. Work, huh? I'm indifferent to that. Naruto nodded. Having damaged an important item belonging to the man, compensation was indeed reasonable. Very well, from today onwards, I shall be your store manager. My name is Suki Kanai, and I will not let you off the hook until I have exhausted your worth. You little rascal, stop slacking. Suki Kanai kicked Naruto's chair, then seized him by the collar, glaring angrily. It hurts. I wasn't slacking off. Sitting idle is still slacking off, isn't it? But there's nothing to do. Have you finished delivering the goods I instructed? Yes. Not bad, little brat. So, what were you doing just now? Suki Kanai, surprised by Naruto's efficiency, released him back to the ground. Extracting chakra. Oh, you wish to become a ninja? Of course. I aim to surpass all previous Hokages. Boring. First, go deliver the goods. Suki Kanai said with a sense of appreciation, pointing at the mountain of goods behind him and tossing Naruto a map. So much? And to such a distant place? Naruto glanced at the map, realizing that the general store street was located in the east of Konoha, while the destination lay in the far west. If you can't deliver it all at once, then make 10 trips. I will unhesitatingly exploit your labor until you repay your debt. All right, boss. Naruto pouted, lifting 2 boxes and setting off. In terms of strength, he had already surpassed many children his age. Hey, are you off to deliver goods again? The people in the general store street stopped hurling insults at Naruto, and no one threw filthy items at him, although their tones remained unkind. It was an improvement compared to before. Yes, my kitchen hood is broken. Take a look at it later. Oh, Naruto gasped in astonishment upon reaching the destination. The sheer length of the walls exceeded that of the entire general store street, and the grandeur of the mansion was something he had never encountered before. Who goes there? 2 guards wielding pitchforks blocked Naruto and Appo's path, demanding loudly. I'm here to deliver goods. Go on in. After inspecting the goods, the guards allowed Naruto to enter. They had not sunk so low as to trouble a child delivering goods, especially since no one dared to disrupt the Uchiha clan, Konoha's most prestigious family. Which is the most luxurious room? How am I supposed to find it? Naruto pondered, facing the array of splendid houses. Realizing that Tsuki Kanai had not provided clear directions. Hey, little brat over there, could you tell me where the most opulent house is? A child appeared in his line of sight, black-haired, black-eyed, clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, practicing throwing kunai at a target riddled with dents. Though the bullseye remained untouched. Humph. The rude boy, Uchiha Sasuke, was initially disinterested in Naruto, wishing to ignore him entirely. Come on, don't be silent. Are you mute or something? How pitiful. Here, take this orange. I'm not a mute, nor am I pitiful. Get away from me. Veins bulged on Sasuke's arm, gripping the kunai, his irritation escalating. He hurled the kunai at Naruto. Oh no. Sasuke regretted his action as soon as the kunai was thrown. Even a rude boy could be seriously injured, and that was not something he wished to witness. Hey, whoosh. Just before the kunai pierced his chest, Naruto instinctively caught the handle and tossed it back, hitting the bullseye perfectly. How did you do that? Sasuke was astonished. He had only seen such skill in his brother, never expecting a child who appeared younger than him to possess it. This slow-paced stuff is nothing compared to stones. If you're hit by all sorts of strange things every day, you'd learn too. Follow me. Aren't you looking for the house? Oh, thank you for guiding me. Following Sasuke, they arrived at a separate villa, a luxurious traditional structure, complete with a pond filled with koi fish that Naruto had never seen before. Just set it down here. What an impressive house. I wish to meet the owner. I am. This is my home. That doesn't seem right. It should be your father's house. Shut up. Who are you to barge in here without knowing the Uchiha clan? I'm just delivering goods. I know you're delivering goods, but I'm asking for your name. I know. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and one day I will become Hokage. Naruto proclaimed confidently, pointing at his chest with his thumb. Hokage? I despise Hokage. Get out. Why? The Third Hokage received your magazine. If it weren't for the Hokage, how could we have been driven to this corner of Konoha, a place devoid of everything? Sasuke. What is the matter? A voice emerged from within the house as a young man with long braids and a gentle demeanor stepped out. Naruto mistakenly assumed he was a sister until he realized it was an older brother. Nothing. Sasuke pouted, unwilling to vent his anger in front of Itachi. Hello. I'm here to deliver goods. Ah, the oranges I ordered. Thank you for your hard work. Hee, Sasuke, I will definitely become Hokage, and we will meet again soon. With a sunny smile and golden hair, Naruto gave the impression of a little son. As he waved goodbye, the Uchiha brothers were momentarily stunned. Friends? Itachi tilted his head. No way. How could I be friends with such a strange guy? Don't be angry. I'll peel the orange for you. Really? It's a promise. A smile blossomed on Sasuke's face. His mood restored as he took Itachi's arm and walked back into the house. Half an hour later. Hey Sasuke, I'm back. The golden-haired fool carrying cargo re-entered Sasuke's line of sight. Is it the same little brat saying goodbye again? Here is your payment. Tsuki Kanai handed Naruto an envelope containing a small amount of cash. Huh, there is payment? Although your debt is not yet cleared. I am quite satisfied with your work efficiency. This means you can do more for me. That is wonderful. I can finally eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Thank you, boss. Ichiraku Ramen was Naruto's favorite, not only for its taste, but also for the kindness of the owner and his daughter, when everyone else despised him. The owner had welcomed him with open arms, offering him a steaming bowl of ramen free of charge. Finish your work and get lost. Tsuki Kanai seemed displeased with Naruto's attitude, pushing him out of the store before shutting the door behind him. Ah, how delightful it is to be satiated. The ramen from Ichiraku is truly unparalleled. After indulging in a hearty meal, Naruto collapsed onto his bed, reveling in the modest payment he received from Tsukiyomi. It was sufficient for a few bowls of ramen, which brought him immense joy, finally liberating him from the torment of salivating over the ramen shop. The rhythmic sound of dripping water brought him back to consciousness, only to find himself once again in the sewers. Kai-bai, father, listen to me. Today, I received my wages and treated myself to ramen. Naruto exclaimed with exuberance, oblivious to the expression on Minato's face. Sniff, sniff, Naruto. Is money truly the source of your happiness? Of course. With money, I can enjoy ramen, dango, and acquire many other things. Yet, I am still quite young and owe the shopkeeper a significant debt. In other words, you desire more money? Yes, with sufficient funds. I could build you a grand house to reside in. Once I grow older and become a ninja, I will undertake numerous missions to earn it." Naruto gestured animatedly, while the corners of Kaibai's mouth twitched, ultimately choosing not to interrupt him. Once Naruto finished speaking, Kaibai remarked, "Why complicate matters? Simply find a wealthy family to marry into." With a mischievous glint in his eye, Kaibai blinked, his brows furrowing slightly. It was rather peculiar to see a fox exhibit such a range of expressions, yet he pondered some clever ideas. Marry into a wealthy family? "Hey, Kaibai." Minato realized Kaibai's intention to lead Naruto astray. Just as he attempted to intervene, he found himself ensnared by Kaibai's tail, leaving only a tuft of golden hair visible. "Silence, you leech who survives on others' chakra. Listen well, little brat. Marrying into a family means finding someone to support you. You needn't do anything beyond contributing to their lineage, and you might even change your surname." Having lived long and witnessed much, Kaibai was well acquainted with human customs. A malicious smile crept across his face as he skillfully lured Naruto, inscribing the characters for marriage on the ground with chakra. "Will they treat me to ramen?" Naruto asked, his eyes wide with naive hope. Though he found it hard to believe such fortune existed, he was inclined to trust Kaibai's words. "Of course. All right. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a wealthy family to marry into." "What are you scheming, Kaibai?" After Naruto departed, Minato managed to free himself, glaring discontentedly at Kaibai. "Isn't this the best course of action? No arduous labor, someone to care for you, and no fear of being beaten." In his delight, Kaibai found his expectations met. Naruto was blissfully innocent and completely trusted his words. However, isn't it true that men who marry into families often end up bullied by their wives, toiling from dawn until dusk, and even if they have children, they rarely gain custody? Life is utterly bleak. You've read too many novels. Kaibai observed Minato, who was deep in thought, lost in his imagination, and blissfully closed his eyes. "If you trick me, I shall trick your son in return. Mutual deception is the way of the ninja." "Boss, what does marrying into a family mean?" The next day, during a lull in his duties, Naruto inquired. "Marrying into a family? It probably means finding a wife." Tsukiyomi, unaware of Naruto's curiosity, replied casually. "I see. If I were to marry into a family, do you have any suggestions?" Naruto possessed a rudimentary understanding of marriage, two individuals living together and having children. Quite simple, really. Well, if one were to marry into a family, it must be a prestigious one. The Uchiha clan is the foremost noble family in Konoha, but they've had no daughters in recent years, with the youngest being 10 years old. If you're considering options, the second most prominent family is the Hyuga clan. Their Byakugan is quite advantageous, and the clan leader has a daughter who is your age. Tsukiyomi, having little else to occupy his time, earnestly assisted Naruto in analyzing his options, ultimately concluding that the Hyuga family would be the most suitable choice. "Hey, little brat?" Receiving no response, Tsukiyomi nudged Naruto's body, only to find that he had transformed into a wooden dummy. "Substitution jutsu? That little rascal dares to skip work. Is this the Hyuga clan?" Naruto exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The Hyuga clan, second only to the Uchiha, boasted expansive grounds and was conveniently located near the village's center, making it even more advantageous than the Uchiha estate. "I have arrived." With a 3-meter-long bamboo pole in hand, Naruto sprinted over 10 meters before thrusting the pole into the corner of the wall, launching himself effortlessly over the Hyuga family's barrier. "I can't stop." In midair, Naruto realized a grave issue. He had no means of landing. He arced gracefully through the air, and as he instinctively glanced down, he spotted two figures in the courtyard, a boy and a girl, who appeared to be preparing for practice. Upon witnessing Naruto's sudden entrance, their mouths fell agape in surprise. With a resounding thud, Naruto landed on the roof, and it was evident that the Hyuga residence was sturdy. Aside from a few broken tiles, it remained unscathed. Just as Naruto breathed a sigh of relief for not meeting a fatal fate, a dozen burly men surrounded him, swiftly binding him and escorting him into the main house. An intruder? A middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, his eyes strikingly different from ordinary black pupils, as they possessed a faint gray hue. He was Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader. The Byakugan may not be the strongest bloodline limit in Konoha, but it is undoubtedly the most practical, versatile, investigative, and combat-ready. The responsibility of ensuring the clan's security fell squarely on his shoulders. An intruder? Is there truly such a foolish spy in the world? Another middle-aged man, resembling Hayashi, stood beside him, gazing at Naruto's youthful countenance. "I am not a spy. I am Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto squirmed, wriggling like a caterpillar until he positioned himself before Hayashi. He had learned from a young age that when speaking, one must look directly into the other person's eyes, projecting confidence to retain a semblance of dignity even when facing adversity. Uzumaki Naruto, of the Nine Tails. What brings you here? Hayashi pondered Naruto's name, recalling his identity, and inquired with a calm demeanor, devoid of any animosity. The Hyuga clan had not suffered significantly during that calamity, and they held confidence in the Fourth Hokage's sealing techniques. There was no need to harass an innocent child. I have come to marry into your family. My friend told me that to become wealthy, one must first marry into a prestigious family. In other words, you wish to marry into our clan? Indeed. Clan leader, do you share this sentiment? Hayashi's brother, Hisashi, regarded Naruto with curiosity, perceiving him as a potential suitor who had come to woo the family. No, I have never expressed a desire to accept a marriage proposal. However, Hisashi, do you not feel a sense of familiarity about him? As if he possesses the bloodline of the Byakugan? Hayashi scrutinized Naruto, recalling the uncanny sensation he felt upon first seeing him. As the clan leader, he recognized that feeling akin to that of a Hyuga child. Byakugan. Hisashi activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes becoming visible as chakra surged through him. After scrutinizing Naruto for a prolonged moment, he deactivated the technique. No, he is not one of us. I did not sense the familiarity you mentioned. Uncle, would you consent to my marrying into your family? Let me consider it. Take him outside. Ensure he remains unharmed. Hayashi pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating. Their first child was a daughter, and based on her displayed potential, she paled in comparison to the branch family member, Niji. While he had considered the prospect of accepting a marriage proposal, in the world of ninjas, strength was paramount. If they could recruit a powerful jonin, it would not be out of the question, but certainly not a jinchuriki. What a surprise. I am quite formidable, so please do not dismiss me. Allow me to become part of your family. Naruto was carried out of the main house by a burly man with white eyes. Having just called out twice when he noticed two children standing by the house, particularly a little girl whose cheeks were flushed, likely having heard Naruto's words. At that moment, their gazes met. Hinata, stop staring, or your eyes will get dirty. Niji obstructed Naruto's line of sight, casting a disdainful look at him before ushering Hinata indoors. What does it mean for eyes to get dirty? The audacious little brat actually dared to skip work. As soon as Guanhai spotted Naruto's return, he delivered a kick to his backside. Although Naruto attempted to evade the blow, the foot shadowed him relentlessly, ultimately sending him flying. Ouch! Why can't I dodge my boss's kicks? If you could, I wouldn't have to be in this line of work. Now, where did you go? I went to the Hyuga household. Rubbing his backside, Naruto recounted his experiences to Guanhai. You truly dare to act, you little rascal. Guanhai was speechless. This whimsical little imp was indeed bold enough to take action. It was nothing short of a miracle that the Hyuga family had indeed beaten him up. All right, you're no longer needed here. Off you go. After a long day's work, Guanhai did not pay Naruto, once again sending him on his way. Naruto returned to his empty home and collapsed onto his bed. Ninetales, thank you for your advice. I visited the Hyuga family today, and it felt quite pleasant. As he drifted into slumber, Naruto returned to the realm of the Nine Tails, playfully climbing onto its paw, his eyes sparkling. Well, as long as you're happy. The anticipated embarrassment did not occur, leaving the Nine Tails quite displeased. At that moment, it was not in the mood for play, its mind still scheming how to manipulate Naruto. The Hyuga family, if they were willing to take Naruto in, would be splendid, but a name change would be necessary. Would Kushina strike me dead if she knew? Even though she has already passed? Minato pondered, stroking his chin. During his lifetime, he had maintained a good relationship with the Hyuga clan, who were loyal and honest, presenting no cause for concern. Hyuga Naruto sounds quite appealing. By the way, little brat, that boy from the Hyuga family did mention he would consider it, right? The Ninetales' mind raced quickly, soon discovering a way to ensnare Naruto, as if the whispers of a devil lured him, for in terms of age, Hyuga Hisashi was merely a child. Indeed, the essence of that remark implied a nocturnal raid. If you could navigate through the layers of defenses of the Hyuga family and reach his daughter's room, it would signify your qualification. You have witnessed their defensive capabilities. Haven to you? Oh, is that so? Truly, you are the Ninetales. Naruto exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as he gazed earnestly at the Ninetales. The Ninetales, taken aback by such an earnest gaze, pondered how long it had been since it had encountered such purity. Since its inception, apart from that old man. Those who beheld it were either fearful or greedy. Now, Stop dreaming and get moving. I will assist you from the side. Understood. With that, Naruto awoke from his dream, dressed quickly, and leapt out of the window, nimbly traversing the rooftops of various homes. Although still young, he had already developed exceptional ninja fundamentals. The Hyuga household, even at midnight, would undoubtedly possess formidable defenses. However, the Nine-Tails' perception of chakra within Naruto had reached an extraordinary level, guiding him step by step. Before long, Naruto found himself within the confines of the Hyuga residence. Little brat, it is time to sprint. Do not concern yourself with anything. Just run with all your might and follow my directions. All right. Naruto positioned himself and began to dash down the corridor, relinquishing thought and entrusting everything to the Nine-Tails. Left, right, up, down, open the door, pounce. As Naruto burst through the paper door of a room, he lunged at the individual sleeping on the tatami mat. Huh. The white-eyed boy, upon awakening to the sound of the door, rubbed his eyes and froze as he beheld Naruto soaring toward him. Half a minute later, 8 trigrams palm. Naruto, shrieking, crashed through the second-floor window, landing in the pond in the courtyard. Neji, what happened? Hisashi, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the house, only to find Naruto in the pond and an enraged Neji. This person sneaked into my room, and I have no idea what he intended. Neji's Byakugan flared with anger. Had it not been for their status, he would have already dragged Naruto underwater. Bah, who entered your room? I came to find Hinata. Naruto spluttered, spitting out wheats. Hinata? Why? Had it been anyone else, Hisashi would have ensured they understood the consequences of raiding the Hyuga household. Yet the faint sense of familiarity surrounding Naruto compelled him to bear with the inquiry. Isn't this your trial? Is that how you interpret it? But now that you have breached so many layers of defense, is it that my family is too lax or that you are simply too strong? Hisashi frowned at Naruto's explanation, while the guards on duty knelt, utterly baffled by how Naruto had infiltrated their ranks. Neji, how do you think we should handle this? Hisashi waved his hand, deciding against punishing the guards, and turned to Neji. Given Naruto's unique nature as a jinchuriki, punishing him would be ill-advised, and it would appear unbecoming for a head of the family to trouble a child. The best course of action was to let Neji, his peer, deal with it. Let it be this way. Until dawn, let him learn a lesson. Neji pulled Naruto from the pond and bound him to a wooden post used for training. Hey, not that. Ha. Did you see that? This little brat really went for it. Ha. Within Naruto, the Nine-Tails laughed uproariously, pounding the ground in mirth, relaying the entire escapade to Minato until it could no longer contain itself. What? Are you upset? After a spell of laughter, the Nine-Tails noticed Minato's calm demeanor and inquired with curiosity. No, I merely did not expect you to exhibit such an expression. I thought you were only capable of fury. Humph, boring. The Nine-Tails fell silent, lying down on its paws, ready to rest. Ouch. Upon waking, Naruto found himself still immobilized. The memories of the previous night flooding back, tied to the wooden post by Neji and still awaiting rescue. Did I hurt you? Yes, I apologize. Lifting his head, he was met with Hinata's concerned face. Clutching a medicine bottle, she gently dabbed at Naruto's injuries from the previous night, lowering her gaze shyly when their eyes met. Feeling flustered. This little injury is nothing. Naruto-kun, why did you come at midnight? Of course, to complete your father's trial. Though I seem to have made a mistake. Naruto grinned, not suspecting the Nine-Tails' machinations, simply believing he had erred. Do you really want to become part of the family? Hinata bit her lip, realizing that Naruto's smile was truly captivating. Perhaps captivating was not the right word, but his smile radiated strength, instilling a sense of security. Once I join your family, Hinata will be my wife, and I will treat you well. Treat you with great care. Naruto pondered for a considerable time, ultimately realizing he was at a loss for words. After all, he was still a child with a limited vocabulary. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. Hinata's head emitted steam, and she collapsed, unable to withstand Naruto's blunt declaration. Hinata, what are you doing to Hinata? Naruto called out several times to the unconscious Hinata resting against him, but instead, he inadvertently summoned Neji. Upon witnessing this scene, Neji's anger flared once more, and without mercy. He delivered a thorough beating. You're hitting me again. One day, I will retaliate. Is that so? If you have the capability, then come at me. At the Uchiha household. Sasuke was still in a foul mood. Itachi looked at his temperamental younger brother with resignation. Sasuke sat on the corridor floor, staring blankly at the yard. And upon hearing Itachi's words, he puffed out his cheeks in discontent. I'm not angry, It's just that brother has been very busy since becoming a ninja. Forgive me, Sasuke. I wish you had a playmate your age. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, feeling both pity and helplessness. Sasuke was the youngest in the Uchiha family, and those born before him had already become ninjas. The children outside were too intimidated to approach the Uchiha, and the offspring of other prominent families were warned by their parents to avoid interactions with them. Sasuke was, in fact, quite lonely. Itachi, I'm here to deliver the goods. Just as Itachi finished speaking, Naruto entered the yard, carrying a box and smiling. He's my brother. You're not allowed to call him that. Sasuke, displeased by Naruto's words, clung to Itachi's arm, asserting his claim. Thank you, Naruto. Have you been busy today? Itachi asked, a bit bashful, raising his other hand to scratch his cheek affectionately. Not too busy. I have nothing to do after going back. If you don't mind, stay for a glass of juice. I have to go out later. And I don't feel comfortable leaving Sasuke home alone. Why are you leaving this guy here? Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke objected, pointing an irritated finger at him. It's just for juice. Does the Uchiha heir lack such generosity? Itachi patted Sasuke's shoulder, subtly indicating that he would be the next Uchiha leader, which made Sasuke somewhat pleased. And he reluctantly agreed. Only until after we finish. Ah, this is truly delicious. Naruto gulped down the drink Itachi poured for him, reclining on the floor and staring vacantly at the sky. What a lack of etiquette. Sasuke looked down on Naruto's uncouth behavior, sipping his juice in small sips. Though internally he craved interaction with Naruto but couldn't lower his pride, forcing himself to maintain a facade. Sasuke, I actually envy you for having a home, parents, and an older brother. Speaking of which, you're working at such a young age. Where are your parents? I don't have any, ever since I can remember. I've been chased and beaten, living a life of constant evasion. But things have improved a bit recently. Is that so? Sasuke fell silent, feeling a twinge of pity for Naruto, realizing how fortunate he was in comparison. By the way, does your family have any girls? Sasuke was utterly perplexed by Naruto's train of thought, which leapt from sorrow to an entirely different realm in the blink of an eye. Around my age? Someone I could marry. What? By the way, what does marrying mean literally? Yes, once married, I would be called Uchiha Naruto. Sounds good, right? Goodness. What a lack of ambition you have, you little brat. Aren't you a little brat too? A man cannot be bound by a woman, letting her take charge. You might as well become a woman yourself. If it's a woman, I could use transformation jutsu. Get out. Sasuke, left speechless, brandished a broom and forcefully expelled Naruto. Goodbye. Sasuke, let's play again next time. Naruto waved farewell, and for reasons unknown, Sasuke began to feel a flicker of anticipation for their next encounter. Kaibai, this is unbearable. Why must you make me witness this? Deep within Naruto, the Kaibai compelled him to endure one gruesome scene after another, each depicting the relentless cycle of murder, saturating the atmosphere with the stench of blood, causing Naruto's stomach to churn painfully. Be quiet and pay attention. Kaibai, this is too much. Naruto is still a child. What do you intend to do? Minato, bound and helpless, could only watch Naruto's torment with fury directed at the Kaibai. What am I doing? I am merely showing him the harsh realities of the ninja world. Can you point out anything I've fabricated? Even so, I do not wish for him to confront such horrors at this age. I desire for him to have a better childhood, no matter how one viewed it. Naruto was still a child. These matters should surely be addressed when he was older, yet Minato found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, from the moment you sealed me within this child, he could never hope for a happy childhood. This is all your fault. You have forced him into this state. The Kaibai grinned maliciously, relentlessly assaulting Minato's psyche. I will not regret this. He is my child. And I believe he can overcome these trials and ultimately become a hero. A crack appeared in Minato's resolve for just a moment, but quickly fortified itself. Then let us make a wager, shall we? We shall see whether he becomes a monster consumed by slaughter or a blossom flourishing amidst it. The Kaibai observed Naruto, now growing accustomed to the horrific imagery, no longer repulsed, and remarked with interest. Naruto had become a mere plaything in the Kaibai's hands, molded as it pleased. Should he transform into a creature of pure violence, it would signify that the Kaibai's influence would dominate him without fail. Daddy, why do people kill each other? Naruto pointed to the figures in the images, his youthful innocence failing to comprehend the deaths before him. Naruto, none of these individuals engage in meaningless slaughter. They fight desperately to protect their village. A village? Precisely. The world outside your village is not as peaceful as you perceive it. The The laughter shared among the villagers with their families is made possible by the sacrifices of these individuals. Thus, you must remember, one day you will also become one of them, fighting to protect the village. Is it acceptable to kill these people to protect? Indeed. Gazing at his son's innocent face, Minato could only provide the most brutal of answers. Naruto was the Kai-Bai's jinchuriki, and regardless of the circumstances, he could never lead a life of normalcy. Minato had to steel himself to impart this lesson. Sasuke, come out to play. Naruto stood at the entrance of Sasuke's home, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Stop calling. I don't really want to play. Moments later, Sasuke opened the door, with Itachi following closely behind. Naruto, I leave Sasuke in your care. Though he claims indifference, you can see for yourself. Itachi smiled, observing Sasuke adorned with a straw hat, holding a bug-catching net, and a box for his captures, a stark contrast to his words. By the way, Sasuke, look. Transformation Jutsu. Naruto clasped his hands together, and with a resounding bang, the petite figure vanished, replaced by a stunning beauty with golden twin tails, approximately 16 years of age, of similar height to Itachi. She donned a vibrant orange bikini, the deep curve of her décolletage causing both boys to flush with embarrassment. Naruto, what have you done? Itachi exclaimed, nearly activating his Sharingan as he hurriedly covered Sasuke's eyes. Well, a few days ago, Sasuke suggested I try being a girl, so I practiced my transformation jutsu. By the way, Sasuke, have you shrunk? Naruto cheerfully remarked, having named this jutsu technique, inspired by the magazines of their neighbors. The reason for the swimsuit was that he had yet to encounter our 18 materials and was oblivious to what lay beneath. You've grown taller, you fool, Sasuke retorted vehemently, his face aflame from the fleeting glimpse he had caught before Itachi's intervention. It's true that the transformation technique is quite remarkable, but Naruto is still fundamentally a boy. How can I put this? Itachi struggled to articulate, sensing that his younger brother had stumbled upon a rather inappropriate path. Brother, are you misunderstanding something? It's not what you think. Change me back at once, Sasuke cried, feeling as though he had lost something vital in Itachi's eyes. He urgently urged Naruto to revert the transformation and pulled him away. With Naruto leading and Sasuke following, they meandered leisurely, Sasuke, and used to venturing out, fascinatedly gazing around. They ambled to the riverbank, where Naruto finally halted. Wait, what are you doing? Sasuke asked, displeased, as he observed Naruto removing his shoes and preparing to wade into the muddy shore. Catching loaches. Weren't we supposed to be catching cicadas today? Did I ever say that? You idiot. Sasuke clenched his fists, stifling the urge to express the frustration of how long he had prepared for this outing, researching extensively, and why he had asked his brother to buy the necessary tools. Well, perhaps next time. Since the river has just receded, today is perfect for catching loaches. We can catch cicadas next time. Next time, Sasuke repeated, realizing there would be another opportunity. He had subconsciously regarded this outing as a one-time affair, non-replicable, and it was only now that he acknowledged Naruto had never claimed it would be a singular event. What are you doing? Come down here. No, this is a bit. Sasuke hesitated, eyeing the muddy ground. As the Uchiha family's second son, he had never encountered such filth, and seeing Naruto's hands blackened only compounded his reluctance. Come on, Naruto cheerfully insisted, dragging Sasuke down. Mud is getting into my shoes, it's so filthy. Help, Sasuke shrieked, feeling the unpleasant squish beneath his feet. Is it really that exaggerated? Naruto tilted his head in confusion, observing Sasuke's dramatics. Sasuke, look closely, these holes are likely hiding loaches. Just reach and see. Naruto plunged his hand into the muck and, after a brief struggle, extracted a slick, black loach. Fresh and alive. Sasuke marveled at the wriggling creature, having never seen a live loach before. All right, I'm going to try. Driven by a competitive spirit, he located a promising hole and, after a moment's hesitation, plunged his hand in, overcoming the initial disgust to adapt. Hey, Sasuke exclaimed as he felt something, pulling it out to reveal a loach even larger than Naruto's catch. Not bad, Sasuke. Of course. They both focused intently on catching loaches, and soon enough, Naruto's basket brimmed with their haul. What a bountiful catch. We can eat well and sell these too. As Naruto reveled in their fortune, he suddenly heard Sasuke's muffled groan and rushed to his side, concerned. What's wrong, Sasuke? Nothing. I think I touched something sharp. Sasuke grimaced, a small cut on his finger oozing blood. Give me your hand. Wait. Before Sasuke could protest, Naruto had taken his finger into his mouth, sucking away the blood before spitting it out. You need to be careful. It could get infected. That is so unsanitary. Sasuke felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. His muddy hand now in Naruto's mouth felt far too intimate. What? You're covered in mud too. Not as much as you. On their way home, Naruto chuckled at the sight of the mud-encrusted Sasuke, who retaliated, and they both shared a hearty laugh. Naruto, this is where we part. Upon returning home, Sasuke had intended to invite Naruto in for a shower before heading back, but upon spotting his father's shoes, he refrained. Oh, well, see you next time. Sasuke, have you been out playing? Just as Naruto was about to leave, a stern-looking middle-aged man emanating authority appeared, fixing his gaze on Sasuke. His inquiry devoid of genuine concern. Sasuke instinctively leaned closer to Naruto, still apprehensive of his overly strict father, Fugaku Uchiha's gaze shifting to Naruto. Oh, you must be Sasuke's father. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Uncle Fugaku. Uncle? A crack appeared in Fugaku's stern demeanor, evidently taken aback by being addressed as such. Yes. I often see your name at my boss's place. Here, take half of the loaches Sasuke and I caught today. They're quite delicious. Naruto handed over half of the loaches, smearing Fugaku's expensive attire with a sticky substance. Half? Do you want more? No way. I need the other half for Hinata, and I'll give Neji just one. With that, Naruto departed, leaving a bewildered Sasuke behind. How long has it been since anyone dared to underestimate me like this, calling me uncle? Am I that old? Fugaku laughed heartily, cradling a bundle of loaches. Since ascending to the position of Uchiha clan leader, he had only received flattery and fear. Today, being belittled by a child and receiving such an unpretentious gift brought him immense joy. Sasuke, your friend is quite remarkable. Upon entering the house, Fugaku's wife soon expressed her surprise. Oh my dear, why are you holding so many loaches? They were gifted to me. We shall have them for dinner tonight. Does Dad really eat such things? Sasuke asked quietly, tugging on Itachi's sleeve during dinner. Don't underestimate ninjas. Encountering such delicacies while on a mission is considered a feast. Your father is a seasoned ninja, Itachi replied, marveling at their father's rare display of joy, feeling pleased for Sasuke, knowing that with a friend like Naruto, he would surely thrive. Yum, delicious. Although the appearance was somewhat unremarkable, the flavor was quite delightful. Next time, I should accompany that fellow to catch some myself, thought Sasuke. In Naruto's eyes, although Tsukukanai was a bit violent, his muscular physique appeared somewhat oppressive, and he had a tendency to be stingy. He was nevertheless a man of vast knowledge, always providing answers to any inquiries. Boss, I wish to learn ninjutsu. He received a book titled Introduction to Basic Ninjutsu. Boss, I wish to learn Genjutsu. He obtained a book titled Introduction to Basic Genjutsu. Boss, I wish to learn Taijutsu. He received Tsukukanai's flying kick. Boss, I wish to learn forbidden techniques. Finally, in his ignorance, Naruto posed a question he ought not to have asked. No, get lost. Why not? Aren't you supposed to know everything? You little brat. How dare you say that? Studying forbidden techniques without permission could land you in prison. I have no desire to accompany you to your demise. Now scram. Tsukukanai angrily expelled Naruto from the shop and subsequently locked the door. What the heck? Huh? Naruto pondered for a moment, deciding to return when he suddenly noticed a piece of paper, a white sheet that had floated down to his feet unbeknownst to him. Could it be a summons? Naruto quickly deciphered the markings on the map, having often studied maps, and after a moment's thought, he tucked the scrap into his pocket and dashed off, following the indicated route. This is just right. Observing Naruto's actions from the window, Tsukukanai closed his eyes, lost in thought. The Konoha cemetery, surely no spirits would emerge. Following the map's indicators, Naruto arrived at the cemetery housing the memorial stone for the fallen ninjas of the village, the night breeze howling, rendering the place particularly desolate and eerie. Naruto approached an unremarkable memorial stone, comparing it to the markings on the paper, and gently pressed on a certain character. With a loud click, an unsettling sound of gears echoed as the green grass slowly lifted, revealing a passage leading underground. Excuse me, is anyone there? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Please do not take offense at my sudden intrusion. Uneasily, Naruto descended into the passage, which gradually brightened, the torches on the walls igniting, casting an orange glow that made the corridor appear even more bizarre. After about 10 minutes of walking, he found a wooden door, steeling himself to push it open, revealing a strange sight. Jars filled with peculiar substances and tables cluttered with books inscribed with incomprehensible text. Who are you? A long-haired woman had her back turned to Naruto, engrossed in her work. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, although a bothersome white-haired individual had once remarked that he resembled a woman. Being addressed in such a manner was a first. Orochimaru turned, her delicate features accentuated by purple eyeshadow and ear ornaments shaped like magatama. Her raspy voice indeed lending itself to gender confusion. Did I misjudge? Are you an uncle? Welcome to my laboratory. I am Orochimaru, the little brat of the Nine Tails. She extended her tongue, licking the blood that had stained her left cheek. Then I shall call you Snake Uncle. What are you doing? Orochimaru's smile faltered as Naruto mimicked her gesture, struggling to lick his own cheek, realizing he could only reach his mouth. How could he manage to lick his cheek? This way, he could savor ramen without getting it everywhere. What do you seek? With her golden, linear pupils narrowing slightly, Orochimaru dismissed any thoughts of settling accounts with a child. I have come to learn forbidden techniques. Do you know them, Snake Uncle? Oh? What compels you to brave the dangers of seeking forbidden techniques from me? Orochimaru did not deny her knowledge of such arts and continued to inquire. My parents have passed away. I wish to bring them back to life. Only forbidden techniques can accomplish that, right? The path of learning forbidden techniques is fraught with peril. Not only will you be threatened by the techniques themselves, but also by society. People are conservative and view forbidden techniques as calamities, fearing to explore their potential. If discovered practicing forbidden arts, you would be denounced and destroyed in the name of righteousness. Are you truly unafraid of this? Orochimaru's expression grew slightly serious. She perceived a semblance of herself and Naruto, both having lost their parents at a young age and striving in their own ways to reunite with them, evoking a sense of shared plight. Of course, Naruto replied earnestly, though he grasped only a fraction of Orochimaru's lengthy explanation, that forbidden techniques must remain undetected and practiced in secret. Very well, but first, I must assess your character. Orochimaru stepped aside, allowing Naruto to behold her workbench, not covered in documents, but rather a disemboweled corpse. Oh, I intended to commend you. The overwhelming sin of blood does not seem to faze you, and now you are unperturbed by the grisly sight. Orochimaru observed Naruto with keen interest. This alone suggested great potential for Naruto's future. Those who fear blood are ill-suited for the life of a ninja and should return to tilling the fields. He is dead. What is there to fear? Naruto shrugged, having encountered death far too often. The Nine Tails, that villain, constantly subjected him to scenes of ninja battles resulting in death. He was accustomed to corpses, even those mutilated beyond recognition. Impressive. You qualify to be my vessel. No, never mind. Orochimaru, thoroughly pleased with Naruto's composure, handed him a kunai and activated a switch on the table. A figure bound to a cross slowly emerged from the adjacent wall. MMM. The gagged ninja looked at Orochimaru, desperately shaking his head, seemingly pleading for mercy, yet also exuding rage. What is this? Kill him. Stab wherever you wish. Just a few times. Orochimaru effortlessly manipulated the fate of the ninja, who desperately turned his gaze to Naruto, making muffled sounds. I cannot do it. I cannot harm an innocent. Naruto shook his head, the teachings of his sensei, Minato, taking root, be ruthless towards enemies. Yet never use one's power to inflict harm upon the innocent. Innocent? He is no leaf ninja but a spy from the land of Earth. Having killed an innocent villager to assume his guise and gather intelligence, and after being discovered, he slaughtered a family of 4 next door. Does that still count as innocent? Even Orochimaru would not capture leaf ninjas. It was known that even rabbits avoid their own burrows, and with the Third Hokage as his teacher, one could not simply overlook transgressions against one's own. I see. Naruto nodded, turning toward the exit. He turned to leave. What? Orochimaru felt disappointed. How could one with such a limited character become a vessel? Yet, the matter was not concluded. To her astonishment, Naruto grabbed a chair from nearby and placed it in front of the spy, slowly climbing atop it. I can't reach him. With a gleeful grin, Naruto brandished the kunai and swiftly sliced it across the spy's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Naruto's face. Ugh, my eyes. Naruto cried out, tumbling off the chair. You have qualified. Watching the still screaming Naruto, Orochimaru felt a sense of resignation, picking up a towel from the table to wipe the blood from his face. Little brat, what were you thinking when you took a life just now? I have not contemplated much. He is the enemy of the village. Is it not justified to eliminate him in order to protect our home? Haha. Is this the conclusion you reached from your childhood torment? How amusing. Orochimaru observed the unwavering clarity in Naruto's eyes and remarked with delight. What a splendid specimen you have delivered, Danzo. Within Naruto's being, the Nine Tails perked up its ears and grinned, having taken the first step. You have lost, Nine Tails. Minato was oblivious to the unfolding events. Only the Nine Tails could perceive Naruto's actions. Without projecting the scene, Minato remained unaware, engrossed in a game of chakra chess with the Nine Tails. The loser is you. The Nine Tails lazily manipulated the chakra's form, shifting the pieces several times until Minato was checkmated. Ah, you cheated, you despicable-tailed beast. Humph. In the establishment of Moonview C, a cup of tea was poured and placed upon the table, awaiting something. You still possess an impeccable sense of timing. No one witnessed how this person entered. He took his seat before the cup, casually complimenting the atmosphere. Is that so? I am quite dissatisfied with the task you have undertaken. Danzo refrained from sipping the tea, his tone icy, a palpable aura of menace enveloping Moonview C. I have been diligently executing my duties, watching over the Nine Tails brat. Do not feign innocence. You must understand that and Apos, Root and Apos, has never allowed anyone to escape alive. I provided you this opportunity to utilize your remaining strength, yet you fail even this simple task. Danzo's anger burgeoned, not because Moonview C was too benevolent towards Naruto, but rather too negligent. He needed to tend to Naruto with utmost care, becoming a pillar in his heart. When that pillar ultimately betrayed him, Naruto would transform into a perfect weapon solely for his use. Yet, what he observed was a constant barrage of abuse directed at Naruto, devoid of any tenderness. Such a person would harbor no emotional turmoil upon betrayal. I comprehend now. I do not wish to remind you a second time. I expended considerable effort to suppress the truth of his lineage as the Fourth Hokage, disseminating rumors that he was merely the Nine-Tails Fox, all to mold him into Konoha's weapon, a weapon devoid of emotion. However, you did well in luring him to Orochimaru. He is quite pleased and will provide us with ample techniques. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. After all, you, the moonlit murderer, would not develop feelings for this child. Would you? Without awaiting a response, Danzo vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a cup of still warm tea. Orochimaru reconsidered. Naruto was ill-suited to be his vessel. If possible, he would desire to slice open Naruto's head to see if it contained ramen. Oh, chakra is leaking out. You fool. Did you not realize you formed the seal incorrectly just now? Naruto had been training under Orochimaru for several months, yet he still struggled with the most basic of seals. Orochimaru had lost interest in imparting forbidden techniques. Heaven knows what calamity could arise from miscasting such potent jutsu. He had no intention of perishing alongside Naruto. Is that so? When will I learn the reanimation jutsu? Naruto scratched his head, dissipating his chakra to continue practicing the seals, muttering in a dejected tone. Enough practice. The reanimation jutsu is incomplete. Practicing it this early is futile. In fact, few techniques recorded in the sealing book are genuinely useful. Orochimaru scoffed at Konoha's sealing book. While it contained many formidable techniques, they were practically impossible to master. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the Second Hokage, was grasped by no one but the Fourth Hokage, who passed before he could inscribe his insights into the book. What does incomplete mean? The summoning results in a mere puppet, devoid of independent thought. Although it retains some of its combat instincts from life, it still requires commands from the user, much like a puppet master. Does that mean I cannot converse normally with my parents even if I see them? Thus, I require your assistance to perfect it. I must drag the souls of the deceased back from the netherworld to achieve true reincarnation. Is that truly possible? How impressive. Orochimaru undoubtedly ascended to the pedestal of Naruto's most admired figure, and he was pleased to see the stars sparkling in Naruto's eyes. Orochimaru-sama, the specimen has arrived. A man donned in an animal mask suddenly appeared in the room. Naruto knew little of him, save for the fact that he was named Kabuto and had white hair. Kabuto, there are snakes. Naruto, with keen eyes, spotted two snakes slithering along the wall behind Kabuto and immediately threw two shuriken, accurately striking the heads of both snakes. You little brat! Kabuto exclaimed in terror, astonished that anyone would dare to kill snakes in Orochimaru's presence. He envisioned Naruto being immersed in formaldehyde. These snakes are edible. Just roast them. Uncle Snake, would you like some? Naruto continued to provoke danger, waving the corpses of the two snakes before Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, I shall pass. Kabuto, take him away. Orochimaru emitted a peculiar laugh, entirely unfazed, much to Kabuto's surprise. Kabuto, I merely enjoy studying the behaviors of snakes. I have no desire to transform into one. My apologies. I was mistaken, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's words left him drenched in sweat, having always viewed Orochimaru as a serpent. So this is the sealing space. Orochimaru gazed at the orange-yellow expanse before him, eagerly licking his lips. After inducing sleep in Naruto with drugs, he spent considerable time opening the passage to the seal, taking various precautions for safety. I expected something more. Turns out a little snake has sneaked in. Not long after, Orochimaru encountered the sealed Nine-Tails fox, who lay disdainfully on the ground, his tone dripping with contempt. "How unexpectedly amiable you are," Orochimaru remarked. Having prepared for a fierce onslaught from the Nine-Tails, yet finding it seemingly lackluster now. "Speaking of which, you have been engaging in peculiar activities with my jinchuriki lately. I am exceedingly displeased. You dare trespass into my territory. Are you truly unafraid of death? Your tone suggests you care for that little brat." "Humph. I merely find him more agreeable than those hypocritical jinchuriki." "How unexpected. The Nine-Tails fox actually cares for a child. But even if I were to do something to him, what could you, sealed as you are, possibly do?" As Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings, he wondered why he could not see the seal. Based on his calculations of the Fourth Hokage's sealing technique, there should have been a cage or something similar, yet nothing appeared in his view. "Has your seal been lifted?" Orochimaru finally recognized the anomaly. The reason he overlooked such a crucial detail was that, in his subconscious, he believed the Nine-Tails could never break free from the seal, not at least now. If it were to break, it would mean a second attack on Konoha. Correct. In an instant, the Nine-Tails appeared before Orochimaru, raising its claw to shatter him into fragments. "TCH, a shadow clone? Nine-Tails, what transpired?" Minato, suddenly released from the Nine-Tails' tail, inquired. Perplexed. "Nothing of consequence, merely squashing a little insect. A ticking time bomb indeed." Orochimaru withdrew his hand from Naruto's abdomen, and even with his temperament, he could only manage a bitter smile. He finally comprehended that the seal upon Naruto's belly was a fade, likely to prevent others from discovering the truth. "What's wrong, Snake Uncle? You look rather pale." Naruto gradually awakened, gazing at Orochimaru. "Nothing. You can go home now." Orochimaru shook his head. Even if Naruto were a ticking time bomb, he would not relinquish his hold just yet. To him, the more perilous the entity, the greater its value. He feared not the prospect of being shattered into pieces. Such is the essence of a remarkable scientist. However, the notion of making Naruto a vessel had to be set aside for the moment. The Nine-Tails was not to be trifled with, and at this stage, his technique was utterly incapable of extracting a tailed beast, especially one whose seal had been undone. Time flew by, and months passed. "You've made the wrong hand sign again." Orochimaru's roar echoed from the basement. Naruto had finally grasped the basic hand seals for the Impure World Reincarnation. But he had inadvertently made another mistake. Orochimaru found himself at a loss, wondering why such incompetence existed in the world, and why he had unwittingly taken on such a disciple. Wait, disciple? That didn't seem quite right. Initially, keeping him close was for a more sinister purpose. But I don't think I did anything wrong." Naruto's voice interrupted Orochimaru's introspection. The chakra emanating from Naruto remained contained, not spiraling out of control. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "This." Orochimaru glanced at the chakra surrounding Naruto and replicated the hand gestures. Discovering that the flow of chakra was not only unimpeded but had, in fact, become even smoother. "Kid, how did you manage that?" "No, it's nothing." Inspiration is a vital thing. Observing Naruto's oblivious expression, Orochimaru decided to abandon his inquiries, attributing it to mere serendipity. "Snake Uncle, when can I resurrect my parents?" "It's still too early. Your chakra is insufficient to execute such a powerful ninjutsu. You'll need to wait at least another 7 or 8 years. That long. The Soul South resting place must be present. Without it, you cannot use the Impure World Reincarnation. Do you know where your parents' bodies are?" "I don't." "Then focus on your training. The ship will naturally find its course when it reaches the bridge. I will help you devise a plan." Orochimaru was well aware of Naruto's parentage and understood that resurrecting his father was far from a straightforward endeavor. His gaze drifted toward a death god mask resting on the table. "Thank you, Snake Uncle. It's truly wonderful to know you. Until tomorrow." Naruto flashed his signature goofy smile and waved as he departed from the basement. "Tomorrow, huh?" Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. He was uncertain as to why he felt compelled to assist Naruto. Perhaps he saw a reflection of himself in the boy. Or perhaps it was merely the habit of enjoying his silly grin. The months following Naruto's arrival had imbued Orochimaru's monotonous research with a hint of flavor, albeit not one that could be deemed pleasant. "Lord Orochimaru, this location has been discovered." Kabuto emerged silently from the shadows, speaking softly. "Then let us depart. It is time to leave Konoha." You've graduated from my tutelage, kid. Yu Guanhai handed Naruto a piece of paper, which clearly detailed his income and debt situation. Oh, I've paid off my debts. That is fantastic. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, raising the bill triumphantly. After a year of hard work, he had finally settled his debts. Then we are even. You need not visit my shop any longer. Can't I come anymore, boss? I still want to keep working. Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment. He had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, primarily relishing the ability to earn his ramen through his own efforts. It was a marvelous feeling. If you wish to continue, you must undergo an assessment. I will be leaving the village at midnight to gather herbs. If you have the courage, meet me at the village gate. Absolutely. I will definitely come. It's my first time leaving the village. I wonder what's out there. At midnight, Naruto arrived at the village gate. His backpack slung over his shoulder, eagerly gazing at the world beyond the gates. Yu Guanhai was already waiting at the entrance, and the two guards had received orders not to impede Naruto, allowing him to leave with Yu Guanhai. Boss, your outfit looks really cool, like a ninja, Naruto remarked. Noticing Yu Guanhai's change in attire, he wore a black short-sleeved combat uniform, the metallic accents shimmering ominously under the moonlight. Is it? Today is the last time I will wear it. Don't you like it? More or less. The two engaged in casual conversation as they ventured deeper into the woods. The outskirts of Konoha were cloaked in dense foliage, extending to the borders of the Land of Fire. At this point, Naruto had completely lost his bearings, following Yu Guanhai without question. Suddenly, four figures clad in black and donning animal masks emerged ahead, each armed with a short blade. Upon spotting Naruto, they swiftly drew their weapons, readying themselves for an assault. Are we encountering thieves? Grandpa Third has become too complacent, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. He had only vaguely heard of bandit groups outside the village, but he hadn't anticipated their proximity, causing him to worry about the village as security. Kid, stay behind me. Yu Guanhai pulled Naruto back slightly, positioning his robust figure in front of him. Yu Guanhai, this is not what we agreed upon. The leader, his voice ominously low, cast a menacing glare at Yu Guanhai, as if wishing to rend him apart. There is nothing different. I am merely a boss protecting my employee. You're betraying Root. The leader seemed unwilling to engage in further dialogue and lunged at Yu Guanhai, brandishing his short blade toward his head. Ha, you jest. I am no longer part of Root. Yu Guanhai laughed heartily, gathering chakra in his arm and effortlessly blocking the strike. Yu Guanhai has betrayed us. Execute Plan B. The leader, undeterred, called upon his three subordinates to join him, and soon the woods echoed with the clash of blades. Truly a killer, with such strength. Why do you insist on protecting a fool? You should understand Lord Danzo's intentions. A fool, you say? I see him merely as an idiot. Yu Guanhai parried lethal blows that could cleave houses, holding his ground against the four umbu, even finding time to engage in conversation. Once one has something to protect, they become weak. The leader insinuated, and Yu Guanhai soon realized one umbu was a shadow clone, while the original rushed toward Naruto. The blade was mere 2 meters from Naruto's head, compelling Yu Guanhai to abandon his confrontation with the leader and leap toward Naruto. Leaving your back exposed to the enemy, you are too naive. The leader swiftly channeled chakra into his short blade, enhancing its sharpness, and pierced it toward Yu Guanhai's back, penetrating his skin and driving straight into his heart. For individuals of their caliber, even with eyes closed, they could strike true. Ugh! Yu Guanhai grunted softly, and at that moment, 3 more short blades plunged into his body, as the umbu feigning an attack on Naruto turned to assault him. For blades sank into his flesh, blood splattering upon the ground. Navi indeed. Without the resolve to face death, one can only expect to be backstabbed. Yu Guanhai emitted a furious roar, his chakra enveloping his body at a visible pace. With sheer muscular force, he crushed 4 short blades within him, and the immense boost gained from burning his life essence elevated his strength once more. With a single punch, he shattered the mask and skull of a shadow operative, sending their body hurtling into the distance. You've gone mad, the captain exclaimed as he faced Yu Guanhai's impending kick. No matter how he tried to evade, he could not escape the precise strike that shattered his abdomen along with his internal organs, causing him to collapse slowly to the ground. The remaining 2 shadow operatives posed no challenge to Yu Guanhai and were swiftly dealt with. In the aftermath of the battle, the moonlight illuminated the blood-soaked ground, and Yu Guanhai's eyes, glowing with crimson light, truly evoked the illusion of a harbinger of death. Boss, are you all right? Let me take you back to the village. Naruto anxiously helped Yu Guanhai to his feet, only to be forcefully pushed aside as Yu Guanhai leaned wearily against a tree. Kid, do you understand what they intended to do? I don't know. I don't understand. Naruto shook his head, desperately trying to staunch Yu Guanhai's bleeding. But the bandages he brought proved futile. The initial plan was for me to bring you here, and then have them attack you until you could no longer withstand the power of the Nine Tails. Why? What significance does this hold? They wanted you to lose all emotion after being betrayed by those close to you, to become a tool of Konoha. But they never anticipated that my relationship with you wasn't as close as they assumed. Rather, I've always been the one to bully you. But am I worth such sacrifice? It matters not whether you're worth it. I must die here today, just as they must. That is the nature of this world. Yu Guanhai lamented. Even if he followed the plan, he would ultimately be killed by a frenzied Naruto. His obsession with protecting Naruto would lead to his demise at the hands of Root. Thus, dying here was his best fate. This way, Danzo wouldn't send anyone to approach Naruto, who might uncover the truth. This accursed ninja world is hell, an irredeemable hell. I have survived in this hell without any hope. One day, I glimpsed a glimmer of light, and that was you. The original plan was for you to be bullied to the brink by the villagers when I would suddenly appear, driving those people away. Then nurturing you to become your pillar of support, only to betray you in the end. But I was wrong. You managed to earn the villagers' recognition through your own strength. Though still Navi, you truly made it. I have always wondered what power drives you to do such things. This world is filled with hatred. Children should be more discerning about love and hate. Yet you harbor no hatred toward the village, standing out like a flower blooming in hell. You are too innocent. Even when I beat and scold you daily, the next day you would carry on as if nothing had happened. I have never encountered anyone like you. Even I have become abnormal. I had long prepared myself for death. After my wife perished in the Third Shinobi World War, I lost all meaning to live. But if I must die, I wish to wager my life, for in you, I see another possibility, a chance to change this world. I want to help you protect this possibility. However, I believe that even following the original plan, you would never lose your emotions and become a weapon. For you are a fool. How can you be so certain that I cannot? Naruto shook his head, still not comprehending Yu Guanhai's words, only aware that this somewhat rough yet caring boss was nearing his end. Kid, I realize I have never called you by your name. What is it? Yu Guanhai lifted his gaze to the sky, his tone growing increasingly feeble. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Just call me Naruto. Naruto, what a lovely name. Remember, no matter what happens, always live with a smile. Your smile is the most infectious. With those final words, Yu Guanhai peacefully closed his eyes, devoid of hatred or resentment. Departing quietly, Naruto did not weep. He merely retraced his steps back to the village, guided by the luminous trail left by Yu Guanhai, hoping to find Orochimaru and see if there was any way to salvage the situation. However, upon arriving at Orochimaru's underground laboratory, he found it deserted. The equipment destroyed and chaos reigning. Naruto, my research has been discovered, and I had to leave Konoha. It would be best if you kept our relationship a secret. You have learned what you needed. Now let me see how far you can grow on your own. I hope our next meeting does not require me to resurrect you through Impure World Reincarnation. The sorcerer depicted on the wall sensed Naruto's chakra, gradually manifesting as a small black snake. It opened its mouth to impart a piece of information before dissipating into smoke. Even the snake uncle has departed. 3 days had passed since Yu Guanhai's death, and no one knew where the shopkeeper had gone. Naruto remained cloistered in his home, staring blankly out the window, consuming instant noodles when hungry and sleeping when weary, enduring 3 utterly meaningless days. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun. Suddenly, he felt someone shaking his shoulder. Coming back to reality, he saw a pair of white eyes and a worried little face. Hinata, what are you doing here? I haven't seen you in a while, and I was worried about you. I came because you left the door unlocked. I'm sorry. The shy girl felt embarrassed for intruding into a boy's room, bowing repeatedly in apology. Hinata, will you stay with me forever? Naruto suddenly realized he still had Hinata and Sasuke, although it seemed that everyone around him had left. Things had changed completely from a year ago. If my father agrees, I will always stay with Naruto-kun. Hinata's face flushed red, a timid proposal of sorts, her fingers unconsciously touching and then separating. Hinata. Unable to contain himself, Naruto finally embraced Hinata and cried heart-wrenchingly, releasing the pent-up sorrow of those past days. I don't know what happened, but I will stay with you, Naruto-kun. Don't be afraid. After the initial shyness, Hinata sensed Naruto's pain and gently stroked his head in comfort. So boring. Naruto lay languidly on the floor, watching the yard where Hinata and Niji were practicing their gentle fist technique. Without Byakugan, he could not discern any valuable insights, stifling yet another yawn. Niji, let us take a break. Hinata cast a furtive glance at Naruto, lowering her head and softly pleading. Another break? Fine. Niji sighed, realizing that unlike him, Hinata was already drenched in sweat. As her older brother, he could not be overly harsh, so he reluctantly conceded to the pause. Hinata, you look exhausted. You've worked up quite a sweat. Here, let me wipe your face, and do you want some fruit? Naruto immediately jumped down to the yard, towel in hand, helping Hinata wipe the sweat from her face. This scene naturally incited the dissatisfaction of the single Niji. Seriously, how did you develop such a presumptuous demeanor? Barging into our home and acting as if you belong? Niji's brow twitched in displeasure as he joined Naruto, unceremoniously taking the apple he had prepared for Hinata. Hey, that was tea for you. Spit it out. Shut up. This is the favor for letting you into the house. As Niji munched on a juicily ripe apple, his mood slightly improved, only to be rekindled by thoughts of Naruto's increasingly familiar demeanor. This fellow never entered through the front door, always leaping in like a bamboo pole. Hinata Hayashi, as the head of the family, did nothing to rein him in, leaving one to wonder what sort of spell had been cast over him. Naruto-kun, I can manage on my own. It's quite dirty. Hinata's delicate face flushed, and she attempted to push Naruto's hand away, but her efforts were feeble. Really? I find Hinata's scent quite delightful, Naruto asserted, leaning in to inhale near Hinata's neck. This innocent gesture, devoid of any malice, caused Hinata to swoon. You rascal. Niji kicked Naruto away with force. What's the deal? Want to fight? Naruto rubbed his rear and stood up, undeterred, charging once more at Niji. Still going at it? The victor dusted off his clothes, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Naruto. One day, I will bring you down, Naruto vowed, fully aware that he was no match for Niji at this moment. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. He decided to bide his time. By the way, Hinata has never landed a hit on you. You must be the legendary genius, Naruto remarked, cradling the unconscious Hinata's head on his slender thigh, fanning her gently. Genius? Even if I am one, born into the branch family, I have no pride to speak of, Niji replied, touching the bandage on his forehead that concealed his mark, his tone indifferent. Enough of that. Cheer up. You are my worthy opponent. If you don't continue to grow stronger, defeating you would be meaningless, Naruto encouraged, clapping Niji on the shoulder with his signature smile. If a smile could be likened to sunlight, perhaps it warmed Ninji's heart just a tad. Mr. Hayashi, are you heading out? Naruto asked as he noticed many members of the Hyuga clan in battle attire emerging from the front door, led by Hayashi himself, who greeted Naruto politely, though his initial address as father was promptly dismissed. Hinata, what kind of appearance is this? Get up. Hayashi frowned at Hinata's state and called out sharply, only to be gently pushed aside by a beautiful woman. Don't mind him, Naruto-kun. While we are away, Hinata is in your care, the lovely lady. Sharing the same purple hair as Hinata and always wearing a warm smile, did not impose her authority over Naruto nor opposed his closeness to Hinata. No problem, and Hinata. I will take good care of Hinata, Naruto declared, raising his fist to thump his chest, but accidentally struck too hard, nearly choking himself. What an amusing child, Hinata's mother. Hyuga Hinata thought, her gaze softening as she looked at Naruto, much like a mother observing her own child. Ever since Naruto's arrival, the timid and introverted Hinata had gradually become more outgoing, which filled her with immense joy. And Hinata, will there be a little baby soon? Naruto innocently asked, pointing to Hinata's rounded belly. Yes, soon Hinata will have a little brother or sister, which is why we are going to the ancestral home to pay our respects. Hoping for a healthy baby, she replied. Safe travels. Naruto wished them as Hinata's mother linked arms with Hayashi to depart, while most of the Hyuga clan followed suit to the ancestral home, leaving only a handful behind. How scandalous for the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga clan to be sleeping on a man's lap, murmured Hayashi from a distance. All right, time for bed. That night, Naruto, clutching a blanket and pillow, arrived at Hinata's door, only to be met by a foot that suddenly grew larger and mercilessly kicked him in the face. What are you doing? Who allowed you to sleep here? Go to the guest room. Niji had anticipated Naruto's audacity, knowing he would not settle for merely staying in the guest room. Thus, he lay in wait for him. TCH, if I'm going to sleep, I'll sleep. Naruto grumbled, rubbing his face and realizing his hopes of sleeping beside Hinata were dashed as he sulked back to the guest room. Hey, brat, wake up. Brat, are you dead asleep? Brat, Free ramen at Ichiraku. Really? Where? Naruto sprang up from his bed, saliva pooling as he scanned for the promised ramen, but found none. Nine Tails. Stop disturbing my sleep. Shut it, you little fool. It took me saying that to wake you up. What an idiot. Call me an idiot all you want, yawn. If you sleep any longer, your little wife will get taken away. Hinata? Listen closely. I don't believe you haven't sensed anything. The scent of blood. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Even the sound of water dripping from the pond was absent, and the faint stench of blood wafted through the door's crack. Naruto leaped from his bed and raced toward Hinata's room. Return Hinata to us. Ninji's furious shout echoed, and Naruto dashed into the courtyard, spotting Ninji confronting a rugged man who held a weeping Hinata. This sight ignited a furious rage within Naruto, and without hesitation, he lunged at the brute, only to be kicked back brutally. No amount of shouting will help you. This place is surrounded by a soundproof barrier. My only aim is this little girl. Comply, and you may keep your lives. The leader of the Land of Lightning's ninja cursed his luck, having silently slain so many Hyuga clan members only to be thwarted by a mere child. He wondered why this child, with a room of his own, chose to sleep outside Hinata's door. Little did he know Ninji had simply been preventing Naruto from sneaking in. Ignore him. He can't use powerful jutsu with the barrier in place. Naruto, go call for help. I will hold him off. Ninji, having seen through the leader's intentions with his Byakugan, instructed Naruto while charging forward, launching an attack with his gentle fist. Umph, you little brat, your skills are insufficient, the leader of the Land of Lightning scoffed, allowing Ninji to strike his chakra points without a care, but Ninji's chakra was repelled by the leader's overwhelming power, leaving his palms numb. Since you seek death, don't blame me for the consequences. I shall make you a subject of our research. The leader thrust his kunai toward Ninji's head, narrowly missing as Ninji evaded. But the sharp kunai sliced through the bandage on his forehead, dropping it to the ground. Oh, so you're just a branch family brat. You hold no research value. Compared to the main family, you have no future. I'll deal with you right here. The leader lost interest upon seeing the mark on Ninji's forehead. Fully aware of its implications, such a specimen would be useless to bring back. So what if I'm from the branch family? Ninji, provoked by the words that struck at his deepest pain, charged at the leader with fury. Little brat, losing your cool in battle will get you killed. The leader showed no mercy, piercing Ninji's chest with the sharpened kunai, then carelessly tossing him at Naruto's feet. Warm blood splattered onto Naruto's face as the kunai pierced through Ninji's front and down his back. Niji. Naruto hurriedly lifted Niji, only to feel his body growing colder. He wished to withdraw the kunai, but found himself powerless. Cough, protect Hinata. Niji spat out a mouthful of blood. Grasping Naruto's collar as he uttered his final words, his body gradually slackening. Niji. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment when Yagura passed away. Niji was gone, never to be seen again. That relentless adversary who had always challenged Naruto had succumbed. It was absurd. He had not yet defeated him, and had already begun to consider him a friend. Rage consumed Naruto, shattering his reason, as crimson chakra surged from within, enveloping his body, forming a crimson cloak. His azure eyes morphed into a fierce crimson, resembling the pupils of a cold-blooded beast. His nails sharpened into claws, revealing fangs, and the whiskers on his face became more pronounced, transforming him into a feral creature that roared in fury. What is wrong with this brat? The leader of the Lightning Country ninja sensed the overwhelming chakra, powerful enough to rend him asunder. Before he could react, Naruto was upon him, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow. Ah, my hand. The leader of the Lightning Country ninja could not contain his scream as he raised his defensive arm, which, after Naruto's strike, was left barely attached, swaying like a candle flickering in the wind. Roar! Die! Naruto had lost all sense of reason. The demon fox cloak extended 3 tails, pinning the leader's limbs to the ground, then pressing down upon him. With his hands clenched together, he struck down upon the leader's head. Naruto-kun. At that moment, Hinata's voice echoed in his mind. Boom. Dust and debris flew as the ground split open, Naruto's fist crashing beside the leader's head, sending shockwaves that rendered him unconscious. Hinata. Struggling to call her name, the demon fox cloak gradually receded within him. Naruto cast one last glance at Hinata, who lay motionless on the ground, having fainted. Did I unintentionally unleash my power out of rage? How intriguing. Where's this? Upon awakening from his stupor, Naruto found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, the scent of antiseptic wafting into his nostrils. Hinata, what is happening? As he attempted to leap from the hospital bed, a wave of pain coursed through his body. Calming himself, he surveyed his condition. This was no human form, but that of a mummy, entirely wrapped in white bandages save for his eyes, nose, and mouth. Naruto-kun, it's wonderful. You've finally awakened. You've been asleep for 3 days. Hinata, who had remained by his side, grasped his hand, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks, dripping warmth onto his bandaged hand. You're all right. That is splendid, but Niji. Naruto sighed in relief, only to be flooded with memories of that fateful night when Niji had perished before him. Naruto-kun, listen to me. I'm sorry, I couldn't save Niji. He died so tragically. Enough. I'm not dead. A patient in the adjacent bed, disturbed by the commotion, threw an apple at Naruto, striking him on the head. Huh? You're back to life. Does your mind only entertain the notion that I must be dead? Who told you being pierced by a kunai equates to certain death? Niji glared at Naruto, clearly displeased, explaining that he had merely suffered severe lung injuries and blood loss, which had led to his temporary state of unconsciousness. With the efforts of the medical ninjas, he would soon recover. As for Naruto, whose burns were far worse, he remained silent. But Naruto opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts. When Yagura was pierced, he died, so I assume Niji had as well. Naruto-kun, you were shouting loudly while holding on to Niji and Ii's body, weren't you? Hiki, you actually care a lot, right? Hinata giggled, covering her mouth. Who cares about that guy? Just so you know, I'm only upset that you died before I could defeat you. Dying before that is of no benefit to me. Humph. Niji ignored Naruto's indignation, turning away to pull the covers over himself, presenting his back. Naruto-kun, can you tell me what you did at that moment? Neither father nor mother has told me. You were terrifying, like a beast. What did I do? I don't know. Seeing Niji die made me furious. And the thought of you being captured made me even angrier, then. I can't remember. Ignoring Niji's insistence of I am not dead, Naruto scratched his head, troubled by the hazy memories. So, you went berserk? Regardless, I must protect Hinata. I promised Aunt Hinata. Niji is just a side note. Naruto firmly grasped Hinata's hand, his azure eyes radiating sincerity, leaving no room for jest. Under such a gaze, Hinata could only blush and nod, feeling helpless. Oh dear, what an endearing son-in-law. Just then, Hyuga Hinata and her husband, Hyuga Hizashi, entered the room, overhearing Naruto's declaration. Aunt Hinata, you're back. Yes, tell me quickly, she replied gently, nudging her husband forward. Naruto, thank you for protecting Hinata. Without you, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I acknowledge you. The usually stern Hyuga Hizashi spoke with discomfort, not due to Naruto, but because of the realization that he must relinquish his daughter. Acknowledge. So does that mean father? Naruto slowly grasped Hizashi's meaning, exclaiming in surprise. Hold on. I merely included you as a supplementary male member of the Hyuga family. Huh? Why is that? However, before that, you must fulfill 3 requirements. What? I will do it. First, become a Genin. Second, become a Chunin. Third, become a Jonin. Hyuga Hizashi's demands were excessive. Excluding the Umbu, the number of Jonin in Konoha was fewer than half. Perhaps even less, especially after the Ninetales incident had left Konoha weakened. Attaining Jonin status required not only strength, but also knowledge and judgment among other critical qualifications. Nevertheless, Hizashi believed Naruto could achieve it, having defeated a Jonin from the Lightning Country who had dared to infiltrate Konoha at just 5 years old. A remarkable feat that would never be publicly acknowledged since Naruto had merely borrowed the power of the Ninetales. Thus, the credit was transferred to the Hyuga family by the Third Hokage, while the unconscious Jonin's fate remained uncertain. Such acts of invading foreign territory to abduct individuals would likely exact a heavy toll from the Lightning Country. That's easy, super easy. Because I'm destined to become Hokage, just wait to be my father-in-law. Naruto replied without a moment's hesitation, his voice resonating confidently throughout the room. Aspirations in youth are commendable. Hyuga Hizashi looked at Naruto, whose hair peeked out from the bandages, and in the sunlight, that golden hair bore a striking resemblance to the Fourth Hokage. A pity that man had sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. Hinata, how wonderful. Hyuga Hinata embraced her daughter, nuzzling her cheek, sensing that her daughter was increasingly fond of Naruto. What are you saying? Mother, I'm not happy at all. Hinata, with a hint of defiance, rushed into her mother's embrace, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks. Ah, are you all leaving? Naruto, with tears brimming in his eyes, clutched Hinata tightly. Today, Niji was to be discharged from the hospital, and Hinata would no longer be able to accompany him daily, which was a crushing blow to his young heart. I could have been discharged long ago. I am merely staying for a few days of observation. Farewell, mummy's little mummy. You, just wait. Once I recover, I will surely give you a good thrashing. Naruto-kun, I will visit you tomorrow. Make sure to rest well. Although Hinata felt a twinge of reluctance, it was not to the extent of needing to cling to each other. After all, they were merely two innocent children, not a couple in the throes of romance. Well then, goodbye. Naruto reluctantly released Hinata, not wishing to be alone in the hospital, especially with the terrifying scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. So boring. After spending an entire afternoon in tedium, Naruto was on the verge of madness, counting the patterns on the ceiling repeatedly. Just as he contemplated sneaking out, the door suddenly swung open, revealing two familiar figures. Sasuke, Itachi, what brings you here? We heard you were injured and came to check on you. It seems quite serious, Itachi said, offering a gentle smile as he placed the dumplings he brought beside Naruto and carefully raised the upper half of his bed. Yes. They said it was a chakra burn or something. I don't quite understand, but I'm feeling much better now. You look like a mummy. I absolutely detest being called a mummy. And what of it? Naruto and Sasuke, like sworn rivals, always bickered upon meeting before resuming their playful antics. It was simply their unique way of interacting. Sasuke, I took quite some time to bring this to you. I wasn't exactly idle. Brother. Oh, did you worry about me? Don't worry, I won't die before you do. Are you cursing me to die young? Sasuke's mood soured at this, as if he were destined for an early demise. Itachi raised an eyebrow, surprised by Naruto's hurtful words. Because we are the best of friends, the best of friends would never leave the other behind. Naruto grinned foolishly, his spring-like smile washing away Sasuke's dissatisfaction. You humph. Ha ha ha, truly, Naruto. I am genuinely pleased that Sasuke has a friend like you, Itachi remarked, his heart, worn from tasks and bloodshed, warmed slightly by Naruto's smile. Shall we play a game of old maid? No cheating with your Sharingan, brother. That truly is a conundrum. The three played like children until 8 in the evening, at which point Itachi suggested it was time to head home. Are you leaving? Just a bit longer. Brother. Just a little while longer. Faced with the pleading eyes of the two like little creatures, Itachi almost relented but quickly regained his composure, gently tapping their foreheads. Forgive me, Sasuke, Naruto, but I have a mission tonight. With that, Itachi departed, swiftly whisking away the discontented Sasuke under his arm. Once again alone, Naruto returned to his state of boredom and simply closed his eyes to sleep. The sound of dripping water echoed in the sealed space. A soothing melody as Naruto waded through the knee-deep water, approaching the Kyuubi and Minato. What is it, Naruto? Minato sensed a change in Naruto. Something was different about him. Dad, I want to become stronger. Naruto lifted his head, his bright blue eyes now devoid of innocence, replaced with sharpness and determination. This was the first time he had entered the realm of the Kyuubi on his own power. Becoming stronger is arduous. Can you endure it? Yes. After experiencing so much, Naruto felt his own helplessness deeply. If only he were stronger, Neji would not have been so gravely injured, and Hinata would not have come so close to being abducted. To protect certain things, mere words were simply insufficient. Months passed after Naruto declared his desire to grow stronger, and his journey was steadily progressing under Minato's direct guidance. Though the results were less than satisfactory. No, that's not it. I told you, space-time ninjutsu must be performed with precision, as if it were an extension of your own body. There is no time for hand seals in actual combat. You must seal the moment you touch your opponent. The Kyuubi perked its ears, impatiently lifting its eyelids to observe the training session between father and son. Minato had not ceased his reprimands since they began, and Naruto offered no resistance, diligently practicing the Flying Thunder God technique as instructed. Sealing is a method to guide chakra flow and can accelerate its movement. It is not that one cannot use ninjutsu without seals. Once mastered to a certain degree, seals become unnecessary. However, very few can achieve this. The extraordinary Flying Thunder God technique requires performing without seals, which is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Minato's talent could only be described as genius. Unfortunately, Naruto had not inherited Minato's exceptional gift. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, Minato was beginning to realize Naruto's struggle. He had been practicing the hand seals for a considerable time, and his lack of aptitude was evident. Just as Minato contemplated this, Naruto fumbled the seals once again. At this rate, he would be unable to master even the Shadow Clone technique and would only be suited for the Rasengan. Naruto, focus. Minato lost his patience, shouting loudly. Startled, Naruto turned to face his father's furious expression and nodded, resuming his practice. "Kyuubi, what are you?" Before Minato could react, the tail connected to him flung him against the wall, wrapping him in a shape reminiscent of a spider's web. "Kyuubi, what's the matter?" "Nothing. Your father is a bit tired. I told him to stop training. Let us have a chat." The Kyuubi itself was uncertain of its motives. Concocting a plausible excuse, it was too noisy and affected its quality of sleep. Chat? About what? Just random chatter. Did you know? Aunt Hinata had a healthy baby girl named Hanabi. She is quite tiny and adorable. Naruto reflected for a moment before sharing some recent experiences. And the Kyuubi closed its eyes, listening to Naruto's clumsy attempts at communication. "By the way, Kyuubi, there's something I've always wanted to ask you." This room is sealed. And there's no restroom, so, is this water? I want to laugh at you. Bijou do not require restrooms. The Kyuubi took a long time to comprehend Naruto's implication, and in a fit of anger, it hurled him out of the space, marking the first time Naruto had gained the upper hand in dialogue with the Kyuubi. Alright, the little brat has left. After Naruto's departure, the Kyuubi yawned, lazily lying down and releasing Minato, wrapping its tail around him. "Kyuubi, why did you interrupt me? Don't you think you are being too harsh on that little brat?" "Impossible. I am merely training him according to the system. Haven't you realized? Look down at your reflection. This is..." Minato gazed down at the water's surface, where his once bright blue pupils mirrored Naruto's, but when it transformed into the Kyuubi's linear eyes, radiating an eerie red glow. "Your overwhelming desire for the boy to grow stronger has caused a shift in your own mindset." "No, that is not correct. I am doing this for Naruto's sake. This is your chakra." Minato covered his crimson right eye with his palm, shaking his head in anguish, unwilling to concede. Humanity has always had a penchant for shirking responsibility, and it seems you are no different. Do you expect that little brat to master any jutsu after merely observing it once? Soaring through the skies at 5 years old using your flying thunder god, defeating all adversaries? To become the second Konoha's yellow flash? I never claimed such a thing. Regardless of your thoughts, that child is merely 5. Do you truly believe he can grasp such complex jutsu? It is utterly laughable. We have far too many enemies. Minato slumped helplessly to the ground, acutely aware of his egregious mistakes. Even as the Fourth Hokage, he was merely an ordinary father, burdened with excessive expectations for his child, and plagued by the fear of that masked man appearing unannounced, which led him to train Naruto so rigorously, inadvertently causing harm. "Thank you, Ninetales. Without you, I fear that child would come to despise me." True to his legacy as Hokage, when Minato closed his eyes and reopened them, the ominous red hue vanished, replaced by a gentle blue. "With me around, that little brat is unlikely to meet an untimely end. Are you willing to assist him? Do not misunderstand. That enemy you mentioned is one I absolutely intend to eliminate." The Ninetales bared its sharp fangs, never forgetting that fateful night when a sinister Sharingan had controlled its very being. This humiliation would be repaid tenfold. "Hinata, where are you headed?" After being expelled from Naruto's body, he awoke to find Hinata on her way and decided to follow her. Ever since that abduction incident, he had gained residency rights to the Hyuga household, and Naruto could stay there at any time. As for his dream of marrying into the family and living off their fortune, he had already accomplished more than half of it. "I'm going to see my mother and Hanabi." "Oh, then let us go together." Naruto-kun, is that a toy in your hand?" Hinata inquired curiously, noticing a small balloon that had seemingly appeared in Naruto's grasp, never leaving his side. "I suppose so, it's a form of practice." Naruto concentrated, channeling chakra, causing the balloon to tremble vigorously, though it was still far from bursting. After Minato taught him the technique for the Rasengan, he had focused entirely on instructing him in the Flying Thunder God technique. "It's quite enjoyable." Hinata's eyes sparkled as she laughed, finding Naruto's earnest efforts utterly charming. "Isn't it? I think so too." The two walked and laughed, traversing the grand, opulent corridors of the Hyuga estate, until they reached a lavishly decorated room. Upon seeing Hinata, the maid bowed respectfully and ushered both of them inside. "Hinata, Naruto, you've arrived." Lying in bed, Hyuga Hanabi appeared pale, her body still weak after childbirth, yet she managed a faint smile upon seeing Hinata. "I came to see Hanabi no matter how many times I look. She is so adorable." Hinata and Naruto leaned over the crib, gazing at the tiny child swaddled within. The infant's skin was as delicate as porcelain, with slightly translucent lips revealing visible veins. The little one seemed blissfully unaware of their scrutiny, peacefully slumbering. "What if she grows up to be even cuter than you, Hinata? Huh? Wouldn't you want to change your choice of spouse?" Hyuga Hanabi smiled mischievously, hoping to tease her daughter through Naruto. Mom, Hinata exclaimed shyly, yet she too was concerned about Naruto's thoughts. What if Hanabi truly was cuter than her? Would Naruto choose her instead? Not at all. Having Hinata is enough for me. Clearly, Hinata was overthinking, as Naruto had never contemplated such matters, responding casually. Whereas father, shouldn't he be with Aunt Hanabi at this time? Looking around the spacious room, Naruto noticed the absence of the child's father, pondering whether it wasn't his place to be there. Well, he's probably busy. Hanabi's smile faded, casting a wistful glance at the infant swaddled beside her. Sighing softly, father has a tendency to favor sons. He has locked himself away, drowning in alcohol. Hinata tugged at Naruto's sleeve, whispering in his ear, liking boys more than girls. What does that mean? Aren't they all his children? Naruto, you're still too young to understand. As the head of the main branch, having no male heir invites scorn. It has always been customary for a boy to inherit the family legacy. Hanabi shook her head, aware of Hyuga Hayashi's frustration, yet unsure of whom to be angry with, resorting to drinking as an outlet. Is that why he is not here for Aunt Hanabi? I cannot accept this. Naruto, where are you going? Ignoring Hinata's calls, Naruto dashed out of the room, navigating through obstacles until he burst into the study of the Hyuga family. In the Hyuga study, Hyuga Hayashi typically conducted his affairs, but today, the atmosphere was vastly different. The sin of books was overwhelmed by the potent aroma of alcohol as he consumed drink after drink. Who let you in here? Hayashi glared at Naruto, his words laced with the strong smell of liquor. Why aren't you with Aunt Hanabi and Hanabi? Naruto, not expecting Hayashi's temper, knocked over the low table in front of him, furiously demanding answers. I'm too busy. Busy drinking? Is this what it means to be a man? What do you know, you little brat? Hanabi's body is no longer fit for childbirth. As the dignified head of the Hyuga family, how can I hold my head high without a male heir? The more Hayashi drank, the more despondent he became, pouring another glass. Cough, cough. How should I know what you intend to do? All I know is that Aunt Hanabi is lonely, and when she needs you most, you're here drinking. And Hanabi, simply because of such a trivial reason, cannot even see her father. Don't you find that pitiful? Naruto snatched the bottle from Hayashi's hand, enduring the sharp taste as he downed it in one go, raising his voice in protest. If you like boys so much, then I'll have 10 or 20 with Hinata and send them all to you. You scoundrel, degenerate, regressing amoeba. You little brat, you're drunk. Hayashi, surprisingly more sober, gazed at the brash child with incredulity. I'm not drunk. I'll have 10 or 20 with Hinata, and if you prefer boys, you can raise them all. Is that satisfactory? Naruto, under the influence of alcohol, was oblivious to his own words, collapsing onto the floor and drifting into a deep slumber. To be scolded by a child in such a manner, what a farce for a family head like me. Watching Naruto lying on the ground, Hayashi felt more lucid than before. He casually used chakra to dispel the effects of the alcohol. As the head of the family, no one dared to criticize him. Not even Hayashi's brother, who could only hint at his grievances. It was a first to be openly scolded like this. What a remarkable child. So incensed on behalf of others, such a fool, yet an endearing one. In the aftermath, it took Hanabi quite some time to inquire about her husband's sudden change in demeanor, and upon learning the reason from Hayashi's dissatisfaction, she found herself even fonder of Naruto, her future son-in-law. Heat. Scorching heat. It felt as though he were placed upon a barbecue grill, flames enveloping Naruto's body, awakening him in a sweat-drenched panic. Naruto glanced at his own body, feeling the source of warmth emanating from the seal on his abdomen. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Kyubi, what is wrong? As he entered the inner realm, a wave of heat enveloped him, causing the water beneath him to bubble. The Kyubi's fur bristled, and its tail lashed about like a whip, while Minato desperately tried to calm it down, to no avail. He sensed it, the ominous chakra, the power of the cursed clan. The Kyubi grit its teeth, enduring the primal instincts raging within. That familiar power, the potent Sharingan capable of controlling even-tailed beasts, was now unleashed. Countless Sharingan flickered open, and the air was thick with chaotic chakra, inciting an inexplicable fury within the Kyubi. What are you talking about? Kid, get up and head to the Uchiha clan. Is Sasuke in danger? Obediently, Naruto leaped out of the window, swiftly crossing several streets until he arrived at the Uchiha residence. Something felt amiss. It was eerily quiet. Standing before the majestic gates of the Uchiha clan, known as the foremost clan of Konoha, he expected to see guards on duty, yet the entrance was deserted. Anxiously, He pushed open the door adorned with the fan emblem. What is happening? Naruto was taken aback by the sight before him. The once pristine Uchiha household lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere, weapons and armor shattered, the remnants of a fierce battle evident. Lifeless bodies with unblinking crimson eyes seemed to bear witness to their tragic demise. Damn it, Sasuke! Sasuke! This was the first time Naruto had experienced such a hellish scene. After regaining his composure, he sprinted towards Sasuke's home. Sasuke's house was intact, devoid of any signs of conflict, which momentarily relieved Naruto. Calling out for Sasuke yielded no response, compelling him to climb through a window into the courtyard. Heart racing, he pushed open the sliding door to the living room. Sasuke, you're all right. Thank goodness. The first thing Naruto noticed was Sasuke slumped against a wall, his Sharingan glowing ominously. He had clearly awakened his bloodline limit. However, before Naruto could celebrate, he spotted two lifeless bodies on the floor, causing his heart to plummet. What on earth happened? He checked. But both of Sasuke's parents had ceased to breathe. Despite Naruto's desperate calls, Sasuke remained unresponsive, realizing the danger of lingering. Naruto quickly lifted Sasuke's limp form and draped him over his shoulder, fleeing the Uchiha residence. Is anyone there? Please help. As he carried Sasuke through the desolate streets, his cries for help echoed unanswered. Stop shouting. No one will hear you. A chilling voice interrupted. And Naruto looked up in shock to see Itachi perched atop a telephone pole, his emotionless Sharingan piercing into Naruto's heart, freezing his legs in place. Itachi, where have you been? The Uchiha clan, Uncle Fugaku, and Aunt Mikoto, they're all dead. I know, for I was the one who did it. Naruto's words were abruptly cut off as Itachi glanced at Sasuke, slumped on Naruto's shoulder, the last trace of warmth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an icy demeanor. This is not a joke. This is no laughing matter. Naruto's expression stiffened, shaking his head in denial of Itachi's words. What you see is an illusion. I did this to test the Uchiha clan's worth. As you witnessed, they were slaughtered without resistance. The Uchiha's power is so feeble. Itachi leaped down from the pole, his words chilling as he stood before Naruto, coldly stating his intent. Ah! Sasuke's eyes regained a glimmer of life. Seeing Itachi before him, he charged forward. But his small frame was effortlessly lifted by Itachi's single hand around his neck. My foolish little brother, hate me instead. Only through hatred can you grow stronger. Stop. Let him go. Seeing his best friend threatened, Naruto furiously wrested Sasuke from Itachi's grasp, shielding him behind himself. The power of the Kyuubi? Naruto, your hatred is insufficient. That is why your strength is so weak. I refuse to believe that the gentle Itachi would do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. Please, tell me. Naruto struggled to suppress the tailed beast's chakra surging within him, his eyes flickering between blue and red, anguish evident on his face. What can you do with the words you speak? Everything is merely your delusion. The Uchiha are a cursed clan, willing to turn against their own for power. Do you see these eyes? They awaken only when the one you love most dies. Itachi's gaze bore into Naruto's, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning rapidly, merging into a pinwheel that danced in his eyes. In the end, you are still just a child. Itachi approached the immobilized Naruto, whose Kyuubi could not resist the Mangekyou Sharingan, let alone a mere child. After pushing Naruto aside, he left Sasuke vulnerable, bloodied by the massacre of their kin. What thoughts swirled in Sasuke's innocent eyes as he beheld his brother drenched in the blood of their clan? Let go of Sasuke. A gust of wind rushed by as Itachi deftly evaded Naruto's attack, leaving a gash on Naruto's arm from his sharp claws. The pain jolted him into clarity. Naruto, why go to such lengths for Sasuke? Because he is my friend. You are still too weak. A fleeting smile graced Itachi's lips, vanishing almost instantly. The man who thought he would never smile again was momentarily touched by Naruto's words, revealing a glimpse of warmth before delivering a punch to Naruto's abdomen. Forget it. Such feelings will bring you no benefit. As Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness, Itachi's eyes met his one last time, rewriting all memories connected to the Uchiha clan. This was the only act of kindness he could extend to his brother's friend. Sasuke's hatred had already taken root, and driven by this hatred, he might harm Naruto in pursuit of power. Itachi altered Sasuke's memories of Naruto to reflect that his best friend had been killed by his own hand. Yet, Itachi was still too young. Even stripped of memory, the bond between the two would not be severed, but would instead resurface years later. Why am I asleep at my doorstep? Did I train too long? When Naruto awoke, he found himself lying at his front door, oblivious. He opened the door and climbed back into bed to continue sleeping. The next day, news of the Uchiha massacre spread throughout Konoha. While dining at the Hyuga household, Naruto froze upon hearing the news, his chopsticks slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Do you know someone from the Uchiha clan? Hinata picked up the chopsticks and wiped them with her handkerchief, her concern evident. No, I don't know anyone from that clan, just, it feels sad. Naruto scratched his head, but in that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it had been gripped by a vice, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving him to ponder if it had been an illusion. Yes, an entire family wiped out overnight. May the deceased rest in peace. Hinata clasped her hands together in prayer for the deceased, and upon witnessing her, Naruto mimicked her gesture. How gentle Hinata truly is. By the way, Naruto-kun, we have reached the age for school. Shall we attend the Ninja Academy together? Yes, indeed. The Ninja Academy is the first step towards becoming Hokage, isn't it? Let us strive together. Naruto expressed his anticipation about the kind of individuals they might encounter at the academy, suddenly envisioning a fleeting image of a dark-haired boy. On a tangential note, had it not been for Itachi and Shirsue's benevolence, the Uchiha clan's rebellion might have had a significant chance of success. Uchiha Fugaku had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, and if Shirsue had not intervened to thwart the coup using Kodoa Mitsukami, he would not have lost his eye to Danzo. This scenario would have granted the Uchiha clan 3 Manjiki Sharingan, and considering the circumstances, how many within Konoha could withstand 3 Susanoo? Furthermore, the Manjiki has the potential to control the Nine Tails. In a vision from Itachi's teachings, Uchiha Fugaku imagined seizing Naruto to unseal and control the Nine Tails. The Susanoo of the Nine Tails would undoubtedly be sufficient to obliterate Konoha, but such a fierce conflict would plunge the village into despair. After the Uchiha seized power, they would likely be swiftly eradicated by the 4 great nations. In the wake of the Uchiha incident, a few months had passed, and the villagers gradually began to forget, as such matters pertained to a prominent family and had little impact on their daily lives. Coupled with the information control from Konoha's higher-ups, the incident became little more than idle chatter during meals. Well then, boss, I shall take my leave. I will return once school is on break. Naruto lit a stick of incense before a photograph of Tsukigakure, whose death had been rumored to be the work of thieves. He took on the responsibility of the grocery store, although that arrangement was set to expire today, and as he closed the door, the last rays of sunlight in the room vanished. Hinata, I apologize for the wait. Stepping out of the grocery store, he was greeted by Hinata, who stood eagerly at the entrance. The feeling of having someone waiting for him evoked a gentle warmth within Naruto, causing a smile to grace his lips. It's all right, Naruto-kun. Are you happy? Hinata inquired, shaking her head as she took hold of Naruto's hand. She noticed the smile at the corner of his mouth, blissfully unaware of the events surrounding them, only knowing that today was a day to commemorate Naruto's boss. I just remembered something. Naruto-kun, won't you stay at my house? Hinata gently tugged at his hand, as tomorrow they would embark on their journey into the Ninja Academy, which lay at the heart of Konoha, far from their secluded corner. Naruto, however, declined her invitation. No need. The Third Hokage helped me buy a house near the school. I often visiting the Hyuga household would only cause you trouble. Although the Hyuga clan did not mind Naruto's status, there were still some servants who feared him, resulting in several resignations due to his presence. That's not true. They simply do not understand you, Naruto-kun. You are so gentle, so strong. How could you possibly be a monster? Hinata tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, understanding his sentiments, and her heart ached for him. It's not as good as you say, she insisted. I will always remember that night, when you fought so fiercely to protect me and Niji and I. In my heart, you have always been a hero. Yes. Naruto seemed taken aback by Hinata's unwavering belief in him. Upon seeing the steadfast determination in her eyes, he unexpectedly covered his face, stammering. Huh? Naruto-kun, are you shy? Hinata paused, astonished, as if she had discovered a new world. Reflecting on past moments where she had blushed and fainted from Naruto's words and actions, she felt an overwhelming joy to see him flustered today. No, that is impossible. Naruto vehemently denied, yet Hinata still caught a hint of crimson on his cheeks, prompting her to giggle softly. You've probably been seen as a monster since childhood, right? Though unsure why Hinata asked, Naruto nodded in agreement. Everyone only hears rumors and doesn't know what makes Naruto-kun different. You appear no different from anyone else. I, however, am different. My Byakugan is visible. Unlike the Uchiha clan's ability to deactivate their eyes, whenever I step outside, I am often regarded as an oddity, which has made me increasingly averse to leaving home. Hinata touched her eyes, acknowledging the troubles her innate Byakugan had caused her. Without Naruto, she might have remained hidden away at home. But you, Naruto-kun, have transformed me. Despite being loathed by others, you worked hard to earn their acceptance. The gazes from the people on this street no longer reflect the view of a monster. You, who achieved that, shine the brightest. Ah, I've rambled on too much. Haven Ti? Hinata suddenly realized she had spoken excessively, fearing she might have bored Naruto, and reverted to her shy demeanor. Not at all. It brings me joy to hear your heartfelt thoughts. Even though I wish to continue listening, we have arrived. Naruto released Hinata's hand, having unknowingly reached his new home, a modest apartment, with his room merely on the second floor. Have we arrived? We spoke for so long. Shall we go inside? Hinata nodded, following Naruto up to the second floor. Upon opening the door, she observed the sparse furnishings within. It was small, very small, comprising only a bed, a wardrobe, a short table, and a bathroom. The limited space was cluttered with several cardboard boxes, making Hinata's own home bathroom seem more spacious by comparison. Everything has already been moved in. There really isn't much to bring. The boxes contain Naruto's belongings, a few changes of clothes, some ninja tools, and a couple of scrolls, his entire worldly possessions. Perhaps feeling the cramped quarters, Hinata hesitated to enter, prompting Naruto to bend down and shift the boxes aside. I'll help. Not wishing to merely stand by and watch Naruto tidy up, Hinata eagerly squeezed into the room to assist, causing the already small space to feel even more congested. In her clumsiness, she accidentally bumped into a box and toppled over onto Naruto. I'll get up right away. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she found herself atop Naruto, feeling embarrassed as she prepared to rise. However, before she could do so, she felt a gentle brush against her lips, leaving her bewildered as she looked at Naruto in confusion. Chew. This time, it was louder and more direct. Naruto's lips had softly grazed Hinata's, then parted. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata's eyes transformed into spirals of shyness, her forehead steaming as she struggled to comprehend her feelings. Kissing. I've seen couples do this on the street, but it didn't feel like much. Naruto curiously touched his lips, only noticing that Hinata's lips felt soft and jelly-like, without any further thoughts. Irika Yumino, who had often fantasized about encountering Naruto, hurried to his residence, yearning to provide warmth and care to the child who had endured countless cold stares. This feeling of shared sorrow quickened his pace as he approached Naruto's abode. But what on earth is happening? Irika stood outside Naruto's door, bewildered, clutching his head in confusion. He had made a mistake by opening the door without knocking. He only intended to check if Naruto was home. But what did he just witness? A young girl was lying on top of Naruto, who happened to be kissing her softly. Oh. Surely I must have entered the room incorrectly. Naruto must be crying in the corner, Irika thought. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door once more, only to find Naruto lifting his head, planting another kiss on the girl's lips. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Irika exclaimed in shock. Who are you? The girl whimpered, her embarrassment reaching its peak upon seeing a stranger. Overwhelmed, she pushed past Irika and dashed out of Naruto's home. Naruto, I truly misjudged you. Just because you were bullied as a child doesn't give you the right to behave like this. You're still so young. If this continues, you'll grow into a scoundrel who deceives girls. Irika's frustration deepened as he grabbed Naruto by the collar, trying to impart some wisdom. What are you saying? Naruto, although he could understand the language of the Land of Fire, was utterly confused, staring blankly at him. In any case, you need to apologize to that girl. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Irika Yumino, and I will be your teacher starting tomorrow. Teacher, Irika-sensei? Naruto glared at the young man, whose scarred face did not display the usual animosity others held towards him. Although Irika was angry, it seemed more akin to disappointment one would feel towards a younger sibling. Not only will I teach you academic subjects, but I will also guide you on how to be a decent person. You absolutely must not bully girls, understand? Irika sat heavily on the floor, his disappointment in Naruto palpable. Yet, upon reflecting on Naruto's tragic upbringing, he felt a twinge of sympathy, softening his serious demeanor. Oh, what does it mean to bully girls? It's what you just did, the kissing. Irika awkwardly attempted to clarify, suddenly feeling inadequate when comparing his own experience, being in his 20s and never even holding a girl's hand, against Naruto, who could already kiss girls at such a tender age. So, everyone on the street is bullying girls? Cough, not quite. If that girl were your girlfriend, then it would be acceptable. But we aren't a couple, right? Perhaps she could be your fiancé? Naruto pondered, using his limited vocabulary. Irika, the single man, felt a wave of emotional pain wash over him. Today is the entrance ceremony. Classes will commence tomorrow. How about everyone introduces themselves? Irika stood at the front of the classroom, gazing at the students, but unfortunately, after making this announcement, no one paid him any mind. The classroom was eerily silent, leaving the young teacher feeling quite lost. Naruto, you go first. With no other choice, Irika decided to call upon Naruto, the only student he was somewhat familiar with. No problem, Naruto exclaimed, leaping from his seat beside Hinata. Bounding over the desks to the blackboard, where he boldly wrote his name. Uzumaki Naruto, my favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. My dream is to become Hokage. And my life goal is to marry into the Hyuga clan. After Naruto completed his introduction, the classroom fell into a profound silence, followed by a wave of laughter. He said he wants to marry into that family. Hilarious. Becoming Hokage and marrying into the family. What a contradiction. Is he a fool? The classmates unleashed their mockery upon Naruto. Yet he remained unfazed, maintaining a natural smile. Naruto, come down. Hinata blushed from her seat as several girls began glancing her way. Next, Irika, now visibly annoyed, sent Naruto back to his seat, but thankfully, the atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably, allowing the other students to begin their introductions. Nara Shikamaru, don't bother me with trivial matters, and especially don't come to me with major ones. My dream is to live a life of tranquility every day. Akimichi Choji, I love barbecue from Konoha. My dream is to be submerged in a sea of barbecue. And I'm not fat, I'm just more robust. Inazuka Kiba, my favorite thing is Akamaru, and my least favorite is felines. I will strive to become Hokage too. Uzumaki Naruto, bring it on. Yamanaka Ino, I adore flowers. If you provoke me, be wary of your health. Haruno Sakura, I love. Glancing at a certain blue-clad boy, sweets. I don't particularly dislike anything. When I grow up, I aspire to be a strong woman. Hyuga Hinata, my favorite thing is looking at Naruto, and my dream is to become someone worthy of standing beside the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke. Once Sasuke concluded his introduction, the chatter among the students ceased, and they regarded him with less than friendly glances. As the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had always attracted attention, and now, being in the Ninja Academy, he was finally within reach of his peers. Well then, since everyone has introduced themselves, please take your textbooks and head home. Remember to come to class tomorrow. Irika, aware of some details regarding Sasuke, intended to ease the tension but was interrupted by an urgent message, which caused him to hastily exit the classroom. Sasuke, Haven T we met before? Before Sasuke could return to his seat, Naruto turned to him, feeling an inexplicable urge to provoke a quarrel. Who would want to meet you? Brat? Sasuke had been keeping tabs on Naruto as well, but he was better at suppressing his emotions. Now, provoked by Naruto, he could no longer hold back. Aren't you just a brat too? Want to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Both Naruto and Sasuke wore expressions of anger, glaring fiercely at one another, their eyes igniting with intensity. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. Sasuke was currently standing in the aisle. The class is over. What should I have for dinner tonight? Choji, with his round figure, stood up, oblivious to the chaos, and collided forcefully into Sasuke's back. Oh, I'm so sorry. Choji realized he had bumped into someone, and the impact caused Sasuke to stumble toward Naruto's desk. The world fell silent. Hinata, who had been trying to calm Naruto, fell silent. Sakura, who had been discussing handsome boys with Ino, ceased her chatter. Shikamaru, caught mid-yawn, stifled it back. All eyes shifted to the unexpected encounter between Naruto and Sasuke. Ah, Sakura screamed, her mind racing. Under any circumstance, Sasuke's first kiss should belong to her. How could it have turned out this way? Why was her initial kiss stolen by a boy? Ugh. Both Sasuke and Naruto recoiled, hastily dropping to the floor, retching in disbelief. I'll kill you. I swear I will. That is my line. How could I be kissed by another man? This is revolting. At that moment, the only one feeling relieved was likely Hinata, her face flushed as she recalled the previous day's events. At least Naruto's first kiss was preserved. A few months later, Naruto had become quite familiar with the school environment. Some regarded him as a monster, while others did not, allowing him to make a number of friends. Even Choji was willing to share a chip with him, though this did not extend to Sasuke. Today, during physical education, they were practicing martial arts, and Irika asked if anyone was willing to step up for a sparring match. Just as Irika braced himself for the likelihood of being ignored, two individuals emerged from the crowd and confidently stepped into the ring. Naruto, Are you going to spar with Sasuke? Yeah, prepare to meet your demise, Sasuke. I intend to repay you for that humiliation. Bold words for someone at the bottom of the class, Sasuke retorted disdainfully, glancing at Naruto. Compared to his own perfect scores, Naruto's abysmal academic performance placed him firmly at the bottom. Let us see how it feels to be defeated by the underdog. Ouch. What was that for, Iruka-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, having been struck on the head by Iruka's fist as he charged forward. Rubbing the sore spot, he grumbled in discontent. Do you not remember what to do before sparring? All right, let us get on with it. Naruto reluctantly stepped up to Sasuke, extending 2 fingers to perform a friendly gesture. Begin. With Iruka's command, Naruto surged toward Sasuke. Just as he raised his fist, he found Sasuke right in front of him. Sasuke seized Naruto's collar and tripped him with a swift kick to the heel, causing Naruto to lose his balance and fall, his vision filled with Sasuke's approaching fist. Winning against you doesn't even require martial arts, Sasuke thought, intending to deliver a punch that would surely break Naruto's nose. However, he halted, his fist hovering just before Naruto's face, a fleeting pang of compassion washing over him, a reluctance to inflict harm. The victor is clear, Iruka finally interjected, having observed that, while it might not be apparent to an inexperienced observer, Sasuke's speed was on par with that of a typical genin. All right, I know you're not satisfied. Keep striving for improvement, and here, the sign of reconciliation, Iruka said, patting Naruto's head in consolation. Naruto, caught off guard by his swift defeat, hung his head in dismay. Yes, but Iruka was mistaken. Naruto was not disheartened. Instead, he feigned a reconciliation sign, and at the moment their hands met, he seized Sasuke's collar. Sasuke, however, had anticipated this move, grabbing Naruto's collar in return, and they both tumbled to the ground in a tussle. Naruto, you scoundrel. Heh, all's fair in love and war. Didn't you learn that? Who gave you the confidence to think you could win by ambushing me? Ouch, you're hitting my face. After class, Naruto slumped on a bench in the playground, his face bruised and battered. Hinata gently applied ointment to his wounds, which made him wince in pain. You deserve it. Who told you to ambush Sasuke and then get hit by Iruka-sensei? Hinata playfully poked at Naruto's injuries, causing him even more discomfort, and he complained about her teasing. Don't underestimate me. I did manage to hit Sasuke. Naruto-kun, why do you dislike Sasuke so much? You can get along with everyone else, but not with him? Hinata, perplexed, acknowledged Naruto's gentle nature but observed how he always seemed to provoke Sasuke, almost as if he were trying to be mischievous. I don't know. Every time I see him, I feel this strange sense of familiarity, as if I can't just ignore him. That guy probably has no friends at school. Then why do you keep bothering him? Well, even though we argue every day, I can tell Sasuke enjoys it too. I don't quite understand your relationship. Oh, school us out. Hinata, you should head home. I'm going for a walk, Naruto said, stretching as he heard the dismissal bell, grabbing the ointment Hinata had given him and running off. Hinata, I wanted to ask you to join me for dinner. Though he claimed to be taking a stroll, Naruto purposefully made his way to the lakeside of Konoha, where he indeed found Sasuke, sitting on a short bridge, deep in thought. Sasuke sensed his presence and turned to look at him. This was the very spot where they had first played together, catching loaches. Humph. Noting Sasuke's gaze, Naruto scoffed, turning his head away and quickening his pace. TCH, Sasuke, irritated by Naruto's attitude, touched his cheek where Naruto's fist had grazed him. Statistically, for every 3 hits he landed on Naruto, he only received 1 in return, yet it still hurt. A small round box rolled to Sasuke's feet, catching his attention. It bore the medical emblem of Konoha. Upon opening it, he discovered fragrant ointment inside. Humph, heh. Beneath the setting sun, both boys simultaneously broke into smiles of delight. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Naruto had matured from a mere child into a commendable young man. Ugh, I'm so tired. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, Naruto trudged to school alongside Hinata, yawning continuously, his steps unsteady as if he had been fighting all night. Naruto-kun, today is the graduation exam. Did you not sleep well last night? At 12, Hinata had blossomed into a graceful young lady, her height nearly matching Naruto's. She gently tidied his disheveled collar and wiped away the tears that had formed in the corners of his eyes from yawning. No, I practiced all night. After 6 years of training, Naruto's spiral technique was beginning to take shape. Aside from a slightly slow technique, it was nearly flawless. Last night, Minato had instructed Naruto to place flying thunder god marks around Konoha for a test flight. The results were predictable, if learning the flying thunder god technique were that easy. Konoha would have long dominated the ninja world. Be careful during the exam. Don't mess up the hand signs. Don't worry. I've mastered these basic ninjutsu taught at school. It poses no challenge for me. Hinata, just wait for me to become a genin. And then I'll change my name. That S still 2 ranks away, you fool. Hinata understood the meaning behind Naruto's intended name change and playfully stuck her tongue out before dashing into the school. Being so lovey-dovey so early in the morning. A languid voice interrupted as the Ino Shikacho trio arrived at the school entrance, Shikamaru leading the way, looking utterly unenthusiastic. Shikamaru, up so early? Ah. I didn't want to get up this early either. That woman at home is such a hassle. By the way, today's exam is the shadow clone technique. Do you have any problems with it? Shadow clone technique? Probably, maybe, no problem. Naruto's gaze drifted as he felt a pang of anxiety. If it had been the transformation technique, he would have been fine, but shadow clone was his weak point. Well, good luck then. Shikamaru patted Naruto on the shoulder and went on to say a few words about not slacking off after becoming a genin before heading into the school. Bang, bang, bang. The classroom echoed with the sounds of disappearing clones as Naruto's classmates completed their assessments, earning their Konoha ninja headbands. Naruto, it's your turn. Iruka, aware of Naruto's difficulties with the shadow clone technique, had deliberately placed him at the end of the line. Shadow clone technique. Hinata watched intently. Fully aware that she could not afford to be embarrassed or fail, Naruto clasped his hands together, exerting his utmost effort to create a shadow clone. However, the more nervous he became, the more he forgot crucial details, leading to a botched hand sign. A disfigured clone appeared on the ground. Unqualified. Iruka stared at the lifeless clone for a moment before roaring and marking the results with a failing grade. Iruka-sensei, please give me another chance. It's just that Naruto-kun made a mistake with the hand signs. I am certain he can do it properly if given another shot. Another examiner, Mizuki, seemed sympathetic to Naruto's plight and interceded on his behalf. No, in real combat, enemies do not grant second chances. This concerns Naruto's life. I cannot gamble with your safety. Iruka firmly rejected the appeal, emphasizing that this was no game, but a life-or-death ninjutsu. A ninja who cannot effectively use the shadow clone technique significantly increases their mortality rate. Naruto, facing Hinata's desire to comfort him, was at a loss for expression. Gritting his teeth, he turned and leaped out the window, disappearing from her sight. Meanwhile, Mizuki wore a triumphant grin. Lying on his rooftop, Naruto gazed at the blue sky, lost in thought until a shadow obscured the sunlight. Mizuki, with a gentle smile, appeared in his line of vision. Naruto, you're upset about failing the exam, aren't you? It's all right, keep trying. No, it's not that I'm upset. I feel utterly humiliated. I boasted in front of Hinata, and now I have no face to show her. The memory of his words from that morning made Naruto's face flush with embarrassment. He had made a fool of himself after all. Is that so? Mizuki's smile faltered, not aligning with his expectations. Moreover, I promised Hinata's parents I would become a jonin to marry into their family, but I failed at the first step. What if someone else takes Hinata away? My future feels bleak. I really don't know what to do with you. Have you ever heard of the Book of Seals? The Book of Seals? That sounds familiar. Naruto recalled hearing of it from Orochimaru, who dismissed it as useless. This led Naruto to believe the book held no value, making him susceptible to Mizuki's deception regarding its potential. As night fell, the villagers of Konoha were deep in slumber, and a small figure stealthily infiltrated the home of the Third Hokage. The Book of Seals, the Book of Seals. Naruto crept through the Third Hokage's house, convinced that, according to Mizuki, it should be hidden in the study. While he was contemplating the layout of the house, he unexpectedly collided with a small boy in pajamas, who stared at Naruto for 3 seconds before opening his mouth. Sure, I'm not a bad person. Naruto quickly covered Konohamaru's mouth and pulled him into the shadows. Let go of me. I am the grandson of the Third Hokage. Are you trying to get yourself killed? As the grandson of a prominent figure, Konohamaru had a knack for dropping his grandfather's name, but Naruto was too focused on his mission to care. Who cares about you? Don't hinder my task. Task? So you are a ninja? Not yet, but I will be once I complete this mission. Oh, I see. This must be a test from Grandpa. You're quite clever. Little one. That's correct. As long as I acquire the Third Hokage's Book of Seals, I will succeed. No. Grandpa is very strong. It's impossible to take anything from him. How would you know unless you try? Watch me. Fine, if you can take the Book of Seals from Grandpa. I will acknowledge you as my older brother. Go away, I don't want that. The two of them stealthily approached the study door. With Konohamaru's assistance, Naruto bypassed the need to unlock it, which pleased him greatly. Oh, I found it. Following Mizuki's instructions, Naruto pulled a book from the shelf, causing the ground to crack open, revealing a scroll roughly his height. Naruto, what are you doing in my house? Before Naruto could revel in his discovery, a gentle voice startled him. The third Hokage had appeared like a ghost behind him. Harem Jutsu. Naruto swiftly turned and executed the complete version of the technique, summoning a voluptuous blonde beauty into the air. The third Hokage instantly turned pale and fainted, blood spurting from his nose. Ha ha ha, that was too easy. Naruto laughed maniacally as he hoisted the Book of Seals and departed the third Hokage's residence, heading to the agreed location. Big brother. Konohamaru gazed at his grandfather lying unconscious, feeling a genuine sense of awe for the first time. Perhaps he was too young to understand that Naruto had not bested the third Hokage through strength but rather through hormones. Let me see. Shadow Clone Jutsu? Why does it start with this useless technique? No wonder Uncle Snake says this book is worthless. Let's see. Impure World Reincarnation. I've already learned that. Flying Thunder God. Can this even be learned? Squatting on the ground, Naruto eagerly opened the Book of Seals, only to find that his knowledge allowed him to comprehend merely 3 techniques, 2 of which required prior instruction, dampening his enthusiasm. This shadow clone technique seems rather simple. Just one hand sign. Unwilling to give up, Naruto resumed studying the Book of Seals, discovering that the shadow clone technique was incredibly easy to learn, completely disregarding the warnings that followed. 1 hour later, Naruto, can you explain what you were doing? Irika's brow twitched as he finally located Naruto, who was sprawled on the ground, seemingly oblivious. I'm taking an exam, Irika-sensei. Can I have my forehead protector now? Exam? What are you talking about? Mizuki-sensei gave me a retest. If I present the Book of Seals, I will pass. Mizuki? This is dangerous. Irika suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and a menacing aura approached from behind, pushing Naruto aside, while several shuriken struck his body. I never thought you would find your way here, Irika. Irika coughed up warm blood, glaring at Mizuki, who emerged from the shadows. What do you want? What do I want? To eliminate this brat and use the jutsu from the Book of Seals to become the world's strongest ninja. Irika-sensei, even Naruto, who had been oblivious, realized he had been manipulated. He wanted to help Irika but was halted by a sharp command. Don't come any closer. You need to run and find the third Hokage. How laughable. Do you think a little brat can escape from my grasp? Mizuki calmly regarded Irika, knowing that even though he was only a chunin, defeating someone who wasn't Appos, even a genin, would be trivial. Speaking of which, Naruto, you may not know this. Know what? Be quiet, Don and Appos. Say it. 12 years ago, the Nine-Tails attacked Konoha, and it happened to be the year you were born. Have you never wondered why the villagers despise you so much? Mizuki unsheathed a wind shuriken from his back, preparing to strike Naruto down while he was distracted, revealing his intention behind the verbal assault. Mizuki. Irika yanked the shuriken from his body in fury and charged at Mizuki but was swiftly kicked back. Indeed, you are the Nine-Tails. The foul creature that has taken your form, the wretched beastly fox that nearly brought ruin to Konoha. As Mizuki spoke with increasing fervor, recalling his childhood when he narrowly escaped the Nine-Tails' wrath, his heart brimmed with deep-seated animosity towards the beast. Just then, Naruto, who was supposed to be beside Irika, suddenly vanished, only for a fist to expand in his vision before a sharp pain struck his cheek, sending him flying. What nonsense are you spouting about monsters to someone else's friend? Naruto retracted his fist, glaring at Mizuki in a fury. Hey, Naruto, do you even know the Nine-Tails resides within you? Irika's expression soured. As he was not a jinchuriki, he was unaware that Naruto could communicate with the Nine-Tails, and it seemed they had a rather amicable relationship. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold, he thought frantically. Of course I know. He is my dearest friend and shall never be insulted. Such was Naruto's character. While he could laugh off insults directed at himself, he would not tolerate any affront to his friends. Haha, I see now. It was foolish of me to worry. You've always had Hinata by your side. How could you possibly resemble a demon fox? You are simply Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Mizuki, seething with malice, returned from where he had been knocked back, his aura thick with murderous intent. Naruto's furious blow had even knocked out one of his teeth. Not only did you use me, but you also insulted my friend. Are you prepared to be thoroughly beaten? What can a mere child do? Mizuki scoffed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, chakra surging forth, instantly filling the small grove with his clones. The sheer number of clones, over 1,000, was astonishing. Was this truly the once inept Naruto? Iruka stood in awe, counting the clones, each one a testament to the vast reservoir of chakra required for such a feat. This is impossible. Everyone, do not hold back. Naruto disregarded Mizuki and Appo's psychological scars, commanding his shadow clones like a pack of wolves descending upon him. Naruto, congratulations, you have passed. From today onward, you are a ninja. Iruka's eyes glistened with pride. The mischievous child he had nurtured was finally ready to stand on his own. He removed his forehead protector and handed it to Naruto. Fantastic. One step closer to my goal of becoming a great ninja. While he had initially hesitated about the path ahead, he thought, if possible, let's first get me to the hospital before celebrating. Iruka-sensei, is it true what Mizuki-sensei said about the Nine Tails? Naruto's serious voice resonated within the ceiling space. What do you mean? Did you truly attack the village? Intending to destroy Konoha? If my nature were truly as fierce and bloodthirsty as you suggest, what would you do? The Nine Tails scrutinized Naruto, searching for any sign of disdain or revulsion in his eyes, yet found none. Naruto's gaze remained pure and untainted. In that case, I shall bear your hatred. After all, the villagers believe I am you. It matters not. TCH, I was controlled back then. It was never my intention to assault Konoha. I see. That makes sense. I always felt you weren't truly a villain. You little brat, I'm tired of seeing you. The Nine Tails expelled Naruto from the ceiling space, fearing that if this continued, he might become infected with the boy's spirit. Heh, Nine Tails, are you feeling shy? Those words from Naruto were quite touching. Minato suddenly appeared, having witnessed Naruto and Appo's outburst against the Nine Tails. Connected to the Nine Tails and Appo's chakra, he could sense its emotions, and the expression on his face was almost comical. Go die? The Nine Tails, in a fit of rage, ensnared Minato with its tail and slammed him to the ground repeatedly. 1, 2, 3. After an unknown number of strikes, the Nine Tails finally relented when Minato conceded. That child has finally become an exceptional ninja. Oh, Kushina, our son has become a remarkable ninja. Enough of the tears. Minato's emotions fluctuated wildly, and upon witnessing Naruto's accomplishments, he began to weep again, driving the Nine Tails to the brink of madness. Kushina, I miss you. The Nine Tails began to reminisce about its days residing within Kushina, a time when it was free from the incessant annoyances of this foolish father-son duo. Let go of me. Let go of me, you fool Iruka. Naruto clung to the door frame like a gecko, his lower body cradled in Iruka's embrace as the teacher struggled to pry him loose. Naruto, stop messing around. The group assignments aren't decided by me. Your antics are futile. Iruka tugged, yet Naruto's strength was overwhelming, threatening to rip the door off its hinges. Quit your whining and put me in a group with Hinata. Today, Naruto learned that the graduating genin would be grouped into teams of 3 for a second assessment by the Jonin, but he found himself paired with Sakura and Sasuke. It wasn't that he disliked them, but he longed to be with Hinata. But I didn't assign the groups. Besides, didn't you say you liked Sakura? You've mentioned it before. Don't twist my words. I said I liked Sakura dumplings, you idiot. Naruto recalled years ago when Sakura had brought homemade Sakura dumplings to school, and his compliments had been misconstrued as a confession, earning him the reputation of a cad. Don't call your teacher an idiot. So who is the fool responsible for this grouping? The Third Hokage, that fool. You two are calling him a fool. I was dragged into this by you. I can't do anything about it. Just take the door home if you want. Iruka surrendered, realizing that no matter how powerful Naruto's jutsu, he remained a hot-headed child. He released Naruto and exited the classroom. Damn it. High upon the cliff of Konoha, the great faces of past Hokages were carved into stone, known as Hokage Rock, a symbolic edifice of the village. Normally, villagers would only gaze at the Hokages from afar, but today, something extraordinary transpired. The visage of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was defaced with paint, and the word fool was emblazoned across his forehead. Naruto. Iruka exploded in frustration, having underestimated Naruto's obstinate nature, which had led him to vandalize Hokage Rock. What others dare not do, I, Naruto, shall accomplish. Naruto dashed through the streets, eliciting curses from villagers witnessing his mischief. The Hokage symbolized Konoha's faith, and its defilement struck a nerve among the people. You'll get your comeuppance, you little brat. As Naruto rounded a corner, he was unable to slow down in time and collided headlong into someone, enveloping his face in a soft embrace, the scent akin to blooming flowers momentarily disorienting him. So fragrant. Little brat, are you so lecherous at such a young age? The girl he had bumped into appeared to be around 15 or 16. Adorned in a beautiful kimono, her black hair tied in a ponytail cascading behind her. She seemed unperturbed by the collision, merely pushing him away. I sincerely apologize for bumping into you. Your scent is delightful, miss. Naruto offered a gentle apology, but upon seeing Irika in pursuit, he hurriedly ran away. Miss, are you all right? I shall fetch that rude person at once. A middle-aged man with glasses rushed to the young girl, panting, and vowed to dismember Naruto. Yet, being merely embraced by a child, it was hardly a significant matter. The girl shook her head and vanished down the streets of Konoha with her attendant, as if she had never existed. Now quickly apologized to the Third Hokage. Irika tossed the bound Naruto before the Third Hokage, realizing that Naruto had not managed to escape Irika's grasp. Do you have any grievances against me, Naruto? The Third Hokage, pipe in mouth, regarded him with piercing eyes. Oh, Grandpa Third, you know I like Hinata, yet you assigned me to another group and paired her with 2 other boys. I am quite dissatisfied. Humph. Are the younger generation becoming so precocious nowadays? The Third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, a hint of helplessness flickering in his authoritative gaze as he turned to Irika. Haha. Indeed, Irika scratched his head, fully aware that the Third Hokage was indirectly questioning him about his students and why early romances went unchecked. However, the ninja school had not explicitly prohibited such affairs, and all the girls in class, except Hinata, were enamored with Sasuke. There was little he could do. Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino were both skilled ninjas with the ability to sense enemy movements, and Hinata's Byakugan, as you well know, added to their prowess. Their team would primarily focus on search and tracking. Hinata would serve as the eyes, Kiba the nose, and Shino the ears. If Naruto could surpass them in this regard, it would not matter if he were included, but the Third Hokage tapped his pipe, choosing not to elaborate further. God, Naruto could only emit a sound of defeat. Brother, there you are. I've been searching for you. Just as Naruto contemplated surrendering, Konohamaru burst in, eyes filled with admiration, rushing to Naruto's side to untie him. You are that short kid from a few days ago? My name is Konohamaru. Naruto, please teach me that jutsu that defeated Grandpa. Konohamaru, please don't run around like that. You little brat. Ebisu chased in after Konohamaru and was taken aback to see Naruto. Young master, do not associate with this fellow. No, I want him to teach me jutsu. What? You wish to learn and not seek me, your elite teacher, Ebisu? That is simply illogical. But you don't know that jutsu. Impossible. I have dabbled in all jutsu except forbidden techniques. Hence I am qualified to teach. Do you know jutsu? That sounds incredibly inappropriate. Naruto, let this guy see your strength. The jutsu that defeated Grandpa. All right, I shall show you the jutsu. Konohamaru's eager calling of brother delighted Naruto, who, without a second thought, executed the jutsu. Boom. A swirl of smoke enveloped the room, revealing a voluptuous golden-haired girl. The Third Hokage, Irika, and Ebisu stood dumbfounded before her. This lewd jutsu is hardly worth mentioning, Ebisu remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Irika, who had fainted with a nosebleed. He was nothing but a common teacher, showing no other reaction than a slight blush. Ah, even Grandpa Third did not faint. Humph, do not underestimate the Hokage, young one. A technique used once cannot be effective again. The Third Hokage adjusted his hat to shield much of his vision, speaking confidently. Is that so? Then, multi-shadow clone jutsu. The golden-haired beauty pondered for a moment, performed hand seals, and instantly, dozens of voluptuous girls filled the room, surrounding the Third Hokage and Ebisu. I hereby name this, the harem jutsu. PFF. No one knew precisely what transpired that day. Only that the Third Hokage and 2 teachers had been ambushed by unknown individuals and lay in a pool of blood. This incident was forever etched into the annals of Konoha's inexplicable occurrences. This old man is losing too much blood. It is murder. I shall definitely teach that brat a lesson. Brother, how impressive. You've defeated Grandpa once again. Konohamaru, why do you so desire to best the Third Hokage? Because I seek everyone's recognition. They see me only as the grandson of the Third Hokage, not as Konohamaru. Nobody acknowledges me. That is incorrect, Konohamaru. It is not by becoming Hokage that one earns recognition, but rather, only those who are acknowledged by all can become Hokage. Is that truly the case? Indeed. There is no shortcut to becoming Hokage. Only the strongest ninja, recognized by all, can bear that title. I, too, strive towards that goal. Naruto reminisced about his childhood, realizing that earning others' recognition had been far more challenging for him than for Konohamaru. Yet, He had ultimately gained the respect of the folks in the marketplace. This was the fruit of his labor. Then we are adversaries now, brother. If we are adversaries, I shall not teach you the jutsu. Please, don't. For now, I shall be your little brother. All right, then transform into the character from this magazine. I must head to Hinata's house now. Having said this, Naruto vanished with a poof, leaving behind a swirl of smoke. Shadow clone. How impressive. I shall not disappoint my brother's expectations. Konohamaru clutched the Risku magazine tightly. Adversaries, huh? As Naruto sat in the courtyard chatting with Hinata, he felt the memories transmitted from his shadow clone, and a faint smile graced his lips. Naruto-kun, I heard you deface the Hokage rock. Are you truly unbothered by it? Hinata's eyes brimmed with concern. Since Konoha's inception, no one had dared to lay hands on Hokage rock. Naruto's audacity was truly remarkable. Not at all. I shall clean it up later. Ah, here comes that nuisance again. Just as Naruto intended to enjoy a moment with Hinata, he was interrupted by the abrupt arrival of a girl. Although referred to as a girl, she was merely a 6-year-old child, Hinata Hanabi, who resembled a little girl more than anything. Oh, hello, Hanabi. It seems I am in trouble now. Without hesitation, Hinata Hanabi seated herself beside Hinata, devouring the apple Hinata had prepared for Naruto. Do not speak so. I am already a genin, and we shall soon be family. Naruto pointed to the forehead protector atop his head, speaking joyfully. Wow, you're still thinking about marrying into the family. No ambition at all. No wonder you and my sister make such a pair. Hinata Hanabi regarded Naruto with disdain. She had never thought highly of the boy who had been a constant presence in her home since she could remember. Hanabi, do not go too far. Hinata, while unaffected herself, felt a pang of anger at Hanabi's disdain towards Naruto and bravely admonished her. That is merely the truth. Naruto is the weakest in school. While my sister excels, yet in actual combat, she cannot defeat even me. Hinata Hanabi was undeterred by Hinata's admonition. Instead, she grew more relentless. However, she had the talent to back up her arrogance. At merely 6 years old, her extraordinary aptitude had allowed her to defeat Hinata in practice once again, earning the approval of Hisashi Hyuga, who began training her personally, leading to her rapid improvement. Do not be upset. Hanabi is just a child. Having grown accustomed to disdainful glances, Naruto was not angered. Rather, he soothed Hinata. Do you wish to fight? What kind of person would Hanabi wish to marry? Is that all you think about? Unlike my sister, I want to marry a hero. A hero? In the face of a grave crisis. It was the valiant individuals who rose to defeat formidable foes and save the village. Such are the heroes, albeit ones who seem to be out of reach for you. Hinata Hanabi pondered for a moment, painting a vivid image of the hero in her mind. Indeed, when one speaks of heroes, the Hokage comes to mind. Excluding the third generation, all Hokages have accumulated significant experience, with the exception of the so-called genius, the fourth Hokage, who, like the others, assumed the role only after reaching the age of 30. Hanabi, you possess a rather unique taste in men. Naruto stroked his chin in contemplation and suddenly speculated whether Hanabi might have a preference for older men, which could explain her disdain for him. Ugh, how annoying. You're just a deadweight. Hanabi retorted, momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, she realized that heroes are indeed tied to strength. Where could one find a youthful and powerful hero? Disillusioned, Hanabi cast a fierce glare at Naruto before storming off. What have I done wrong? Naruto mused, sensing a hidden cunning within himself. So slow. This teacher is taking forever, he lamented in the classroom. Boredom gnawing at him to the point where he contemplated scaling the walls. It was uncertain whether it was intentional, but their teacher for Team 7 had yet to arrive. And even as all the students departed, he remained absent. Stop making such a racket. Don't act like a fool. Yet, Sakura, equally frustrated, could not display her irritation in front of Sasuke, finding it quite taxing to restrain herself. Had I known, I should have gone home with Hinata and left a shadow clone here. Speaking of which, Naruto, you've been quite close to Hinata since entering the Ninja Academy. How old were you when you met? Sakura inquired. Probably around 4. Wow, that early? But Naruto, don't you think being too clingy might be off-putting? For both parties? Stealing a glance at Sasuke, she noticed him staring intently at Naruto, which made her feel annoyed and compelled her to ask, why would it be off-putting? Hinata and I both enjoy being together. Ever since that day I climbed over the wall and saw her, it seems she has never disliked me. I've always been happy, and today she even made me lunch. Naruto beamed, producing his lunchbox, which he had already finished but cherished nonetheless, wrapping it in cloth to carry with him. Does Lady Hinata really do such things? Sakura questioned, somewhat perplexed. After the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyuga clan had firmly established itself as the foremost noble family in Konoha, and Hinata's status had been steadily rising. It baffled her that a girl born with a silver spoon in her mouth would willingly cook for Naruto. Hinata has never shown much interest in inheriting the main family. It's likely that Hanabi will take that role. She is quite happy about it, as it allows her to spend more time playing with me. Heh. Huh. You have no idea how many suitors are lining up behind Hinata. You'll never get a chance. Sakura's disdain was palpable. She felt wounded, exclaiming, "Why do a fool and a deadweight seem to advance quicker on the path of love? It's infuriating. Thus, I must become Hokage." So everyone knows Hinata's choice was not in vain. Everyone's approval, huh? Teacher, you've given birth to a remarkable son. Kakashi thought to himself with a slight smile as he stood outside, eavesdropping. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kakashi Hitaki, and from today onward, I shall be your teacher. Though he wished to say this, he knew that if they could not pass his secondary assessment, their paths would part here. After his brief introduction, Kakashi noted down the names and characteristics of the 3 students, his already languid demeanor growing even more lethargic. 3 students, 1 genius, 1 deadweight, and 1 infatuated girl. Third Hokage, is this truly the task you've bestowed upon me? Kakashi-sensei, why must there be a second test? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to earn this headband? Well, the graduation exam from the Ninja Academy is merely a means to assess your ability to apply what you've learned. You're all far from ready for the battlefield. In any case, we will meet tomorrow at 5 in the forest near the memorial stone. Remember, don't eat breakfast, you'll throw it up. Before departing, Kakashi cast a glance at the 3 with an expression that could hardly be deemed kind. Sasuke, would you like to eat together? Sakura timidly approached Sasuke, mustering the courage to extend an invitation, only to be met with a cold dismissal. Boring. Sasuke, don't get eliminated tomorrow. Humph, if you can pass. Then of course I can too. Sasuke scoffed and walked away without a backward glance. Be a bit gentler with the girls, you fool. Naruto shot a sympathetic glance at Sakura before chasing after Sasuke. Why does Sasuke talk more than I do? Ugh. The next day, under the dim sky at 5 o'clock, the 3 gathered at the meeting point. After exchanging morning greetings, they began waiting for Kakashi's arrival. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Naruto, wake up. Get up. Sakura exclaimed, exasperatedly pulling Naruto, who lay on the ground, back to consciousness. Anyone would go mad waiting for 5 hours, even Sasuke, who was impatiently scanning the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Kakashi. Why am I so foolish to fall asleep? Naruto mumbled as he rose to his feet, his words somewhat incoherent. What are you talking about? It's 11 o'clock, and Kakashi-sensei still hasn't shown up. Are we being played? Even if you tell me. I can't do anything about it. Sorry. I'm late. There was an old lady who fell by the roadside. So just as Naruto resigned himself to the situation, Kakashi appeared before them, spinning a tale with little credibility. Liar. Kakashi-sensei, you're a fraud. Naruto was the first to express disbelief, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. Cough. Let us not speak too much. This alarm is set for 12 o'clock. What you need to do is take 2 bells from me before then, and you will be deemed qualified. Kakashi awkwardly shifted the topic, placing an alarm clock atop a wooden stump along with 2 lunchboxes. 2. There are 3 of us, Sakura questioned, gazing at the bells hanging from Kakashi's waist in confusion. No one said you all could pass. Those who fail to grab a bell will be deemed losers and will have to watch me eat lunch while tied to the stump. You must be quite hungry. So that's why we weren't allowed to eat breakfast. A flicker of anger crossed Sasuke's eyes as he realized that Kakashi's earlier words were not meant for rigorous training, but rather stemmed from malicious intent. Then let the games begin. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, attack me from any angle you wish. With Kakashi's command, Sasuke and Sakura dispersed to find hiding spots, while Naruto stood dumbfounded in front of him. You? A man must face challenges head-on. I will seize your bells from the front, so prepare yourself. Naruto declared with a confident grin, brandishing a kunai as he charged at Kakashi, aiming for his waist. If the kunai struck the bells, they would surely fall. What a fool, Kakashi thought, his eyes still devoid of emotion as he effortlessly dodged Naruto's kunai, seizing his right arm and tossing him into the air. He then formed the tiger hand sign and shouted, Konoha's ultimate taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. Ah! Naruto screamed, struck in a most unfortunate place, and with a resounding bang, he transformed into smoke and vanished. A shadow clone? Impossible. He was in my line of sight the entire time. How did he manage that? Kakashi's eyes were filled with astonishment. If Naruto had initially hidden and then launched an attack, he could have easily accepted that. However, the fact that Naruto could use the shadow clone technique and body substitution without forming hand signs right before his eyes was something even Kakashi himself could not accomplish. Naruto, how on earth did you manage that? Not only Kakashi, but Sasuke, who had been observing from the trees, was equally astounded. He understood that achieving such a feat in front of a Nin was virtually impossible, especially considering Naruto had always been the underachiever. Sasuke, a gentle voice called from behind, startling Sasuke, who quickly turned around only to have Naruto cover his mouth with a hand. Don't make a sound, we'll be discovered. Naruto made a gesture for silence, and Sasuke calmed down, nodding in agreement. Well, you've seen Kakashi-sensei's strength, Sasuke. It's impossible for one person to take him on alone. We have a chance if we work together. The sensation transmitted from the shadow clone still left Naruto feeling somewhat uneasy. To safeguard himself and enhance their chances of success, he opted to collaborate with Sasuke. All right, but you must tell me how you accomplished that afterward. Sasuke consented. After Naruto executed that technique, he would no longer regard him as merely a burden, but rather as a valuable ally, one he could rely on to seize the bell when necessary. Absolutely. 5 hours earlier, get up. You're going to be late. Huh? How did you appear here? Naruto groggily awakened, staring at his identical shadow clone with confusion. I created a shadow clone specifically to wake you up so you wouldn't be late. Hurry. Just 5 more minutes, please. Naruto's body felt as if it were magnetically attached to the bed, having endured relentless training the night before at the hands of Minato, leaving him severely sleep-deprived. Then you'll be late. You can go ahead for me. I'll catch up shortly. On what basis? Because you're the shadow clone. Does being a shadow clone mean I have no rights? I possess half your chakra. We are equals. Let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser has no complaints. Fine. Scissors. Paper. I lost. The shadow clone lamented, gazing at its hands, before collapsing to the ground in disappointment. See you later. ZZZ. Ah, that was a delightful sleep. Naruto slowly rose from his bed, inexplicably cheerful, as if someone had accomplished something on his behalf. Instant noodles, instant noodles. Naruto poured hot water into the cup noodles, then took the 3 minutes to wash up, flipping through a magazine on the table. Once the noodles were ready, he picked up chopsticks and began to savor his meal. By the way, what does that mark on the calendar signify? Naruto pondered while staring at the calendar, his eyes widening in realization as he recalled the assembly set for 5 o'clock. Whoa, I'm late. No. This is outright skipping class. I'm doomed. So hot, so hot. Grabbing the cup noodles, Naruto leapt out of the window, munching as he shouted on his way to the meeting point. Upon arriving, he found Kakashi already there, and he had to conceal himself among the trees, waiting for an opportunity to substitute with a shadow clone. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke dispersed, with Sasuke conveniently hiding in the tree right in front of him. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. Sasuke, let's go. TCH, that idiot. Sasuke glared at Naruto, who had dashed out ahead, exasperated. What happened to our battle plan? Do you think 2 genin can defeat a Nin like this? Naruto leaped from the branch, charging straight at Kakashi, forming hand signs to produce dozens of shadow clones that rushed forward. From behind? This guy. Kakashi was still searching for Naruto's real body when he suddenly realized that the clones had launched an attack from behind. His astonishment only deepened. Yet, combat is not won merely by numbers. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he drew a kunai and charged into the throng of clones, punctuated by a series of bangs as the shadow clones were dispelled one after another. Impressive, Rasengan. Naruto's right hand curled slightly as he prepared to form the spiraling sphere, but recalled Minato's warning and abandoned the thought. Naruto, you still cannot control the Rasengan's power. This technique cannot be used in practice, or your opponent will be gravely injured. It seems you are the real one. Kakashi, having dispelled all the shadow clones, scrutinized the lone Naruto in the arena, remaining vigilant of any surrounding sounds, unsure if Naruto might vanish again. Indeed, be prepared, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto declared, charging at Kakashi. First throwing a right-hand punch, which Kakashi easily intercepted with his left hand. Next, Naruto swung his left leg toward Kakashi's head. Kakashi frowned slightly, grasping Naruto's ankle, feeling the extraordinary force behind it. However, the attack wasn't from that leg. Instead, Naruto utilized that momentum to spin, delivering a more powerful kick with his right leg. Though I'm unsure who taught you that taijutsu, it's still insufficient to harm me. Kakashi did not release Naruto's grip, casually using his arm to deflect Naruto's strike. Seizing the moment when Naruto's body was momentarily stiff, he released him and delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's abdomen. Ugh, cough. Naruto clutched his stomach and staggered back, coughing slightly from the discomfort. Haha, what is so funny? Because I'm not alone, Naruto replied, bending slightly. Sasuke had already formed the hand signs for the great fireball technique behind him. Supporting Naruto's back with one hand, Sasuke took a deep breath, then unleashed a torrent of flames that enveloped Kakashi. From the blind spot, huh? Kakashi finally understood why Naruto had used the shadow clones to buy time, to allow Sasuke to conceal his presence. Sasuke had likely mingled with the crowd to approach closely, forming the hand signs while Naruto engaged in close combat. Their teamwork had proven effective, but they still underestimated the J-Nin. Well done, Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, eager to celebrate with a high five, only to find that Sasuke was indifferent. Humph, if a J-Nin could be taken down so easily, they wouldn't hold that rank. True, you both have been rather careless. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice emerged from behind them. Before they could turn, they felt the cold steel of his kunai against their necks. Any slight movement would risk severing their arteries. What a pity, so close. Kakashi held the kunai firmly, realizing that the recently extinguished flames of the great fireball technique had merely scorched a wooden log. Kakashi-sensei, you two have been careless. Naruto and Sasuke spoke in unison, transforming themselves into logs. Before Kakashi could express his surprise, they propelled themselves into the air, executing a flying kick aimed at his head. Ah, I truly underestimated you. The arrogant J-Nin, disdainful of evasion, raised his kunai, prepared to teach these two youngsters a lesson. However, to his astonishment, the log that had previously executed the body replacement technique suddenly morphed back into Naruto and Sasuke, both thrusting their kunai toward his waist, putting the safety of the bell in jeopardy. What? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. At that moment, he faced two choices: intercept the kunai from Naruto and Sasuke, but risk being hit by the other pair, or knock down the flying Naruto and Sasuke, but risk losing the bell. Well, I concede. Kakashi, with a languid gaze, revealed a satisfied smile as he deftly evaded their attacks using the body flicker technique. In a moment of peril, a shuriken grazed the bell at his waist, causing it to fall to the ground along with Kakashi's message. Success! How splendid! Naruto exclaimed, quickly picking up the bell, and, upon confirming its authenticity, leaped with joy. Of course, it's all thanks to me, right? Sasuke's words trailed off. It was perplexing how familiar he felt with Naruto, especially since their coordination had been so seamless despite their lack of communication. Now, hearing such requests for praise felt utterly strange. You've worked hard, Sakura. Shadow clone, Naruto declared, dispelling the technique, and the Sasuke from the clone transformed into Sakura. He had discreetly sent out a shadow clone to locate her hiding spot, and after conveying the plan, she readily agreed. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from behind them, as Kakashi returned with a grin, praising them. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, there are only 2 bells and 2 bento boxes. In this collaboration, you and Sasuke contributed the most, so the reward is undoubtedly yours. As for Sakura, I don't mind. Sakura clenched her fists, fighting back tears, forcing a smile in response to Kakashi's words. No, I'll give the bell to Sakura. Oh, are you willing to relinquish your qualification? Why? The bell is what I seized. I have qualified. But you gave it to Sakura. But I grabbed the bell. The bell is in Sakura's hands. The bell is mine. Kakashi felt the urge to curse. This scenario was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of how Kushina would argue with Minato. I don't care. You said whoever grabs the bell qualifies, and this bell belongs to both me and Sakura. Anyone can take it. If that's the case, let us have lunch first, and then we can do it again in the afternoon. That way, there will be 4 bells. All right, you all qualify. I was just teasing you. Kakashi waved his hand, recalling how he had been often exasperated by Kushina in his youth, and now, witnessing Naruto's antics, he was utterly uninterested in prolonging the matter. The focus of this test was teamwork. Initially, there were only 2 bells to encourage you to outsmart each other and fight independently. It would have been impossible to seize the bells from me otherwise. Though you 3 didn't cooperate at first, you eventually united under this guy's guidance, right? Facing their bewildered expressions, Kakashi laid out the original plan, pointing at Naruto. Hiki, that being said, I'm curious how you'll distribute the bento. It would be amusing if you argued over food at the last moment. Kakashi handed the bento to the trio, unabashedly revealing his mischievous intent. Sakura, Sasuke, you must be quite hungry, so please eat. Naruto accepted the lunchbox, feeling he could not reveal he had already eaten instant noodles, fearing he might be beaten. No, I hardly contributed, and I'm not that hungry. Gurgle. Sakura waved her hands insistently. She was already touched by Naruto's willingness to help, and she couldn't possibly take his food. However, her stomach had other ideas. Audibly protesting. Bring the lunchbox here. Sasuke coldly accepted 2 boxes, dividing them in half and handing one to Naruto. You deserve it the most, I admit. You too, Wa. Let us just share it. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as he took the lunchbox and began to eat heartily. Well then, Team 7 has all qualified. With a perfect score. Kakashi marked the highest score on the scoreboard, surprised that his first students to qualify under him achieved full marks. His languid expression sharpened as he observed Naruto devouring his meal. By the way, Naruto, have you ever heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? If there were a ninjutsu that could vanish in an instant, it would undoubtedly be the teacher's Flying Thunder God, the only method he could conceive of for disappearing. No, Naruto continued eating without lifting his head, for how could he divulge a secret that even Hinata had been forbidden from sharing by Minato? Is that so? When we sparred, there were several instances where your hands were not clenched into fists but rather curled inward. I thought you were about to perform some ninjutsu. This guy. Does he have an even more formidable technique hidden away? Kakashi bore no ill intent, but Sasuke, who had overheard, could no longer sit still. Hearing Kakashi's words, it seemed Naruto was concealing something. In such circumstances, facing a jounin while harboring hidden skills? A strong wave of frustration surged within him. Thus, Team 7 will commence missions starting tomorrow. Dismissed. With a wave, Kakashi vanished before the trio. Exhausted and sleepy, Sakura headed home to catch up on rest, leaving only Naruto and Sasuke in the forest. Naruto, can you tell me how you vanished? Sasuke looked at Naruto with eager anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Perhaps something about high-speed ninjutsu. Well, you see, I was actually late. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, recounting his tardiness. Naruto. Sasuke's expression shifted from blue to red, then white, finally settling on black, as if a paint palette had been overturned. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at Naruto. Oh, why are you hitting me? I'm going to fight back. You should suffer once, only then will it be fair for my deceived feelings. This makes no sense. This guy was truly full of surprises. On the way home, Sasuke recalled Naruto's face, which he had just pounded, and couldn't help but chuckle. Surprises? Once. I had a friend like that, one who always played by unconventional rules, who was overly familiar and disrupted my daily life. A fleeting memory crossed Sasuke's mind. Recalling his best friend from childhood, though the face had blurred, he remembered every moment spent together. Yet, he had been killed that night by Itachi. As he reflected on that evening, pain surged, and he covered his eyes, feeling the anguish and murderous intent within. Itachi, I will kill you. Upon reopening his eyes, his Sharingan glowed crimson, now possessing 2 tomo. The heart that Naruto had so painstakingly opened once again closed. Little tiger, you finally returned. At the Konoha mission distribution point, a robust woman was frantically rubbing her face against her pet cat, which appeared to be suffocating under the weight of her flesh. It was easy to understand why the cat would want to escape. Naruto touched his face, where the cat's claws had left marks, chuckling with glee, while Sasuke and Sakura nodded knowingly. Here, this is your reward. The elegantly dressed woman contentedly handed over the payment and departed with her adorable pet, leading Naruto to believe that, given the chance, that cat would undoubtedly attempt to flee again. This reward is quite substantial. Kakashi received the payment for the task. Momentarily astonished by the amount in his hands, 8,000 Ryo for a D-rank mission. That meant the lady had offered a total of 20,000 Ryo. You lot are fortunate. That was Lady Kazumi, the wife of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Such a reward is even greater than what is typically given for a standard B-rank mission. Kakashi, of course, would not keep the reward to himself, distributing 2,000 Ryo to each of the members of Team 7. Generally speaking, a D-rank mission offering a reward of several hundred Ryo is considered generous, especially when one encounters a wealthy benefactor. What is this? Naruto's eyes shimmered with excitement. His wallet had never even held a single 100 Ryo note, and now he found himself clutching 2 1,000 Ryo bills, utterly bewildered about what to do with such wealth. This could buy a multitude of clothing. Hooray! Sakura was equally astonished that her first mission yielded such a bountiful reward, exclaiming in delight, while only Sasuke, who had never lacked for money, maintained his indifferent demeanor. A bowl of ramen costs 10 Ryo, 20 bowls. That S 200 bowls. Is ramen all you can think about? Sasuke scoffed, responding coldly. Oh. Could it be that being a ninja is an exceptionally lucrative profession? Of course, you wouldn't be compensated for your efforts without reason. Well then, that concludes today's tasks. You are dismissed. Kakashi vanished with a smile, pleased with the unexpected reward, which meant he could purchase a few more volumes of Intimate Paradise. Hinata, let me treat you to ramen. Naruto's first act upon returning home was to invite Hinata out, heading towards Ichiraku Ramen. Is that alright? Are you very happy? Naruto-kun? Yes, today I received a reward of 2,000 Ryo, and I'm utterly overwhelmed with joy. Congratulations. Hinata tilted her head in confusion. Is that a lot? Her mother typically gave her an allowance of 10,000 Ryo, but having been raised without extravagance alongside Naruto, she had grown accustomed to simplicity. Wearing only a white hoodie and black leggings, she looked nothing like a wealthy heiress. Naruto-kun, if you're short on money, why not just ask me? I have plenty. Ah, but that belongs to you, Hinata. Do you not understand the meaning of being a house guest? Hinata chuckled at Naruto's innocent response. Her curiosity piqued. Well, I have forgotten my initial reasoning, but now it is simply because I like Hinata that I wish to be a house guest. There are no other motives. Oh, to suddenly say such things is quite unfair. Naruto's heartfelt words were like a surprise influx of sweet candy, causing Hinata's cheeks to flush ever so slightly. As they conversed, the pair strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, arriving at Ichiraku Ramen. Here we are, Irika-sensei. Naruto exclaimed. Why did you suddenly call me out? I'm quite busy, you know. Are you hoping for me to treat you to ramen again, you rascal? Irika-sensei, it's not like that, alright. Considering you've mastered the shadow clone technique, I shall treat you this time. Irika decided without waiting for Naruto's explanation. Feeling a sense of pride that Naruto could summon him with the technique. I meant to treat you to ramen. Am I dreaming? I received my mission reward, and you have always treated me. This is a token of gratitude. Oh, Naruto, you have finally become a capable ninja. I am so proud. Irika felt a pang of emotion, reminiscing about the days when Naruto was merely a mischievous boy who played pranks and had a distorted view of relationships. Why are you crying, sensei? The pepper is too spicy. Welcome, Naruto. The proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen was a robust man of notable authority who, unlike others, never regarded Naruto as a monster. It was he who had first invited Naruto to dine at his establishment without hesitation. 3 large bowls of ramen with all the toppings. Please, now that I'm a ninja, my presence carries more weight. Just a moment. Oh, you're here with Hinata today. Apologies for not noticing you earlier. Irika scanned the empty shop and, upon spotting a hint of lavender seated beside Naruto, realized there was another guest. Hello, Irika-sensei. Hinata spoke softly from behind Naruto, initially hoping for a date, only to feel slightly disheartened by Irika's arrival. Naruto, you've brought your little girlfriend along today. Shall I treat you both? Soon. The savory aroma of ramen wafted from the kitchen, and a brown-haired girl emerged, teasingly addressing them. Thank you. I am Nichin, but I received a substantial reward today. So I don't need it. Naruto smiled, recalling that Ayam, like her father, had never viewed him with disdain, often secretly treating him to ramen, a kindness he cherished. Ah, that snot-nosed kid has now become a remarkable ninja. Keep it up. Ayam remarked, the last part directed at Hinata, causing her to shyly avert her gaze once more. Speaking of Naruto, do others know about your communication with the Ninetales? Irika leaned closer, whispering after finishing the last of his soup. Since the ceiling scroll incident, he had pondered the nature of Naruto's relationship with the Ninetales, whether it was good or bad, without mentioning it to even the Third Hokage. No, I believe only you know, Irika-sensei. Naruto reflected that Minato had merely warned him not to disclose the unsealing of the Ninetales, so that matter remained unspoken. The reason no one else knew was that no one had ever asked him the foolish question, do you know the Ninetales? Remember to keep it a secret. You must not speak of it, as it may cause unnecessary trouble. Oh, understood. I'll be taking my leave now. Being a third wheel for too long can be bothersome, and I'd like a girlfriend too. Irika, feeling a mix of reluctance and humor, exited Ichiraku Ramen, having come for a meal only to be served a mouthful of romantic entanglement from a student. Hinata, would you like another bowl? I could eat 2 bowls of Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto turned to ask Hinata, only to be taken aback by the 5 empty bowls piled beside her. Huh. Hinata hadn't heard Naruto's question, as she was focused on devouring her ramen, deftly wielding chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, the contents disappearing at an astonishing rate. If I'm feeling well, 3 bowls are no issue. Naruto's competitive spirit ignited, He ordered 2 more bowls, nearly regretting it as he struggled to keep them down. Naruto and Hinata shared a close bond, having known each other since childhood, yet Naruto often overlooked small details, such as the stack of empty bowls accumulating beside Hinata as she ate. Ugh, I can't eat any more. Hinata can really eat that much? Where does it all go? Contentedly patting his stomach, Naruto glanced curiously at Hinata's flat abdomen, pondering if she possessed some sort of alternate dimension within her. Is it truly unhealthy for a girl to eat so much? Hinata's fingers nervously fidgeted, a subconscious gesture she made when shy, yet Naruto thought nothing of it. Is that so? Eating well is a sign of health, right? You are truly gentle, Naruto-kun. I'll just escort you to the door? As Naruto brought Hinata to the entrance of the Hyuga household, he intended to turn away, but Hinata grasped his hand. Come in, stay with me for a while longer. Hinata looked up at him, her white eyes reflecting a plea and reluctance. Today, she simply wished for Naruto to spend more time with her. Heh, Hinata is quite the little tease. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, holding Hinata's small hand as they stepped into the Hyuga residence. The moon is indeed round tonight. Naruto lay on the corridor floor, gazing at the moon. During his childhood, when he felt lonely, he would climb to the rooftop to watch the moon, which never seemed to shun him, accompanying him day after day. His mother once mentioned that fairies resided on the moon. He often wondered if that were true. Surely, the fairy would come to like him, for he watched her every day. Ugh, so shameless, he scoffed. Hinata, despite verbally chiding Naruto, leaned comfortably against him, savoring this moment of tranquility. If only time could freeze at this instant, right? As soon as Hinata spoke, the heavens seemed to play a cruel trick. As a cloud drifted in, obscuring the moon, plunging the previously illuminated area into darkness. No laughing. I'll light it up, Naruto chuckled amidst the gloom, prompting Hinata to lightly swat him in annoyance. It's dark, be careful not to fall. Watch me. Sitting up from the floor, Naruto extended his right hand, chakra slowly coalescing upon it. After about 10 seconds, a small blue sphere emerged in his palm, emanating a gentle radiance. No matter how many times one witnessed this jutsu, it was undeniably beautiful, almost too exquisite to be deemed a technique. Hinata gazed dreamily at the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. Its chakra radiated a pure light. Unlike the altered forms used by other ninjas, which could manifest as fire or water, unable to project such a luminous glow. It's stunning, but it's too slow. Sighing, Naruto contemplated the Rasengan, recalling how Minato emphasized the importance of speed. In a duel, even a second could determine life or death. A Rasengan needed to form in under 3 seconds to be considered adequate. Can't you make it a bit larger? If I make it bigger, it won't maintain its spherical shape. The chakra will disperse. The chakra inside is chaotic and erratic. Keeping it at this size is already quite challenging. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan. As Naruto described, the chakra indeed appeared tumultuous. However, with her Byakugan, she could see every trace of chakra. Naruto, can you maintain the sphere? Let me handle the chakra infusion. Sure, but what do you intend to do? Just a sudden whim, gentle fist. Hinata inhaled deeply, employing her clan and Appo's ancestral technique. Her hands circled around Naruto's Rasengan, continuously rolling as she infused her chakra into it. Thanks to the precision afforded by her Byakugan, the chakra merged flawlessly with Naruto's, causing the Rasengan to expand gradually. Wow, Hinata, look at this. By the time Naruto realized what was happening, the Rasengan had grown to about 1 meter in diameter, feeling heavy in his hands. So beautiful. Hinata marveled at the completed Rasengan, its radiance intensifying, illuminating the entire courtyard. But now the question arises, Hinata, what do we do with this? The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it becomes. Naruto felt the weight of those words as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. The chaotic chakra within the Rasengan seemed on the verge of exploding. If it were smaller, I could disperse it, but this is too large. Boom! The entire Hyuga estate trembled violently. Hyuga Hayashi, the clan head, was the first to react, rushing into the courtyard to check for enemy attacks, only to witness an astonishing sight. The previously vibrant garden was gone. The lush trees he had personally nurtured had vanished, and the koi pond had evaporated completely, leaving behind a gaping pit approximately 20 meters wide and 2 meters deep, resembling a vortex expanding outward. Naruto! Naruto! Hinata, regaining her senses, cried out in desperation, rushing into the center of the pit to pull Naruto from the earth, sighing in relief upon seeing he was unharmed. Cough, it seems I'm not dead yet. Naruto sat dazedly in the pit, his clothes tattered, as the earth still exuded wisps of rising heat. Realizing the Rasengan was about to explode, he swiftly leaped into the courtyard, preventing any harm to Hinata. Is this little brat's jutsu? You two explain yourselves. In the living room of the Hyuga estate, Naruto and Hinata sat on the floor, facing the visibly irate Hayashi. Well, Hinata and I were watching the moon, then whoosh, followed by a bang, and it turned into this, Naruto elaborated, ensuring Hinata wouldn't take the blame. Father, it was my fault. I shouldn't have been reckless. I infused chakra into Naruto-kun's jutsu, and that's how it ended up like this. Hinata, startled by the Rasengan's power, felt guilty for nearly harming her beloved Naruto and quickly interjected as she saw him taking all the blame. A combined jutsu? At your age? That's quite impressive. A combined jutsu merges two individuals' chakra to produce a more potent technique. However, it was improbable for two 12-year-olds to unleash destruction comparable to high-level jutsu. It was certain that the Nine Tails was not involved, or else the inquiry would not be from the Konoha guards, but from the Third Hokage himself. It was an accident. I didn't expect it to turn out like that with Hinata as chakra added. Naruto sensed that Hayashi wasn't entirely angry, but rather had a hint of praise in his tone, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Next time, don't play in the courtyard. Since no one was hurt this time, I'll let it slide. Oh, so you're not angry? Uncle Hayashi, you're such a nice person. Who said I'm not angry? I'm punishing you to fill in the pit in the courtyard. All right, just like that. The jubilant Naruto was suddenly disheartened, his head hanging low as he trudged out of the living room. To create a technique so close to high-level ninjutsu at such a young age. Could this boy be a genius? Hayashi pondered, watching Naruto and Hinata retreating. You freeloading brat, you've ruined my backyard. Hyuga Hanabi was furious, nearly exploding with rage. Naruto not only frequently came to her home to eat for free, but had now also destroyed her favorite garden. As soon as she saw him, she pounced on him, pinning him down and angrily grasping his cheeks. Please forgive me. Knowing he was in the wrong, Naruto offered a weak apology without resistance. Hanabi, please let go of Naruto-kun. This matter is primarily my fault. Hinata rushed to pull her younger sister away, only to be dragged into the fray. The three of them rolling in a tangled heap, utterly indistinguishable from one another. Just an illusion, right? Hayashi lamented, observing Naruto being pummeled by Hanabi, shaking his head as he dismissed any unrealistic thoughts. Darling, are you feeling good? Hyuga Hinata sidled past the three entangled children to sit gently beside Hayashi, sensing that her husband had set aside a heavy burden. Indeed, I've always worried about Hinata's future with her temperament. It would be impossible for her to inherit the clan. As a member of the Hyuga clan, she lacks the talent compared to Hanabi. Despite having a personality deemed least likely to attract suitors, she had a remarkable young ninja who had consistently harbored affection for her. That was reassuring, wasn't it? Hyuga Hinata articulated the latter half of the thought, aware that it was awkward for a man to express such sentiments. Cough. For two such young individuals to create this jutsu, becoming high-level jonin should not be an issue. I'm content as long as Hinata can achieve this. Hinata let out an awkward cough, not wishing for her to dominate the ninja world, at the very least. She should possess the ability to protect herself and survive amidst the perils that threaten her. How wonderful it would be if Hanabi could also find a good family. Feeling bored, Naruto exclaimed to Kakashi, is there no other mission? We've only been doing menial tasks. After a series of monotonous duties like weeding, trash collection, and cleaning the Hokage rock, Naruto could take no more. Well, I believe you're nearing your breaking point too, and so are Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi remarked, putting away his notebook. Originally, D-rank missions were meant to foster teamwork and strength among the trio. They had developed camaraderie, and the prowess displayed by Naruto and Sasuke was sufficient. As for Sakura, despite being infatuated with Sasuke, her control over chakra was commendable. I want a mission that can enhance my abilities, Sasuke coldly stated, unwilling to engage further in these fruitless tasks. I'm content as long as I'm with Sasuke. Sakura added, since you all have been performing well, I shall inquire with the Third Hokage, Kakashi offered. Oh, long live Kakashi-sensei. At the mission issuance point, the Third Hokage firmly refused. No, Genin can only undertake D-rank missions. With a pipe in his mouth, he explained the strict task allocation system to the trio. How stingy. Grandpa Third, you're too stingy. Naruto protested. It's the rules, not my stinginess. Pervert. Naruto formed hand seals, intending to unleash his charm. Really, I can't do anything with this brat. There is indeed a D-rank escort mission suitable for a genin, as there are unlikely to be any ninja involved. Probably just some bandits. The third Hokage vanished from his seat, suppressing Naruto's hand with a pained expression, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the gathered mission issuers. Oh, an escort mission sounds cool. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, accepting it. The third Hokage then handed the mission file to Kakashi. Escort to the Land of Waves, it's relatively safe. What do you two think? Do you agree? Kakashi glanced at the file. It was merely a small country without ninja presence, essentially devoid of danger, as he inquired of Sasuke and Sakura. Agreed. I have no objections. Mr. Tazuna, could you please step forward? The third Hokage called out to the waiting room. Shortly after, a man with small glasses, carrying a bamboo basket and a bottle of sake, stumbled out, reeking of alcohol, causing Team 7 to instinctively take a step back. Hokage-sama, have you found a suitable candidate? This is a bunch of kids. This guy looks like a bad person with that mask. Not a good person? Kakashi touched his own face, likely feeling quite hurt as his expression remained hidden beneath the mask. Ha ha ha, Kakashi-sensei, he said you don't look like a good person. And a stunted dwarf. Dwarf? Who is he talking about? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, looking at Naruto with a mixture of concern and amusement. I'll take you down. Stop. Who would kill the person they're supposed to protect? The third Hokage assured, Mr. Tazuna, these children are the foundation of Konoha. Once they step out of the village, they will no longer be mere children but capable ninjas, and they will surely fulfill their duty to protect you. Very well, I look forward to tomorrow's journey. Since I'm underestimated, I shall prove my strength. Let us meet at the Konoha Gate at 8 tomorrow. Kakashi comforted the trio of Team 7, soothing their spirits before disappearing from the hall. We're leaving the village? That's impressive, Naruto-kun. We're still stuck doing trivial tasks. Hinata, excited upon hearing Naruto's mission, grasped his hand, signifying her acknowledgement of his growing strength. Of course, I'll bring back a gift for you. But it's dangerous outside the village. You must be careful. Concern flickered in Hinata's eyes as she tightened her grip on Naruto's hand. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll return by your side. Let us make a promise. Naruto replied with a warm smile that eased Hinata's anxiety. With flushed cheeks. Hinata closed her eyes, thinking that a promise surely entailed a kiss. Ever since that unexpected kiss from Naruto, she hadn't experienced another. What are you doing? Hinata opened her eyes to see Naruto simply extending his pinky, preparing for a pinky swear. Ugh, silly Naruto. Go get kicked by a horse. A horse? In the sealed space, Kurama lay bored, watching the two little ninjas spar. In comparison to the massive Kyuubi, even a single Fong was larger than Naruto. Smack. Bang. The two shadows collided and separated swiftly, bouncing off the walls before meeting again with a fierce clash of fists. Naruto, have you encountered some good fortune? Minato caught Naruto's fist, grinning as he sensed the excitement and joy emanating from him. Dad, listen. Tomorrow, I'm leaving the village on a mission. Naruto beamed, his offensive stance unwavering as he kicked at Minato after being blocked. I see. It's probably a D-rank escort mission. Good luck. Minato deftly dodged Naruto's attack, nodding in satisfaction. Although Naruto was a bit clumsy, his dedication to training surpassed all, and Minato patiently instructed him in various techniques, refraining from reprimanding him. All right, let us take a break. By the way, Kurama, you mentioned that once I leave the village, you could exit my body, right? Are you leaving? Naruto sat beside Kurama, leaning against his body for rest. The soft fur was more comfortable than a couch. Being a conglomerate of chakra, Kurama also aided in Naruto's recovery. Of course, I will leave. However, I also said our fates are intertwined. If I leave you, I want to die, but you? The enormous eyes of Kurama shifted, scrutinizing Naruto before sneering. Will I die? No, I don't want to die. I can't bear to leave Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed with fear, clutching his head and lamenting, tears welling at the thought of parting from Hinata. Naruto, don't cry. Kurama is just teasing you. Minato comforted, patting Naruto's head, casting a glare at Kurama. But I want Kurama to see the outside world too. Staying in this corner every day must be boring, yet I don't want to die. I don't need a brat's pity, humph. Kurama's words drifted into Naruto's ears, and even after millennia of being utilized and sealed, a crack appeared in his frozen heart. Kurama extended a massive claw, gently flicking Naruto's forehead, watching him fly backward with a cold snort. The outskirts of Konoha are enveloped by an ancient forest, where countless towering trees converge, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. It is this very forest that nurtures the land of Konoha, and in comparison to the other four great nations, The Land of Fire occupies the most advantageous position on this continent. Sensei Kakashi, are we going to encounter something terrifying? Sakura, feeling a bit frightened in the face of the vast forest, timidly drew closer to Sasuke. Having been warned by adults since childhood never to leave the village, this was her first venture outside. What terrifying things do you refer to? Venomous snakes, poisonous insects, or perhaps the darkness of human hearts? Kakashi inquired, casting a sidelong glance at a puddle in the center of the path. Rest assured, Sensei, the Land of Waves has no ninjas. This journey will be quite peaceful. You can handle ordinary thieves with ease, he continued. Are there really countries without ninjas in this world? Well, ninjas represent a form of military power, employed to exert control over various nations. Small island nations like the Land of Waves do not require ninjas and cannot sustain them. Speaking of ninjas, the most formidable forces reside in the 5 great nations, and only these nations possess individuals known as Kage, the most powerful ninjas who surpass all others in the world. Is the Third Hokage truly that formidable? Naruto questioned Kakashi's assertion, recalling that the old man had once been defeated by him. Naruto, do you not perceive the strength of the Third Hokage? I have bested him twice single-handedly. Does that imply I have surpassed the Hokage? That was merely the Third Hokage toying with you. Perhaps, Kakashi replied, his eyes betraying a hint of exasperation. No one had ever developed transformation techniques as flamboyant as Naruto's, which might indeed have an effect on some straightforward individuals. As they passed the puddle, Naruto paused, glancing around curiously. After confirming there was nothing amiss, he resumed walking, while Kakashi slowed his pace, bringing up the rear of the group. Suddenly, a ninja clad in a gas mask emerged from the puddle, followed by another similarly dressed ninja who brandished chains to ensnare Kakashi, tearing him apart in an instant. Ah! Sakura screamed at the sight of Kakashi being shredded, just as 2 assassins lunged toward Naruto and Sasuke. Got you. The assassin, witnessing Naruto paralyzed by fear, felt a rush of triumph as the chains bound him, but then heard a bang and saw that Naruto had transformed into a wooden log. Uncle, your killing intent is overwhelming. Like the whisper of a demon, Naruto's voice echoed in the assassin's ears as he suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a kick to the back of his head, sending him and his gear flying. The other assassin, aiming for Sasuke, failed as the chains, akin to serpents, slithered toward him. Sasuke drew a shuriken, striking the empty space in the chain to sever it, before hurling the shuriken to pin it against a tree. Realizing he could not retrieve the chains, the assassin abandoned them and attacked Sasuke with the claws of his mechanical gauntlet. Seeking death, Sasuke's gaze turned cold as he effortlessly dodged the incoming claws, then used his powerful legs to leap, delivering a fierce punch to the assassin's jaw. Curse you! The assassin abandoned his attempt to strike Sasuke and instead turned to sprint towards the defenseless Tazuna. The other assassin, still recovering from Naruto's kick, followed suit, both charging at Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, stay behind me, Sakura exclaimed, quickly drawing a kunai to protect Tazuna, her legs trembling yet resolute in her duty. In an instant, the scene unfolded clearly to all. Kakashi had seized the 2 assassins, choking them until they collided and fell unconscious. Is this the strength of a jonin? Sasuke thought, aware that the 2 assassins were no match for him. Yet he could not fathom how Kakashi had dispatched them so effortlessly. His gaze towards Kakashi grew fervent. This jonin was no ordinary ninja. Sensei Kakashi, you're alive, Sakura exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she instinctively glanced at the remnants of Kakashi's torn body, only to see a pile of splintered wood. My apologies for alarming you. I could have dealt with these 2 at any time. I merely wished to ascertain their target. Once they realized they were outmatched, they swiftly redirected their focus towards the true objective. Am I correct, Mr. Tazuna? Kakashi approached the stunned Tazuna, regarding him with a steely gaze. Wow, Sasuke, you're quite impressive. I thought you were genuinely too frightened to move, Naruto remarked, brushing his nose with confidence. Through his training with the Ninetales, he had become exceptionally sensitive to killing intent, allowing him to react to even the slightest threat and counterattack. Mr. Tazuna, as I've stated numerous times, there will be no ninjas on a C-rank mission. My students are now casting doubtful glances at me. Would you care to explain? Sighing, Tazuna admitted, I did indeed misreport the mission's rank. The Land of Waves is a small nation, and even the daimyo is quite impoverished. I could hardly afford a high payment for the mission. Indeed, the task is to protect you until the bridge is completed. Does this mean there will be further ninja attacks afterward? That is correct. Have you heard of Gato? Gato, the wealthiest man in the world? Is he wealthier than the Hyuga clan? Naruto asked, his eyes gleaming with interest in the mention of wealth. However, Kakashi swiftly struck him on the head, silencing his excitement. On the surface, he operates a shipping business, but in reality, he profits from the drug trade and organized crime by employing ninjas. A year ago, he set his sights on the land of waves, using his financial power and violence to seize control of its maritime trade, which is vital for an island nation. His only fear is the bridge currently under construction. Once completed, it will offer a glimmer of hope for the land of waves. I see. While I sympathize with your plight, a B-rank mission exceeds our capacity. We shall prepare to return to the village. Humph. I knew you ninjas were cold-blooded creatures driven by money. Very well, I shall proceed alone. After all, only my 8-year-old grandson would mourn my passing, and my unfortunate daughter, who lost her husband, will despise Konoha for eternity. You may all leave, Tazuna said with a bitter smile, turning to embark on his lonely journey. What do you all think? Kakashi halted, fully aware that the old man was being unreasonable. Yet he knew that if they simply walked away, it would be tantamount to abandoning someone in need. Not yet realizing the impending danger, Kakashi sought the opinions of Team 7. Let us go. I promised Hinata I would bring her a gift. Should I return with a handful of leaves? I want stronger opponents. If Sasuke is going, then I will too. Very well, the mission continues. Kakashi nodded, but noticed Naruto striding toward the two assassins, who had regained consciousness after being tied to a tree trunk. Naruto. What are you? Before he could finish, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as Naruto, wielding a kunai, unhesitatingly slashed one of the assassin's throats. After a few agonizing seconds, the assassin's head drooped lifelessly. Is Kakashi-sensei really planning to spare them? Naruto regarded Kakashi with a peculiar expression as he approached another assassin. It was not that he intended to spare him. Rather, he had not anticipated the necessity for Kakashi's intervention. Kakashi understood that leaving a survivor in such circumstances would only complicate matters for himself. He had planned to act after they departed, but Naruto's aggression took him by surprise. Did your teacher not instruct you that leaving no witnesses is essential during missions? To do otherwise is to neglect your team's responsibilities. Brat, you need not educate me. I merely did not foresee you encountering such situations so soon. A little consideration for the girls would be appreciated. Kakashi observed Naruto's eyes, seeing not a hint of hesitation or fear, as if he had been accustomed to bloodshed since childhood. Yet, it was not the demeanor of a mere killer. It was the resolve to eliminate threats in defense of something dear. Give it to me. Sasuke, equally astonished by Naruto's willingness to take a life, gritted his teeth and seized the kunai from Naruto's grasp. He glanced at the assassin bound to a tree, hesitating for mere seconds before slashing his throat, extinguishing his life. Is that acceptable, Sasuke? It is your first kill, after all. How do you know? I've long since grown accustomed to it. The only sign of his inexperience was a slight tremor in his hands. Otherwise, his expression remained unchanged, save for his outer clothing, now stained crimson. Naruto, in stark contrast, appeared untouched, having mastered the art of blood projection, which led Kakashi to question the nature of his upbringing. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura, finally registering the gravity of their actions, understood this was an unavoidable rite of passage for ninjas. She averted her gaze from the two corpses and offered Sasuke a handkerchief. Sakura, my path will be stained with blood. If you can manage, then follow me. Sasuke accepted the handkerchief, wiped his hands briefly, and returned it to her. His voice cold as he acknowledged the scent of blood on him. He was aware of Sakura's feelings for him, but he understood that in his quest for vengeance, any excess emotion would serve only as a hindrance. Whether or not you can handle it, just wait for me. Sakura clutched her treasured handkerchief, hesitating before deciding to keep it close and follow Sasuke. The escort mission proved lengthy and monotonous. With a ninja's pace, the journey to the land of waves should have taken merely a day. However, due to the presence of the ordinary man Tazuna, they could not traverse rooftops. After nearly 3 days, they finally reached the coastline. They soon encountered obstacles, as boatmen feared the wrath of Gato and refused to transport Tazuna to the land of waves. Fortunately, Tazuna had prepared in advance, enlisting a longtime friend to row them across the sea before dawn, allowing them to reach their destination. What is that? How magnificent! Naruto exclaimed, gazing at the grand bridge under construction as they sailed. The imposing structure redefined his perception of bridges. Sasuke and Sakura, though less vocal, were equally captivated. I built that. Impressive, isn't it? Tazuna beamed at Naruto's astonishment. I thought you were just a drunken bum. Enough. Alcohol inspires my creativity. Tazuna's smile faltered, and he sighed, taking a swig from his bottle. Alas, in my absence from the land of waves, I doubt a single log has been moved. Ah, so this is the so-called leader. Kakashi mused, understanding that fear of Gato necessitated a hero to rally the people. Should Tazuna perish, hope would be extinguished, and they would submit to Gato's control. Therefore, I must not die. Following the path of the under-construction bridge, the group swiftly reached the shore. Upon disembarking, the boatman merely uttered good luck before hastily departing. Under Tazuna's guidance, they entered a forest. Though there were no clear signs, Tazuna navigated with precision, and before long, a gentle mist enveloped the air. It's foggy. It feels so refreshing, Sakura remarked, reaching out to touch the white mist with excitement. It's rare for Konoha to have fog, so this sight is worth the journey. Being an island nation, the land of waves often experienced fog in the early morning, but today it seemed particularly dense, Tazuna explained as the mist thickened further. Suddenly, Naruto turned to the roadside bushes and swiftly threw a kunai, startling Sakura. "Idiot Naruto, you nearly hit me," she scolded, landing a punch on his head. Relieved she had been walking slowly, otherwise she might have been struck. "My apologies, I felt a hint of killing intent." Naruto rubbed his head, approaching the bushes where the kunai had embedded itself at the base of a tree. A pure white rabbit lay twitching on the ground, clearly rendered unconscious by the kunai's shock. "So adorable." Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison, with Sakura casting a puzzled glance at Naruto. "You think it's cute?" "Of course. Rabbit is delicious, especially the hind legs, roasted to a golden brown with cumin." Drool Naruto's mouth watered, having subsisted on dry rations for days, nearly forgetting the taste of meat. "No way. You can't eat such a cute rabbit." Sakura quickly scooped the rabbit into her arms, realizing that her affection for the adorable creature clashed with her culinary sensibilities. "What's the matter? A rabbit is merely food, right? What do you think, Sasuke? Give me a leg." Naruto's suggestion ignited Sasuke's imagination of golden rabbit legs, nodding eagerly. "Let us not waste time. Let us prepare this rabbit for breakfast." "How could you?" Sakura was torn. If it were Naruto, she would have readily punched him, but Sasuke wanted to eat too. Which did she prioritize? Her affection for the rabbit or her feelings for Sasuke? "Enough. That is a snow rabbit, isn't it? Get down." Kakashi, exasperated, separated the two, squabbling over the rabbit. The moment he saw it, he sensed something was amiss. How could a snow rabbit exist in the land of waves? Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air, prompting him to push Naruto and Sakura to the ground, narrowly avoiding a flying decapitation blade. The blade embedded itself deeply into a sturdy tree. And perched atop the hilt stood a man with a bandaged face, his forehead protector from the hidden mist visible above his exposed torso. "Kid, you've got some skills to detect even a hint of killing intent." "Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi remarked casually, yet his demeanor shifted from indolence to vigilance, his intent clear. "I never expected to encounter the Sharingan Kakashi here. The reward for this mission is insufficient. Leave that old man to me." Zabuza's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, showing no signs of relaxation. If the opponent were wise, they would surrender Tazuna to him. The Sharingan? Sasuke's attention snapped to Kakashi. The Uchiha clan was absent from this man. How had he acquired the Sharingan? "You three, step back. Form a defensive formation around Mr. Tazuna. He is not an adversary you can handle, far stronger than those two from before." Kakashi took a deep breath and lifted the forehead protector that had always concealed his left eye, revealing a blood-red eye, within which 3 tomo were embedded, an eerie sight. The Sharingan, and it's a triple tomo. Sasuke could no longer contain himself. After all, not everyone from the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan, let alone the triple tomo, which only geniuses could unlock. Enough of this chatter. I must swiftly eliminate this old man. Without a moment's hesitation, Zabuza vanished from the tree, standing upon the surface of the lake at the edge of the forest, channeling chakra into the water to perform the hidden mist technique. The mist that had already begun to rise in the forest thickened, rendering visibility to less than 2 meters, allowing Zabuza to vanish within the fog. 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which shall I strike? Zabuza's voice echoed around them, casting an invisible weight upon everyone present. Even Naruto, accustomed to a murderous aura, felt his legs tremble under the intensity of such killing intent. Kakashi quickly regained his composure, countering Zabuza's murderous intent with his own. The clash of the 2 Nin's auras resonated in the air, affecting the 4 others nearby. Sakura and Tazuna were already terrified, speechless, while Sasuke, though still capable of movement, felt his hands tremble uncontrollably as he clutched his kunai. Sasuke, do not worry. Even if I perish, I will protect you. I will never allow him to harm my comrades. Just as Sasuke was on the verge of collapsing under the pressure, Kakashi suddenly turned, flashing a radiant smile that momentarily eased his tension, allowing his body to relax. Is that so? Kakashi had barely spoken when Zabuza's voice rang out. And in the instant those words left his lips, he materialized in the center of the spiral formation. With a swift swing of his executioner's blade, he declared, "It's over. Should that strike land, Tazuna would be cleaved in two. No, not just Tazuna." The massive arc of the blade would ensure that even the 3 members of Team 7 could not escape the fate of being bisected. However, before Zabuza could complete his swing, a kunai pierced his heart. Kakashi had appeared before him at an astonishing speed. Alas, the wound did not bleed blood but water. Die. Zabuza transformed into a puddle, reappearing behind Kakashi, and executed a horizontal slash aimed at him. Yet, Kakashi too vanished into water, only to reappear behind Zabuza, pressing a kunai against his throat. "Ah, I see. You've replicated my water clone technique. Truly befitting of the copy ninja Kakashi. But do you think I would be caught off guard?" Zabuza chuckled with delight, once again transforming into liquid, his true form materializing behind Kakashi as he raised his executioner's blade to strike down. What? Kakashi instantly discerned the direction of the descending blade and dodged without looking back. Zabuza's blade embedded itself into the ground, and utilizing the momentum, he spun to kick Kakashi away, drawing his executioner's blade in pursuit. As Kakashi fell into the lake, Zabuza unleashed the water prison technique, ensnaring him within. "Do not struggle. This is a specially crafted water prison. You cannot escape on your own. But I have no time to deal with you. After all, a ninja must prioritize their mission." Zabuza revealed a triumphant smile, forming hand seals with one hand, causing the liquid in the lake to coalesce into another Zabuza, who slowly approached Naruto and the others. "Run, as long as his true form remains. That water clone cannot stray too far. Quickly, take Mr. Tazuna and flee." Kakashi shouted to Team 7, realizing he could not escape the water prison. "Run? Don't be ridiculous. The moment you were captured, our future was sealed. Either we save you or perish. Exposing our backs to someone of Zabuza's caliber will only hasten our demise." Sasuke shook his head, voicing his thoughts. "I feel the same. My ninja way does not involve fleeing. Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna. That man will be dealt with by Sasuke and me. What about the battle plan? You always act so recklessly. There is a plan. Do you remember the substitution technique we used when we grabbed the bells?" "Oh, the substitution technique, is it?" Zabuza laughed, amused. Children will always be children, casually mentioning a battle plan. Although they might have some understanding, knowing that their trump card is the substitution technique gives me countless ways to counter them. "Are you not afraid?" "Of course, but I will not die here, for I aim to become Hokage." As Naruto spoke, he stepped forward, approaching Zabuza. "I can't help but admire your tenacity. I shall accompany you this once." Sasuke followed suit, feeling inexplicably calmed by Naruto's presence, his racing heart now steady. The two raised their fists and gently bumped them together, mutually understanding each other's intentions. "I truly underestimated you. Do you think the two of you can defeat me?" Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, hundreds of his shadow clones emerged, surging towards Zabuza. "Is this your reliance? The sheer number of shadow clones is enough for me to note you down in my little book. But a battle of life and death is not one that can be won by numbers alone." Zabuza was momentarily startled. He hadn't expected this unassuming child to summon so many clones, but his surprise was fleeting, for to him, it was merely a distraction. With a swift motion, Zabuza sliced through over a dozen shadow clones, suddenly sensing a wave of heat. A massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, surged from behind the clones, incinerating them and advancing towards him. Sacrificing shadow clones? Not a bad strategy, but the force is too weak. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals, and a water dragon erupted from the lake, charging towards Sasuke's great fireball technique, extinguishing the flames that were dangerously close to the water clones. But that is not all. Sasuke shouted, hurling a cross-shaped wind shuriken from his hand, which soared past the water clones and directly towards Zabuza's true form. Zabuza squinted, casually reaching out to grasp the rapidly spinning wind shuriken in his palm. However, he did not anticipate that another wind shuriken was stealthily hidden in the shadow of the first, launching towards him. with no time to react. He could only leap to evade the deadly blade. Got it. The wind shuriken that soared behind Zabuza suddenly transformed into Naruto, who threw a kunai at Zabuza's back. Naive. Zabuza slightly turned, allowing the executioner's blade strapped to his back to deflect the kunai. Cheating. You're too shameless, using such a massive sword as a shield. Naruto yelled in frustration, realizing that a normal blade would never have been able to block his kunai. You are the naive one. Die, brat. Zabuza threw the wind shuriken he had just caught, and Naruto was predictably sliced in half, dissipating into smoke. Zabuza had known that Naruto was no ordinary child when he summoned hundreds of clones, preparing for every possible defense. Indeed, this meticulousness had allowed him to deflect a lethal attack. Naruto, what now? Away. Sasuke, hold him off for 30 seconds. Are you joking? You expect me to face him alone? If he had the time now, Sasuke would undoubtedly seize Naruto by the collar and pummel him into a state resembling that of a pig's head. This was no ordinary Jonin, but Zabuza Momochi himself. Even asking for shadow clones from Naruto was an excessive demand. My jutsu requires too long to form hand seals. I beg of you. Naruto offered a slight smile, his eyes devoid of any jest. TCH, fine, go ahead. I've truly lost my mind, leaving my back to a straggler. Sasuke tapped his own head in irritation and waved off Naruto, approaching Zabuza alone. Sasuke, don't die. Naruto called out as he dispelled his shadow clone technique, retreating a few steps to conceal himself in the thick mist, fading from view. Oh, I must admit, at this moment, abandoning my teammates to escape is the wisest choice. You're overthinking it. A fool's mind cannot conceive of flight. Besides, there are more Sharingan users than just Kakashi. Sasuke shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, activated his Sharingan. The two tomos spinning rapidly, vigilantly fixated on Zabuza. The Sharingan, a descendant of the Uchiha clan? Let me witness your true capabilities. He could see your movements. Perhaps due to the activation of his Sharingan, Sasuke adeptly engaged Zabuza with nothing but a kunai against his massive executioner's blade. Even if you can see, can you react in time? Zabuza slightly furrowed his brow, feigning an attack before kicking Sasuke away, only to see the boy transform into a piece of wood. What I can do now exceeds mere actions. Zien Su Chomauin. In an instant, Sasuke appeared behind Zabuza, the Sharingan spinning rapidly to hasten his hand seals. Chakra swiftly gathering near his throat. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 fiery blossoms erupted from Sasuke's mouth, soaring towards Zabuza. What can such flames accomplish? Zabuza nonchalantly raised his executioner's blade to counter, only to discover that the fire blossoms could curve, bypassing his weapon and striking his abdomen, with the remaining 4 flames hitting him from various angles. To control the trajectory with chakra, this is the Uchiha clan's Phoenix fire. Ugh! Sasuke exclaimed as he clutched his eyes. Kneeling on the ground, the first use of the Sharingan in conjunction with such a demanding jutsu exhausting for his young body. I must say, your ninjutsu is splendid. But how foolish to wager all your chakra merely to defeat my clone. Zabuza, somewhat surprised that his water clone was bested by a Jonin, once more formed hand seals to summon another water clone, raising his executioner's blade as he approached Sasuke. Who said I had to defeat you alone? A fugitive like you knows nothing of teamwork. Sasuke offered a faint smile, the strength to stand having left him, slowly collapsing to the ground, uttering his last words. It's up to you now, straggler. Leave it to us. Dozens of Narutos emerged from the mist, charging towards Zabuza's water clone, each gripping a glowing orb in their right hands. No one knew what it was, but Zabuza's years of assassination experience warned him that this object was not to be trifled with. Rasengan. Kakashi's eyes widened. The Rasengan had once been his teacher's proudest skill, now manifesting in his son's hands, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. Damn it, the water clone was shattered. Zabuza roared in anger, his water clone strong in combat yet weak in defense. Even after shattering numerous Narutos, one of those orbs grazed him, instantly transforming him into liquid, showcasing its formidable power. Who says only they have the advantage? Zabuza's hidden mist technique became a hindrance as Naruto stealthily approached until he was close enough to be detected. Upon realizing Zabuza had evaded, he drew his executioner's blade to block Naruto's Rasengan. Such power, such numbers. Are you a monster? Zabuza felt his blade almost scream as it clashed with Naruto's Rasengan, sparks flying visibly from the contact, the force akin to grappling with a prehistoric beast. As the monstrous force attempted to devour him, This was merely the power of a single Rasengan, and upon glancing at the shadow clones of Naruto advancing with intent, Zabuza finally panicked. This is often said. Naruto pressed down harder on the Rasengan. Not every Rasengan possessed such potency. This one was a specially crafted version, significantly stronger than the rest, fueled by the chakra of his shadow clones, inspired by Hinata. Zabuza could no longer withstand it. Withdrawing his right hand from the water prison to brace against the blade, allowing Kakashi to escape from the water prison. From here on, it's your turn, Kakashi-sensei. Well done, Naruto. The confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza did not last long. All of Zabuza's movements were preemptively read by the Sharingan, ultimately leading to his defeat at Kakashi's hands. Collapsing beneath a tree, unable to move. Naruto, you go deliver the final blow. Kakashi covered his left eye, his body nearing its limits after excessive use of ocular power, glancing at the incapacitated Sasuke and Sakura, who was protecting Tazuna. Only Naruto remained able to act. All right, cough. Brat, you intend to kill me? Though we bear no grudge, the nature of this mission demands that enemies be slain. Farewell. Naruto grasped the kunai, advancing towards Zabuza, speaking without hesitation. What splendid eyes you possess. One cannot help but wonder what sort of childhood you endured to have such beautiful eyes. Remarkable. Come. Do not hesitate. Slit my throat. Zabuza's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld Naruto. What a gaze it was, free from confusion or fear, unwavering in the face of his actions. Typically, one's eyes betray a mix of terror, excitement, and tension when faced with murder, but Naruto's gaze was unlike any Zabuza had encountered before, as if he had traversed through hell itself. Whoosh! Just as Zabuza finished speaking, two shurikens suddenly soared through the air, piercing his neck and ending his life in an instant. Huh! My head! Naruto exclaimed in surprise, turning to see a masked youth standing on a nearby tree branch. I have long sought the opportunity to eliminate Zabuza completely. Thank you. A raspy voice emanated from beneath the mask, rendering it impossible to discern gender. Kakashi-sensei, it appears he is truly dead. Naruto crouched down, prodding Zabuza's neck with his kunai, causing Bai to gasp in shock, nearly rushing forward to strike Naruto. Oh, it seems so. He was a member of the Hidden Mists assassination unit. Kakashi remained silent for a few moments, not glancing at Zabuza, merely informing the members of Team 7 about the assassination unit before falling silent again, his single eye warily fixed on Bai. Now that you know I am an assassin, the matter is simpler. His corpse conceals many secrets, which I shall take. Bai approached Zabuza's body, hoisting the heavier corpse, disappearing from everyone's sight. Sasuke, are you alright? You look as though you're about to collapse. Naruto sat down beside Sasuke, finally able to relax after feeling utterly drained. The combination of shadow clones and Rasengan was indeed no trifling matter. You still dare to ask? How much chakra do you have left? Sasuke shifted his position, lying on his back and gazing at Naruto as he spoke. If we had eaten that rabbit, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You fool, still thinking about rabbits. Sakura, having long since discarded the rabbit they had caught after the appearance of Zabuza, approached Naruto and Sasuke to offer them some water to regain their strength. You two are truly remarkable. You've worked hard. The image of the two, undaunted as they faced formidable foes, etched deeply in Sakura's heart, filling her with pride for such companions. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a knowing smile, the sense of accomplishment from defeating a powerful enemy flickering in their hearts. Though you seem to be in good spirits, I'm nearly at my limit. Call for an ambulance. The next day, Kakashi, having fainted from exhaustion, slowly regained consciousness, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling and the scent of seawater. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a seaside cottage. Ninja-san, you're awake. I'll fetch your students. A black-haired woman entered his line of sight. It was Tsunami, the daughter of Tazuna, who was looking after him. Kakashi-sensei, you sure can sleep, Naruto remarked, puffing out his cheeks in displeasure. Kakashi sighed, noting the excessive use of his Sharingan had taken a toll. He would likely need a week to recover. Observing the lively Sasuke, he reflected on the burdens of wielding power that did not belong to him, and the disparity was stark. Kakashi, I know what you're about to ask. This is a keepsake from a dear friend of mine, Kakashi admitted, noticing Sasuke's hesitation. I see. Naruto, Sasuke, come here for a moment. What is it? You two have made remarkable progress. Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan, and Naruto has even mastered advanced techniques like the Rasengan. Your growth has surpassed my expectations. Is that all? If just for compliments, I gladly accept. Naruto beamed with pride, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. However, you both can't walk on water, can you? It's as if newborns learn to fly without even walking. Walking on water, like you and Zabuza? Sasuke inquired, intrigued by the technique. Indeed, it's a skill in chakra manipulation. Kakashi's explanation was interrupted as a child wearing a small white hat dashed into Tezuna's arms, exclaiming joyfully, "Grandpa! Ayane, go greet the ninjas who brought you back." Tsunami gently chided her son, tapping him on the head. "No, they'll all die anyway," Ayane replied, staring blankly at Kakashi and the others. "What did you say? You little brat?" Naruto couldn't contain himself, eager to reprimand the boy, but Sakura pulled at his sleeve. "Naruto, don't be impulsive. Anyone who resists Kato will perish," Ayane said despondently, his gaze revealing the hopelessness of someone grappling with despair. "I won't die. I will live until I become Hokage and a hero." "What hero? You're delusional. Such people don't exist. What does it matter how eloquently you speak before the strong? How about a wager? Let's see whether I fall to Kato or become a hero. Who cares? If you don't want to die, go home." Ayane despised Naruto's hopeful demeanor, kicking him hard before running upstairs in tears. "I deeply apologize. That child lost his father, making his emotions quite unstable," Tezuna sighed, recounting the tale of a man hailed as a hero in the land of waves. "Let us not dwell on that. We should celebrate our victory over such formidable ninjas." "No, Zabuza isn't dead yet. That's what I was about to say." Gasps of surprise filled the room. "The Umbu of the Mist do not return with corpses, they only seek heads. Our chakra was depleted, and I chose not to reveal it. If Zabuza recovers, a fierce battle awaits. Thus, you must grow stronger before that happens. First, we'll practice tree climbing." Kakashi, leaning on his staff, led Team 7 into the woods beside the cottage. "You are all familiar with chakra theory, I want to reiterate. Watch closely, focus chakra at the soles of your feet." Kakashi chose a small tree of about 10 meters and effortlessly walked up its trunk, hanging upside down from a branch as he observed the trio below. Once you can adeptly manipulate chakra, this feat becomes attainable. "Sasuke, are you thinking it would be easy with your Sharingan?" This is the foundation of ninjutsu. The principle remains the same. If you can refine your chakra control without activating your Sharingan, the chakra consumption for techniques like the Phoenix Fire Jutsu will significantly decrease. Naruto, the Rasengan demands exceptional control. Your skills should be commendable. I'll give you a day to reach the top of the tree. Sakura, as a girl, you may have 2 days. Kakashi scattered a handful of kunai at their feet, gesturing towards a towering tree that stood at least 20 meters tall. "All right, watch me." Naruto formed hand seals, channeling chakra to his feet, and lunged toward the tree, but the task proved more challenging than he anticipated. He lacked sufficient chakra and tumbled onto his back. Thud! Sasuke fared no better, overloading his chakra and tearing the bark before crashing down, casting a begrudging glance at the footprint he left on the trunk. "Oh dear. Looks like I'm the top performer," Sakura's proud voice called down from above. Naruto and Sasuke gazed up in astonishment. Sakura was perched on a branch, smiling down at them from a height of over 10 meters. It appeared Kakashi had miscalculated. Sakura was indeed the most gifted among them, while the future Hokage and the scion of the Uchiha clan seemed less impressive. Kakashi chuckled, employing reverse psychology to ignite Naruto and Sasuke's competitive spirits, while he picked up a kunai to practice. Hours passed, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Sasuke, after yet another fall, glanced at Naruto, resolute in his decision to approach him. Naruto." Sasuke stuttered, his demeanor bashful. "I can't hear you. Are you hungry?" Naruto, engrossed in concentrating chakra as instructed by Sakura, shot Sasuke a curious look. "Could you tell me the technique Sakura mentioned earlier?" Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment at the thought of seeking help from someone he deemed inferior. "Sure, but why not ask Sakura directly? She would be delighted to share," Naruto suggested. Sasuke turned away, ignoring Naruto's comment. "I told you to be gentler with girls. Your approach is quite crass." "All right, I get it. Just tell me. You didn't listen, did you?" "Hey." At Zabuza's hideout, Haku gently helped him sit up from the bed, offering him food to replenish his strength, and asked softly, "How are you feeling?" "Almost recovered," Zabuza replied, clenching his fist, his bandage-free hand revealing a smile to Haku. "Mr. Zabuza, are you truly happy?" I inquired. "You have been with me for a long time, yet I have never imparted the silent killing technique to you. Do you know why? Because I am merely a tool for Lord Zabuza. A tool must obey commands without question. Bai lowered her gaze, speaking in a somber tone. Incorrect. Your temperament is ill-suited for the silent killing technique. You are too soft-hearted. Even under my orders, you would eliminate the target but spare any witnesses. However, he is different. That boy's gaze is pure, devoid of any impurities. For the first time, I felt the urge to take a disciple, to pass on all my assassination skills to him. Zabuza reminisced about that day, recalling Naruto's eyes. A decade ago, during the ninja exam in the village hidden in the mist, a boy had used that same gaze to slay 100 classmates without hesitation, killing anyone he encountered. Do you think he would agree? No, but perishing at the hands of that boy wouldn't be so bad. Someone like me, who engages in severing heads daily, has long since grown indifferent to life and death. If I could choose my grave, that would be a fitting end. Mr. Zabuza, you jest. I shall gather some herbs that may aid in recovery. I smiled gently and left Zabuza's room, stepping into the adjacent space. She removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her long black hair to cascade down to her waist, and donned a crimson kimono before departing the hideout. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, the air was filled with a white mist, contrasting with Zabuza's fog, leaving Bai's exposed arms feeling chilly. This will do. Bai knelt on the ground, her delicate fingers gently pinching the herbs, placing them into her basket. The beauty of the scene seemed to merge with her, as a bird searching for food landed on Bai's shoulder, eliciting a soft smile from the girl. Chirp, chirp. The bird did not linger long, flying away with a call, and only then did Bai notice a boy lying on the ground just a few steps away, seemingly asleep from exhaustion. Is it him? What a coincidence! Bai found it hard to believe that merely venturing out for herbs would lead her to this unguarded boy. As if his face bore a sign that read, "Come and kill me," Bai approached Naruto quietly, extending her hand toward his tender neck. With a slight push, his neck could snap like the herbs. Just then, a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Naruto's striking golden hair, causing him to awaken. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air as Naruto grasped Bai's kimono, pulling her towards him with a bewildered expression. What's wrong, little ninja? Bai, unfazed by being pulled forward, gazed into his eyes, their pupils reflecting one another, their noses nearly touching. Naruto could feel the warmth of her breath. Ah, sorry. I fell asleep. He quickly released her and rolled back, having sensed a faint aura of danger that triggered an instinctual reaction. I intended to wake you, fearing you would catch a chill sleeping here. Yet this is how you respond to my kindness? Bai smiled at Naruto's flustered demeanor, teasingly adopting a pitiful expression. I truly apologize for your clothing. I will compensate you. Naruto repeatedly apologized, glancing at the torn fabric of Bai's kimono and the band beneath it, his face flushing with embarrassment as he turned away. No need to mind it. After all, it was the last time I would wear it. Bai shook her head, whispering a confession barely audible. Why are you here, sister? I came to gather herbs. How about you? How did you end up sleeping here? Last night, I practiced tree climbing with Sasuke. I climbed until I was utterly exhausted and just collapsed. That guy didn't even tell me to go back and get some sleep. How infuriating. Upon noticing the basket in Bai's hands, Naruto ceased to doubt her intentions, clenching his fists and cursing Sasuke for not returning home for a meal. Your hand is injured. Bai observed a red mark on the back of Naruto's clenched fist. Though not deep, neglecting it could pose a danger. Oh, I must have scraped it on a branch. It's nothing. How can it be nothing? What if it becomes infected? Oh dear. Bai retrieved a herb for treating wounds from her basket, chewing it slowly before gently taking Naruto's hand, applying the chewed herb to his wound, and then bandaging it. Are you feeling nauseous? In emergencies, this herb combined with saliva can be quite healing. Bai noticed Naruto's astonished gaze and raised a finger to shake it gently as she explained. No. It's just that this is the first time someone has treated me so tenderly, and it makes me want to cry. Isn't that something parents usually do? I have no parents. Oh, I see. Not just parents. In fact, I had no relatives or friends at all when I was young. The villagers looked down on me, ignored me, and loathed me. But that was in the past. Now I have many people behind me, friends with whom I can compete, friends to play with. And most importantly, Hinata. With such experiences, how can you still wear that radiant smile? When Naruto spoke of Hinata, his smile shone like the sun, captivating Bai, who had lived in darkness. Their experiences mirrored each other. Both had been disregarded like stray dogs. Yet, Naruto had forged a path of happiness through his own strength, something Bai found unattainable. Because of Hinata, from the moment we met, she accepted me and has been by my side ever since. Without her, I might have truly become a rogue. You are indeed fortunate. Yes. This time, we promise to return safely, no matter what happens. I will return to Hinata. And for that, I must grow stronger. But I think you are already quite strong, little ninja. Not strong enough. I must become even more powerful. So that the entire village, no, the whole world will notice me. I believe you will achieve that. When one seeks to protect what is dear, they can become incredibly strong. In the sunlight, the boy's resolute words shone brightly, and Bai couldn't he help but reach out, encouragingly ruffling his hair. Sister, you smell so nice. Naruto shyly evaded Bai's hand, perhaps enchanted by the subtle fragrance she carried from gathering herbs. Someone as sullied as I could never smell good. Farewell, little ninja. I look forward to your ascendance to the pinnacle of the world. Bai smiled as she denied Naruto's words, departing with her basket full of herbs. Just then, Sasuke arrived to call Naruto back for a meal, the two brushing past one another. Naruto, what were you doing just now? Nothing. I tore my sister's clothing. And I don't even know where she lives. In Sasuke's eyes, Naruto sat on the ground, looking dejected, as if something had been interrupted. Seeing the torn clothing on the girl had sparked his imagination. What's wrong? Why do you look at me as if I'm a piece of trash? Nothing. Just lamenting the sanitation of the land of waves. Large piles of garbage have been left unattended for so long. How dare you? Are you talking about me? Why didn't you tell me to go back and sleep last night? The house is for people. What about you? The two began their usual bickering. And today Sasuke seemed particularly irritable. Naruto, bewildered by what he had done wrong, trudged back to the Dazna household. Well done. Indeed, it was accomplished within a single day. Naruto and Sasuke's kunai have been embedded in the treetops, prompting Kakashi to applaud with satisfaction, albeit with a hint of indifference in his lazy gaze. Sakura, you shall teach Naruto how to walk on water. I will take charge of Sasuke. Sakura, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the technique of walking on water, rendering her a suitable temporary instructor for Naruto. Hey, why am I not included? I would much prefer to be alone with Sasuke. Naruto, you are already quite strong. Focus on mastering the water walking technique for now. What I intend to teach Sasuke is the unique jinjutsu of the Sharingan, which you cannot replicate. Alright then. Sasuke, don't cry if you can't master it. Do you think I am like you, the underachiever? Several days passed after Sasuke began his training with Kakashi. The four of them stood atop the under-construction bridge, surveying their surroundings as the villagers of the land of waves. Under the guidance of Tazuna, diligently carried out their tasks. The bridge had reached 80 completion and would be finished in a few days, however. It was also the opportune moment for Zabuza to strike. Sasuke, taking Kakashi's words to heart, displayed no signs of tension. Rather, he felt a surge of eagerness to test the extent of his progress. All right, let's muster our resolve. This time, he shall not return. Standing alone upon the surface of the sea, Naruto raised his hands and shouted. Having honed his chakra control over the past few days to masterfully adapt to the ebb and flow of the water beneath him. Naruto, I understand your pride, but could you come up and converse? Kakashi remarked, his tone tinged with exasperation as he leaned over the bridge's edge to address Naruto. What are you saying, Kakashi-sensei? I am earnestly practicing walking on water. Look, I cannot sink no matter how I step. By the way, it seems only one among us cannot manage this feat. Could it be that this is the infamous underachiever? Unbeknownst to Naruto, his expression was quite irksome as he dashed across the water's surface, even adopting a skating pose. Successfully provoking Sasuke's ire. I'll take you down. Sasuke's temper flared, veins protruding on his forehead, a result of Naruto's taunts. He had invested considerable time learning Jinjutsu from Kakashi. Had it not been for Kakashi's restraint, he would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate his newfound skills on Naruto. Be quiet. Do not provoke Sasuke, Sakura admonished, delivering a swift smack to Naruto's head, then seizing him by the collar and dragging him up the bridge's support column. You have remarkably enhanced your arm strength with chakra. Well done, Sakura. Kakashi acknowledged, impressed that she had mastered this technique without his instruction. Given her age, it was indeed commendable. Oh, it's nothing, Sakura replied bashfully, sticking out her tongue and casting a shy glance at Sasuke, only to find him fixated on Naruto, his expectations dashed once more. Be careful, here they come. At that moment, a thin mist enveloped the bridge, swiftly encasing everyone within. Kakashi heightened his vigilance, taking a defensive stance with the three members of Team 7. You all must flee. His target is me. Do not get entangled in this. Tazuna hastily set down his tools, urging the villagers to take refuge. What about you, Tazuna? I cannot leave. My absence would disperse the strength of the ninjas. Do not perish. The villagers, despite their concern for Tizuna, prioritized their own safety, and soon. The construction workers had all fled, leaving Tizuna alone. Kakashi, it has been a while. Seeing you again brings a twinge of pain to my wounds. Zabuza emerged from the mist, standing before Kakashi, seemingly unperturbed, while Haku followed closely behind, waiting like a loyal hound for commands. Indeed, you are from that place. You still have not relinquished your pursuit of Mr. Tizuna? Let us not jest. Since my arrival, my objective has shifted. That old man can perish as he wishes. My target is the little brat behind you. Zabuza unsheathed his executioner's blade, pointing it at Team 7. Kakashi glanced back, and the members of Team 7 exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of whom Zabuza referred to. The shortest one. Zabuza provided a hint. Hey, I'll take you down, old man. At this, everyone realized whom he was addressing, and Naruto felt a surge of unwarranted anger as all eyes turned towards him. Naruto, I am curious what it is that draws you to him. Aren't you supposed to be working for Kato? Why not abandon that task? Kakashi's vigilance heightened. If Zabuza was fixated on something, it was undoubtedly the nine tails within Naruto. However, he could not fathom how Zabuza had acquired such knowledge. As a rogue ninja in hiding should not possess an intelligence network capable of infiltrating Konoha. Kato? Merely a nouveau riche, unaware of what a ninja truly is. Roaming about with his hired 100-man squad, causing chaos. One person, Haku, could eliminate them all. My reason for working for him is merely due to his wealth and his secret hideout, a refuge from the pursuit of the Mist Umbu. I could claim his head whenever I desired. If that is the case, we have no reason to be adversaries. Are you not listening? I desire that little brat. Zabuza, growing impatient, struck the ground with his blade, carving deep gashes into the bridge, eliciting a pained expression from Tizuna. May I inquire about your reasoning? I intend to take him as my disciple and impart my assassination techniques, transforming him into the most formidable assassin in the ninja world. Hey, that is no joking matter. Do I appear to be jesting? In that child's eyes, I see potential for the future. My assassination techniques could only slay AJ Nin, but he is different. If he learns all my skills, he could even eliminate a shadow. No, he is merely an underachiever. He cannot accomplish that. Kakashi felt a wave of despair. Could this be a fortunate miscalculation? Indeed, Naruto harbored a power that could rival the shadow, but it was not suited for assassination. Exactly. Who would want to learn your assassination techniques? I wish for everyone to acknowledge me. Hiding in the shadows like you is simply impossible. I have Hinata. I want to live in the sunlight with her, allowing everyone to witness her joyful smile, not sneaking around in secrecy. By the way, Naruto, I would prefer if you stated that you would not betray Kakashi-sensei or something. Right, I still have Kakashi-sensei. After a few seconds of contemplation, Naruto exclaimed as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Your words hurt even more. Humph, since I have arrived, there will be no negotiations. I will kill you and forcibly take that little brat. Zabuza wasted no time, forming hand seals to summon 5 water clones that leapt from the sea onto the bridge. Charging toward Kakashi. Kakashi, leave this to me. I am exceedingly furious now. Sasuke intercepted Kakashi. An overwhelming surge of anger welling up within him since Zabuza had declared his intent to take Naruto. The intensity of his feelings escalated, and he felt as though his Sharingan was on the verge of activation. I understand. Kakashi nodded, and in that moment, Sasuke transformed into a shadow, vanishing and weaving between the 5 Zabuza clones. When he returned to his original position, each of Zabuza's clones bore a newly formed wound, dissolving into liquid that pooled upon the bridge's surface. Oh, in just a week, you have grown to this extent. Truly, you are impressive for a child with a bloodline limit. Haku, I leave him to you. No longer astonished by Sasuke's growth, Zabuza's true opponent was not Sasuke. After issuing commands to Haku, he charged at Kakashi wielding his executioner's blade. Haku nodded lightly, her body spinning like a top as she rapidly advanced towards Sasuke. Zabuza, do you really have to impede our mission? Didn't Naruto himself express his reluctance? Kakashi lamented as he parried Zabuza's strike. That brat is just a fraction. I haven't forgotten how you toyed with me that day. It's simple. Either I kill you, or you kill me. Have I been seen through? How about I treat you to a drink as an apology? The clash of steel resounded as Haku's Sunban met Sasuke's kunai, creating a shower of sparks. Uchiha, don't you need your Sharingan? Sasuke replied, I don't require it to deal with you. I truly underestimated you, though I have no desire to kill you. Haku countered, maintaining her stance while swiftly forming hand seals with one hand. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. It was not unusual for a jonin to perform one-handed seals. But for this girl, who was hardly older than himself, to do so indicated her talent was on par with his own. Naruto, why aren't you helping Sasuke? Sakura fretted, watching the fierce exchange between Sasuke and Haku, unable to leave Dasna unprotected. If I helped, it would be bothersome, Sakura. Trust Sasuke a little more. He is an opponent I recognize. You too. Ninja art. 1,000 killing water surge. As Haku completed her hand seals, the liquid forms created by Zabuza's water clones began to levitate, transforming into countless water senbon that shot towards Sasuke. Interesting, Sasuke smirked, recalling the feeling from training, gathering chakra beneath his feet and vanishing before Haku, causing the water senbon to miss. Where did he go? Above? Haku gasped slightly, surprised by Sasuke's speed. She quickly looked up, only to see Sasuke descending rapidly with his kunai. Haku leapt back to evade his attack, but found Sasuke undeterred, landing and immediately dashing towards her, delivering a kick to her face that sent her flying several meters. You don't want to kill me? Well, I certainly want to kill you, Sasuke remarked, dusting off the water splatters on his clothing. In their first skirmish, he had emerged victorious. Sasuke is so cool, Sakura exclaimed, love-struck, watching him with sparkling eyes. Ugh, love is so showy. I could do just as well. Haku warned, if you don't take this seriously, it will be your end. Zabuza, dodging Kakashi's strikes, caught a glimpse of Haku being kicked away and called out a reminder. I understand, Zabuza. Haku rose from the ground, having been momentarily incapacitated but not injured due to her timely defense. Sasuke, aware of this, refrained from pursuing her for a finishing blow. Secret technique, ice crystal mirror. With a dazzling display of hand seals, the water on the ground began to float, a chilling aura enveloping the air as the water froze into shards of ice, suspended in the atmosphere. What kind of ninjutsu is this? 20 rectangular ice blocks formed a Mongolian yurt shape, encasing Sasuke within, with 11 blocks surrounding him. 8 slanting at a 45-degree angle and 1 above, leaving no blind spots. Now that Haku has used that technique, this kid has no hope of survival, Zabuza sneered, swinging his blade so fiercely that Kakashi could barely defend himself. Look at your confident demeanor. It must be a bloodline limit. Zabuza, you truly have a treasure by your side. Our Sasuke is 100 times stronger than her. Sakura lamented, feeling the pressure of the competition. Turning to find Naruto had vanished. How will you handle this? Haku asked, stepping into the mirror. Upon touching it, she melded into its surface, and the 20 mirrors reflected her image. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of countless senbon slicing through the air filled the space, each mirror shooting 2 senbon from various angles towards Sasuke, who would surely become a pincushion if he failed to evade. Retracting my earlier statement. You have earned the right to open my eyes. Sasuke remained unfazed, his hands moving rapidly in the air, resembling the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, before stopping, his fingers filled with senbon. His eyes spinning with 2 pairs of tomo. It seems this will turn into a protracted battle. Haku sighed. She had no better means to counter Sasuke, so she would have to see whose chakra would deplete first, hers or Sasuke's Sharingan. And with that, she unleashed another volley of senbon. The clattering sound echoed as Sasuke deflected each one he caught, carefully observing Haku's position. Found you. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke finally pinpointed Haku's true location with his Sharingan, swiftly forming seals to release a massive fireball. Unfortunately, Haku had already leapt from the mirror to another, and the fireball lacked the force to shatter the hard surface, leaving Sasuke's attack futile. TSK. Oh, Sasuke, I'm here to help. A familiar voice called from behind. Sasuke turned abruptly to see Naruto clumsily pushing through the ice crystals. Naruto, what are you doing here? I saw you were about to give in. Did you never consider attacking from the outside? Haku's technique was not so easily countered. Without knowing Haku's true form, Sasuke couldn't cast Genjutsu. And if the great fireball couldn't break through, neither could the Phoenix Fire technique. He was already in a tough battle, and now with Naruto dragging him down, he felt the weight of the world's malice. Oh, it can work like this? You fool. Little ninja, since you've entered. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Watching the two argue even in peril stirred envy within Haku, but she did not pause her actions, launching another round of senbon at them. Ah, my backside. Sasuke, you did that on purpose. Naruto, trusting Sasuke to protect him, felt the sting of betrayal as a senbon pierced his rear, causing tears to spring to his eyes. What are you talking about? Just blocking a portion is quite a struggle, Sasuke replied, a smirk on his face, his demeanor calm as if he were not exerting himself at all. The Senbon that struck Naruto was intentionally allowed to pass. Damn it! Multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto yanked the Senbon from his backside, forming seals as dozens of Narutos surged towards the mirror, only to be struck down one by Haku, dissipating into smoke. Naruto, can your Rasengan break through? No. Rasengan is a single target attack. Even if I were lucky enough to hit a mirror, it would only shatter one piece, and after that, I would be left vulnerable. I see, my fire release lacks the power to destroy these mirrors as well. Since we both cannot break the secret technique, let us cooperate. After all, we are a team. Naruto quietly leaned in and murmured a few words. Naruto, are you indulging in these frivolous thoughts again? We haven't even conducted the test. Can you devise a better plan? Frustrated, he thought, if death is inevitable, so be it. Let's muster our courage and act decisively. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto's chakra surged forth, instantly filling the mirror with his clones, who formed a defensive stance to withstand Bai's attacks. When Shuriken could not fend off the blows, they used their bodies as shields, ensuring that the two at the center remained untouched. Come on, Sasuke, unleash fire release into it. Naruto had readied his Rasengan, a blue sphere radiating light. Upon seeing this, Bai intensified her assault, and the clones began to vanish at a visible rate. What will become of us? I cannot predict. Sasuke formed the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique, channeling chakra into his mouth and directing it towards Naruto's Rasengan, which Naruto struggled to keep balanced. It's done. Without needing to speak, Sasuke understood that the Rasengan in Naruto's hand had transformed into a vivid crimson, exuding intense heat that made Sasuke sweat from mere proximity. The spherical Rasengan bulged at every corner, as if a beast were thrashing within. Naruto, this looks dire. No need for your concern. I am aware of the situation. Prepare yourself, Fire Spiral Sphere. Naruto concentrated chakra into his feet and leaped to the front of the highest mirror, pressing the nearly explosive Rasengan against it. With a resounding boom, the fiery spiral surged through the interior of the magic mirror, forming a colossal vortex in midair. The sound of shattering ice echoed as all the crystalline fragments broke apart, falling like shimmering shards to the ground. Phew, Sasuke. Why do you resemble a piece of charred meat? Naruto landed gracefully and observed Sasuke's now darkened face, which was not only grim but also bore a burnt odor, causing Sasuke immense discomfort. Naruto, do you have any idea how close I was to being incinerated? What about our battle plan? Why do you always act recklessly? Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the collar, roaring in anger. If it weren't for the few remaining shadow clones protecting him, he would not merely resemble charred meat. Isn't everything fine? Your hand. Upon seeing Naruto's right hand, Sasuke's anger dissipated. The entire sleeve of his arm was gone, revealing severe burns that far surpassed his own injuries. Indeed, I acted too recklessly. I could hardly withstand such intense heat. However, we have triumphed, have we not? Naruto glanced at his mangled arm with resignation. Yet he deemed the sacrifice worthwhile. In the instant the magic mirror shattered, victory was claimed. Bai was flung from the mirror, her jutsu, formed from her chakra, violently undone, leaving her incapacitated for a time. Now, let us uncover who this masked figure truly is. Naruto and Sasuke approached Bai, crouching to lift her mask, revealing her youthful and delicate features to the two boys. It's her. Sasuke recognized the face. That of the girl who had been with Naruto on that fateful morning. What? It's you? Naruto's hand trembled as he clutched the mask, staring in disbelief at Bai's visage. You little ninja, you have won. Finish me, Bai said, her calm smile lingering as she closed her eyes, uttering her final words. Finish me. No, this cannot be right. There must be some misunderstanding. Naruto staggered back, shaking his head in denial of the reality before him. Naruto, I do not know what transpired between you two, but she is our enemy now. If you cannot do it, let me handle it. Sasuke's eyes flashed with anger as he gripped his kunai, aiming it at Bai's throat. No, I cannot allow you to kill her. Why would such a gentle sister turn against us? There must be a reason, a coercion of some sort. Naruto instantaneously appeared beside Sasuke, grasping his wrist as the kunai hovered dangerously near Bai's neck. Seeing the determination in Naruto's eyes softened Sasuke's heart, and he ultimately relented. You are truly kind, little ninja. Still defending me at this moment? I was not coerced. I simply wish to protect those I hold dear and help them realize their dreams. That is my dream. Bai's warm smile illuminated her face as she rejected Naruto's assumption. Why would someone like you serve Zabuza? Little ninja, do you know what it is like to live without dreams, without hope? To be overlooked by everyone? To struggle for survival without a purpose? Zabuza was the one who gave me hope, who made me feel needed. Bai's cold voice recounted the tale of a despairing soul. I believe you can understand my plight. Before meeting Hinata, did you not also live such a life? With someone like Hinata, who accepts all of you, your feelings must mirror mine. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. What she said resonated deeply. Had the moon, the ocean, Hinata, and Irika all been villains, he would still strive to assist them for the gratitude he felt. Bai and Naruto, both shaped by their circumstances. What happened to you? And why did Zabuza become your most important person? I was born in a small, snow-covered village in the land of water. Though impoverished, my parents were gentle. Until a certain incident, I believed I was the happiest child in the world. A certain incident, Sasuke observed by slipping into memories. Sensing that he might already know the impending tale, perhaps a sixth sense of shared suffering. My father killed my mother and intended to kill me. Sasuke's aura darkened with intense killing intent, which overwhelmed Bai to the point of gasping for breath until Naruto shielded her. What was the reason? Sasuke reigned in his fury, temporarily setting aside his hatred for Itachi to inquire. My blood contains a power known as a bloodline limit. Inherited from my ancestors, a cursed strength unlike the jutsu of ordinary people. You witnessed it. The magic mirror is a manifestation of that bloodline limit. In the land of water, those with such powers are fiercely rejected, deemed stronger and more threatening. After the Civil War, a massacre ensued against those possessing bloodline limits. I believe you understand this. Even in Konoha, such individuals are marginalized. How infuriating. Sasuke closed his eyes, finally relinquishing his murderous intent towards Bai and deactivating his Sharingan. He comprehended all too well. Before the Uchiha clan's destruction, they were feared by the people of Konoha, which led to his childhood isolation, save for Itachi. Eventually, he found a friend, only to have that bond lost to the shadows of memory. After murdering my mother, my father attempted to take my life as well. Perhaps he was driven mad by her death. By the time I regained my senses, I had killed him. Thus, I became a wanderer in the land of water. Until one snowy winter, when Zabuza took me in. That concludes my story, Naruto. Whose tears are you shedding? Damn it. Why does it have to be for something as absurd as bloodline? Tears streamed from Naruto's eyes, falling to the ground. Despite Bai's emotionless tone, he felt deeply moved. Zabuza requires capable ninjas. You have stripped me of my reason for existence, so please, end my life. I'm unable to do it. If you don't kill me, I won't be able to return, don't you remember? You promised Hinata you would definitely come back. Bai picked up the kunai that had fallen to the ground and gently placed it in Naruto's hand. Sister Bai, I beg you surrender. If you surrender, I can. Naruto shook his head in tears, unwilling to advance the kunai any further. Isn't the principle of encountering an enemy to kill? How many have fallen prey to their enemies due to a moment of weakness? Do you wish to toy with the lives of your friends? Naruto, it seems I must take charge here. Sasuke couldn't bear to watch Naruto's suffering any longer and snatched the kunai from his grasp, aiming it at Bai. I'm sorry, but I cannot die yet. I have unfinished business. Suddenly, Bai sensed something, a strong aura of death emanating from her, and she looked at Naruto with a pure smile. She swiftly formed hand seals and vanished before Sasuke. Lightning release, thunder edge. Kakashi's chakra coalesced into a tangible form. Blue lightning swirling around his right hand as he charged towards Zabuza, immobilized by the 8 ninja dogs. The sharp lightning chakra pierced Bai's shoulder, wreaking havoc on her skin and insides, a burnt scent permeating the air. Kakashi stared in astonishment at Bai, who had suddenly emerged from the mirror. Mr. Zabuza, please take me with you. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth as she turned to Zabuza, uttering her last words. In her final moments, she pierced the summoning scroll Kakashi used to call the ninja dogs with 1,000 needles, allowing Zabuza to escape. Kakashi, it seems you are the one who will die? Zabuza swung his executioner's blade toward Bai's body. The blade embedded itself in her small palm, leaving Zabuza stunned. The blade, capable of slicing through steel, was now held in her grasp. Ah, Sister Bai? Naruto was engulfed in a furious red chakra, even causing a phantom of a red monster to form in the air. The chakra enveloped him, creating a coat, his eyes transforming into the red beast's gaze, canine fangs bared, as he let out low growls that pressured Zabuza. This chakra. Naruto. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting Naruto would transform into the 9 tails, his arm firmly grasped by Bai. Why Why are you doing this to her? Naruto was on the brink of losing his sanity, his eyes filled with rage directed at Zabuza. I had died for him. Yet he received not even a hint of sympathy, only the blade strike. How could he not be enraged? The power of the Nine Tails erupted in response to his emotions. What is there to discuss? The tool made her final contribution before dying. It was the best for both of us. Do you not feel the slightest emotion within you? Bai, in her last moments, thought only of you, wanting to help you fulfill your dreams. Even in defeat, she sought no mercy, only lamenting her inability to assist you. She sacrificed everything for your survival. Yet you. Naruto's strength began to overpower Zabuza, pinning him to the ground, as he pointed at Bai's body while crying out. You little brat, what do you understand? Bai is already dead. Will your tears bring her back? Do you want me to cry like a fool? Zabuza, filled with anger and humiliation, kicked Naruto in the stomach, sending him flying, defiantly shouting, I will kill you. Naruto could no longer contain his emotions and charged at Zabuza with all his might, causing Zabuza to spit blood as pressure built upon his abdomen. Coming back to his senses, he barely managed to block Naruto's fist with the executioner's blade. No matter how much you cry, the fact remains that ninjas are tools. When you perish due to a mission, who will mourn you besides your family? The world is the same. Bai and I were merely using each other. I needed her abilities, nothing more. I am devoid of attachment. Clang. Bai, sister Bai loved you so much. Clang. Her thoughts were consumed by you, forsaking even her own dreams. Clang. Is this truly the outcome she deserved? Clang. What did you ever consider her to be? Crack. She loved you. The sound of fist striking the executioner's blade reverberated as, ultimately, the blade could no longer withstand the violent assault and shattered in two. Naruto's fist landed upon Zabuza's head. You cried? The fist halted midair, and beneath the shattered blade, Naruto beheld the tears of a demon, sorrowful tears of anguish. Little brat, be silent. Bai is no longer here. We ninjas are tools, and emotional tools are destined to vanish in the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps that is the reason for Mai and Bai's failure. The land of water, situated to the right of the land of fire on the map, is entirely surrounded by sea, occupying less than half the area of the land of fire. As the smallest of the 5 great nations, the feudal lord constantly fears annexation by other nations, which is why the training of ninjas in the Hidden Mist village is exceedingly rigorous. They must be stronger and more ruthless than ninjas from other countries to survive. This year in the Hidden Mist village was as cold as ever, with snowflakes from the harsh winter freezing the veins of the people. Bai, having scavenged half a loaf of bread from a trash bin, even shared it with a stray dog, sat alone on a wooden bridge, staring blankly at passers-by. At this moment, a bandaged figure appeared in Bai's line of sight. Unlike others who ignored her, he approached and spoke a single sentence, the first word she had heard since her parents' demise. A little brat like you has no one to look at you. Zabuza, unsure of what possessed him, couldn't help but speak upon seeing the girl sitting on the bridge. Each winter, countless little ones like her perish from hunger or cold, yet he simply could not abandon her. Big brother's eyes are just like mine. Bai beamed a pure smile, momentarily startling Zabuza. At that moment, she should have been pleading for food or clothing. Instead, she offered him a smile, a gesture that caught him off guard. Little brat, do you wish to follow me and give me everything? Live on is my tool. This little brat was different. With that thought, Zabuza posed the question. Yes, young Bai did not comprehend Zabuza's true meaning, but sensed his need for her, which was enough for her to nod in agreement. From today onward, you belong to me. Zabuza lifted Bai's small body, not out of desire, but because her limbs had begun to stiffen. If he did not act, it would not be long before another corpse graced the streets of the Hidden Mist, later to be collected by the sanitation workers. The encounter between the demon and the little girl began here. You are a girl. Upon returning home, Zabuza tore apart the rags enveloping Bai's body and, without much thought, found a few of his old clothes for her. This is more troublesome than I imagined. From today onward, you will live as a boy. Months later, Mr. Zabuza, what happened to you? Bai, seeing Zabuza return home while she was reading, noticed he was different from his usual self. He bore wounds and appeared pale. She asked with concern, after having slain several ninjas from the Sand Village. He found himself poisoned by a puppet. Alone, he had dispatched an entire squad of puppets but was injured by a last-ditch counterattack. The potent venom unique to the Sand Village left Zabuza in considerable discomfort, yet he had no better alternatives. It was of little concern, however. He had already ingested the antidote and anticipated that a night's rest would suffice. Shoving aside the supportive hand of Haku, Zabuza made his way to a corner, seated himself, and closed his eyes. Zabuza, please wait for me. Haku observed the furrowed brow of Zabuza and silently resolved to take action, braving the heavy snowfall as she stepped outside. Haku, where has that little brat gone? Upon regaining consciousness from a lengthy stupor, Zabuza found Haku absent. Zabuza, you're awake. Just a moment. I'm preparing the medicine, she exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of herbs, her hands diligently grinding the ingredients. Did you go out to gather herbs? Zabuza recognized the plant, rare and potent in its antidotal properties, typically found in the harsh environment of the hidden mist. To see it now in Haku's bowl was astonishing. I read that this herb has significant purifying effects against toxins. And your shoes? His gaze fell to Haku's bare feet, once fair, now marred with scars and stained with blood as she stood upon the floor. Despite her injuries, she prioritized preparing the medicine for him. The cliff is too slippery. It's easier to climb barefoot. Her simple yet blunt statement pierced Zabuza's heart, momentarily stirring emotions within him before he swallowed them back, reverting to his usual indifference. Come and sit properly. After taking the medicine, the toxicity eased considerably. Zabuza placed Haku on a chair, grasping her foot. Unlike his rough hands, Haku's feet were delicate and smooth, albeit covered in wounds. Zabuza, it itches. I can manage on my own. Haku struggled to comprehend Zabuza's actions. It felt surreal for the feared assassin to tend to her injuries. Silence. You cannot see the bottom of your feet, can you? This is merely routine maintenance for tools. If you break, I will have to find a replacement. Zabuza, you truly are gentle. 6 years had passed since their first encounter, and Haku had blossomed into a 12-year-old girl. They lived a nomadic life, disguising themselves as father and daughter in a small country known as the Land of Rice. Splash. For the third time, Haku accidentally spilled tea on Zabuza's head, causing several veins to bulge on his forehead. Haku, do you harbor any grievances against me? Oh, Zabuza. I'm sorry. I can no longer be your tool. Unable to contain her emotions, Haku's small mouth quivered, and she burst into tears. What is the matter, Haku? Speak clearly. Zabuza maintained his composure, yet turmoil raged within him. It was unfathomable that Haku, who had endured countless trials with a smile, was now in tears. Was she being bullied by the neighbor's troublesome child? The thought ignited a fierce killing intent within Zabuza. I might die. I'm sorry. You had such high hopes for me to assist you. Die? Are you injured? I don't know. The bleeding won't stop. Haku said, removing her undergarments. Zabuza nearly choked, about to explode in anger, but then noticed the bloodstains on the fabric. The room fell into a chilling silence as Zabuza's gaze locked with Haku's for nearly an hour. The infamous assassin was at a loss for words, grappling with the absurdity of having to fulfill a single father's role. Zabuza, it seems I cannot be healed. I'm sorry. I can only stay with you until this point. Wait for my return. Zabuza seized his executioner's blade and stormed out of the house, hesitating before the entrance of a shop labeled as a women's goods store. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he dashed inside, seizing a young shop assistant along with various items amidst her screams. Mr. Bandit, here is my contact information. Initially terrified, the young woman found Zabuza's demeanor endearing after he instructed her to educate Haku about basic physiological knowledge, almost developing a fondness for him, perceiving him as a shy father figure. Get lost. This incident became one of the few dark chapters in Zabuza's history. Little one, from this day forth, you belong to me. After a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage, Zabuza prepared to leave the land of water. Are you willing to accompany me? Have you named the snow rabbit that performs the substitution technique? Do you have nothing better to do than to do 1,000 push-ups? When you arrive in a few days, just let me know. Don't misunderstand. I can manage my own tasks without you dragging me down. Memories of their time together flooded Zabuza's mind, manifesting as tears that fell before Naruto. I never realized how much I cared for Haku. In the ceiling space, the entire atmosphere trembled. The waves beneath Minato's feet crashed against the walls like a tempestuous sea. Kurama, what is happening? Haven't you realized after living here for so long? That little brat is furious, and this is the result. Kurama shook off the liquid splattered on him, speaking absently. I see. This tremor seems indicative of extraordinary anger. What is the cause? It appears to be over a woman. Isn't that a bit premature? Minato understood his son's feelings. He had once been consumed by rage when Kushina was in peril. Just as he pondered, the tremor ceased, the waves calmed, and a gentle rain began to fall. Imbued with sorrow, Minato extended his hand to catch the raindrops, clearly feeling the emotions they conveyed. He understood without Kurama's elaboration that Naruto was crying. Kurama, Naruto has always been so understanding. He has never displayed such profound sadness. If possible, please assist him. Ridiculous. You want me to use my chakra to save a human? Kurama dismissed him, finding a comfortable position to lie down, indifferent to the fate of humans, preferring to sleep. Would helping him be fatal? Do it. No. You wretched fox. Naruto cares for you deeply. You must assist him. Minato approached Kurama, tugging at his whiskers insistently. Is there a connection between these two matters? Stop pulling my whiskers. You pest. Kurama rose in anger, shaking his massive head in an attempt to dislodge Minato, but Minato's grip was too firm. I want to let go. I refuse to witness Naruto's sorrow. His childhood has already been filled with enough pain. Fine, I yield. Kurama ceased his struggle, having watched Naruto grow over the years. Though Minato was absent during that time, Kurama had been a witness. Naruto's tears had long since dried. Little one. Haku and I have long known this day would come. Tears change nothing. All I can do is continue to fight. Seizing the moment when Naruto was distracted, Zabuza swung his sword toward his head. After Naruto dodged, Zabuza quickly pushed his body aside and stood, brandishing the broken executioner's blade. Haku is already dead. What meaning does this battle hold? The meaning is not for you to determine. Little one, listen to me. That girl is not dead. As Naruto evaded Zabuza and Appo's attack, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. What? Is that true? A faint trace of chakra flickered, and if left untreated, it would truly perish. Do as I say. Place the chakra I have refined upon her. The Nine Tails never imagined that one day, in a bid to save humanity, it would extract its own chakra, purging all harmful substances and transforming it into the purest essence for healing. Stop, if you wish to save Haku. As Zabuza lunged again, Naruto shot him a fierce glare before rushing to Haku's side. He reached out, and indeed, he felt a faint breath. Fortunately, Haku's petite stature meant that the Raikiri, which had been aimed at Zabuza's heart, struck her shoulder instead. Had it hit her heart, no one could have saved her. Sister Haku, I will save you. Naruto extended his index finger, and the Nine Tails had already delivered chakra to him. Above his finger, a flicker of emerald green chakra flame danced in the air. Medical ninjutsu? Something felt amiss. This chakra was far more potent than that of a medical ninja. Kakashi observed Naruto's chakra with suspicion, but he soon dismissed it. As Naruto placed the chakra upon Haku's wound, a miracle occurred. The charred wound began to heal slowly, forming a scab, and the shattered bones mended completely. Haku's pale visage regained a flush, an act that perhaps only one of the legendary Sannin could achieve. Kid, who exactly are you? Zabuza finally relinquished his intent to attack, cradling Haku's body. Apart from her unconscious state, she had truly regained her health. I am Naruto Uzumaki, a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. TCH, what a useless brat. You couldn't even kill one person. Just then, a throng of figures emerged from across the bridge, climbing onto the bridge deck from transport boats, led by a dwarf. Most were armed warriors and bandits, with not a single legitimate ninja among them. The dwarf glanced at Zabuza and scoffed. Kato. Humph. Zabuza couldn't be bothered to give him a proper look, retreating a few steps while cradling Haku and placing her in a safe spot. Has that brat already died? Serves him right, but don't act rashly, ninjas. Take a look at this. Kato, noticing the murderous intent in Naruto's eyes, clapped his hands, prompting two henchmen to drag a mother and child forward. It was Tsunami and Inari, bound and unable to move. Tsunami, Inari. Kato, you despicable scoundrel. Can you still call yourself human? Dasna, the bridge builder, pointed angrily at Kato, expressing his discontent in this feeble manner. Humanity? Such a thing is nothing before money. Zabuza, I'll give you one more chance to eliminate them all, otherwise I shall take matters into my own hands. Zabuza, you serve such people? TSK. Kakashi chuckled at Kato's threats, offering a hint of mockery. Even with his chakra dwindling, he could eliminate the dwarf in an instant. How audacious to boast against them, relying on a band of pitiful warriors and thieves. This idiot. Zabuza felt immense frustration. Kato was a fool, yet had he not once been a fool in service to him? Ninja, please, save my daughter and grandson. Dasna implored, tears streaming down his face as he fell before Kakashi. Fear not, Mr. Dasna, such trivial matters are no challenge for a ninja. Sasuke, it is time to showcase your jinjutsu. Kakashi exuded confidence, for if they faced 100 fully armed ninjas, defeat would be inevitable. However, against mere warriors and bandits, they were akin to newborns. Understood. Sasuke nodded, stepping into the effective range of his Sharingan. locking eyes with the two warriors holding Inari and Tsunami captive. Channeling chakra. He ensnared them in a whirlpool of jinjutsu, and before they knew it, they released Inari, who promptly fled with his mother. You fools! What are you doing? Capture them! Kato shouted as he witnessed his men sever the ropes binding the mother and son, ordering his remaining henchmen to pursue. Crying is futile. I will protect my mother. As the warriors closed in, Inari summoned a newfound courage, charging towards the advancing warriors to shield his mother with his small frame. Whoosh! Inari was suddenly swept into Naruto's arms, carried safely to Kakashi's side, while his mother remained unharmed. The warriors, being mere warriors, could not match the speed of a ninja. Inari, you are very brave. Leave the rest to me. Naruto patted Inari's head, admiring the boy's final burst of courage as he matured from a weeping child. Kakashi-sensei, he threatened to kill us. This has already interfered with our mission. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, comprehending Naruto's intent. Kato had sealed his own fate. Then, it is permissible to eliminate him. Naruto swept a glance at his companions. Kakashi was low on chakra, Zabuza was tending to Haku, and Sakura was protecting Dasna. The remaining combat power lay with him and Sasuke. Don't look at me. Jinjutsu consumes more chakra than you might think. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, confident that Naruto could handle these petty thieves. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, lost in thought. Haku would fall into peril if he were not strong enough. He needed to amplify his power, to safeguard those he cherished, Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke, everyone he must protect. He must grow ever stronger. Naruto, stop. What are you doing? Sasuke's voice broke through, and upon opening his eyes, Naruto found himself surrounded by countless shadow clones. Not only on the bridge, but also beneath it. Clones adhered to the structure with chakra. Oh dear, it seems a bit excessive. I say, you're going to suffocate. Heh, now then, everyone, let us go? Naruto proudly wiped his nose, drawing a kunai skyward to rally the charge. Ahoo! The chorus of shadow clones erupted in a thunderous roar, all drawing their kunai as they surged towards Kato's band. Monsters! Kato's henchmen were indeed skilled. One could easily take on 10, yet today they faced not 1 against 10, but rather 1 against 20. No matter how they struck, Naruto's shadow clones swarmed like locusts, taking down their allies. Under such circumstances, the warriors finally broke, jumping into the sea one after another to escape. Do you have any last words? Before long, Kato stood alone, and as Naruto approached, he asked indifferently, Spare me. I'll give you money. I'll hand over all my wealth. Kato fell to his knees, pleading desperately, producing valuable items from his person in a bid for mercy, but before he could finish, Naruto's kunai slashed his throat. Oh, how peculiar a last utterance. Did you witness that, Kakashi? Even after slaying so many, this boy remains unwavering. It would be a pity not to take him under my wing. Zabuza was captivated by the glint in Naruto's eyes, his movements. He appeared to be a natural-born killer, igniting an even greater desire within him for this unrefined gem. There is no such thing as a teacher defeated by a student. You should retire for the night. Kakashi, displeased with Zabuza's incessant attempts to recruit Naruto, waved him away as one would a bothersome fly. Naruto struggled to lift his eyelids, the weariness in his body not yet fully dissipated. He only recalled that after the conclusion of the shadow clone technique, a tremendous pressure returned to him alongside the clones, causing him to lose consciousness. Why must people inflict harm upon one another, little ninja? He heard a voice. Huh? His mind still foggy. Naruto struggled to comprehend such a philosophical remark and realized he was lying on Bai's lap in that familiar forest. She had donned the kimono from their previous encounter, gently stroking his hair. Do you remember when we first met here? You were completely defenseless. In truth, I intended to kill you then, thinking it would spare Zabuza-sensei much trouble. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to do it. It is precisely because I spared you that I survived. So thank you for saving me. No, it was your tenderness, Sister Bai, that saved you. I still remember the warmth of your care when you bandaged my wounds. I had actually considered poisoning your injury, she added. Just kidding. Hey, wake up and get off Bai's lap. A disgruntled voice interrupted, belonging to Zabuza, who leaned against a tree, glaring at Naruto. Do you want to fight? Naruto sprang up, striking a pose as if to form a jutsu. Enough. I retract my words. You are not suited to be my disciple. I merely showed you a modicum of kindness, and you have gone mad over her. I truly wonder what goes on in your mind. A true assassin must be prepared to cut down even their family when necessary. Zabuza pondered why Naruto was so enraged over Bai, as if they had made a lifelong pact. If Bai were to fall for someone else, he would have to leave like a lone wolf. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Bai had merely helped Naruto bandage his wound. Such naivety is ill-suited for assassination, akin to Bai in a certain sense. Therefore, I have no desire to be your disciple, Naruto exclaimed. Zabuza, having inherited Kato's fortune, was in high spirits. Bai chuckled softly, having uncovered Kato's secret key while clearing the bodies. He had hidden all his wealth in a cave, secured with the world's finest vault door. After much tracking, they had finally discovered it, unaware that the key was in his possession. Kid, I won't thank you for saving Bai, as we will continue to live a life on the edge of a blade. You cannot save her time and again. You merely delay the inevitable. The world of ninjas is a damned hell, someone once told me, yet they also claimed I possessed the power to end this hell. I once doubted my ability, but now I wish to give it a try. It is not wrong to strive for the sake of someone I cherish, right? Naruto lowered his head, not only for Bai but for Hinata. In such a perilous world, he could not always be by her side. Protection is not merely a matter of words, but of action. As long as the world is at peace, Hinata would not have to undertake dangerous missions. Stop spewing nonsense. Even the shadows of the 5 great nations cannot achieve what you propose. How can you? Then I must strive to do so. For I aim to become a man greater than the Hokage, in the same forest, under the same sun. I beheld Naruto's confident smile once more and could not help but embrace him. World peace would not bode well for me as an assassin. I would find no work. Nevertheless, I shall hold a glimmer of hope. Let us go, Bai. Farewell, little ninja, she whispered, planting a delicate kiss on Naruto's cheek before following Zabuza. I already have Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, retreating several steps with a flushed face, calling after Bai's departing figure. Naruto, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I must return to tell Hinata, Sakura, who had been spectating, remarked mischievously. Sakura, it's a misunderstanding. Ah. Suddenly I crave Konoha Dango. You're blackmailing me. You've consumed all the ninja's 3 prohibitions. Hinata will be heartbroken. Fine, I'll treat. Naruto hung his head, ultimately succumbing to Sakura's successful extortion. Thus, the matter concluded. Team 7 remained intact, embarking on their journey back to rest. Kakashi clapped his hands, leading the trio home. This A-rank mission, masquerading as a B-rank, had been successfully completed. Although Naruto harbored many secrets, he chose not to pry. By the way, why is Naruto referred to as the underachiever? It has been quite some time since I've engaged with the Ninja Academy. Have the standards for honor students risen so high? Yet, some questions lingered, as Naruto's displayed prowess and adaptability hardly matched that of an underachiever, while Sasuke and Sakura persistently labeled him as such. Does Kakashi-sensei not know? This guy often skips classes, plays pranks on Irika-sensei, and throws the school into chaos. He has never passed a serious exam. Thanks to him, our class consistently ranks last. If not for Irika-sensei's annual pleas, he wouldn't even graduate from 1st grade. Sakura grew infuriated as she recounted how Naruto's foolishness led to Irika's class always finishing last, resulting in her being labeled as part of the underachiever class. Thus, no matter his abilities, he would forever be seen as the Academy's underachiever. Sasuke added his own jab at the opportune moment. Naruto. Kakashi's weary gaze fixed on him, making Naruto feel quite embarrassed, prompting him to explain hastily. I can't help it. The books are incomprehensible to me. How am I to know at what angle a ninja must throw a kunai from a tree to hit someone on the ground? Shouldn't this be learned through practice? Rather than sleeping in class and getting beaten by Irika, I might as well sneak out. Then what do you do when you sneak out? Fishing, catching wild chickens and rabbits to roast, seeing if there are any elders in the market who need help. So that's how you develop such a chaotic personality. By the way, has Uncle Dazna's bridge been completed? Yes, a very beautiful bridge with a peculiar name. What is it? The Naruto Bridge. As they returned to Konoha, evening was approaching. Kakashi instructed the 3 to rest before disappearing to report on their mission. Naruto then took Sakura and Sasuke to buy dango. Naruto, we start a 3-day break tomorrow, right? Sasuke, unimpressed with the dango, ate 1 skewer before giving up, as it was a food favored by that man in his childhood, which only irked him. Can you spare a day for me? Despite his reluctance, Sasuke awkwardly broached the subject, causing Sakura to drop her dango in shock, her mind racing with chaos. Why not call me? Could it be that Sasuke is? Even if he is, he shouldn't be like this with that idiot underachiever Naruto. Absolutely not. Naruto squinted thoughtfully before bluntly declining Sasuke's request. Huh? We have 3 days. Is 1 day too much for you? We are comrades. No, I want to spend all 3 days with Hinata. I haven't seen her in half a month. With a few bites, Naruto finished the remaining dango and leaped away, seemingly fearful of being caught by Sasuke. You jerk. I'll get you one day. Sakura, come keep me company. Well, what? Is this a date? Practicing water walking. Ugh, I knew it. Well, it's better than nothing. By the banks of the small river in Konoha, Inuzuka Kiba emerged from the depths, his hands grasping a gleaming silver necklace, the objective of their recent D-rank mission. The lost necklace, which had fallen to the riverbed, was located by Hinata's Byakugan and Shino's waterborne insects, and Kiba had dived in to retrieve it. Well done, you two. Take a breather. I'll go report our success, said the crimson-eyed woman. The necklace was handed over to her, and she vanished from sight. This was Yuhi Kurinai, the J-Nin instructor of Team 8, known for her mastery of Jinjutsu. Great job, Kiba. Have something to eat, Hinata said, offering him a bento she had made herself. They had been too pressed for time to eat during the mission, but she had thoughtfully prepared this meal. This flavor, is it ribs? Kiba sniffed, salivating as he opened the bento box to share its contents with Akamaru. Hinata always makes us bentos. Thank you. Shino also received a portion. As his insects preferred sweet treats, and Hinata's bento resonated deeply with him, a kind gesture towards someone often regarded as peculiar. Hey, aren't we supposed to be test subjects? After perfecting the taste, we can cook for Naruto, Kiba quipped, patting his stomach, demonstrating the canine-like traits of his clan as he even chewed and swallowed bones. Even so, we ought to remain grateful, as Hinata has always looked after us, Shino chided, his expression stern. It's all right. Kiba has a point, Hinata replied, her voice softening. Speaking of which, you really do like Naruto, don't you? Many people would want to befriend you due to the Hyuga clan's prestige, being the foremost family in Konoha. Those people are merely interested in my father's legacy, but Naruto is different, Hinata said, a hint of discontent in her tone. She had never enjoyed the familial circles, where individuals coldly bartered their children for personal gain. Fortunately, her father had always rejected any proposals for alliances. What's different? Isn't he always talking about wanting to join our family? Do not speak ill of Naruto. You simply do not understand his kindness. Hinata protested, her demeanor shifting fiercely. Akin to a puffed-up cat. Although usually mild-mannered, she became resolute when discussions turned to Naruto. All right, he's just a dead last, Kiba conceded, deciding against further debate. As he privately held disdain for Naruto, someone who incessantly spoke of becoming Hokage yet seemed unlikely to achieve that lofty goal. Kiba, I might be hallucinating. Isn't that the dead last approaching across the river? Shino remarked, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. What? Shouldn't I be seeing my deceased grandfather waving from the other side? Kiba scoffed, glancing up just in time to see Naruto indeed walking towards them, seemingly gliding over the water's surface, creating ripples with each step. Hinata, I was just about to come find you. What a coincidence! Naruto exclaimed, stepping ashore and immediately enveloping Hinata in a joyful embrace. Welcome back, Naruto-kun, she replied, her initial shock giving way to the warmth of his embrace. After half a month apart, her assertion that she hadn't missed him would have been a lie. Now, she responded with the affectionate warmth of a wife. Woof! Akamaru barked, sharing Kiba's displeasure. How obnoxious, flaunting their affection right in front of us. Have you completed the mission? Then let us head home. I have a gift for you, Naruto said, preparing to pull Hinata away. Hold on, dead last. You're being incredibly rude. Kiba leapt in front of them. Kiba, I remember our pact. Pact? Didn't you say you'd compete with me for the title of Hokage? I'll be waiting for you. Not so fast. It sounds like you're already ahead of me, and that irks me. How about a spar right here? A spar? Such childish antics can wait for another time. Naruto replied nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance that sent shivers down Kiba's spine. Even Akamaru, perched on Kiba's head, growled instinctively, a reaction to a creature higher up the food chain. This guy, he smells of blood. It was only when Naruto and Hinata had wandered off that Kiba regained his composure, breathing heavily to calm himself. Kiba, you are not Naruto's match. He has taken a life and possesses chakra control far superior to yours. Team 7 has already completed a B-rank mission. Kurinai had appeared beside him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Damn it, Kurinai-sensei. Please train me rigorously. I want to face him at the Ch-Nin exams. Kiba clenched his fists, his pride stung after being momentarily intimidated by the dead last. At the Hyuga compound, Naruto presented Hinata with a small box. Hinata, this is a gift from the land of waves. This country is quite impoverished, yet their craftsmanship is sincere. Do you like it? Inside was a petite, wave-shaped hairpin. Crafted from wood, Not particularly valuable, but heartfelt. I love it. Anything for Naruto-kun is cherished, Hinata declared, a smile lighting her face. Great. It looks beautiful, Naruto said, fastening the hairpin into her lavender locks, adding a charming touch to her appearance. Why do I feel a chill down my back? Hinata, your sister is watching me. Naruto muttered, turning to glimpse Hanabi, who was peering at him from a corner of the house, causing him to shiver with unease. She might be waiting for your gift. I mentioned to her that you would return with something special, Hinata mused, tilting her head contemplatively. Really? Does Hanabi hold such high expectations? She seems to have a higher status at home than you do, Naruto remarked, bemused. Do you have something for her? I do have something. Thanks to Sakura's reminder, Naruto admitted, having initially not intended to buy anything but ultimately acquiescing due to Sakura's insistence on the importance of thoughtful gifts. Hanabi, I have a present for you, Hinata called out, beckoning her sister, who scampered over eagerly. I have 2 gifts. Which do you prefer? Naruto held out a wooden comb in one hand and a red oval-shaped doll in the other, anxiously hoping she wouldn't hurl them at him if she disapproved. I want both, Hanabi declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she seized both items, marveling at the unique craftsmanship from the land of waves. Wait, I hadn't even explained what this nesting doll is. Naruto sighed as he watched Hanabi scamper away, realizing she was still upset about the garden incident he had caused. An unavoidable consequence of his actions. Why does Hanabi get 2 gifts? Hinata pouted, jealousy creeping into her demeanor, feeling as though Naruto favored her sister over her. Because I wasn't sure what she would like. One was chosen by Sakura since Hanabi has long hair, and I thought the nesting doll would be fun, Naruto explained. Sensing the tension. Is that so, Naruto-kun? Earlier, you were walking on water, weren't you? How did you do that? Hinata inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she realized, somewhat unconsciously, that she was feeling jealous of her sister. Given Hanabi's personality, it seemed unlikely that she would ever develop feelings for Naruto, unless the world were to end. Quickly, Hinata changed the subject and asked, Hey, listen closely, Hinata. This is a profound technique that Kakashi-sensei taught me. By concentrating chakra beneath your feet, you can traverse various terrains. Eager to showcase his newfound skill, Naruto hurriedly demonstrated by walking up the wall, his feet adhered to the surface as he turned to Hinata, his forehead gently touching hers, forming a right angle. Naruto-kun, you've grown stronger. Of course, I will only continue to strengthen, Hinata. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. I'll give it a try. Half an hour later, Naruto gazed thoughtfully at Hinata, who was now skillfully running along the wall. Perhaps he truly was a fool? Naruto-kun, it's thanks to your excellent teaching. Hinata stood atop the wall, momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by how quickly she had learned, inadvertently hurting Naruto's tender heart. Well, I'm just a fool anyway. Reflecting on how he had struggled for an entire day and night to master the skill, Naruto felt a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated that the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan required such precise chakra control to be effective. That and Appos. That's not true, Naruto-kun. In a moment of panic, Hinata slipped and fell from the wall. Though not particularly high, the fall could still cause injury. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto rushed to catch her, and they both tumbled to the ground. Naruto-kun, are you alright? I'm fine. Hinata, what do you have hidden here? It's so soft. As Hinata lay on Naruto, his hand inadvertently brushed against her chest, and he curiously inquired. And no, that's... No, don't touch there. Hinata's face turned crimson, her words stumbling out. Being a girl who matured early and shy by nature, she had chosen looser clothing to conceal her figure, and even Naruto had never noticed. Is it a bun? I'm a bit hungry. Naruto, still innocently touching, was unaware that he lacked proper guidance on such matters, knowing only that women had breasts but not when they began to develop. Not a bun, you fool, Naruto-kun. Embarrassed, Hinata dashed away, and before Naruto could rise, a smooth foot landed squarely on his face, pressing down as if to bury him in the earth. You scoundrel, you finally laid hands on my sister. I'll take you to the guards and ensure you never see the light of day again. Hanabi, furious, had intended to ask Naruto how to play with a particular toy, but upon witnessing him with her sister, lost her temper and ran over, kicking him several times without even bothering to put on her shoes. What are you talking about, Hanabi? I didn't do anything. You were touching my sister's chest and say it was nothing. Chest? You mean that was her chest? Naruto was momentarily speechless, glancing at Hinata, who was hiding behind Hanabi with her hands protectively covering her chest. Even he couldn't help but blush. I'm sorry. No, it's all right, Naruto-kun. Sister, you're too lenient with him. Just throw him in jail. Wait, isn't that just a chest? I have one too. Naruto was taken aback at the thought of jail. In the world of ninjas, any inappropriate action toward a girl was a grave offense, and he quickly sought a way to remedy the situation. You? Hentai Jutsu. Facing Hanabi's skeptical gaze, Naruto demonstrated his technique. In a puff of smoke, a voluptuous, golden-haired woman appeared before Hanabi. Look at this. Isn't it voluptuous and beautiful? Much larger than Hinata's. You can touch for as long as you like. The female version of Naruto proudly flaunted her curves, gazing triumphantly at Hanabi. She had put considerable effort into perfecting this technique, enduring countless beatings along the way. Ah, how shameless. Poor Hanabi had never encountered such a scandalous sight. Even though it was a female form, she was left speechless, turning away in shock and, without a word, landed a punch on Naruto's face before sprinting off. What is her problem now? The punch shattered Naruto's transformation, and he lay on the ground, murmuring to himself. Naruto-kun truly doesn't understand the heart of a woman. As Naruto had said, during the 3 days of vacation, he had spent every moment with Hinata. Even while she undertook her missions, he refrained from interfering, merely observing from a distance. After her tasks were complete, he would hand her a cup of water. This simple interaction had significantly deepened their bond. Naruto-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. Did you finish your mission? Teacher Red received a call and left. So today's work is done. After completing a weeding task, Hinata interlocked her fingers and stretched her arms, the soft contours of her youthful figure becoming more apparent. What are you staring at? Noticing Naruto's gaze fixed on her significant areas, Hinata recalled their earlier encounter. Her face flushing slightly as she tightly wrapped her clothing around herself and playfully chided him. Nothing. Speaking of which, there seemed to be many outsiders in the village lately. What is going on? To say she was unaffected would be a lie. Having spent so much time with Hinata, Naruto was sensitive to her feelings. However, due to Hinata's shyness, he clumsily redirected the conversation. Naruto-kun has been out on missions, so you wouldn't know. The Chunin exams are coming up soon. Chunin exams? Ninja from various nations would gather to compete in a test of skills, hosted in Konoha. Oh, how lucky. Just becoming a Chunin, and I can take the exam. Hinata. Wait for me to become a Chunin. Perhaps this year I can even try for Jonin and achieve my goals in one fell swoop. The Chunin assessments had a retake. Watching Naruto's confident smile, Hinata mischievously poked his cheek, laughing as she spoke. That was an accident. Yet you're quite perceptive to notice the increase of unfamiliar faces in the village. Have you memorized every villager's face? Not really. It's just that they look at me like I'm a normal person. It's quite obvious. His simple words struck Hinata's heart like a thorn, and she wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face closely against his. Naruto-kun. What is wrong? Suddenly embraced, Naruto felt at a loss. Unsure where to place his hands. Naruto-kun has endured too much sadness. I understand. You have always loved this village, and one day they will regret their actions. As long as I am here, I will ensure you never have to relive those memories. Actually, I don't mind much. Hinata's resolute words once again touched Naruto's heart. Despite his claims of indifference, he embraced her tightly, savoring the warmth of her presence. Hey, you're blocking the way. Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a cold voice from a passerby who was displeased with their obstruction. Huh? Wow, what is that? A horse? Is that a horse? Naruto turned to see an unfamiliar creature standing before him, towering about 2 meters tall, with a long neck and yellow fur, its enormous eyes glaring at him. Naruto-kun. That is a camel. Its scientific name is Camelus. How amazing. This horse can talk. No, it's a camel. I'm the one talking. The individual seated upon the camel expressed his dissatisfaction, prompting Naruto to elevate his gaze until he could barely discern the red-haired youth atop the creature's back. Every aspect of this young man was striking. He bore a gourd larger than himself, dark circles encircled his eyes, and a crimson character for love adorned his forehead, truly a visage one could never forget. Ah, a hedgehog head. I thought a horse was speaking. How dare you judge me? Gaara felt a surge of anger. This diminutive figure, also a hedgehog head, had the audacity to criticize others. You don't appear to be from the village. State your name. Sandstorm, Gaara. What a peculiar name. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a genin of Konoha. Do remember it well. Thus, you lack the standing to label others as strange. You would do well to pray that we do not cross paths during the Chunin exams. Gaara coldly urged the camel forward, but before he could proceed, a leaf ninja obstructed their path. Sand Village. The ninja declared sternly, The rules explicitly state that mounts must be handed over to us for safekeeping. What if you wander the streets and cause an accident? Who knows what you might do to my mount? Who would harm such an unsightly creature? The lower-ranked ninja had scarcely finished his sentence before Gaara struck. In an instant, Gaara vanished from sight, reappearing before the ninja, hand outstretched toward his throat. You dare call Sandstorm ugly? So that is its name. The hand aimed at the ninja's throat was intercepted as Naruto stepped in front of Gaara, retorting, "Oh? You managed to block my attack. Who asked for your meddling, you little brat? Come collect after the Nin exams." The rescued ninja offered no gratitude, instead shoving Naruto aside and seizing the camel's reins to depart. Such a peculiar individual, Gaara mused, observing Naruto with a contemplative look. Reminiscent of how the villagers gazed upon him. Is this fellow also? Why do they not harbor hatred for them? You mean this? Naruto replied. I've grown accustomed to it. Why do you have those willing to watch over you? What a nonsensical question. Isn't it only natural to make friends earnestly? Boring fellow. Their brief exchange concluded, Gaara wished to disengage from this unperturbed, domesticated individual. Repaying kindness with kindness seemed utterly foolish. The gourd behind him unlatched, spilling forth a cascade of sand that gradually formed into the shape of another camel, allowing him to mount once more. Must you insist on riding something? Sealing space. Nin exams. Naruto had reached the appropriate age. Do your best. I will be cheering for you. Minato smiled, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair, reminiscing about his son's youthful days, marveling at how swiftly time passed. Soon, it would be the Nin exams. Naruto, has your hair grown longer? What do you think about keeping it like this? Feeling the warmth of his father's hand, Minato suddenly inquired. Why? To facilitate learning a jutsu. That person will undoubtedly harbor no biases against you. Yes, that person. Minato recalled his teacher. That eccentric ninja who lamented that none could master his ultimate technique due to its prerequisite, flowing long hair. No, I dislike long hair. I'll keep mine short like dad's. It looks cool. Ha ha ha. Then there's no helping it. Minato chuckled foolishly. What father wouldn't he revel in being admired by his son? The thought of Naruto growing his hair long dissipated. Kai-bai, Kai-bai. Naruto approached the slumbering Nine Tails, resting his head upon its claw. What do you want? I am quite occupied. The Nine Tails lifted its eyelids to glance at Naruto. I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you for helping save Sister Haku. Humph, I was merely bored. Not only Sister Haku, but in that moment, I felt your power enveloping me. Initially, it was scorching hot, but soon it became warm, a continuous surge of strength that enabled me to defeat Zabuza. I believe it's truly fortunate to have encountered you. Kai-bai, enough with the trivialities. If you wish to express your gratitude, heed my words. That little brat you saw today, find an opportunity to fight him. The Nine Tails had grown accustomed to Naruto's irritating attempts to sway it, remaining unfazed as it issued its command. Gaara, do you dislike him? Just do as I say. Humph. Shikaku, I never anticipated encountering you. My claws are beginning to feel restless. Hello, everyone. I seem to have lost my way once again. Kakashi greeted the 7th team with a wave, arriving long after the appointed meeting time. You trickster. You must already know that the village is hosting the Nin exams. I have recommended the 3 of you to participate. Kakashi, with his thick skin, ignored Naruto and Sakura's resentment, producing 3 application forms for the Nin exams and continuing. Of course, this is not mandatory. Those lacking confidence may withdraw. If you wish to participate, sign your name on the application and gather in room 301 on July 1st. Sasuke, you will participate, right? Of course. This is an excellent opportunity to compete with ninjas from other nations. The Nin exams. Sakura tightened her grip on the application, acutely aware of her own weaknesses. During the last B-rank mission, she merely played a supporting role while Naruto and Sasuke bore the brunt of the fighting against formidable foes. If she were to join the exams, she might drag them down. Just as Sakura contemplated withdrawing, she felt 2 hands gently rest upon her shoulders. Sakura, don't be afraid. Sasuke and I will protect you. No matter what happens, this underachiever and I will guard you. Naruto and Sasuke recognized Sakura's unease, unwilling to abandon her during the exams. True comrades face challenges together. We are companions. Ah, you too. Don't say such touching things. What if I start crying? Sakura wiped away the tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Initially unfamiliar with the concept of companionship, she had joined Team 7 primarily for the joy of being with Sasuke. However, she now understood the essence of true partnership and resolved to become a ninja capable of assisting these two, no longer a burden. Heh. Since we've decided to participate in the exams, let us go grab some ramen. What kind of logic is that? Though Sasuke grumbled, he followed Naruto's lead. And Sakura quietly trailed behind them, observing their backs. Kakashi felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling his own youthful days with his comrades. Oh, these three are developing quite the team spirit. Splendid, splendid. Witnessing this, Kakashi smiled contentedly, recognizing that only those who consider others can truly be called companions. Those who are solely self-serving stand little chance of succeeding in the CHNIN exams. Hey, you little brat, have you opened your eyes? A shout from the roadside halted Team 7 in their tracks as they turned to see a man in black, lifting a small child by his scarf and reprimanding him. Konohamaru? That scarf-wearing child seemed familiar, prompting Naruto to call out tentatively. Big brother, save me. As Konohamaru spotted Naruto approaching, he immediately cried for help. Unable to free himself from the grasp of the adult. What have you done? He asked. I intended to ambush my brother, but accidentally bumped into this uncle. You call me uncle. I'm merely more mature. Kankuro, infuriated, felt his temper rise. Not only had Konohamaru collided with him, but he also spoke disrespectfully, hitting upon the very topic he despised most. Ha ha ha, I told you, the grease paint on your face makes you look older. The blonde girl beside Kankuro burst into laughter, teasing her brother. Shut up. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Hey, don't escalate things if he sees us. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Brother, help. As the uncle prepared to strike, Konohamaru, terrified, flailed his legs in desperation. Konohamaru, I won't intervene. When faced with danger, the first thought should not be to seek help, but to resolve it yourself. Do you still aspire to become Hokage? Lacking any murderous intent, Naruto refrained from aiding Konohamaru, opting instead to admonish him. I understand now. Sexy technique. Inspired by Naruto's words, Konohamaru formed hand seals and shouted loudly. What is this? After a puff of smoke, Kankuro was stunned to find a girl in a swimsuit before him, his hand inadvertently gripping her chest, which he quickly released. Hey, uncle, let's do something meaningful together. Seizing the opportunity, Konohamaru leaped into Kankuro's arms, the soft skin of the dark-haired girl pressing against him, eliciting a delicate sound from her lips. Uffed. Kankuro, overwhelmed, lost consciousness, unaccustomed to such stimulation after always being wrapped in windproof cloaks in Sunagakure. Brother, I did it. Konohamaru could hardly believe he had defeated such a formidable opponent and joyfully ran to Naruto to celebrate with a high five. Well done, Konohamaru. You've truly grasped the essence of the sexy technique. Your performance in terms of chest, thighs, and buttocks exceeds 90 points. Naruto circled around the girl version of Konohamaru, nodding in satisfaction, offering a commendation befitting the progenitor of the technique. It's all thanks to your guidance, brother. Now, without further ado, let us proceed to the next stage. Remove your clothes. Remove what lies beneath the clothes. Konohamaru's face was a tapestry of confusion. The innocent youth oblivious to such matters, merely following the book. Well, I can't provide a clear explanation for that, so let me demonstrate. Sexy technique. Scratching his head, Naruto decided to show through action, and after the smoke cleared, a girl with golden twin tails appeared before Konohamaru, completely unclothed. Oh, incredible. So this is what S underneath. The girl version of Konohamaru gazed in amazement at the golden-haired girl's ample bosom, reaching out to touch it. Uffed. Kankuro, revived after narrowly escaping death, awoke to the sight of the two girls groping each other, once again spurting blood and collapsing. Kankuro, pull yourself together. Sister, in my next life, I hope to be born in Konoha. Farewell. Kankuro, no? You two idiots. Sakura could no longer contain herself, delivering a punch to both Naruto and Konohamaru, reverting them to their original forms. What was that for, Sakura? You shameless person. What have you taught these children? My own ninjutsu. Not that. Running around naked. Don't you have any sense of shame? None. Sasuke, you should say something to him. This tarnishes our team's reputation. Oh. Sasuke, staring blankly at Naruto, felt his mind whirl. Why did Naruto's technique feel so familiar? He couldn't recall where he had seen it, and thinking about it brought sharp pangs of discomfort, leaving him breathless. No way. Could this lewd ninjutsu affect Sasuke too? After all, Sasuke was a boy, and moreover, my bosom is far more ample than yours, Naruto smugly pointed out to Sakura. Naruto, I'll kill you. You're ruining our reputation in Sunagakure. Just as Sakura prepared to give Naruto a piece of her mind, a cold voice pierced the air. Gaara had appeared next to Kankuro, his aquamarine eyes glinting with displeasure. Gaara, this is... Temari attempted to explain, but faltered under Gaara's piercing gaze. Silence. I'll deal with you later. Gaara's gaze scanned the members of Team 7, unaware of who had so skillfully brought Kankuro to his knees in a pool of blood. He first set his sights on Naruto. Naruto, what a coincidence. You know him? Sasuke asked, perplexed, as it was evident these individuals were from Sunagakure. And Naruto should have no prior acquaintance. I met him yesterday. Let me tell you, this guy has a massive horseman. Listening to Naruto's description, Sasuke and Sakura envisioned the absurdity of a boy tending to a horse, an image that felt completely out of place. Sand hand. Gaara's anger surged, and the sand from his gourd erupted, transforming into a colossal hand that lunged toward Naruto. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke stepped in front of Naruto, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball that scorched the incoming sand, reducing it to heaps of red solid matter that fell to the ground. Who are you? State your name. Gaara regarded Sasuke, opting not to continue the assault, while the sand hand was a simple technique. Sasuke's ability to defend against it indicated he was no ordinary individual, worthy of being remembered. Uchiha Sasuke. Very well, I shall remember you. You two are now my targets. Should we meet in the exams, I will show no mercy. Gaara, let us have a match sometime. Naruto, undeterred by Gaara's killing intent, responded with a grin. Humph. Gaara ignored Naruto and Appo's words, coldly scoffing as he used sand to lift Kankuro and departed. On the day of the Chunin exams, Sasuke, you arrived quite early. Isn't the scheduled time 2 o'clock? Upon arriving at school, Naruto noticed Sasuke leaning against the wall, eyes closed in rest, seemingly having arrived long ago. After hearing the noise, Sasuke opened his eyes and slightly nodded, responding coolly. Yeah, lost in thought. I was just considering how strong the people outside the village are. I wonder if we stand a chance against them. Sasuke expressed dissatisfaction with his own strength. Both White and Gaara were contemporaries yet possessed terrifying power. Although he had never directly confronted Gaara, his instincts warned him that in a real fight, his chances of victory were slim. The potency of fire style was already evident. He needed a stronger, sharper single-target ninjutsu. So you're feeling stage fright? Can't you say something encouraging? Naruto's blunt remarks struck a nerve with Sasuke, who shot him an annoyed glare. Worry not. No one said we had to fight alone. I believe our team is the strongest, with you by my side. I would dare to challenge any opponent. That is my ninja way. Besides, we have Sakura. Her punches hurt like hell. Naruto smiled knowingly, lightly tapping Sasuke's shoulder, affirming the strength of their partnership. First, let us cleanse that disorganized mind of yours, solely fixated on trivial matters. It would indeed be a travesty if you were to fall victim not to formidable foes, but to your own folly. I am not praising you. What sort of expression should I wear to convey my apologies? My apologies for my tardiness. Have you all begun your quarrel once more? Sakura rushed over, breathless. For girls always have their myriad tasks to attend to, from grooming to styling. Humph, there is nothing worthwhile to discuss with someone lagging behind. Sasuke turned his head away, ignoring Naruto, though his inner turmoil had eased somewhat. There are indeed benefits to teaming up with fools. Well then, let us proceed inside. Team 7 has arrived. Sakura had long grown accustomed to the dynamics between the two, linking their arms as they entered the academy, heading straight for room 301. Please, allow us to enter. At the door of room 301, a girl with 2 buns pleaded for entry, cradling her injured companion, yet the 2 guarding ninjas remained resolute. A clumsy illusion. Sakura murmured softly, for the opponent's jinjutsu was so rudimentary that it could be easily discerned. The Chunin exams are not playgrounds for mere children. Once you become a Chunin, you will assume the responsibilities of a leader, bearing the weight of your subordinates' lives and the mission's failures. You young ones are ill-equipped to withstand such burdens. If you wish to enter, you must first defeat me. The boy transformed from Chunin presented an unreasonable challenge. Their use of jinjutsu intended to deter unqualified genin, marking the first hurdle for their own kind. In that case, I shall not hold back. Sasuke recognized that this individual was not a candidate, and his desire to spar with a strong opponent surged within him, prompting him to rush forward and exchange blows. This guy certainly loves to steal the spotlight. Naruto disregarded Sasuke, shifting his gaze to another. Niji, are you still unwilling to turn back? It is none of your concern. You speak boldly. Though Hinata may not voice it, she has always been preoccupied with thoughts of you. You are her only brother. Naruto, I have previously informed you that the status of the main family and the branch family is insurmountable. I will heed Hinata's commands. yet I shall not draw too close to her. Neji cast a cold glance at Naruto, his words devoid of emotion, as if Hinata were a mere stranger to him. How infuriating! You twisted individual. Should you bring Hinata to tears, I will undoubtedly give you a sound thrashing. Have you not tired of repeating that line since the novel began? Naruto, do you know him? Sakura inquired curiously as she noticed Naruto returning, visibly upset after conversing with the boy with white eyes. This guy is my future brother-in-law, Hyuga Neji. I do not know him. He graduated a year earlier than us and has been a chunin for a year now. From what you've said, could it be that he and Hinata have a poor relationship? I don't know. That is precisely what troubles me. Things were fine in our childhood. But at some point, he began to distance himself from Hinata. I've approached him several times to inquire, yet he remains silent. It's truly vexing. Oh, the matters of large families are indeed perplexing. I'm so angry. The more I fume, the hotter I feel. I shall buy some popsicles to cool down. Naruto, upon seeing Neji's irritating face, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, and without a second thought, he opened the window and jumped out. Naruto, this guy is truly... Sakura called out several times, but was met with silence, turning to Sasuke, who was locked in a fierce exchange with the chunin. Just as their kicks were about to land on each other, the previously beaten boy in green appeared between them, effortlessly intercepting their attacks. The chunin nodded subtly and vanished in a puff of smoke. To have so easily blocked my attack, who is this person? Sasuke furrowed his brow. He believed both he and the chunin to be formidable, yet this individual had effortlessly halted their combined onslaught. Lee, this is not what we agreed upon. Did you not say you wanted to avoid drawing attention by pretending to be weak? Every day, I witness Lee acting without restraint, while the entire team indulges him in his charade of weakness. I apologize, Tenten, but I wish to impress the person I admire. The boy with the watermelon head approached Sakura, his cheeks slightly flushed as he gathered his courage to speak, flashing a bright smile. My name is Rock Lee, Sakura. I like you. Will you go out with me? Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are far too thick. Sakura felt as if the world were spinning, vehemently shaking her head to reject Lee's confession. Sasuke, let us go. Seeing that Lee was about to say something further, Sakura hastily pulled Sasuke toward the third floor. Too thick indeed. All right, let us move. Tenten pulled the dejected Lee, pushing him up the stairs. Whereas Naruto, upon reaching the third floor, Sasuke noticed someone was missing and inquired. He went to buy popsicles. This guy. Just as Sasuke was about to lose his temper, he heard the voice of the thick-browed boy behind him. Huh? Sasuke's forehead was marked with a frown, already feeling exasperated. The arrival of another seemingly irritating individual intensified his glare. Wow, those are indeed fearsome eyes. Do you wish to engage me in a duel? Lee was startled by Sasuke's expression, wondering if he truly was that bothersome, as Sasuke seemed to glare at him with deep-seated animosity. What is your reasoning? I wish to ascertain whether my techniques can affect one from a clan renowned for its genius. You come seeking to challenge the Uchiha name? You know nothing of the Uchiha. I look forward to your guidance. I shall resolve this in 5 minutes. Sasuke despised it when others invoked the Uchiha name for validation, and he held no intention of going easy on Lee, raising his fist to strike at his head. What? Just as the punch was about to connect, Lee vanished, leaving Sasuke astonished at Lee's speed. He immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings, and above him, he saw Lee descending with a kick aimed at him, causing him to evade just in time. Lee's flurry of attacks did not end there. Upon landing, he twisted his body, delivering a kick to Sasuke at an astonishing angle. Sasuke realized he could not evade it in time and hastily raised his hands in defense, but it was too late, and he was sent flying. Effective. It seems relentless effort can indeed surpass genius. Lee exclaimed excitedly upon landing a hit. Sharingan. Sasuke quickly rose from the ground, his eyes swirling with the double tomo, though he had no idea what Lee had just executed. However, with the Sharingan, he could perceive everything. Useless. What I employed was neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, merely pure taijutsu. Even if you can see my movements, you cannot react in time to keep up with my speed. Lee, undeterred by Sasuke's Sharingan, capitalized on his own speed to close the distance, delivering a kick to Sasuke's chin. Sasuke indeed could not react in time, and was sent soaring into the air, followed by a stylish kick that sent him crashing into the wooden floor. Sakura, abandoning the defeated Sasuke, rushed to Lee. Lee, you are so cool. I like you the most. Will you marry me? Is that so? Hee, of course. What a simpleton. Sasuke stood proudly before Lee, having emerged victorious in the written examination. The moment he was struck under the chin marked the transition from reality to illusion. He had deliberately ensnared Lee within the confines of his Sharingan Genjutsu. After all, in a contest of strength, it would be unreasonable to emerge unscathed. Rubbing the spot where he had been hit, Sasuke acknowledged the formidable power of his opponent, the lingering pain a testament to the force behind the blow. In stark contrast, Lee appeared entirely unharmed. Sasuke resolved to leave a memento with the kunai. For anyone daring to challenge the Uchiha clan should be prepared for the consequences. At that moment, an unexpected windmill struck the kunai, and a red turtle appeared, blocking Lee's path, speaking with human-like eloquence. "Who are you?" Sasuke inquired. "As you can see, I am the turtle responsible for educating this young man. Do you wish to intervene in our contest? It matters not. I have already won. Is that truly the case? Young one, look beneath you. Had I arrived a moment later, it might have been you who was gravely injured." Sasuke glanced down, realizing that his left foot had been ensnared by Lee's bandaged hand, while Lee had regained his senses, being fervently reprimanded by the turtle. "You scoundrel! Attempting to use that technique? Do you believe I won't strike you down? Apologies, apologies." The farcical scene culminated with the intervention of a larger, greener Kappa with bushy eyebrows, who further chastised Lee. After apologizing, Lee headed to room 301, leaving Sasuke and Sakura behind. Damn it! Sasuke's fist slammed into the floor, frustration boiling within him. He loathed his own weakness, having resorted to Jinjutsu before the exam had even commenced. At that moment, he had no alternative ninjutsu to employ, and the realization that he had almost lost dealt a severe blow to his pride. Sakura, aware of his pride, struggled to find words of comfort. Fortunately, an unexpected arrival provided a timely distraction. "How cold? What are you doing?" Just as Sasuke was seething with anger, a sudden chill coursed from his neck to his mind. He turned to find Naruto pressing a popsicle against him, prompting an irate response. "Hey, it's too much for one person. Let us share." Naruto cheerfully unwrapped the frozen treat and sat beside Sasuke, breaking the two popsicles apart and unceremoniously shoving one into Sasuke's mouth. "Feeling calmer now? As the ice melted in his mouth, so too did Sasuke's agitation, his expression softening somewhat. "Sasuke, may I ask you a question? If you were to run laps around the schoolyard to train your taijutsu, how many laps would you run? 20? 30? Sasuke, uncertain, replied, finding such exercises devoid of significance, perhaps beneficial, but certainly less rewarding than other endeavors. That bushy-browed fellow runs in the thousands, day and night, without pause. It is through relentless practice that he has attained such speed and strength." Sasuke cast an incredulous glance at Naruto, realizing he was utterly serious. "Do you understand now? You were not unjustly defeated. In comparison, our training seems akin to child's play. But I know his training methods are not suited for us. It is precisely because he recognizes his lack of talent that he exerts effort hundreds of times greater than ours, enabling him to triumph over you." "How do you know that?" "He is Niji's teammate. When I sought him for conversation, he was engaged in grueling training right beside me. Many such individuals are in the Chunin exams. Are you afraid?" Naruto stood up, brushing off the dirt and gesturing toward room 301. How could I be afraid? If I cannot manage alone, I will bring you along. That bushy-browed kid will be no match for us. Now that is the Sasuke I admire. Let us go and defeat them decisively, proving we are the strongest among the newcomers." Naruto grinned, extending his hand toward Sasuke. Perfectly agreeable. Sasuke grasped Naruto's hand firmly, rising from the ground as they made their way to room 301. "You too, don't forget about me. Let us work hard together," Sakura exclaimed, rushing in between them, wrapping an arm around each of their necks, pulling them closer. She felt that the two were indispensable to one another. Sasuke, previously so irritable, had been invigorated by Naruto's presence, and Naruto's words resonated with her as well. Speaking of which, you brought a popsicle for Sasuke. What about mine?" "Sakura, weren't you on a diet? Those extra pounds. How rude. The weight of a young girl is a secret. Oh, what is this? So many people." Upon entering room 301, Naruto was taken aback by the sheer number of candidates, 150 students adorned with various headbands. "Sasuke." A girl suddenly attacked Sasuke from behind, affectionately nuzzling against him. Ino, let go of Sasuke." Sakura cried out, her rival, Yamanaka Ino, clinging to Sasuke. "Not a chance, ugly Sakura." Ino stuck out her tongue, continuing to snuggle against Sasuke. Pigs are foolish. First, release the chair you're holding." "What? Sasuke, where did you go?" Ino glared at the chair in her arms, realizing Sasuke had used a substitution technique to escape at some point. Boring. Sasuke turned away coldly, contemplating how much better it would have been had he not been hiding behind Naruto. Those two were once good friends, weren't they? How delightful. Truly popular. Naruto smirked, observing how Sasuke's childhood friends had begun to clash since meeting him, blaming Sasuke for the tension. Am I to blame? Sasuke lightly tapped Naruto's head. He had no interest in romantic entanglements and was overwhelmed, leading him to seek refuge behind Naruto. Naruto-kun, you're here. Hinata approached Naruto, grasping his hand and standing by his side, unable to endure the charged atmosphere any longer. Yes, I will definitely pass this exam and become a chunin. You all are here for this troublesome exam as well? Shikamaru, appearing drowsy, approached Naruto, followed by Choji, Kiba, and Shino, gathering the 9 newly appointed genin in one place. Shikamaru, you're here too. If I had the choice, I wouldn't have come. How long will you argue with her? Shikamaru pulled Ino away from Sakura, placing her behind him, wishing to avoid the drama. Why the drama? Their arrival had already drawn the ire of many candidates, all eyes fixated on the entrance. Among the genin, many had undertaken life or death missions, and Naruto, sensitive to the aura of danger, immediately noticed one individual, wrapped entirely in bandages, save for one visible eye. I don't know which country or village you hail from, but since we are competing in the same exam, I shall not lose to you. Prepare to be defeated by me. Naruto stepped forward, confronting the remaining 144 candidates with a raised fist, exuding confidence. However, the pressure of the looming hostility intensified thereafter. The imbecile. Shikamaru lamented as he covered his face, reluctant to make enemies. However, they all stood behind Naruto, resembling a group of 9 fresh recruits declaring war. If possible, he would prefer to return home. All right, you useless lot, quiet down. The exam is about to commence. Just as some were contemplating taking action against Naruto to teach this reckless brat a lesson, a group of proctors emerged from the smoke, standing before the classroom podium. A burly man, scarred and intimidating, bellowed at the candidates. I am your chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. I shall now explain the rules of the written test. Ibiki distributed the examination papers to everyone and proceeded to outline the rules on the blackboard. At this moment, Naruto's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Oh no, why does it have to start with the one thing I'm worst at? Even if I could answer just one question. Hinata should be able to help a bit, right? Sakura, seated behind Naruto, found herself unable to assist him. What was that boastful fool thinking now? Sasuke glanced at Naruto, feeling a sense of schadenfreude, knowing that despite his arrogant declarations, he might not even pass the first hurdle. Naruto-kun, just wait for me. Hinata felt fortunate to be seated next to Naruto, and as she witnessed him staring blankly, she resolved to focus on her own work first, planning to help him cheat afterward. What is this? Why is the first round a written test? I can't understand a single question. Despairing, Naruto cradled his head in his hands, wishing he could face the ruthless chief examiner in a brawl rather than confront the cursed exam paper. It seems I have no choice. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the classroom, and Ibiki opened his eyes in confusion, glancing down at the exam. This guy knocked himself out. A proctor approached Naruto, observing the large bump on his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. Has he given up on himself? Let him be. In the ceiling space, Dad. Help me. Naruto, you must rely on yourself for this exam, Minato said, astonished to find Naruto there, having just stated the day before that he would be taking the Chunin exam today. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Naruto was struggling with the written portion. Relying on myself means I'm doomed. You know I don't understand any of this. But cheating is. Minato chuckled at the thought of the Hokage needing to assist someone in cheating. When he was alive, such an idea was unthinkable. Yet, seeing his son's woeful expression tugged at his heartstrings. If I fail this exam, I'll be stuck as a genin forever and won't be able to marry Hinata. My life will be shrouded in darkness. Naruto sulked on the ground, his eyes dimmed, lamenting his colorless existence. All right, just this once, QB. Let me see the questions. TSK, you're bothering me. The QB, roused from slumber, lifted an eyelid and used chakra to replicate the exam paper for Minato. These questions are far too difficult. Dad, you don't know the answers either? The first question about deciphering codes was manageable, but the subsequent ones. Minato pondered, stroking his chin. Some of those questions were beyond even his knowledge. Those capable of answering them were surely few. Why would the examiners use such difficult questions in the Chunin exams? Naruto, regarding intelligence gathering, never mind. Minato realized the examiner's intentions, but recognized Naruto's severe subject bias. He was a student adept at physical skills, but woefully unprepared for this situation. Cheating without detection was utterly impossible, and he would have to rely on his own abilities. Then let us think together. Kyubi, you help too. Why should I help you with your exam? With a head as big as yours, you must be clever. Just take a look at this question. I can't solve this triangle relationship. The Kyubi shot a glance at the challenging question and, with a resounding thud, tossed the chakra-formed exam paper at Naruto's face. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun. Startled awake by Hinata's gentle nudging, Naruto felt disoriented being pulled from the ceiling space. Upon noticing the clock on the wall, he was alarmed to see that time was running out. You're awake. The exam time is almost over. Okay. I'll answer the questions. Naruto's hand trembled around the pen. In the ceiling space, the two had spent considerable time without completing all the answers. Though Minato was the Hokage, he had little exposure to academic questions. During his school days, tensions among nations were high, and he had no time for theoretical studies, as teachers were preoccupied with teaching combat skills. Naruto-kun, you don't need to write. I've completed everything. Just put your name on the paper. Hinata quietly placed the exam paper on Naruto's desk, whispering in his ear. I'm so sorry. I'm utterly useless. It took so long just to solve the questions, and there's still the 10th question. I'll do my best to help you finish it. Wait. Give me the exam paper. What about you? I'll write another one. Don't joke around. With only 5 minutes left and still needing to answer the 10th question, where will you find the time to write another? I don't care. Naruto-kun must pass this exam. No, just listen. Hinata coaxed, like a child. And only when she saw Naruto raise his pen to fill in the name field did she feel relieved. That was enough. As long as Naruto could pass, she would be satisfied. Wait, that is not my name, Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed in surprise as she noticed Naruto neatly writing Hyuga Hinata in the name field. Hehe. I want to allow it. Sacrificing Hinata to fulfill my dreams is not what a man would do. My ninja way is to forge ahead. If one day I look back and see that my position as Hokage was achieved at the cost of Hinata's sacrifice, what kind of Hokage would I be? Naruto returned the exam paper to Hinata, grinning foolishly. She is not dead. Honestly, I don't care. Hinata puffed her cheeks, irritated by Naruto's tenderness. Why couldn't he just accept her help? But it was precisely these foolish actions that made her fond of him. What about the 10th question? I'll bet everything on it. All right, you fools, time is up. Now I shall announce the 10th question, but before that, let me clarify. This question is optional. As the exam neared its final 5 minutes, Marino Abiki rapped on the table and announced in a commanding voice, if you answer correctly, regardless of your previous 9 answers, you will advance. If you answer incorrectly, it is the same. Whether you answered the previous 9 correctly or not, you will fail. Furthermore, if you get this question wrong, you will never have the chance to participate in the Chunin exams again, remaining a genin for life. Now, make your choice. Gamble your lives. What to do? Naruto felt the weight of pressure heavier than anyone else's. If he were to fail, he would never be able to marry Hinata. Yet, giving up was not an option. He refused to surrender, even when faced with the slightest possibility. Oh, that little brat-esque expression is delightful. Abiki relished the sight of Naruto's anguished face, enjoying the despair he could instill in the candidates through his interrogation techniques. However, Naruto's pained expression quickly faded. Just as Abiki thought he would forfeit, Naruto suddenly shouted, I shall not concede. If it comes to that, I shall merely endure a lifetime of hardship. Hinata, should the moment arise, I will whisk you away from the Hyuga clan. This is my ninja way, and I harbor no regrets. Naruto boldly declared, uttering what seemed a domineering yet criminal proclamation. Did I pass? Really? As he stepped out of the ninja academy, Naruto felt as if he were floating. He had merely inscribed his name on the exam paper to succeed, leaving him questioning the reality of the situation. He never anticipated that the examiner's true intention was this. All the questions he had answered were in vain. Sakura exclaimed in frustration, having pulled out several strands of her hair in her fervent attempts. Yet, that fearsome examiner simply asserted that only those brave enough to undertake the unknown tasks are worthy ninjas, and passed Naruto. How unjust. It truly is a case of a fool enjoying good fortune. Sasuke, having resorted to cheating with his Sharingan, lamented, recognizing that Naruto had submitted a blank paper. It seemed even fate was favoring him. This is strength, sheer strength. Naruto chuckled, his mirth akin to that of a petty triumph. A criminal. He just declared he would take Hinata away. How shameless. Sakura's sense of injustice intensified, her dissatisfaction evident. Hey, you heard that, right? Ugh. Foolish Naruto. Hinata, blushing, hid behind Naruto, her small fist tapping against his back in complaint. Hinata, let us strive together in the second round. It will be so much more enjoyable if we both become Chunin. Listen well, participants of the 26 qualifying teams. This 44th training ground is no place for mere games. Be sure to sign the death waiver before entering. The chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, explained the rules of the upcoming competition, standing before a colossal ancient forest, its innumerable towering trees casting an ominous shadow. The occasional roars of ferocious beasts heightened the candidates' anxiety. As they stood within an enclosed area, one of Konoha's forbidden zones. To seize the scrolls, under the best circumstances, half of them would be foes. Sasuke pondered, clutching the earth scroll obtained from the examiner. With only a 50% pass rate, compounded with the death waiver, it seemed to encourage them towards mutual annihilation. Should they encounter a deranged individual, they might not even inquire about the heaven and earth scrolls before attacking. This exam was far more perilous than he had anticipated. All right. Let us formulate a battle plan. Naruto sat down, speaking with unusual seriousness. What? Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. Had it not been for the exam yet to commence, they might have suspected an impostor had taken his place. Hearing him utter the words battle plan was akin to a dream. This training ground is extremely dangerous. Once we enter, our first task is to rendezvous with Hinata. I've already arranged it with her. Their reconnaissance abilities are formidable, and as long as we leave some markers, they will locate us swiftly. Naruto was unconcerned with the rules. But the fact that the 26 teams entered through different gates and would endure 5 long days filled him with worry for Hinata's safety. What if their scrolls differ from ours? Then we seize another. Is that it? What kind of battle plan is that? Trust me. The duo of Hinata and I is extraordinarily formidable. Well, if we can gain an additional teammate, then let us proceed with that. Upon entering, they realized the forest was indeed vast and eerie. Sakura, hiding behind Sasuke, glanced around. The dense foliage obscured the sunlight, and the entire forest exuded a damp, foreboding atmosphere. Let us not delay. We must make some markers. As Naruto spoke, he began to remove his pants. What are you doing? Relieving myself. Kiba's nose is quite keen. He should be able to smell it. If Kiba finds out, he will certainly kill you. Sasuke covered his face in disbelief. This guy remained as reckless as ever. Are you a dog? You're a human, for heaven's sake. Get over there. Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What sin had she committed to be paired with such a teammate, as she kicked Naruto's rear and pointed towards a thicket in exasperation? Time is of the essence. The enemy has arrived. Naruto and Sasuke looked up towards a branch towering more than 10 meters high, where 3 figures were already perched. Likely ninjas from the land of grass. What luck. I never expected to run into you first, Naruto. Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, extended his tongue to lick his eye, a revolting greeting that nearly made Sakura retch. Do you know me, ma'am? Naruto asked. Puzzled by the familiarity he felt towards this female grass ninja. Ma'am. Ha ha ha. If you survive, I shall tell you. A hint of murderous intent emanated from Orochimaru. Unlike Zabuza's oppressive presence, which lingered like a haunting specter, this felt like an arrow piercing their minds, paralyzing them in fear and leaving them in a state of frozen dread. If Zabuza's aura was so intense it drove one to contemplate suicide, Orochimaru's aura stripped away even the courage to do so, leaving one dazed and vulnerable. Yet Naruto and Sasuke were no longer the naive youths they once were. Hey, the straggler, can you still move? Sasuke gasped for breath, having regained a measure of composure. His Sharingan activated and ready for action as he instinctively positioned himself in front of Sakura. Of course, Naruto trudged forward, hands forming the seals for Shadow Clone Jutsu. Oh, you can still move? Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Uchiha summoning technique. Orochimaru admired Sasuke's bravery and strength, biting his finger to perform the summoning technique. 3 massive serpents materializing before them, each over 20 meters long and 3 meters wide, flicking their crimson tongues in anticipation of their master's command. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. 100 shadow clones. He has grown significantly, yet still lacks uniqueness. Orochimaru observed the two's combat styles, noting that Naruto's growth fell short of his expectations. Indeed, he was a foolish child. Glancing at Sasuke, who unleashed fireballs, a flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Sasuke's basic ninjutsu would hardly faze him. Each whip of the serpent's tail could disperse more than 10 of Naruto's clones, and against such massive serpent shadows, there was little recourse but to endure. Hiss! The serpent confronting Sasuke writhed on the ground, extinguishing the flames consuming it, and lunged at Sasuke with its gaping maw. Sasuke appeared momentarily stunned, but suddenly, the animal instinct warned of danger, though it was too late. Rasengan. The spiraling chakra struck the serpent's vulnerable spot, driving its entire body into the earth, rendering it immobile as it rolled its eyes back in defeat. Oh! Orochimaru, observing the scene, noted that Naruto's main body had been thrown towards Sasuke by one of his clones, and Sasuke, aware of this, did not dodge. However, another serpent. Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards the serpent engaged in a fierce battle with Naruto's clone, and suddenly he spotted 5 fiery blossoms soaring from the serpent's blind spot, piercing its vulnerable area. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The ninjutsu, derived from the technique of the fire flower, enhances its potency by incorporating sharp kunai to improve its piercing capability. In the fleeting moment when Sasuke unleashed the great fireball, he swiftly formed hand seals, completing the decisive strike under the cover of the fireball. Is that all you've got, you wretched Orochimaru? Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, fists clenched in a provocative manner. Indeed, your strength is commendable, but what about the other side? Orochimaru applauded with satisfaction. Had they fought separately, each snake would have consumed more than half of their chakra. Yet, these two trusted each other unconditionally without even exchanging glances, enabling them to execute 2 kills with ease, something he had not anticipated. Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke quickly reacted, turning to rush toward the corner where Sakura was cowering. The third snake had already approached her, concealed by the trees, and lunged towards her with its jaws wide open. So terrifying, I want to run. I want to go home. Overwhelmed by Orochimaru's murderous intent, Sakura found herself paralyzed, as if her limbs were no longer her own. She could see and breathe, yet she was incapable of movement. In that moment, she witnessed Naruto and Sasuke standing valiantly before her, their silhouettes majestic, their cooperation flawless. What purpose did her presence serve as a teammate? The girl named Sakura felt utterly useless, merely a burden. Now, these 2 comrades were exposing themselves to danger to save her. How infuriating. This surge of frustration ultimately triumphed over fear. Sakura drew a kunai from her tool pouch and plunged it into her own thigh, the pain jolting her senses awake, allowing her chakra to coalesce in her feet as she leaped away from the snake's maw. Who would perish in the jaws of this vile serpent? Preposterous. With a furious punch, her fist connected with the snake's head, causing it to cave in, rendering the creature unconscious. I told you, Sakura is strong. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, and it was Naruto who broke the silence, Sasuke nodding in agreement. I am also a member of Team 7. How could I always rely on you to protect me? Sakura declared as she jumped down from the snake's head. Raising her fist in solidarity with her teammates, she had finally earned the right to do so. Sakura, are you alright? Sasuke inquired, glancing at her bleeding thigh. Though she had been a hindrance, he refrained from reprimanding her. The current Sakura shone far brighter than the girl who had only known tears. I'm fine. Just watch me. Sakura summoned a vibrant green chakra, applying it to her injured thigh, staunching the flow of blood, with a bandage wrapped around the wound. She prioritized the immediate threat over extensive treatment. When did you learn medical ninjutsu? Naruto asked. In the days leading up to the exam, I studied tirelessly, although I'm still a novice. Sakura demonstrated her remarkable control of chakra, having spent those days in the hospital, and while her healing abilities were still developing. They were functional. What a touching team, Orochimaru's ominous voice interrupted, recalling the painful memories of his past, stirring the fear of being dominated by a certain powerful woman, leaving him quite displeased. Hey, Sasuke, we can't afford to be reckless. Let us use that technique. Naruto extended his hand, gathering chakra, signaling to Sasuke the urgency of the situation. However, employing that technique would impose a significant burden on Naruto's body. If we use that, your hand. But Sakura is here, capable of summoning formidable foes. We could die at any moment. All right, let us give it our all. Sakura, cover us. Sasuke began weaving hand seals, channeling fire chakra into Naruto's Rasengan. With the experience of their first attempt, this time it came together smoothly, the fiery red Rasengan taking shape and heating up. Understood. Sakura drew her kunai, bracing herself, her right hand trembling. She realized that her bones had likely fractured from her earlier strike, yet she had to protect her teammates. To think you could even perform combined ninjutsu. How astonishing. Orochimaru would not remain passive. He elongated his body, slithering down the trees with incredible speed, appearing before them before Sakura could react. Too slow. As Sakura swung her kunai, Orochimaru deftly evaded, swatting her aside and lunging towards Naruto. Not over yet. The remaining shadow clones emerged unexpectedly, blocking Orochimaru's path and buying time. Once he dispatched all the clones, he sensed an intense heat. Naruto, can you hit him? No. His speed is too formidable. Orochimaru's instantaneous velocity surpassed the limits of perception, and Naruto shook his head in trepidation. Understood. Without hesitation, Sasuke charged at Orochimaru, closing the distance to engage in close combat. Despite Orochimaru's terrifying speed, the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to predict his movements. I'm increasingly fond of you two brats. Orochimaru sneered as he darted about, seeking an opportunity to strike at Sasuke, but each attempt was thwarted by the foresight of the Sharingan. Now, Sasuke hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag into Orochimaru's path. The explosion sent Orochimaru careening backward, allowing Sasuke to leap onto his back and stab him with a kunai. Yet, it was not so simple. The struck Orochimaru was merely a substitution, dissolving into a pool of black mud. The real Orochimaru appeared behind Sasuke, his neck elongating like a thread, sinking his fangs into Sasuke's neck. Ah! Sasuke cried out in pain as the cursed seal's power coursed through him, each cell feeling as though it were being torn apart by a beast. Sasuke! As Orochimaru inflicted the cursed seal, he was momentarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto pressed the blazing Rasengan against him, pushing him into the trunk of a massive tree before withdrawing. Boom! The fiery force of the Rasengan erupted, a vortex of flames spiraling skyward, incinerating both the ancient tree and Orochimaru. Sasuke, are you alright? Why didn't you dodge? You fool. If I hadn't taken the hit, how could you have landed your strike? We won, didn't we? Sasuke managed a weak smile, disregarding Naruto's complaints. What is this poison? Naruto hastily lifted Sasuke, the bite marks and the three-tomo emblem glaringly evident on his neck. Mimicking Orochimaru, he bit into Sasuke's wound, attempting to siphon out the venom. What are you doing? You fool. Sasuke felt a tongue licking his wound, an odd sensation of itchiness. Strangely, the heat and pain began to subside slightly, replaced by a flush of warmth. A familiar feeling washed over him, as if Naruto had done this before, prompting him to shake his head to dispel the thought. Ah, Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura rushed over from where she had been thrown, her voice rising in alarm upon witnessing the scene. I'm sucking out the poison. Sasuke was bitten by that snake. Naruto spat out the blood from his mouth, only stopping to suck on the wound once he noticed it had healed. Well, I should be the one doing this. Sakura lowered her head, regretting that she had missed such a golden opportunity. Naruto, that fool, always seemed to have the best luck. The last kiss was the same. How many of Sasuke's first must he steal before he is satisfied? Oh, it's starting to take effect. But my face feels a bit flushed. Seeing Sasuke's pained expression slightly eased Naruto's worries. Yet he curiously touched his face and said, "Don't touch me, you idiot dead last." Anger surged within Sasuke as he forcefully pushed Naruto away, cursing him fiercely. What are you doing? Do you really want Sakura to do that for you? The chakra of the Uzumaki clan could slightly alleviate the side effects of the cursed seal. I've gathered some valuable information. Orochimaru peered from the ground, half his head exposed, observing the scene. After speaking, he vanished into the earth with his injured body. That foolish Naruto often unwittingly provided him with useful intel, which could be considered one of his few redeeming qualities. Honestly, why are you so reckless? Sakura complained, looking at Naruto's severely burned arm as she used her chakra to help him heal. The sky gradually darkened, and the three of them were hiding in a secluded hollow of a tree, preparing to spend their first night. How could we possibly win without doing this? Sakura, you're being reckless too, Naruto replied, poking her arm, causing her to yelp in pain. Her slender arm was currently immobilized by 2 wooden boards and bandages, rendering it unusable for the time being. You infected me. Sakura, you're exhausted. It doesn't hurt too much now, so rest. Naruto interrupted her healing shortly after, simply wrapping his arm in bandages. He didn't want Sakura to waste too much chakra, and Sasuke had long since fallen asleep due to the power of the cursed seal. Then you should sleep first. I'll keep watch, Sakura nodded, taking her kunai and stepping out of the hollow to set traps and alarms nearby to prevent any intruders. Be careful. Naruto said little more, understanding that he needed to rest first in order to protect the two of them better. He closed his eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. Ugh, how did I fall asleep? When Sakura awoke, she found herself beside Sasuke, and Naruto had vanished. Frustrated, she slapped her face. Awake? Would you like to eat some mushrooms? Naruto's voice and the aroma of food wafted into the hollow. Sakura sniffed and felt her mouth water. Her stomach protested, having not eaten anything the night before. Smells so good. Naruto, you actually know how to cook? Sakura emerged from the hollow to see Naruto cooking something in a small pot, likely a vegetable and mushroom soup. Hee, surprised, aren't you? Delicious, I'm revived. Sakura scooped some soup with a spoon, blowing on it gently before tasting, the exquisite flavor of the mushrooms dancing on her palate, eliciting a delighted exclamation. Take your time. I'll attend to our guests. Guests? Those three over there. Their murderous intent has scared the mushrooms away. Come out. Naruto stood in front of Sakura, shouting toward the nearby bushes. Oh, you actually found us. How interesting. Three Sound Ninja, led by the bandaged man, leaped out from the shadows, halting in front of Naruto. Aware of the traps Sakura had set. Just what we needed, a scroll. Are you here to assist us with our mission? One of the men, adorned with 3 death characters on his clothing, glared at Naruto, unaware that his own demise was inscribed on his attire. Coming for Sasuke? Did he owe you money? Though he does love to show off, his personality is quite detestable, always acting cool and aloof, ignoring others, and being picky. Is this guy really a teammate? The Sound Ninja observed Naruto mercilessly listing Sasuke's flaws, raising doubts. Naruto, I want to fight as well. How can you take on 3 all by yourself? Sakura, go protect Sasuke. You heard their intentions, and besides, your body can't attack anymore. Hurry. If you can't hold on, I will definitely come to help you. Sakura understood her physical condition and reluctantly left Naruto's side, positioning herself at the entrance of the hollow, ready for battle. Shadow Clone Technique. As Naruto formed the hand seals, 4 identical shadow clones appeared beside him. Sakura's heart sank. The usual hundreds of clones had only produced 4, indicating that Naruto was not as unscathed as he claimed. Jean, leave him to me, the bandaged man said to his companions, irritated the moment he laid eyes on Naruto. Naruto's golden hair was too dazzling, a stark contrast to his own body, bound by bandages for experiments. The jealousy within him compelled him to turn Naruto into a reflection of his own ugliness. Then it's all yours. I was planning to blow him to pieces. Everyone go. By time for the main body. Naruto's real self was already gathering a Rasengan, while the 4 clones charged at the bandaged man to hinder his movements. Soundwave. The bandaged man revealed a special device on his arm and, without any visible effort, simply waved it at the clones. Each clone displayed an expression of pain before dissipating into smoke. Next is you. Without the clones to obstruct him, the bandaged man surged toward Naruto, swinging the special device on his right arm. Naruto quickly raised his left hand to defend, successfully blocking the attack. But an overwhelming pressure assaulted his ears. Ugh! Naruto groaned as he forcefully slammed the half-formed Rasengan against the bandaged man, sending him flying while he himself lost balance and fell to the ground. Wow, I can still counter after taking that hit. It's the first time I've seen that. Sak whistled as he watched the bandaged man being sent flying. The bandaged man grimaced as he rose from the ground, his gaze menacing as he glared at Naruto. That hurt, you little brat. My body. Naruto attempted to rise, but found himself unable to control his body. Standing up would only cause him to topple over, warm blood trickling from his ears. Useless, don't think about resisting. Just obediently become like me. The bandaged man drew a kunai, aiming to slash at Naruto's face, a twisted expression flashing in his eyes. Naruto was about to be transformed into something as grotesque as himself. Naruto. Sakura immediately abandoned Sasuke and rushed toward Naruto, hoping to intercept the blade with her body in time. Void Slash. One of the bandaged man's companions reached for Sakura, revealing a hollow modified in his palm, unleashing a powerful gust that sent Sakura flying. Interrupting task is not a good habit. Please, someone save Naruto, just once, save him. Sakura, who did not believe in gods, found herself praying loudly, shouting into the sky obscured by trees. Clang. A small hand intercepted the kunai aimed at Naruto, the gathered chakra sufficient to shield its master from the sharp blade. The enraged owner kicked the bandaged man aside, standing protectively in front of Naruto. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Anyone who harms Naruto-kun. The petite figure erupted with an astonishing aura, an overwhelming chakra radiating around Hinata, stirring up a cloud of dust. She cast a glance at Naruto before fixing her gaze on the bandaged man, roaring like a mother lion. So, the 8th squad has arrived. How wonderful. Sakura sighed in relief as she sank to the ground, her tension easing upon seeing Kiba and Shino approach. Who is this little girl? Is she seeking her own demise? The bandaged man, infuriated by the disruption of his plans, lunged at Hinata. Are you the one who harmed me? Although Hinata had never taken a life, a subtle yet palpable killing intent emanated from her. In her eyes, Naruto was eternally gentle and formidable. The last time she had seen him gravely injured was when they were 4 years old. He had been hurt while saving her, and now, witnessing him helpless on the ground ignited an intense fury within her. Soundwave burst. The bandaged man attempted to repeat his previous tactic, envisioning Hinata crumpling under his sonic assault, leaving him free to dispose of both her and Naruto. A sickly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Gentle fist. Hinata raised her left hand in defense while her right hand, fingers aligned, struck with a chakra-infused blade, precisely sealing the man's chakra points and rendering him immobile. How is this possible? Why are you unaffected by my sound waves? Panic flickered in the single eye of the bandaged man. His sonic attack had clearly struck Hinata, yet she remained unharmed, instilling dread in him. You utilize sound waves to disrupt your opponent's eardrums and balance, do you not? You attempted this despicable trick against Naruto. However, any jutsu related to chakra cannot escape the scrutiny of my Byakugan. In her Byakugan state, Hinata clearly perceived a wave of chakra-directed sound approaching her ears. Thus, her defense was not merely reactive. She had gathered her chakra, countering his attack in a fierce clash that neutralized the assault. Impossible. Can you see the flow of chakra? 8 trigrams. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Blue chakra ignited in Hinata's hands as she unleashed a dazzling flurry of strikes upon the bandaged man, who collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. I have sealed your chakra points. You cannot move, can you? You will experience Naruto's pain one by one. Without hesitation, Hinata drew a kunai, aiming it at the bandaged man. Though inherently kind-hearted and averse to violence, she would do whatever it took for Naruto. Kiba. The bandaged man's 2 companions rushed to his aid but were swiftly intercepted by Kiba and Shino, unable to extricate themselves. Is Hinata really like this? Kiba inquired while fending off Kin, struggling to reconcile the typically gentle and timid Hinata with the fierce demeanor she now displayed. It's the quiet ones who are the most terrifying when they finally lose their temper, Shino replied, manipulating his insects to evade Kin's sound waves, which posed no threat to him. Hinata. Just as Hinata was about to strike the bandaged man, Naruto's voice pierced through her thoughts. Instantly, she abandoned her target and rushed back to his side. For her, the act of taking a life paled in comparison to Naruto's call. Naruto, are you alright? I'm sorry for arriving so late. I feel so useless. Fool, who would blame you for being late? Thank you for saving me. You've grown stronger, Naruto replied, smiling gently at Hinata, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. He pinched her nose playfully. I've always been watching your back, striving to improve. Thinking of how you would continue to grow stronger, Hinata confessed, a soft smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, an immense chakra erupted like an explosion, revealing Sasuke standing before Naruto, his cursed mark spreading ominously across his face. The sinister purple chakra surged towards the heavens, enveloping him in an aura reminiscent of a demonic entity. Hey, Sasuke. There's a limit to sleeping in, Naruto remarked, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Sasuke, who hurt you? His gaze fell upon Naruto, who was incapacitated, his arms bandaged and blood seeping from his ears. Sasuke's murderous intent surged, suffocating everyone around him. Forget it, it's not important. He shook his head, not awaiting Naruto's reply, directing his malevolence toward the sound ninja, deciding to eliminate them all. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto asked, concern etched on his face. Aware that something was amiss with Sasuke's demeanor. Am I alright? More like exhilarated. That guy's gift was truly delightful, Sasuke replied, twisting his neck, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, realizing just how formidable he had become. Kiba, Shino, get away from there. You'll be caught in the crossfire. Hinata urgently called out to her teammates, perceiving a dark presence behind Sasuke that sent chills down her spine, prompting her to deactivate her Byakugan. What on earth is happening? Kiba and Shino quickly retreated to Hinata's side, sensing the ominous energy surrounding Sasuke. Kiba's partner Akamaru trembled in his clothing while Shino's insects fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear, all conveying the sheer terror emanating from Sasuke. I'll ask you just one thing. Are you strong enough? Sasuke confronted the trio of sound ninja, his overwhelming aura incapacitating the weakest among them. While the bandaged man remained immobilized. Only Sakan was left to fight. Disregard for life. If you wish to die, I'll tear you to shreds. Void slash. As Sakan formed his seals, an even more ferocious storm erupted from his palm, gouging a deep trench in the ground as it surged towards Sasuke, uprooting dirt and debris. The nearby trees suffered gashes from the onslaught, evidencing its formidable power. Panting after the violent display, Sakan realized he had exhausted too much chakra, yet he was satisfied with the result. Sasuke had been blown away, reduced to nothingness. Huh. Serves you right. You've witnessed the strength of my arms. Sakan boasted, reveling in his apparent victory. However, unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had appeared behind him, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he grasped Sakan's wrist like an old friend. How? Your seals took so long. You have no future. Sakan's confidence waned as Sasuke's smile morphed into something sadistic, his grip tightening as if crushing a sponge, shattering Sakan's wrist and the mechanisms within. Ah, my hand. Sakan cried out in agony, extending his other hand to unleash a void slash at Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke merely tilted his head, dodging effortlessly while seizing his wrist. Oh, you've offered me your other hand? How considerate. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Sasuke crushed Sakan's remaining hand, leaving him writhing on the ground, devoid of hope and future. Is that all? Why are you so weak? Sasuke observed that no one was left standing in the arena and expressed his dissatisfaction. The violent impulses within him had yet to subside, and he yearned to enact more of the same. Wait, please spare us. I'll give you the scroll. I beg you, let us go. The bandaged man, finally free from Hinata's pressure point, knelt before Sasuke, placing the scroll on the ground and pleading. A scroll? I could just kill you and take it, Sasuke replied, not even glancing at the scroll. He kicked the bandaged man aside and slowly approached, stepping on his neck. No, please, I beg you, spare me. As Sasuke's weight pressed down, terror filled the bandaged man's eyes, and he continued to plead for mercy. Sasuke, seemingly reveling in this sensation, varied the pressure beneath his foot, toying with the man's psyche. Stop it. Sasuke, don't do this. It's truly terrifying. Please, revert to the Sasuke I once loved. Sakura, unable to bear the scene any longer, embraced Sasuke from behind. While Sasuke remained aloof, he was not a demon who toyed with lives. And this transformation was unbearable for her. She cried out, hoping he would return to his former self. You're lucky. Leave before I change my mind. Sasuke thought of punishing them further, but an unexpected sense of powerlessness washed over him, and the cursed seal's strength began to wane. Thank you. Thank you. The bandaged man quickly lifted his two companions and fled the scene. After they departed, the cursed seal on Sasuke began to dissipate, returning him to his original state. Hey, are you all right? Sasuke sat beside Naruto, recalling that this was the first time he had seen Naruto so gravely injured, even during his battle with Zabuza. He had not suffered like this. However, Naruto, nestled in Hinata's soft embrace, was likely feeling quite content. Hey, do you want some fried tofu? Naruto looked at Sasuke, puzzled, as if the question was completely irrelevant. What's wrong with you? Sasuke pressed down on Naruto's shoulder, anxious that he might have been knocked senseless. I'm fine. It's just that my auditory system is damaged, so I can't comprehend speech for now. Hinata tenderly stroked Naruto's ear, offering comfort. With her Byakugan, she could see that his injuries were beginning to heal, which was a relief. Really, you're a worry, Sasuke remarked. Apologize. Did you do something wrong? I'm talking about you. Hee, it's not as great as you say. If you insist on thanking me, just treat me to ramen, Sasuke replied, irritation boiling within him at Naruto's bashful demeanor. He no longer wished to engage in conversation, feeling as if it were a futile endeavor. Sasuke, that person left behind the Book of Earth, combined with our Book of Heaven. Our mission is complete. This is wonderful, Sakura exclaimed, handing Sasuke the scroll she had picked up from the ground. The only task remaining was to reach the central tower of the 44th training ground. Sakura, you've worked hard, Sasuke said, not taking the scroll, but instead gently caressing Sakura's rice-colored hair, allowing a fleeting smile of tenderness to grace his lips. He recognized the effort she had put forth during his unconsciousness. Wait, did Sasuke just smile at me? Is this real? Or am I dreaming? Ouch. Sakura, captivated by Sasuke's smile, transformed into a lovesick state, her usual strength dissipating as she even pinched her injured arm to confirm reality. Speaking of which, your team is truly weak. It's no wonder you're at the bottom of the ranks. You've sustained injuries on the very first day. If we hadn't arrived, you might have all perished. Shino, don't say that. Hinata gently intervened, but the proud Kiba paid her no heed. So, you completed your mission as well? Of course, we accomplished it as soon as we entered the exam, Kiba boasted, pulling out a pair of scrolls from his pocket. How about a match? Although a single pair of scrolls suffices, acquiring more would certainly attract the examiner's attention. Sure, Sasuke and Kiba, both competitive by nature, found the atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Wait, we're truly grateful for your help, but please stop. We're all newcomers this year and have completed our mission. There's really no need for a confrontation. Sakura, unsure why the previously pleasant atmosphere had shifted towards hostility, quickly positioned herself between the two. Exactly. While barbecue and pork cutlet rice are good, nothing beats Ichiraku ramen. Naruto, having stood up from Hinata's embrace, joined Sakura, expressing his agreement with a solemn face. The tension dissipated as Sasuke and Kiba stared at Naruto in disbelief, while Sakura exclaimed, "You idiot. Huh, weren't you discussing what to eat after the exam? This fool." Kiba, not in favor of a confrontation at this moment, pointed out that if they were to exhaust themselves, they could easily be taken advantage of by other teams. Shino preferred to bury his face in the high collar of his clothing, but this did not hinder his thoughts. As he stopped Kiba from continuing the standoff, TCH, let us save our competition for the next match. Next match? Did you not know? Historically, the Chunin exams feature one-on-one death matches. Naruto truly was a genius at disrupting the atmosphere. Hinata took Naruto's hand, gently drawing characters on it to communicate, a skill only she possessed. By the way, Hinata, how did you know we were here? Not long after entering the exam, we saw a pillar of flame shooting into the sky, which many noticed. I suspected it might involve you all, so I brought Kiba and Shino along. And it turned out I was right. Hinata, you think too much. How could they have caused such widespread destruction? If they did, I'd eat cat food. The absurdity of Kiba's words made Sasuke chuckle, and Sakura stifled a laugh, as none dared to mention that they were indeed responsible. Sometimes, discretion was the better part of valor. Since our mission is complete, let us depart. We must reach the tower before the other teams. With Naruto and Hinata spawned, Team 7 and Team 8 temporarily formed a small alliance. This collaboration provided unexpected advantages, as the trio's exceptional scouting abilities helped them evade numerous foes. After 2 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at their destination, a towering edifice rising majestically in the heart of the forest. The third exam would determine the victors here. Inside the tower, a spacious arena awaited. The Third Hokage was eloquently explaining the rules to the genin who had passed the second phase. In essence, he conveyed that they bore the future and reputation of their villages, and the winners would ensure their village's prosperity, though Naruto found it difficult to grasp the adult's words. Next, under the watchful eye of the ailing referee, Moonlight Gale, Sasuke was the first to battle, employing the Lioness Barrage, a technique he had copied from Lee, to defeat the red-armored opponent capable of absorbing chakra. You're at the bottom. If you lose, I won't forgive you. After delivering this warning, Sasuke was escorted by Kakashi for treatment of his cursed seal, while the matches continued in an orderly fashion. Finally, it was Naruto's turn to fight, and his opponent was Kiba. I didn't expect to face you first. This is good. I'm eager to see how much you've grown since graduating from the academy. Kiba had not forgotten the humiliation of being frightened by Naruto last time. It remained a source of shame for him, prompting him to train diligently ever since, determined to defeat Naruto and reclaim his honor. Then just wait and see. But you will never defeat me. With arrogance, you formed hand signs and executed the four-legged technique, channeling chakra into his limbs to sprint forward. In an instant, he was before Naruto, his elbow crashing violently into Naruto's chest, sending him sprawling. Ugh! Naruto expelled a mouthful of blood, rolling helplessly on the ground before falling still. As expected of the underdog, let me take the mantle of Hokage. Ha ha ha. You laughed heartily at the sight of the incapacitated Naruto. Convinced that the earlier encounter was merely a fluke, how could the underdog possibly be stronger than him? Naruto-kun, get up. You're not someone who can be easily defeated. Hinata's voice rang out from the second-floor viewing area. Normally shy and reserved, she could no longer hold back, repeatedly calling his name as Naruto found himself in peril. Hinata. We're teammates. Why are you cheering for him? You retorted. I'm sorry, but you underestimate Naruto-kun too much. His spirit is stronger than anyone else's, even when everyone denies him. He continues to believe in himself and strives for recognition. Someone like Naruto cannot be easily defeated by you. Thank you, Hinata. Defeating just me won't make you Hokage. Hinata's support seemed to have an effect, as Naruto, under Ya's astonished gaze, stood up, wiping the blood from his lips with a smile. Not powerful enough? Then let us do it again. Ya charged forward once more, raising his fist to strike Naruto, but this time Naruto intercepted it with his palm. His opponent's attack only forcing him back a few steps. You can see my movements? Ya exclaimed. Heh, didn't I tell you? You cannot defeat me. Then why did you hold back just now? Ya was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and demanding an answer. I wouldn't say I held back. Your speed is indeed impressive, and I could only barely keep up. Consider it a favor. You truly are infuriating, ya? Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. You felt the sting of being bested by the so-called underdog. Determined to cleanse this indignity with blood, he produced 2 soldier pills, swallowing one alongside Akamaru, who transformed into a blood-red version of himself. Beast Mimicry Ninja Art, Beast Clone. Akamaru leapt onto Ya's back, synchronizing their chakra to take on Ya's appearance. Since you can see, let us make it so you cannot. Yada ya. You tossed a smoke bomb at Naruto's feet and, spinning rapidly with Akamaru, surged towards Naruto like a tornado. Stay calm. If I cannot see them, they cannot see me either. Naruto, amidst the smoke, sensed 2 murderous intents but remained unperturbed. He quietly formed seals and employed the substitution technique, draping his clothing over the wooden dummy, then using chakra to leap out of the smoke. Flipping in midair to cling to the ceiling, pondering his strategy. Does this kid really think he can fool you without consequences? Kakashi mused from the 2nd floor, watching as Ya and Akamaru relentlessly assaulted the wooden dummy. Kakashi, how did you train Naruto to be like this? He could barely perform the shadow clone technique in school. Yuhi Kurinai, Ya's instructor, questioned, noting how Ya had quickly discerned Naruto's intentions and utilized them to retreat, which seemed beyond the capabilities of an underdog. Great teachers produce exceptional students. Uffed, how strange. Why isn't Naruto using that technique? Sakura interjected, incredulous at Kakashi's audacity to claim credit, while also questioning why Naruto hadn't unleashed his spiraling sphere to conclude the match swiftly. Perhaps he doesn't want to harm him too severely? Not quite. Naruto-kun mentioned that technique is his secret weapon against Neji, and he wouldn't use it while Neji is watching, Hinata chimed in, casting a glance at Neji from a distance. Wait, are you saying he is still holding back? There are still techniques he hasn't revealed? Of course. Don't underestimate our team's underdog, Kurinai affirmed. You still needs to train harder. There is no jutsu that enhances power without effort. Naruto's strength is undoubtedly a result of his relentless training. How about now? Is it in tatters? Once the smoke cleared, Ya and Akamaru ceased their assault, wiping sweat from their brows. I must have struck Naruto at least 50 times. Even AJ Nin should be down by now. To his dismay, all you saw was a tattered piece of clothing and a splintered wooden dummy. The real Naruto had appeared behind Akamaru, forming the tiger seal and declaring loudly, Kakashi-sensei's ultimate technique, Konoha 1,000 Years of Pain. With a painful thud, Naruto's fingers plunged deeply into Akamaru's rear, causing the unfortunate pup to convulse and collapse, unable to maintain Ya's form. The audience, filled with malice, turned their gazes toward Kakashi, shocked that the renowned copy ninja of Konoha would teach such an indecent technique. Kurinai distanced herself from him, casting a look that said, I can't believe you are such a person. I just remembered something I need to attend to. Kakashi wished to vanish in a puff of smoke, embarrassed. He realized that with ninja leaders from various nations, including the Hokage, watching, he might become the subject of scandalous rumors as a perverted ninja. Ah, did I guess wrong? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. With Akamaru resembling Ya, he had no Byakugan and could only randomly poke one. Akamaru. Ya scooped up his fallen companion, who merely whimpered before going still. The translation of that sorrowful expression was clear. I'm pretty much a useless dog now. I'm sorry, Ya, regarding Akamaru, but as a ninja, one must look forward, not dwell in memories. Naruto deftly evaded Ya's frenzied attacks, speaking with a tone of sorrow. Don't act as if this has nothing to do with you, you murderer. Ya had lost all rationality. He could endure failure, but not be vanquished by such a vulgar technique. It's time to decide the victor. Multiple shadow clone technique. Stepping back, Naruto created around 20 shadow clones that charged at Ya. After fending off several clones, Ya was inadvertently struck in the back by one, stumbling straight into Naruto's punch, feeling his body lighten as he soared into the air. You rascal. Naruto unleashed a barrage of punches, the clones soaring into the air and striking you repeatedly before the real Naruto delivered a final kick, sending him crashing into the ground. With you rendered unconscious. The match concluded. I'm back. Whereas Sasuke, elated after his victory, Naruto dashed up to the second floor, only to find Sasuke absent. Where could he be? Kakashi-sensei said he passed out after treatment and is now in the hospital. Oh, I wanted to celebrate making it to the third round with him. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Your face is all dirty. How pitiful. Sakura glanced at Ino, who was being carried away by the medical team, and then looked at Hinata, who was gently wiping Naruto's face with her handkerchief, feeling a pang of sympathy for this lonely soul. Naruto-kun, I'll go check on Ino. Go ahead. Ino, this ointment. Hinata held the ointment, unsure of what expression to wear. She was delighted that Naruto had emerged victorious, yet at the same time, her classmate Ino had been defeated, leaving her unable to smile. Don't dwell on it. I lost due to my own shortcomings. I won't blame you. Just be careful in the next match. You should know your own strength and not overexert yourself. Ino closed her eyes, letting go of any resentment, understanding that winning next time was what truly mattered. In the fifth match, Neji Hyuga faced Hinata Hyuga. Ahem. The results of the random draw displayed on the large screen. And after a quick glance, Moonlight Breeze called out loudly, his voice straining his throat, raising concerns that this proctor might collapse before the contestants. Hinata, give it your all. Naruto clenched his fists tightly but soon calmed down, walking over to Hinata, pulling her into an embrace, and gently patting her back, conveying countless words in a single phrase that reached Hinata's ears. Hinata nodded. Naruto had not suggested she forfeit, despite knowing she was no match for Neji, but instead encouraged and supported her, which greatly inspired her. I can't believe we actually meet, Lady Hinata. Neji stood in the arena, gazing down at Hinata with an air of superiority. Neji, must you address me like that? The divide between the main and branch families was insurmountable, just like now. If you commanded me as the eldest daughter of the main family, I would immediately forfeit. Do you really think I would do that? Hinata tightened her lips, clenching her small fists. Neji's distant demeanor pained her heart deeply. That's why I say you're unfit to be a ninja. You're too soft-hearted, always seeking a peaceful resolution. In my eyes, this attitude is sheer arrogance. Just like the main family has established rules to benefit themselves while oppressing the branch family. Neji, consumed by his anger toward the main family, chose not to say more. He assumed a gentle fist stance and launched an attack toward Hinata. Neji, I've always regarded you as my true brother. I never cared about the branch or main family. We are family. Hinata also took a gentle fist stance, engaging Neji in a defensive battle. They had trained under the same master and were well aware of each other's techniques, opting to deflect attacks rather than confront them directly. Stop the chatter. Do you really think you stand a chance against me? Forfeit before you get hurt. I won't forfeit, nor will I command you to. Neither this nor that. Do you really consider yourself a lady? You're far too arrogant. You've always been weak, and ever since meeting Naruto, you've only become weaker, unable to even defeat Hanabi, content to be at the bottom? Don't speak of Naruto-kun. You're the one who has changed, Neji. Your fear of the main family has altered you. You accuse me of fear? The way you constantly mention the main family is a testament to your own fear. Is your intent to transform this fear into nameless rage, to harm yourself out of resentment toward the main family? Do you truly loathe me that much? You speak nonsense. As a member of the main family, you are so weak. What is there for me to fear? Neji's breathing became rapid. Hinata's words indeed shook his heart, and his attacks grew fiercer. What you fear is the divide between the main and branch families. You dread that becoming close to me will harm us. But I don't care about that. I have no regrets about what I've learned from Naruto-kun. Hinata skillfully deflected Neji's attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. In truth, you do not appear indifferent. You fear striking me, which is why you urge me to forfeit, even asking me to command you to give up. You fear hurting me. Deep down, beneath your hardened exterior, you are still that Neji who always protects me. I will not lose. Naruto-kun knows I'm not as strong as you. Yet he still encourages me. His embrace is so reassuring and warm, so I must show him my strong side. What have you learned from that brat, Hinata? Neji felt a surge of frustration. The normally timid Hinata was now speaking to him in a rapid-fire manner, as if possessed by Naruto himself. I am grateful to have met Naruto-kun. If he hadn't been by my side, encouraging me, my life might never have changed. I adore Naruto-kun. With a bold declaration, Hinata's palm broke through Neji's arm, striking his forehead protector, sending it flying to the ground. This mark, Hinata gazed at the green symbol on Niji's forehead. Unaware of the secrets of the main family, she felt a deep sorrow, realizing that this might be connected to Niji's transformation. Do you see? This is what the main family has done to us. When necessary, they would command us to die without question. Niji glanced at the fallen forehead protector. The small crack he had opened in his heart sealed shut once more, his whole demeanor shifting, clearly preparing to get serious. Hinata recognized this and began to form a Bagua formation, encircling Niji. Bagua, 32 palms. Bagua, 64 palms. Cough. Hinata coughed up a mouthful of blood. Niji's attack not only countered her 32 palms but also struck 32 of her chakra points, rendering her body weak as she began to fall. Hinata. Naruto witnessed Hinata collapse, an overwhelming chakra emanating from him. Not the nine tails, but his own vast chakra, as he crushed the iron railing in his grip, growling in distress. Naruto, calm down. Hinata is fine. Don't get too agitated. Sakura immediately comforted him, fearing that Naruto's red chakra would surge forth. The red chakra surrounding Naruto was a secret known only to Kakashi and Team 7. The referee can make the call. Cough. Hyuga Hinata has lost. Moonlight Breeze glanced at Hinata, ready to declare the verdict when he noticed her move slightly. I have not lost. Her weak voice emerged haltingly, as she struggled to push herself up from the ground, taking several breaths before slowly rising. Why are you still standing? I've sealed your chakra points. How can you still move? Niji took a few steps back, bewildered by what made the timid Hinata so strong now. I don't want to appear weak in front of my beloved. Even if my arms cannot move and my legs cannot lift, I still have my teeth. I will never give up. Hinata, that's enough. You've done well. Let me take over from here. Naruto appeared behind Hinata just as she fell back into his arms. Naruto-kun, I tried my best. I fought with my life. Do you see me as radiant? Yes, Hinata. You are the most radiant. Let me carry on your efforts. Naruto pressed Hinata's hand against his face, revealing an unprecedentedly gentle smile. I am so happy. Hinata laughed joyfully, a single tear streaming down her cheek as she fainted, subsequently being carried away on a stretcher by the medical team. Niji, what happened? Are you going to help Hinata take revenge? I would never stoop to such childish antics. That would belittle Hinata's efforts. Do you see this tear? Do you know what it represents? Naruto raised his finger, and the glistening tear from Hinata fell upon it, shimmering in the light. You can't accept losing to me. Can you? That's because she is too weak. You are an irredeemable fool. The reason she cried is not because she lost, or due to her own weakness, but because her brother Niji, who always protected and cared for her, has turned into this. Here, I swear by Hinata's tear that my fist will undoubtedly strike your face and awaken you from your foolishness, including the absent Sasuke. A total of 9 individuals passed the preliminary round of the third exam, and now the formal selection process will be explained. Let's draw lots first. After the budget was concluded, the third Hokage appeared before the 8 participating genin, and at his gesture, Marino Ibiki placed a box in front of them, containing random numbers awaiting selection. Yamanaka Ino, 1 against Sakan, qualified. Nara Shikamaru, 1 against Kin, qualified. Uzumaki Naruto, 1 against Inazuka Kiba, qualified. Hyuga Niji, 1 against Hyuga Hinata, qualified. Temari, 1 against Tenten, qualified. Kankuro, 1 against Kinomoto Misumi, qualified. Gaara, 1 against Rock Lee, qualified. TS, 1 against Akimichi CHG, qualified. What is the point of this number? Naruto shook the number in his hand. It bore nothing but the numeral 1. As you can see, this is your opponent for the third round of exams. Marino Ibiki drew a tree diagram on the board, listing the names of the genin. Naruto against Niji, Sasuke against Gaara, Kankuro against Shino, with Shikamaru having to face both Temari and TS, leaving this typically trouble-averse individual lamenting. You will compete formally before an audience, including the daimyos from various nations and the leading ninjas, including the Kazekage. You represent the might of your respective countries. And I hope you all can showcase your best abilities rather than dragging your weary bodies into battle. Therefore, the competition will commence in a month. You may use this time to refine your skills or study your opponent's fighting styles. After reviewing the list, the third Hokage addressed them, and after confirming there were no issues, he vanished with several examiners. Gaara. After the crowd dispersed, Naruto stood in front of Gaara, causing the boy with dark circles under his eyes to frown in irritation. What do you want? You already won that match. Why did you have to go for Lee's life? Gaara's match against Lee was the most brutal. Lee's left hand and foot were crushed to bits by Gaara's sand. and he showed no inclination to spare him. The medical team shook their heads, indicating the chances of recovery were slim, even if he could heal. He would only return as an ordinary person. Reason? Does killing require a reason? Let me tell you. No one who has faced me has ever lived to tell the tale. It's decided. You are the second person I intend to hit. Just wait for a month. Naruto was furious. Although he had only a nodding acquaintance with Lee, no one could dislike his earnest efforts, and naturally, he felt compelled to defend him. Such a boring guy. Is he out of his mind? Directly opposing the two strongest rookies this year? Kankuro followed Gaara, sweating profusely, perplexed that Gaara had not retaliated. Anyone else who dared speak to him like that would likely be crushed. Who knows? Sister, I was talking about Uchiha Sasuke. At the Konoha hospital. Naruto leaned over the counter, calling out to the nurse inside. Little boy, I've told you many times, it's not visiting hours for Sasuke. The nurse sighed, having repeated herself countless times. Yet this stubborn child insisted on seeing Sasuke. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're here too. Just as Naruto prepared to persist, a hand landed on his head, pulling him down from the counter. Well, Sasuke is still unconscious. There is no point in seeing him. Then teach me to train. I'll definitely become stronger in this month. I can't fall behind. Since Kakashi had spoken, Naruto no longer insisted and shifted his focus to cling to Kakashi. Unfortunately, I have prior commitments for this month. Wait, you're not going to give Sasuke special treatment, are you? That is not fair. We are all your students. Oh dear, boys can be quite unruly. Don't you have an excellent teacher already? Kakashi lifted Naruto, who was preparing to roll on the ground, tapping his forehead. The Rasengan technique, when it comes to power, surpasses my Chidori. Did you comprehend it on your own? I read about it in a book. Naruto scratched his head, glancing around until he finally concocted a foolish excuse. You fool, you can't even lie properly. Then let that book be your teacher. Goodbye. Kakashi squinted and smiled. That ninja was indeed powerful, but quite eccentric, with a penchant for peeping at women's baths. The third Hokage was also searching for him. It was not unusual for him to avoid the limelight. It was entirely reasonable for him to teach Naruto based on his relationship with the fourth Hokage. Thus, Kakashi naturally misinterpreted that Naruto's clandestine mentor was Jiraiya. He got away. This guy really is irresponsible. I should ask Dad for help. But why does Dad know so many jutsu? What did he do in the past? Naruto, fuming, made a face. After all, with Minato around, he didn't need a teacher. However, it was only after 8 years that Naruto realized he didn't even know what his father did and didn't even know his name. Nurse, can you help me? Little boy, please spare me. Sasuke really cannot be seen. Not him. Please tell me Hinata Hyuga's ward. Hyuga Hinata is in room 311. Hey Hinata. You're already able to get up. Upon opening the door to room 311, Naruto found Hinata leaning against the headboard, lost in thought. Unaware of his entrance until his hand touched her face, prompting her to react. Naruto-kun, what brings you here? Realizing Naruto's presence, Hinata hurriedly closed her robe, covering her developing figure. How strange. You should be seriously injured. To outsiders, it appears so, but Niji-Nizen didn't aim for any vital spots. A few days in the hospital will suffice. Hinata shook her head, explaining that Niji had merely incapacitated her without any intent to kill, leaving many critical points unscathed. Is that so? I knew Niji wasn't a heartless person. He just took a wrong turn. I believe my fists can bring him back to his senses. Naruto clenched his fists and sat beside Hinata, recounting all that transpired during the exam. Is that so? Niji-Nizen will probably be very angry. Although he doesn't say it, he has always valued his comrades. I will avenge Lee. Niji cannot defeat me. However, if that were the case, wouldn't Sasuke be defeated? Is that what you desire? Before boasting, I never considered this matter. Naruto, as ever, remains quite foolish. Even if I am so dull. Hinata still likes me, doesn't she? In response to Hinata's teasing, Naruto puffed out his cheeks in discontent, climbing onto the bed to fix his gaze intently on her. In that moment of anger, he hadn't thought much, but now reflecting on it, Hinata's confession in front of so many people was simply adorable. Oh, what was that? In a moment of haste, Hinata's small face flushed crimson, and she herself couldn't fathom why she had spoken those words aloud, especially with so many listeners. Now, thinking back, she wished for a hole to hide in. Once more, Naruto inched closer to Hinata, pressing her with a series of questions. Who do you like? I like Naruto-kun. Hinata. At this moment, Hinata was just too charming, and Naruto couldn't help but draw nearer. until they were close enough to share each other's breath. "What are you two doing?" Just as they were about to kiss, a voice from the doorway startled Hinata into pushing Naruto away, covering herself with the blanket. "Hello, Hanabi." Naruto greeted her without a trace of annoyance at the interruption. In reality, he was quite unaware of what might have transpired had Hanabi not appeared. "Are you bullying my sister again, you perverted scumbag?" Hanabi, with a swift deduction of the situation, leaped onto the bed and grabbed Naruto by the hair in anger. "Hanabi certainly has a plethora of colorful names for me. I am not a pervert. Be quiet. If someone can nonchalantly conjure such things, then the entire world must be perverted." "Hanabi, let go of Naruto-kun. What brings you here?" Hinata emerged from her blanket cocoon, tugging at Hanabi's hand that held Naruto. "Mother asked me to check on you." Hanabi placed the items she had brought on the bedside, a selection of fruits and Hinata's beloved cinnamon rolls, all made by her own hands. "Mother? Why didn't she come herself? Is mother someone you can just call?" "It's father who forbids her from coming, claiming, 'Let the useless daughter do as she pleases.'" Hanabi was quite displeased with Naruto's familiarity, yet she continued, imitating the voice of Hayashi Hyuga. "Here we go again? That stubborn old man is still like this. I must confront him." "Naruto-kun, don't. Just leave it be. You know father's temperament. It will be fine in a few days." After all these years, Hinata has grown, yet he remains unchanged. "You truly possess no sense of fear." Hanabi, somewhat admiring Naruto, recognized this as the only trait of his worthy of respect. This fellow was not merely talking. If Hinata hadn't intervened, yet another quarrel would have erupted in Hayashi Hyuga's study. Hayashi, with his imposing presence, could ignore anyone except the Hokage, yet Naruto dared to stand up to him. Hanabi had witnessed Naruto and her father clash on several occasions, and even she, who feared her father, was astonished that he would back down against this boy. How had Naruto not been thrown into the forest of death by her father yet? Young Hanabi found it perplexing that Naruto had survived this long, while Hinata could only chuckle awkwardly, unsure how to respond. "Freeloading, I hear you are set to battle Neji next. Word travels fast. What's the matter? You should forfeit, lest you be beaten to a pulp. Neji is my rival to surpass, not someone you can defeat." Hanabi, hands on her hips, spoke confidently. Though Neji was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, her talent was commendable too, and with time, she would catch up to Neji. That arrogant demeanor must be learned from Neji. "Don't worry, I will win. If you win, I shall call you by your name. If you lose, you must call me Hanabi-sama. A deal is struck. Then I shall go train. Farewell." Naruto pondered, realizing Hanabi had never referred to him by his name, always opting for odd titles, and felt this agreement quite advantageous. "Freeloading. Your gift of toys was rather nice. In any case, thank you." As Naruto stepped out of the room, Hanabi's reluctant voice drifted into his ears. A week later, "Naruto-kun, is it truly all right for you to accompany me instead of training?" Fully recovered and out of the hospital, Hinata was strolling with Naruto. While Naruto was delighted to take the time to be with her, he did not wish to be a burden. "It's perfectly fine. Balancing work and rest is essential. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" "Well, there is something, but it's inconvenient for boys to enter." Hinata nodded. As her mother had assigned her an important task, to buy undergarments, after all, comfort is paramount for such things. Why not ask Naruto-kun to help you choose? After all, you'll be wearing them for him. Before they departed, Hinata's mother's teasing gaze nearly caused Hinata to faint. Her mother never ceased to amuse herself at the expense of young couples. "Is that so? I too feel that walking like this in the streets isn't quite right." Transformation. Though Naruto was accustomed to the disapproving glances around him, he did not wish to dampen Hinata's spirits. Thus he utilized his transformation jutsu to become a well-known female character. "One can utilize it in such a manner?" Hinata remarked, observing the well-dressed girl with twin tails beside her. She had thought Naruto could only transform into a version without clothing. "This way, they won't recognize me, and I can accompany Hinata into the shops she desires." "It is perfect. Why does it feel like the stares have intensified?" 5 minutes later, Naruto looked around in confusion, unlike before. The older men and young boys averted their gaze upon meeting hers, yet after a moment, they would sneak peeks again. Why is this happening? A wave of defeat washed over Hinata as she realized her boyfriend's charm overshadowed her own, although it seemed strange to admit. The female version of Naruto was indeed strikingly beautiful, the golden twin tails shimmering in the sunlight, her face adorned with whisker marks, lending her a delightful, feline appearance. While her open outer garment revealed only a white tank top, failing to conceal her ample curves. "Naruto-kun, put on some clothes." "No, it's too hot." You are a girl now. You must present yourself with dignity. Is being a girl really that troublesome? The female Naruto and Hinata engaged in light banter. Two beautiful young women shopping together inevitably drew attention. After declining a few advances, they soon arrived at their destination. The lingerie store. Naruto-kun, would you wait for me outside? Sure. Though appearing female, Naruto had no interest in undergarments. Thus he acquiesced to Hinata's request. Young lady, you are simply stunning. Come on in and take a look. Contrary to expectations, the store manager, who had been watching the outside, rushed out and without hesitation pulled Naruto into the shop. Her heart ignited with the desire to help the beautiful girl choose her undergarments. Let go of me. I am not a girl. Honestly, how can a girl dress so poorly? Where are your parents? The shop manager cast a disapproving gaze at Naruto's bright orange attire and pants, lamenting the waste of such a lovely figure and face. I have no parents. I don't want this. What a poor child. I shall make you look absolutely stunning. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. As the shopkeeper was on the verge of disrobing, the female version of Naruto, in a moment of urgency, immediately utilized the shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones surged out of the store, creating a chaotic scene in the streets. Phew, this lingerie shop is terrifying. Hinata, did you come here to battle? The female Naruto pulled Hinata along as they sprinted towards the hot spring district of Konoha. Once they confirmed that no one was pursuing them, she settled onto the ground to catch her breath. It's because of you, Naruto-kun. Normally, I wouldn't act this way. Hinata chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Being with Naruto brought her immense joy. Even the most mundane activities became delightful with his presence. I'm sorry, I didn't manage to buy any lingerie. I'll just go by myself. Then you should head home directly after shopping. I'll go catch that peeping Tom. The female Naruto pointed towards a man lurking in the corner of the hot spring street. As a righteous ninja, she could not allow such behavior to go unchallenged. Good luck. Hinata also spotted the white-haired voyeur, who appeared to be a middle-aged man. She was not overly concerned, as dealing with ordinary ruffians was a simple task for a ninja. All right, let us call the police first. The female Naruto retrieved a round bamboo tube from her ninja tool pouch, about the width of a finger, containing the chakra of the Konoha security forces. Once opened, the security team would be alerted and arrive swiftly, serving as a sort of alarm. Suddenly, a slimy, red tongue shot towards Naruto, snatching the bamboo tube from her grasp before retreating back into the mouth of its owner. Huh? A toad? The female Naruto exclaimed in surprise as a large, orange toad, standing over a meter tall, appeared beneath the voyeur. Little brat, calling for help indiscriminately is not a good habit. The voyeur, sitting atop the toad's head, glared at Naruto. His forehead protector bore a strange kanji for oil, and two red lines extended from beneath his eyes down to his chin. With waist-length white hair and a large scroll strapped to his back, he exuded a somewhat sage-like aura, although his actions contradicted that image. Ah, how did you know I was going to call for help? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? Humph, as a voyeur, a writer, one must be observant in all directions. You just said voyeur, right? Ahem, I am indeed a writer. This is one of my works. Jiraiya proudly produced a book titled Ika Ika Paradise. Isn't that the book that Kakashi-sensei often reads? You dare call this a book? You little rascal. I'll teach you a lesson. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Although Ika Ika Paradise was not commercially available, he firmly believed it was a book full of love, not something objectionable. He tapped the toad beneath him, which obediently extended its tongue toward Naruto. However, she executed a backflip to evade the attack, landing gracefully on the surface of the hot spring. Are you serious? Perverted old man. Ah, quick reflexes. You've learned to walk on water, huh? Such talent for a little brat. I seem to remember you were supposed to be a boy. Am I mistaken? Jiraiya pondered. He had been keeping an eye on Naruto's every move and was surprised to encounter the descendant of Minato here. However, he seized the opportunity to test her abilities. Unbeknownst to him, he had no clarity regarding Naruto's gender. After the death of Minato and Kushina, he had only discreetly returned to Konoha to pay his respects at their graves, leaving soon after. Today marked his first encounter with Naruto. She is truly beautiful. Give her a few more years, and she will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Her figure is far better than Kushina's flat chest. At around 12 years old, she already possesses such a grand demeanor. Minato truly fathered a fine daughter. Hehe. Jiraiya's previously serious demeanor transformed into that of a lecher as he gazed at the female Naruto, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Very well, little brat. I've decided to take you as my apprentice. Again? Are you all insane? The female Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya, along with others, seemed to have an affinity for unsolicited proposals. Do you know that I could have a line of people from the east to the west of Konoha wanting to be my apprentice, just by uttering a word? For I am the illustrious sage of Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya struck a flamboyant pose, boasting shamelessly. Ah, the perverted sage, I see. Farewell. Naruto leaped from the hot spring, realizing she was no match for Jiraiya and decided to leave. Hey, you really want to become my apprentice? I'll even include 3 meals a day. Jiraiya hurried after her, adopting a creepy uncle demeanor. No way. I already have a good teacher. You mean Kakashi? He can't compare to me. Not Kakashi-sensei. He is too busy catering to Sasuke to pay attention to me. That is quite strange. In Konoha, who else would be willing to teach you? Jiraiya pondered, unable to identify a suitable candidate. He decided to abandon the thought and, with a swift motion, knocked Naruto unconscious, carrying her on his shoulder as he vanished into the streets. In the back mountains of Konoha, a valley composed of waterfalls and streams served as a renowned summer retreat. Many people flocked here to enjoy the cool waters during the scorching summer months. How did I end up here? Naruto, familiar with the surroundings, gazed at the stream, lost in thought. The memory of his encounter with Jiraiya lingered, but he was uncertain how he had arrived at this place. Hey, perverted sage, you're here. What's wrong? Just as Naruto turned to head home, he spotted Jiraiya, who appeared pale and gaunt, as if he had aged decades in an instant, radiating an aura of despair. Why? Why are you a boy? Give me back that double-tailed girl, Naruto. Jiraiya roared, gripping Naruto's shoulders. He could not bear the thought of such a beautiful girl transforming into a boy after the transformation technique was dispelled. To be safe, he checked thoroughly, inside and out, only to find the results utterly disheartening. Who is Naruto? Damn it, you little brat. What's with using transformation techniques for fun? Isn't it better to shop without being discriminated against? I forgive you. Come and learn from me. A flicker of pity crossed Jiraiya's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the treatment of jinchuriki had never been good. This child likely endured considerable hardship, leading to such a disguise. Are you still not giving up? You must know that I am far stronger than you. Running away is futile. Ignoring Naruto's unwilling expression, Jiraiya pressed his hand to the ground and summoned a large orange toad, which appeared amidst a cloud of smoke, presenting a large scroll before Naruto. Another toad? Do you have a fondness for them? This is the summoning technique. In simple terms, it involves forming a blood contract with a creature, using chakra to summon them to assist in battle. Simply write your name in blood on this scroll. Fine, I'll write it. Minato? Who is that? Such a peculiar name. Naruto followed Jiraiya's instructions, biting his finger to write his name on the scroll. The scroll bore 5 names, 2 of which had faded beyond recognition over time, the third being Jiraiya's, and the 4th belonging to Minato. Ha. Is it strange? That guy would be furious if he heard you say that. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, amused by Naruto's ignorance of his father's name, not to mention the Fourth Hokage's name. Finding the situation rather entertaining. Can I summon such a powerful frog as well? Before we delve into the summoning technique, allow me to pose a question. Are you aware that you possess 2 distinct chakras within you? No, I had no idea. Whoosh whoosh. Naruto placed his hands behind his head, feigning an appreciation of the scenery while whistling a few notes. What a poor act, fool. Everyone in Konoha knows that the 9 tails is sealed within you. Who do you think you're fooling? Jiraiya's lips twitched as he gave Naruto a sharp rap on the head, exclaiming that even if one were to pretend, they should at least do it convincingly. Ouch, why do you have to ask such obvious questions? I merely wish to know if you can control that power and draw upon it at will. Well, I have tapped into the 9 tails power a few times when I was enraged. So, if I asked you to use that power now, could you? I doubt it. Why not? Because those instances were involuntary, I didn't actively seek its power. Why not utilize it? The 9 tails possesses overwhelming strength. You could easily surpass most ninjas in this world without even trying. What is wrong with that? Jiraiya squinted, curious to see if Naruto, despite losing something precious, had gained an equally immense strength. He wanted to assess whether Naruto's mindset matched that power. Otherwise, it could lead to the emergence of a mere monster of slaughter. No, I don't want to casually draw upon his power. That's my point. Why? What does the 9 tails mean to you? He is a friend. True friendship does not revolve around one party continually borrowing from the other. I don't wish to do that. Naruto closed his eyes, contemplating before responding without a trace of confusion. Although he had always maintained a certain aloofness towards the 9 tails, often employing strange tricks to embarrass Naruto, he considered the creature a friend and believed it didn't harbor as much disdain for him as it claimed. Truly a fool. But at least I don't dislike you. Listen carefully. The sequence of hand seals for the summoning technique is boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep. Give it a try. Jiraiya smiled cheerfully, a tiger begetting a tiger cub, though still young. Naruto's heart already bore a small flicker of fire, likely a testament to the will inherited from his father. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep, summoning technique. Naruto nodded, biting his finger, forming the hand seals, and pressing his palms against the ground. What will he summon? As the son of Minato, his potential should be considerable. Will it be the loyal frog or the righteous frog? Though the odds are slim, could he possibly summon Fukasaku? Jiraiya mused, caught up in his own thoughts, eagerly watching. With a splat, a red tadpole, not yet evolved into a frog, appeared on the ground, twitching helplessly as it seemed it might perish any moment after leaving the water. Fool! What kind of frog is this? Jiraiya's fangs bulged as he roared at Naruto, feeling as if he had been slapped in the face. They say a tiger begets a tiger cub, but this kid is nothing more than a chihuahua. As long as you didn't miscast the seals, it should be fine. Summoning technique. In the back mountains of Konoha, Naruto persisted in his attempts to master the summoning technique. After a week of training with Jiraiya, he could only summon a half-formed frog with limbs and a tail that had yet to disappear entirely. Pervy Sage, aren't you curious to see the new frog I've summoned? Naruto glanced regretfully at the half-formed creature. Though it showed progress, it hardly resembled a battle-ready frog. After all, it was just a tadpole. Jiraiya was peeking through the bushes at some girls enjoying the water, waving his hand lazily without turning back. You're mistaken. This one has grown legs and can leave the water. Fool. The purpose of summoning a spirit beast is for battle, not as a pet. Can this thing even fight? Jiraiya glanced back, scolding him. But when he turned to continue watching the girls, they had already packed up and left. You really are foolish. After reminiscing briefly about the departed swimsuit-clad girls, Jiraiya realized that Naruto was indeed not the brightest. All he had was an abundance of chakra and perseverance compared to ordinary people. I should have told you that the strength of the summoned frog is determined by the amount of chakra you possess. The more chakra, the stronger the frog. Your frog is so small because of insufficient chakra output, yet your chakra volume is several times that of an ordinary person. Why is that? Why? Could it be interference from the Nine Tails? That shouldn't be the case. From your description, he seems quite fond of you. Show me how you gather your chakra. Oh. Naruto extended his hand, gradually gathering chakra, but Jiraiya's expression turned serious. The chakra is so chaotic. Why is it so disordered? It resembles Jiraiya's struggle to comprehend. The chaotic flow of chakra was reminiscent of the formation of the Rasengan, which was indeed characterized by chaos. Only wildly swirling chakra could form such a powerful technique. Huh. Isn't it supposed to be that way? Fool. Who told you to use such chaotic chakra? Calm it down and focus your output. Naruto suddenly realized he had been mistaken all along. Due to his long practice with the Rasengan, his body had memorized its rotational pattern, causing his chakra to spiral chaotically whenever he attempted to gather it. Summoning technique. After stabilizing his chakra, Naruto attempted the summoning technique once more. This time, after the smoke cleared, he did not summon a half-formed frog, but rather a fully clothed orange frog, roughly the size of Naruto when he crouched down. He.s. wearing clothes now. Hello, are you the one who summoned me? I am Gamakichi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I am your partner, Naruto Uzumaki. Let us strive together from now on. Naruto joyfully embraced Gamakichi, delighted to have his first true frog companion. Stop playing around. This is merely a juvenile frog. It can manage against ordinary people, but it wouldn't stand a chance against even a low-ranking ninja. Jiraiya remarked, tapping Naruto, who was engrossed in his interaction with Gamakichi. With such a peculiar talent, he might learn the Rasengan more quickly. That's true, but frogs grow rapidly. Once I become stronger, just summon me again. Gamakichi nodded. It doesn't matter. The size of power isn't important. I believe Gamakichi will certainly assist me. Alright, to celebrate your successful summoning of a frog, I'll treat you to a hot spring. Jiraiya seized Naruto's hand and dragged him toward the hot spring inn, his keen ears having caught wind of the girl's plans to enjoy a soak after returning. You're not thinking of peeking, are you? Of course not. Hot spring. Gamakichi, swim faster. Naruto clung to Gamakichi's back, urging it to swiftly navigate through the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. Quiet down. I can't hear what the girls are saying. Jiraiya angrily tossed a towel at Naruto's head, having made a hole in the partition to observe. Though the steam enveloped the area, The glimpses of figures were even more alluring. So, Gamakichi, where is your home? My home is Mount Mayaboku, a natural sacred place where countless frogs reside, thriving under the guidance of the Great Sage of the Frogs. The Great Sage of the Frogs? In human terms, he is the leader of the frogs. Oh, I'd love to meet him someday. That's unlikely. The Great Sage of the Frogs isn't someone just anyone can meet. My father says he has lived for thousands of years. Frogs are such long-lived creatures. A friendly reminder. If a toad remains submerged for too long, it may become cooked. Toad Gigi, Toad Gigi. As Jiraiya's words faded, Toad Gigi rolled its eyes and floated atop the hot spring, causing quite a stir. The following day, the lecherous sage inquired, "What brings me here?" The location was still the back mountains of Konoha, but this time it was beside a magnificent waterfall. With Naruto standing at the precipice of a valley hundreds of meters deep, where a colossal waterfall cascaded down, drenching the surrounding cliffs. Naruto, although you have expressed reluctance to wield the Nine Tails and Appos power casually, you will inevitably face numerous dangers ahead. I cannot always be by your side, and the power of the Nine Tails may become your only lifeline. Jiraiya raised his index finger, momentarily casting aside his lecherous demeanor to speak earnestly. Indeed, however, the power of the Nine Tails cannot simply be summoned at will. A smaller amount may be manageable, but suddenly enveloping your body with a massive influx of the Nine Tails chakra could overwhelm you. Therefore, you must allow your body to gradually acclimatize. Even so, I can't access it right now, Naruto lamented, tugging at his hair. To borrow the power, he would first need to meet the Nine Tails in the ceiling space, which was impossible while awake. He would have to be asleep first. Naruto, if the Nine Tails truly is your friend, then survive, Jiraiya remarked with a peculiar smile, gently tapping Naruto's forehead. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed Naruto as Jiraiya pushed him off the cliff. Whoa! The rush of wind screamed past Naruto as he screamed in terror, finding no foothold on the sheer cliffs, not even a branch to grasp. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. The thought of his impending demise caused Naruto's consciousness to fade. Kid, do you enjoy jumping off cliffs? When Naruto regained his senses, the enormous visage of the Nine Tails loomed before him, its sharp teeth bared in dissatisfaction, reminiscent of their first encounter when Naruto had plummeted from a height. I had no choice. I was pushed. Humph. Is that what you call a good master? The Nine Tails glanced over at Minato, who had been eagerly instructing Naruto to heed Jiraiya's advice ever since he learned of their teacher-student relationship. Jiraiya-sensei is a bit extreme, but he does trust you. Kid, if you want to use my power, then take it. The Nine Tails, having observed Jiraiya's intentions from within Naruto, scoffed at the audacity of the sage to employ such tactics to compel him to lend his strength to Naruto. Yet, since Naruto had referred to him as a friend, the Nine Tails begrudgingly acquiesced. Is it truly possible? Quit your whining and take it. The Nine Tails concentrated a surge of potent chakra, precisely at the threshold Naruto's body could endure. The crimson chakra enveloped Naruto, continuously flowing into him. Summoning technique. Naruto's eyes flared crimson, and after forming hand seals, he extended his fingers, unleashing a visible torrent of red chakra that erupted forth. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a colossal toad materialized in midair. The toad appeared to be dozing, its white belly exposed to the sky, eyes barely open. It took a moment to comprehend its surroundings. As it realized it was a mere 10 meters from the ground, it swiftly embraced Naruto, shielding him with its girth, absorbing the impact of the fall. Boom! The sound of a heavy object striking the ground echoed as Jiraiya finally arrived at the valley's base, shrouded in smoke and dust, momentarily obscuring his view. Naruto, are you still alive? With a gentle gust of wind, Jiraiya cleared the smoke, revealing Naruto's silhouette alongside the toad, and he smiled, deeming it a success. Perverted sage, that toad is dying. Naruto's voice trembled, his tone tinged with tears as he observed the toad that had cushioned his fall, now lying in a crater. Its eyes rolled back, its fate uncertain. An adult toad won't die from such a height, you fool. This toad looks familiar, Jiraiya teased, stepping closer to inspect the summoned toad, which appeared somewhat frail despite its size, its skin showing signs of age, adorned with a bead inscribed with the word oil around its neck, and donning a rectangular academic cap. Great, 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 great. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment, his jaw nearly dislocating as he repeated the word. Great Toad Sage. My sincerest apologies for inadvertently summoning you. After a brief recovery, the Great Toad Sage finally awoke, and Jiraiya anxiously pressed his hands against Naruto's head, offering apologies. Ahahaha, Jiraiya. You're overreacting. Given my name, it is only natural that I am a summoning beast. Being summoned is quite ordinary. The great Toad Sage smiled serenely, its wise eyes locking onto Naruto's, seemingly transcending time and space, perceiving all. Meanwhile, the Ninetales and Minato felt a chill, sensing that the toad had just ventured into the ceiling space. What merit does this boy possess to have you as a summoning beast? Please return. Mayaboka Mountain is in disarray. Do not rush. As a summoning beast, I must fulfill my duties and assist my master before departing. Great Toad Sage, you are injured. Are you truly all right? You appear gravely wounded. Naruto seized the opportunity to speak, noting that the great Toad Sage bore wounds from the rocky valley floor, bleeding profusely. Merely some superficial wounds. The great Toad Sage remained unmoved, still lying in the crater, yet Naruto sensed an unusual presence drawing nearer as the wind howled, water surged, and an enticing aroma filled the air, much like the scent of delectable food gathering around the great Toad Sage. At such a young age, you can perceive natural energy? As the natural energy flowed, the great Toad Sage's wounds healed at a visible pace, and the toad appeared revitalized. This little brat has a keen nose. Naruto, toads seldom dream, but when they do, it is of events that are destined to occur. Just now, in my unconscious state, I glimpsed certain things. Soon, you will engage in a confrontation with a boy possessing formidable ocular powers. Are you referring to Neji? I know him, did I win? This will be a clash without a victor, leaving a significant scar upon your spirit once concluded. That is all I can divulge. Am I incapable of defeating Neji? Never mind. I'm more curious about whether I will marry Hinata in the future. Naruto paid little heed to the great Toad Sage's words, believing that as long as he exerted himself, the outcome mattered not. He was far more concerned about his future love life. You insolent brat. Show some respect for the great Toad Sage. He is not a fortune-teller on the street. Jiraiya, infuriated by Naruto's attitude, wrapped an arm around his neck and thumped his head. Countless scholars and politicians had sought out Mayaboka Mountain throughout history, merely to receive a prophecy from the great Toad Sage. Yet this boy treated such prophecies as mere amusement. That hurts. I didn't TC much, but I can assure you that you will marry the girl with the Byakugan and have 2 children. Really? That is amazing. I've succeeded. Perverted sage. Did you hear that? Perverted sage? Before Naruto could convey his joy, Jiraiya suddenly vanished, summoned back to Mayaboka Mountain by a reverse summoning technique from a certain toad. Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya. A diminutive old toad, with white hair and eyebrows, grasped Jiraiya by the collar, shaking him at a rate of 30 times per second. Jiraiya felt as though his brain might be rattled free, and after a considerable struggle, he finally managed to speak. Lord Shinsaki, why did you suddenly summon me? The great Toad Sage has vanished. There is not a trace of him throughout my Bokuzen, and you alone remain in the outside world. Quickly, tell me if you have any news of him. The great Toad Sage is. Just as Jiraiya was about to reveal that he had been summoned by his own disciple, a cacophony of croaking erupted, shaking the very foundations of my Bokuzen. Tadpoles in the pond quivered in a cluster, juvenile toads hid in their burrows, while the adult toads armed themselves, preparing for battle. Listen up, everyone. The great Toad Sage has undoubtedly fallen victim to that white serpent's treachery. We must avenge him. My Bokuzen officially declares war on the Dragon Cave. I, One Eye, will personally sever the head of the white serpent sage in retribution for the great Toad Sage. A colossal toad, towering over 30 meters, unsheathed a short blade from its waist and plunged it into the ground, rallying its similarly sized brethren, who unanimously endorsed the call to arms. Chaos reigns. Everything is in disarray. And these brutes refuse to listen. My dear, we must devise a plan. Shima, the wife of Shinsaku, leaped beside them, seeking assistance as the adult toads descended into madness, ready to march forth. What can I do? These giants are all brawn and no brains. Let them be. I too believe the white serpent sage is responsible for this calamity. Only he possesses the cunning to abduct the great Toad Sage without notice. Listen, I must interject. The great Toad Sage is actually in the outside world. Faced with such a tumultuous atmosphere, Jiraiya found it exceedingly difficult to voice his thoughts and could only respond weakly. It's true. I have recently taken on a disciple and taught him the summoning technique. Somehow, he managed to summon the great Toad Sage. Jiraiya, if you jest again, I shall be quite upset. I am not joking. It is indeed the truth. Just allow me to return, and I will summon you using the technique. and you shall see for yourselves. Jiraiya felt a pang of distress at Shinsaku's grim expression, knowing that the mess caused by that foolish Naruto would fall upon his shoulders. My dear, is that even possible? To summon the Great Toad Sage? I have heard that the Great Toad Sage was the original contract beast of the first summoner, the very one who invented the summoning technique. However, after the first's demise, he has not appeared as a summoning beast for several millennia. It cannot be entirely ruled out, I suppose. Shinsaku, having lived for several centuries, knew a bit about the Great Toad Sage's past. It was said that he was born with prophetic abilities and developed the Sage Mode, an ultimate ninjutsu. In short, he was immensely powerful, yet no one knew who his summoner was. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. As Jiraiya remained lost in thought, Shinsaku and Shima delivered a swift kick, propelling him out of my bokuzen. Ha ha ha, do continue. Meanwhile, Naruto was unaware of the impending chaos as he sat listening to the Great Toad Sage recount tales of his past and the entanglements with a serpent. Back then, I outsmarted the white serpent, binding him to a tree, simply because he was too long. Ha ha ha. You all seem to be in high spirits. Upon returning to Naruto's side, Jiraiya felt an urge to bite him in frustration, witnessing the carefree laughter shared between the old sage and the young boy. Perverse sage, you're back. The stories from the Great Toad Sage are utterly hilarious. Very well, as long as you find joy in it. Jiraiya relinquished his thoughts, using the summoning technique to call forth two toads before retreating to a corner. Huh? Naruto barely had time to register the two dark figures emerging from the smoke before feeling himself restrained. The two toads thoroughly searched him before releasing him. He looks like a mere child. How could he summon the Great Toad Sage? One toad commented. He has a bit more chakra than usual. But it shouldn't be enough to summon a sage. Perhaps it was a rare coincidence that his chakra resonated perfectly. After examining Naruto, Shinsaku and Shima positioned themselves beside the Great Toad Sage, ultimately deeming the circumstances inexplicable. Great Toad Sage, please return. My bokuzen is in disarray. The two toads spoke in unison. The manner in which Naruto summoned the Great Toad Sage was no longer of concern. What mattered was bringing him back to quell the impending chaos. Well then, farewell, Naruto. We shall meet again soon. The Great Toad Sage, aware of the turmoil awaiting my bokuzen during his absence, nodded at Naruto before dissipating into smoke. Little brat, from now on, you are forbidden from summoning the Great Toad Sage, or else I shall have you. Shinsaku exclaimed in alarm, interpreting the Great Toad Sage's words as a warning of his potential return. He immediately adopted a terrifying demeanor to threaten Naruto, not wishing to relive such an ordeal. Eek! Naruto, startled by the toad's fearsome expression, hid behind Jiraiya until they departed. Who are they? They are among the sages of my bokuzen. You must be cautious now that they have set their sights on you. Speaking of which, isn't it all the perverse sage's fault for pushing me down? Naruto suddenly recalled that the entire predicament began with Jiraiya's actions and puffed up his cheeks in discontent. Ahem, let us put this matter to rest. I shall treat you to ramen. I want 10 bowls. Oh, Shikamaru, what a coincidence. In the streets of Konoha, after turning a corner, Naruto unexpectedly encountered Shikamaru. Coincidence can be troublesome. It means I must accompany you to the hospital as an outcast. Shikamaru ran a hand through his hair, and indeed, as he had predicted, the gazes of those around him had shifted. However, he remained unfazed. Rather than concern himself with the opinions of others, he found solace in counting the clouds above. Do not dwell on such trivialities. What brings you here? I'm checking on Choji. He was hospitalized after overindulging in barbecue. Shikamaru sighed, reluctantly holding the fruits he had brought. Tomorrow is the main event, and yet I must accompany a fool to visit another fool. That is quintessentially Choji. And you? I am going to see Lee. I have met him a few times due to Niji, and although he has a fondness for Sakura, she likely wants to visit him. You truly possess a lingering charm, don't you? Tomorrow is the official match, and your opponent is the top rookie of Konoha. Be mindful. Last year's top contender does not equate to this year's champion. I absolutely refuse to lose. It seems that even fools have their merits, such as their lack of fear. Shikamaru tousled his hair, unimpressed with Naruto's chances, questioning his confidence. Were he in Naruto's position, he would have forfeited without a second thought. Such opponents were not to be defeated through mere intellect. The hospital feels unusually desolate today. As the two conversed, they arrived at Konoha Hospital, finding the reception area devoid of any patients, with the nurses conspicuously absent, leaving only a sign that read on lunch break. Fewer people means fewer unnecessary troubles. Perhaps that thing might just pop up. Naruto made a face, playfully mimicking a ghost beside Shikamaru. Let me make it clear, I do not believe in ghosts. Shikamaru, you go ahead. Whether it was due to the daylight saving energy or not, the empty corridor lacked illumination. Faint moans of patience echoed around them, prompting Naruto to instinctively position himself behind Shikamaru. Startled by his own words, what is happening to you? In the hospital room of Lee, Sakura gently placed flowers by his bedside, silently wishing for his recovery. Lee lay peacefully asleep, unaware that his goddess had come to visit him. Not long ago, when Sakura visited Sasuke, she inadvertently witnessed Lee, who, despite his disability, persevered in his training. Although the doctors had declared his condition beyond recovery, Lee remained resolute, refusing to accept his fate. Inspired by his indomitable spirit, Sakura made it a point to visit him whenever she could, leaving a flower as a token of her regard. For he was the first boy to confess his feelings to her, even if he lacked the charm of Sasuke. As Lee slumbered, Sakura did not linger and quietly departed. After her exit, Gaara, who had been resting on the ceiling, gracefully descended to the floor, contemplating the sleeping form of Lee. Moments later, the cork from his gourd fell to the ground, and fine sand began to envelop Lee's body, ready to disintegrate at a mere touch. Shadow mimicry technique. Suddenly, Gaara found himself immobilized, his gaze drawn to the doorway where two figures had appeared, one of their shadows merging with his under the sunlight. Gaara, are you here to see Lee as well? Naruto, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, inquired naively. Fool, can't you see the circumstances? This individual is undoubtedly no friendly visitor, Shikamaru lamented, regretting his decision to accompany Naruto on this visit. Had he known, he would have preferred to stay home and rest. Gaara was a creature far beyond their reckoning. Leave, or I shall eliminate you both, Gaara stated coolly, his disinterest in further dialogue evident. You've already won the match. Do you harbor personal grudges? Shikamaru pressed. I've said it before. Those who engage with me do not live to tell the tale, and he shall be no exception. So self-centered. However, do not be deceived by our demeanor. We still possess hidden techniques from the preliminaries. You are no match for us. How do you know? Naruto exclaimed. You truly possess them? I was merely bluffing. Gaara, I do not comprehend your intentions, but I will risk my life to prevent you from harming Lee. Why? You are just like me. Why can you so easily stand before others? Because we are friends. Friends? Do not jest. We possess no such emotions. Nor can we attain genuine feelings. We are merely flesh bound together by hatred and a desire to kill. You are insufferable. On what basis do you make such judgments? We were all born to fight. I was nurtured by my mother's life force, sealed with Shikaku, the one tail, by my father, the Kazekage. You are the same. The way the villagers look at you reveals that we are of a kind. Such matters. Naruto recalled his painful past. Memories from before encountering the Nine Tails and Minato. Memories he longed to forget, but could not, causing his spirit to waver. Do not dwell on it. The only reason you have not been killed is that your psyche remains intact. You have not succumbed to madness as I have. Should you falter? Those in your village will be eager to slay you, just as my father did. Your father attempted to assassinate you? Shikamaru gazed at Gaara in astonishment. Having grown up in peaceful Konoha, he had never heard of such paternal betrayal. Indeed, once my mental state deteriorated, they feared I would lose control. But it was too late. I continually eliminated assassins sent by my father, absorbing their flesh and blood to grow stronger, ultimately becoming the most powerful ninja of Sunigakure. My existence is solely defined by killing, eradicating everything. Naruto, you should join me. Do you not wish to annihilate those who scorn and ignore you? Perhaps you are right. I too pondered my identity and the purpose of my existence in my youth, even contemplating the end of my life. Yet that is not the answer. We may be more unfortunate than others, but the happiness we gain after overcoming adversity is exponentially greater. I now have friends and someone I cherish. This is the fundamental difference between you and me. Gasping for breath, Naruto recognized that, unlike Gaara, who had always been alone, he had achieved happiness through his efforts, knowing that Hinata would stand by him despite the world's disdain. I once had friends, but they betrayed me, just as yours will. They are merely by your side for their own purposes. You will inevitably taste the bitterness of betrayal. We are fated to never find happiness. With each word, Gaara's anger intensified, and the sand slipped from Lee's form as he lunged at Naruto. Stubborn fool, I will awaken you. Naruto fearlessly raised his fist against Gaara, only to be intercepted by a green figure. That's enough. If you want to fight, do it in the arena. This is a hospital, declared Guy. The blue beast of Konoha, as he blocked Naruto with one hand while dispersing Gaara's sand with the other. Naruto, I will prove my righteousness through slaughter, Gaara retorted. Knowing he could not contend with Guy, reluctantly, he withdrew, whispering menacing words in Naruto's ear before departing. Naruto, what brings you here? Hinata, surprised, watched as he leaped in from outside the wall, a feat no one else dared attempt. Startled, she found herself embraced by Naruto, rendered speechless. Is it because the match was too intense? Hinata, listen to me. Naruto recounted Gaara's plight, his voice trembling. Hinata calmed slightly, playing the role of a quiet listener. Naruto-kun would never do such a thing. You are inherently kind, even after everything you've endured without harboring hatred for the villagers, right? Hinata, aware of Naruto's fears of becoming like Gaara, leaned against his shoulder, offering gentle encouragement. Of course, had I been the person I was at for, I might have identified with Gaara, but not now. Unexpectedly, Naruto did not embrace Hinata out of confusion. Perhaps there was a hint of it, but he did not admit it. Then why did you hug me? I just wanted to remind myself that you were always by my side. Fool. What do you intend to do? Defeat him, demonstrate the error of his ways, and then become his friend. Good luck. While Naruto's thoughts seemed naive and foolish, Hinata believed in his potential, for he was a man of his word, just as she was. Phew. Tintin, thank you for coming so early to practice with me. In the small grove of Konoha, Neji panted heavily, surrounded by shuriken and kunai, yet a perfect circle devoid of any marks lay within a 2-meter radius around him. Neji, why do you push yourself so hard? Tintin sat on a branch, idly twirling a kunai, the sharp blade spinning like a windmill, seemingly unfazed by the risk of injury. Because my opponent is him. But I heard he is merely the last in line. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Tintin struggled to see what made Naruto special, her thoughts turning to the possibility that Neji might simply fear Naruto's infamous technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain, which was indeed quite intimidating. You may find it hard to believe, but that kid is far stronger than me, Neji declared earnestly. He recalled countless moments from his childhood when Naruto unleashed an extraordinary power, a force that even Jonin could not withstand. If he did not put forth his utmost effort, it was certain that defeat would be his fate. Haha, I thought you were the type who would never tell a joke, Neji. Are you trying to relax before the match? Tintin chuckled, giving Neji a friendly pat on the shoulder as she led him toward the venue known as Kaiki Castle. Meanwhile, the one she referred to as the underdog was blissfully unaware, deep in slumber on his bed. Naruto-kun, wake up. Hinata gently nudged Naruto's shoulder, drawing back the curtains to let the sunlight cascade onto his face, finally rousing the lazy boy from his dreams. Hinata, what are you doing here? Naruto rubbed his eyes, looking curiously at Hinata, who was bustling about the room. He glanced at the clock, noting it was only 7 o'clock, with the match not starting until 8. I came to make sure you wouldn't be late, just as I suspected. Hinata stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a concerned little wife. In truth, she had arrived much earlier, quietly sitting by his bedside and observing his peaceful sleeping face before the time came to wake him. Hee. I was just about to get up, Naruto replied. Breakfast is ready, so hurry and eat. Hinata pointed to the table laden with food, steamed rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. Did you make this just for me? I thought you'd just grab some instant noodles, Naruto exclaimed gratefully, picking up his chopsticks and devouring the meal. Seeing him enjoy the food brought a radiant smile to Hinata's face. Naruto-kun, I specifically asked my father if I could watch you compete. It's a special invitation from Lord Hokage to the VIP seats at the highest point of Kaiki Castle. I will be cheering for you, she said earnestly. I will win, he assured her. Just don't push yourself too hard, she cautioned, adjusting his collar before departing for the competition venue. Kaiki Castle, the grandest edifice in the Land of Fire, loomed like a fortress, housing the central arena surrounded by towering walls. The circular arena, approximately 200 meters in radius, was dotted with sparse trees to facilitate combat for the ninjas. Lord Kazekage, thank you for making the long journey, the host greeted from the summit of Kaiki Castle, where only the most esteemed individuals could observe the events below. Among them was Hayashi Hyuga, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, accompanied by his 2 daughters. At that moment, a figure resembling the Third Hokage approached, flanked by Sand Village guards. The Third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement and invited him to sit. Fortunately, this exam is being held in Konoha. If it were in Sunagakure, the Kazekage might not have the stamina to attend, the Kazekage remarked, his face obscured by a cloth. his eyes glinting with a challenging demeanor, yet the third Hokage remained unfazed. Just jesting. I don't feel old at all, he replied. These are Hayashi Hyuga and his daughters, who accompany me at my invitation. Lord Kazekage, I hope your journey was not too taxing, Hayashi said, standing to bow, while Hinata and Hanabi remained seated, aware that they were not in a position to greet him. Indeed, the Kazekage replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze toward the arena where Naruto and Neji were engaged in conversation. Neji, it's not too late to concede now. An apology to Hinata would suffice, Naruto taunted, his bravado irking Neji. You, ever since childhood, have been infuriating, appearing before us uninvited, like a fool. It's your fault Hinata has changed. Neji snapped back, his frustration palpable. Hinata has merely grown stronger. Are you perhaps a sister Kon? You always interfered whenever I approached her, and now. Sister Kon? Neji gasped, stepping back in shock. Thankfully, the venue was spacious enough that their conversation went unheard. Otherwise, the world would know of his childhood affections for Hinata, though he would never admit it, as Naruto suggested. I know. You used to mumble in your sleep about how cute Hinata was, Naruto teased. Do you really think anyone would believe such nonsense? You were the one who got caught peeping on Hinata while she bathed and got scolded by Uncle Hayashi, remember? Neji could hardly believe Naruto recalled such an incident, and he instinctively retaliated, turning the serious Chunin exam into a quarrel over their past grievances. I've told you countless times, that was an accident. I didn't know anyone was in the bathroom. If you keep bringing that up, I swear I'll punch you. Come on, you've said that so many times. Do you think it will come true today? After all these years, you haven't even touched my body once. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With that, the verbal sparring reached its climax as Naruto formed hundreds of clones, charging toward Neji, who assumed a gentle fist stance, dispatching them one by one. Neji, the fact that you still remember your childhood means you are still Neji. What happened to make you and Hinata like this? Speak up. One clone attacked from behind, swinging its fist, but Neji, seemingly sensing the presence, swiftly countered without turning, striking the vital point to dispel it. Some things in this world cannot be resolved through mere words. Just like your dream of becoming Hokage, do you think merely stating it will make it happen? Why not? Naruto retorted, his anger flaring as the clones intensified their assault, recklessly charging at Neji. Only a select few can become Hokage. Do you think that anyone can achieve it without talent and birthright? Ultimately, it's about skill. Those who lag behind will always lag behind. You and Hinata are the same. She couldn't defeat me as a child, and even now, she is just a mere branch family member. As Neji dodged the clones' attacks, he sought to close the distance to Naruto, the shadows of the clones fading rapidly under his onslaught. Don't speak ill of Hinata. You, who left the main house. What do you understand of her? She practices daily until her hands blister and bleed, striving to change herself. Talent is innate. Effort is futile. Destiny cannot be defied. I despise people like you, who preach one thing while doing another. If the branch family cannot resist the main house, what are you doing now? Aren't you using this exam to prove yourself, to show that the branch family is not inferior to the main house? Neji found himself momentarily speechless, struck by the truth in Naruto's words, unsure how to counter. Gotcha. Seizing the opportunity while Neji was distracted, the clones lunged, grabbing his limbs and immobilizing him. Damn it. Neji, grit your teeth. I'm going to give you a good beating. With that, Naruto's remaining clones sprang into action, raising their fists to strike Neji. Humph. Do you think this will be enough to defeat me? Heavenly spin. Neji let out a cold laugh, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted from all his chakra points, causing his body to spin like a top, sending Naruto and all his shadow clones flying. When his body finally ceased its rotation, it left behind a large circular crater in the ground. Cough, what is this? Naruto spat out dirt, astonished at Neji's martial art that seamlessly combined offense and defense. Father. Hanabi, sitting beside Hayashi Hyuga, glanced at her father. She recognized this gentle fist technique, one that her father had employed, yet she had yet to master it herself. Indeed, this is the secret technique of the main branch, the heavenly spin. For him to comprehend it at such a young age through his understanding of the Byakugan is truly terrifying. Naruto-kun, hang in there, Hinata, aware of the might of the heavenly spin, clasped her hands together in prayer for Naruto. Look, Naruto, you cannot possibly defeat me. What dreams can you speak of? How tiresome. As long as I draw breath, I will not surrender. Just as Naruto rose from the ground, he sensed something amiss. His legs would not move. He immediately recalled the areas where Neji had struck him, realizing that it was no ordinary blow, but rather a chakra-infused strike aimed to seal his points. At that moment, Niji advanced, his hands poised for attack. Futile. You are already trapped within my 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In a blur, Niji's palms struck with unparalleled speed. And under the barrage of 64 strikes, Naruto was sent hurtling away, both internally and externally battered. Referee, you may declare the result. Who lost? Before the referee could speak, Naruto slowly climbed to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, defiantly locking eyes with Niji. After sustaining 64 strikes, you still move? What a formidable opponent. Even without chakra, my will remains. I vowed to awaken you, and I shall always stand by my word. Despite the blood spilling from his mouth, Naruto's gaze was resolute, mirroring the determination Hinata had once shown, igniting Niji's ire. You are truly an annoying pest. Perish. Niji, unable to contain his rage, was aware that there were vital points on the human body, though he had never struck them before. He was now clouded by anger and prepared to make Naruto his first experiment. Kid, it seems you are in trouble. Use my power. Just as the situation grew dire, the voice of the Ninetales echoed in Naruto's ears. Its chakra was stirring, ready to restore Naruto to full strength and enable him to triumph over Niji with but a nod of agreement. No. The Ninetales was taken aback by Naruto's rejection, a hint of fury lacing its voice. For the first time in millennia, it had offered its power to someone, only to be turned down, inciting the fox's ire. I apologize, Ninetales, but I wish to awaken Niji myself. I want to accomplish this with my own hands. Struggling against Niji's onslaught, Naruto managed a pained smile. What is this? Is the future Hokage so weak? Where's your other source of strength? I will not resort to it. I will defeat you with my own hands. Presumptuous. Do you truly believe the lowest of the low could possibly win? It's merely a blockage of chakra flow. Naruto raised his hand to block Niji's assault. Chakra radiating from his core, surging forth to break through the sealed points. It sounded like a string of firecrackers going off as Niji's sealing technique was dismantled by Naruto's sheer force. Hey you! Niji was taken aback by Naruto's tenacity. In his vision, Naruto appeared battered and broken, and it seemed impossible for him to continue fighting. Yet, strangely, he did not perish. The unsealed points began to heal slowly. As the Ninetales, despite its stubborn demeanor, ultimately chose to aid Naruto in mending his injuries. Cough, cough. How simple this is, isn't it? You thought I couldn't move. After expelling the excess blood, Naruto felt much improved and raised his fist in a provocative manner towards Niji. Considering your effort, I shall enlighten you about what has transpired. Niji exhaled, perhaps influenced by Naruto's indomitable spirit. He removed the forehead protector from his head, gripping it tightly, bending the symbol of the Leaf Village with his hand. A splendid mark, indeed. If only it were merely an ordinary mark. Listen well, Naruto, this is a curse seal known as the Cage Bird, specifically devised by the main branch to subdue the branch family. This seal firmly attaches to the nervous system should a member of the main branch activate it. The one marked will suffer excruciating pain, even sealing their Byakugan abilities an indelible mark for life. Why? You are all members of the Hyuga clan. This system was developed by the main branch to prevent the branch family from surpassing them. With this, the branch family can never escape the main branch's control. In essence, even if it leads to our demise, we must comply. I grew up without a mother, and my father raised me alone. I am grateful to him and the main branch, but later I realized I was mistaken. They merely view us as tools. Dangerous missions? Let the branch members handle it. Isn't that what they're for? Such statements from the main branch sound like a joke. All the dirty work falls to us of the branch family, while the main branch seems to relish in their comfort. We are not even worthy of being mere appendages of the main branch. 2 twin brothers. Their fates sealed by the order of their birth. Hence, your fate was decided the moment we clashed. You cannot win. This secret revelation dawned on Niji as he matured. His father, Hayashi, had always fought tooth and nail to fulfill what the main branch deemed important, accumulating scars over time. While the main branch acted as if it were their right, this realization fueled his growing hatred for the main branch. Do not jest. No one has the right to dictate another's fate. I will defeat you here and prove that destiny can be shattered. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals once more, exhausting his remaining chakra to create approximately 50 clones, all charging towards Niji. Just to repeat, you cannot break my heavenly spin. Not so fast. Some of Naruto's shadow clones diverted Niji's attention, while 10 remained hidden, gathering chakra for a Rasengan. Once Neji dispatched the numerous shadow clones. What he beheld were 10 Narutos, each wielding a Rasengan, and unbeknownst to anyone save the VIP section, Naruto had stealthily formed yet another seal. What is this? I cannot be struck. Neji's Byakugan detected the immense energy within the Rasengan, prompting him to activate the heavenly spin. 10 Rasengan encircled Neji, colliding against his barrier, igniting countless sparks of chakra. I may not comprehend the fate of the Hyuga clan, but should you find yourself powerless, await my ascension to Hokage. Then I shall aid you in transforming the Hyuga clan. With a thunderous explosion, the clash between the Rasengan and the heavenly spin erupted, enveloping the arena in smoke. After a considerable time, Neji finally emerged from the crater, weary and disheartened. Fate cannot be altered. Neji trudged toward Naruto, disappointment clouding his gaze as all of Naruto's shadow clones dissipated from the explosion, leaving only his original self. Damn it, Neji, grit your teeth and don't bite your tongue. Underground. As Naruto's voice echoed from below, Neji hastily retreated, but it was too late. Naruto's fist burst forth from the earth, followed by his entire form emerging triumphantly. Bang! The blow was indeed formidable. Even the spectators could hear the resounding impact, and they collectively felt a pang of sympathy for Neji. Hinata Neji lay unconscious, and the victor was Naruto Uzumaki. The referee approached, glanced at Neji, and upon confirming his incapacity to continue, rendered the verdict, victory. Naruto flashed a confident smile and gave a thumbs up towards the esteemed VIP section before plopping down beside Neji. Did he really win? Hanabi gazed incredulously at Hinata, then at Naruto, who was animatedly slapping Neji's face, still incredulous that the strongest Neji had indeed lost, especially to a perceived underdog. Yes, he won. Naruto has always been exceptional. Hinata's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as she hugged Hanabi tightly. Naruto had truly accomplished it. He had realized his philosophy and triumphed over Neji. Lord Hokage, that jutsu was truly. Hinata's father, Hayashi, was astonished that Naruto had emerged victorious, but his attention was drawn to the Rasengan. He had witnessed that powerful technique over a decade ago, wielded by the Fourth Hokage. So, he has returned to Konoha. But he refuses to visit this old man. No wonder. The Third Hokage sighed, recognizing not only the Rasengan but also the summoning technique, undoubtedly taught by Jiraiya. Perhaps Jiraiya was avoiding Naruto due to dissatisfaction with his circumstances. The sky was so blue. Neji opened his eyes and stared vacantly at the heavens, unconsciously remarking how he had been blinded by the mark on his forehead, only now seeing the beauty of the sky. Are you awake? You lost. Naruto poked Neji's cheek. Naruto, you wouldn't be using Earth Release, would you? Neji scrutinized Naruto's mud-streaked face, questioning how he could have dug himself out if he was not a shadow clone. Heh, that hole was dug by me. It was my new companion, Gamakichi. Naruto proudly lifted the toad for Neji to see. Nice to meet you, human kid. Gamakichi waved a forelimb, willingly helping Naruto with the digging, though uncertain why. Summoning technique, huh? I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Neji smiled in acceptance. Had Naruto used the Nine Tails power, he might have found solace in that, but Naruto had prevailed through his own strength and ingenuity. Just so you know, if you don't acknowledge your mistakes, I'll keep hitting you. Am I wrong? I know I loathe the main family, not Hinata. There's always been a voice within me insisting that it's wrong. Yet I couldn't control myself. Has it come to this? Humans are such creatures. Only after being struck awake do they recognize their errors. Neji sighed, conceding to his faults. Is it so? It seems you understand your mistake. Go apologize. I believe Hinata will forgive you. She's been waiting for you to return. You truly fight for others. Don't you? You were the same as a child. That night you screamed and unleashed incredible power. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I am who I am. I have never changed. You just mentioned becoming Hokage to alter the Hyuga clan, right? Have you ever seen the Third Hokage meddle in familial affairs? An ancient family rule is not something even the Hokage can change. Is that so? You really haven't changed. You are as foolish as ever. Neji chuckled. Though he still harbored resentment towards the main family, perhaps Hinata and Naruto could slightly mend the rift. In the infirmary, both Neji and Naruto were attended to, their injuries not severe, and after a brief treatment, they departed, leaving behind a pair of wide-eyed individuals. Is Hinata not coming? Naruto lamented, reclining on the bed. Hinata longed to visit but was compelled by etiquette to remain seated until the guests departed. An empty chair would be disrespectful to them. So she could only wait until the Kazekage left. With a soft click, the infirmary door opened, revealing a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Hayashi Hyuga. Uncle Hisashi. Good day. Father Niji began. Do you still harbor hatred for the main family? Hisashi glanced at Naruto before focusing on Niji. Isn't that only natural? Because of the main family, father, I was at fault for not noticing your inner resentment sooner. I never imagined you, so close to Hinata, would become this way. By the time I realized the truth, it was too late. You probably wouldn't have believed anything I said then. Father, what do you wish to convey? Perhaps you see me as a useless father, always obeying the main family's commands, but I did so willingly. It was not through any despicable means of coercion. Why? I do not serve the main family. I execute tasks for my elder brother. Though he often appears stern and irritable, our bond is strong. He may oppose the main family's decisions, yet he is often bound by his position. I despise the main family, but not my brother. I would willingly die for him. I once ask you to abandon your hatred towards the main family, but you must not let it consume you. You love Hinata, just as I love my brother. The blood ties of both the main and branch families remain unchanged. Remember that. Naruto, thank you for defeating Niji. This child, though intelligent, can be obstinate, but I believe he will triumph next time. Hisashi patted Naruto's shoulder, feeling a fondness towards the boy who had slightly softened the once rigid main family since entering the Hyuga clan. I will continue to grow stronger. Bring it on. Well, I shall take my leave. Humans are indeed contradictory, Naruto mused after Hisashi departed. Indeed, Naruto. From now on, you are my target. I shall grow stronger until I surpass you. Even if you surpass me, Hinata won't be yours. How dare you speak of love? That was what father said. As the break time ended, the second match commenced. Gaara stood in the arena awaiting his opponent, yet Sasuke had yet to appear. Time is up. Uchiha Sasuke has not made an appearance. Forfeit? The referee, Nara Shikamaru, raised his hand to declare the ruling, but halted mid-motion as Naruto grasped his hand, refusing to let go. Naruto, you were in the last match. What are you doing? Referee, let us wait a little longer. Sasuke will definitely come. Just a moment. No. The feudal lords from various nations are watching. Rules are rules. Can a ninja who doesn't keep time truly be called a ninja? Of course. Isn't Kakashi-sensei famous for being late? Has Kakashi's bad habit now infected his students? Regardless, it won't do. Uchiha Sasuke will lose. Ugh. Let go of my hand, and it's fine. Nara Shikamaru attempted to announce but was interrupted by Naruto covering his mouth, resulting in a complete entanglement. Just wait a little longer. It's just a moment. I'll treat you to ramen. You, try that again, and I'll disqualify you for assaulting the referee. Unbeknownst to him, the irate Uchiha Kakashi managed to shake off Naruto's incessant chatter while addressing the thousands of spectators in Kaiki City, including the Hokage. Laughter erupted from the crowd, for he certainly had not come to preside over this event for mere amusement. Anyone will do, if that guy doesn't show up. Then let it be you. It matters not whom I must face, he declared with exasperation. The farcical scene had even worn down Gaara's patience, unleashing a terrifying aura that engulfed Naruto. Can I take Sasuke's place? He inquired. Absolutely not. What do you all think the CH9 exams are? Came the stern reply. I have not yet descended to the level of needing a backup to fight for me. In a swift motion, a figure vaulted over the exam venue's walls, landing gracefully behind Naruto and lightly tapping his head. Sasuke, you've finally arrived. Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he beheld Sasuke, whose hair had grown slightly longer during their month apart, and whose attire had changed, with bandages wrapped around his arms akin to Lee's, hinting at rigorous training. Thank you for buying me some time, Naruto. I'll take it from here, Sasuke said appreciatively, aware that without Naruto's antics directed at the referee, he would have already lost his qualification. Now do you see that face? Strike him hard, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Gaara, who visibly bristled at the provocation, adding fuel to the fire before departing. Get lost. Kakashi, unable to contain himself, kicked Naruto into the audience. You remain as reckless as ever, Naruto, Sakura remarked, assisting him up after his tumble. It seemed he was the only one bold enough to provoke the referee like that. Oh, Sakura, fancy meeting you here, Naruto responded. Hello, everyone. It's been a while, Kakashi greeted warmly, having appeared behind Naruto without anyone noticing. Ah, you latecomer. You've even infected Sasuke with your tardiness. If it weren't for me, he would have nearly lost his chance. Don't be upset. Our lateness is for a legitimate reason. A reason? Indeed, just wait and see, Kakashi replied enigmatically, shifting his gaze to the exam grounds where Sasuke had already engaged Gaara in battle. It appeared Sasuke's training had paid off. His speed was overwhelming Gaara's defenses, leaving him no choice but to encase himself in a barrier of tightly packed sand to withstand Sasuke's taijutsu. A turtle shell? How convenient. I too require a moment. Sasuke mused, stepping back to create distance before forming hand seals, channeling a significant amount of chakra into his left hand. Kakashi-sensei, could this be? Sakura gasped, recalling the familiar sight of Kakashi unleashing a similar technique during their time in the Land of Waves. Indeed, this is my Raikiri. Sasuke's remarkable speed is attributed to the lightning chakra activating his cells. Chidori, Raikiri. The sound of 1,000 birds took flight as the chakra from Sasuke's left hand resonated with the air, piercing through Gaara's sand barrier and striking his shoulder. Did I win? No, not yet. This chakra. Kakashi observed intently, noting an unusual movement within Gaara's sand sphere, a presence that was decidedly not human, but rather a mysterious entity cloaked in a human guise. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Gaara, an accomplice behind the Kazekage hurled a smoke bomb, enveloping the upper tier of Kaiki City in a thick mist. For figures adorned with Sound Village headbands emerged from the haze, taking strategic positions at each corner. Barrier, 4 purple flames formation. The purple square barrier ensnared the upper tier of Kaiki City, including the Hokage, Kazekage, and 3 members of the Hige clan. Hinata, Hanabi. Stay behind me, Hayashi Hige commanded, alarmed as the smoke dissipated to reveal the third Hokage locked in combat with the Kazekage, who was, in fact, Orochimaru in disguise. Naruto. Naruto. Wake up. Sakura? How peculiar. Why am I asleep? Naruto rubbed his head, having just been preoccupied with whether Sasuke had triumphed, only to witness countless feathers cascading from the sky before losing consciousness. You were caught in a jinjutsu. To make a long story short, Tsunagakure and Otogakure have united to wage war against Konoha, with Gaara as their trump card. Sasuke has gone after Gaara, and we must assist him, Sakura explained hurriedly. As Naruto surveyed his surroundings, he realized Konoha's Umbu and Sound ninjas were engaged in fierce combat, while the audience remained ensnared in a deep slumber due to the jinjutsu. As Sakura mentioned, I am issuing you an A-rank mission. Prevent Gaara's escape and aid Sasuke, Kakashi stated seriously, clearing a path for Naruto and Sakura. No. I cannot accept this mission, Naruto replied, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Panic washed over him as he glimpsed the purple barrier encasing Hinata. Naruto, this is not the time for recklessness. Those who refuse to complete missions are deemed worthless, you know? I might be considered worthless, but there are certain things that must be done, even at that cost. With newfound determination, Naruto nodded and broke away from Kakashi, racing towards Kaiki City. This fellow is truly. Shikamaru, take Naruto's place and assist. Kakashi was at a loss for words, perhaps harboring faith in Sasuke's abilities. He approached the slumbering Shikamaru and hoisted him up with a smile. No, please. I was merely passing through. Can't you let me play dead? I'm not even part of Team 7. Time is of the essence. I am temporarily assigning you to Team 7, Kakashi declared resolutely, summoning his summoning beast. The ninja dog packing and dragging Shikamaru along for the mission. How can this be? Halt. You shall not approach. As Naruto reached the rooftop of Kaiki City, 3 Umbu members barred his path, each gripping his arms. Let me pass. Hinata is still inside. Kid, keep an eye on this. No matter how tough you think you are, you can't breach it. The lead Umbu threw a kunai at the purple barrier, which disintegrated into ashes upon contact due to the intense heat. This barrier is called the 4 purple flames formation. It can only be opened from the inside. No one can enter. Let me go? I refuse to believe it. Naruto broke free from the Umbu's grip, hearing the sounds of battle from within. Hinata was undoubtedly terrified, and he had to get inside. As his fist struck the 4 purple flames formation, they were immediately seared, leaving behind a substantial wound. Damn it. Let me in. Let me in. Ignoring his injured hands, Naruto pounded against the barrier with a fervor akin to madness. But no matter how hard he struck, it remained unyielding. Unbeknownst to him, the chakra of the 9 tails had enveloped him, protecting him from incineration, though he had sustained burns. Damn it, it's not enough. Power, grant me power. Naruto's desperation grew, and the chakra manifested a second tail, his eyes blazing a deeper crimson, while his fists grew stronger. Yet the barrier remained unchanged. Power. Stop, Naruto. As Naruto was on the verge of unleashing his 3 tails, the familiar voice of Minato reached his ears, calming him momentarily. Father? Yet. This was not the time to hesitate. Hinata, Naruto, take a moment to glance at the rooftop at 1 o'clock. Do you see that? It was. Following Minato's direction, Naruto noticed a peculiar symbol inscribed on a tile. We used to practice the Flying Thunder God technique in secret. You left it behind, and now is the perfect moment to utilize it. But I can't. The thought of the Flying Thunder God technique made Naruto's head throb. Theoretically, he had mastered it and could perform the seals, yet he could not activate it. You cannot afford to think of an ability. Even with the power of the three tails, you would merely shatter your own body against this barrier. Thus, the Flying Thunder God is your sole hope. You must believe in yourself. All right, I will try. Taking a deep breath, Naruto felt the cloak of the nine tails slowly dissipate as he closed his eyes. Gradually attune yourself to this space. Hinata, no matter how great the distance, I will reach your side. As he reminisced about moments shared with Hinata, he grasped a fleeting realization, connecting it with the seal he had left behind. Minato sensed it too. Now is the time, perform the seals. Unsheath the technique of the Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Naruto vanished from the four purple flames formation. And only after his departure did the surrounding air react, creating a gust that sealed the gap he left behind. 12 years later, a golden flash returned to Konoha. Within the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru had summoned the first and second Hokage using the reanimation technique, turning them into his puppets for battle. I apologize, Hayashi. I knew Orochimaru had long been lying in ambush in the village. I summoned you here to protect you, yet it seems I have inadvertently drawn you into this peril. The third Hokage was aware of Orochimaru's ambitions to seize various bloodlines, including the Byakugan, but he never anticipated Orochimaru would kill the Kazekage and disguise himself to infiltrate their ranks. No need for concern. It has been a while since I fought alongside the Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga shook his head in resignation, understanding the terrifying nature of Orochimaru. He felt fortunate to stand by the Hokage's side. Otherwise, should the Hokage fall, Konoha would suffer the consequences. They had to defeat Orochimaru here. No, do not assist me. You must protect your daughters. The youth are the roots of Konoha. They must not be harmed. Lord Hokage, my daughters are quite formidable. Hinata alone can safeguard Hanabi. The first and second are both extraordinarily powerful ninjas. You cannot withstand them alone. I am not yet past my prime. I will handle the second. The third nodded, no longer resisting, as he shed the Hokage's ceremonial robe, revealing a black battle uniform beneath. Would release, birth of the trees. The first Hokage, Hashirama, unleashed his strongest ninjutsu, transforming the four purple flames formation into a dense forest, with branches seeming to come alive, assaulting Hayashi. Return to heaven. The Byakugan's 360-degree defense proved effective, perfectly blocking the onslaught of branches from all directions, leading to a stalemate between the two. Water release, water surge wave. Meanwhile, the second Hokage utilized his signature water release technique. After forming the seals, a torrent of water erupted, crashing toward the third Hokage like a tsunami. Earth release, earth flow wall. The third Hokage quickly formed seals, summoning a massive earthen wall that rose from the ground to shield against the tsunami. However, the 5-meter-wide wall could only deflect a portion of the wave, the rest surging over it toward the third Hokage. Oh no, the girls from the Hyuga clan. Realizing the danger, the third Hokage turned to save them, but the second Hokage seized the opportunity to engage him in close combat. Sister, Hanabi was utterly awestruck by the scene before her. Despite her young age and considerable strength, witnessing a battle of Hokage caliber left her paralyzed. Hanabi, do not worry. I will protect you. Hinata, though frightened, understood that fear could not be an excuse at times. She stood before Hanabi, activating her Byakugan and raising her hands against the approaching tsunami. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Cough. The moment her hands met the wave, Hinata coughed up blood. Never before had she imagined water could possess such force. The impact could easily fracture bones or even prove fatal. Is this it? At the very least. I must protect Hanabi. As Hinata's arms grew weaker, she resolutely abandoned her defense against the tsunami, turning to embrace her sister, shielding her with her back. Rasengan. Huh. Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, shouted as he thrust it toward the wave. The Rasengan collided violently with the tsunami, cleaving through it like a fin slicing through water. The force of the Rasengan ultimately dispelled the wave, transforming it into a spray of droplets around them. Hinata, are you all right? Naruto turned amidst the rain of water droplets. Smiling at Hinata, Naruto-kun, am I dreaming? How did you get in here? Hinata, momentarily stunned, gazed at Naruto with wide eyes. She had learned from her father that no one could breach this barrier, and she had lost hope of Naruto ever entering, yet here he was, a miraculous sight. I told you, I would protect you, Hinata. No matter how far, I will reach your side. My words are my ninja way. As Naruto helped the two sisters to their feet and confirmed they were unharmed, he sighed in relief, though Hanabi's small face was drenched. Unsure whether it was water or tears. Hanabi, are you alright? Just stay behind me. Naruto attempted to wipe the tears from Hanabi's face. But the little girl reacted by swatting his hand away, wiping her face herself. How did he get in here? The third Hokage, who had been monitoring Hinata's situation, stared at Naruto in astonishment, his mind momentarily overwhelmed, allowing the second Hokage to land several hits on him. Oh dear, this is quite perplexing. The four purple flames formation. The most formidable barrier ninjutsu cannot be breached from the outside. Yet, there exists a technique that can disregard any barrier, known as the nemesis of barrier ninjutsu. You remember the teacher Sarutobi, do you not? Orochimaru licked his lips, relishing the moment. He had refrained from attacking, watching Naruto's movements instead. When someone attacked the four purple flames formation, he took note. Should Naruto enter, he had decided to reward him. Space ninjutsu. But how could he possibly? In an instant, the third Hokage recalled the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique, yet he could not fathom where Naruto had learned it. What is impossible? This technique was meant to be his inheritance, was it not? Did Jiraiya teach him? That man who only peeks at Tsunade bathing, if he could do it. He wouldn't be getting beaten up to a pulp every day. No, just because someone teaches does not mean they can perform it themselves. Perhaps he only imparted the theory to Naruto, and whether he could master it would depend on his talent. While this possibility existed, Orochimaru interjected, however, Sarutobi-sensei, I did not come here today to engage in an academic discussion. He interrupted as Naruto arrived beside the third Hokage. Why have you appeared here, Snake? Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in Naruto's eyes, surprise, emotion, and anger. Finally, he struggled to speak, intending to call him Uncle Snake, but was met with a piercing glare from Orochimaru, forcing him to amend his words. Naruto, do you know him? Of course I know him. I've crossed paths with him several times, yet each encounter ended in failure. The jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is also one of my research subjects. Orochimaru spoke first. Fully aware that Naruto's simple mind would be unable to navigate the situation, having already prepared his rhetoric. As expected, this enraged the third Hokage. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. However, I never anticipated that the jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had mastered space-time ninjutsu. Naruto Uzumaki, right? To reward you for entering this barrier. How about I present you with a unique gift? With a sinister smile, Orochimaru formed hand seals and once again utilized the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru, you wouldn't dare? The third Hokage gasped in horror, attempting to thwart him but was firmly obstructed by the second Hokage, left helplessly watching as two coffins emerged from the earth. Crack! The wooden lids of the coffins slowly creaked open, and a man and a woman stepped out, possessing normal skin and eye color, yet devoid of life, mere animated corpses. This is... Naruto gazed at the two, rendered speechless. He recognized Minato, but his attention was immediately drawn to the long-haired woman. Unable to look away, her fiery red hair, exquisite features, and the warmth emanating from her unmistakably revealed her as his mother. Thank me, Nine-Tails brat, for allowing you to see your parents once more in your lifetime. Orochimaru. The third Hokage was beside himself with rage, kicking the second Hokage aside and rushing toward Orochimaru to strike him. Why so angry, Sarutobi-sensei? You didn't seem so upset when summoning the first and second Hokages. Could it be that you have something to feel guilty about regarding the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru easily deflected the third Hokage's attack, a smirk playing on his lips as he feigned curiosity. Are you not afraid of retribution for mocking the dead? Rest assured, Sarutobi-sensei, the fourth soul is not here. And I could not locate his mother's soul either. Thus, those two are merely lifeless bodies. They won't inquire about how their child is faring. Are you relieved? How could you possess their corpses? They should have been disposed of 12 years ago. The third Hokage was furious. Angry with himself for feeling relief as Orochimaru had suggested, casting a guilty glance towards Hinata, who was still engaged in a fierce battle with the first Hokage, allowing him to breathe easier. This is all thanks to the darkness of Konoha. One is the sole user of space-time ninjutsu in the world. The other is the corpse of the Uzumaki clan's scion and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You know how invaluable these materials are, and I have paid a considerable price to acquire them. At a loss for words? Sarutobi-sensei, you truly are aging. The impetuous Sarutobi of the past has perished. What I see now is a feeble, retreating old man. When you pass, can you honestly claim to have lived a life devoid of guilt? You have decayed, much like Konoha itself. The rotting leaves are destined to be consumed by flames, and you, who have regressed to a mere herbivore, can only be devoured by me. Such a Konoha no longer deserves to exist. Orochimaru skillfully toyed with the Third Hokage's emotions, striking at the very core of his guilt. He had lived a life of ease, yet at the end, he committed an act so grievous against the Fourth Hokage, and for a moment, his gaze became unfocused. Therefore, please perish here, Sarutobi-sensei. Seeing the moment was ripe, Orochimaru unleashed a venomous snake from his mouth, which sank its fangs into the Third Hokage's neck. Killing me won't be so simple, Orochimaru. The Third Hokage transformed into a mud clone, the real body standing behind Orochimaru. Such a stubborn old man. The Fourth Hokage sacrificed even his soul for the village. After your death, you won't even be able to apologize to him. Perhaps, as you say, I am not a competent Hokage, placing the entire burden of the village upon a mere child. I will not dispute this. All I can do is, like the Fourth, sacrifice my life for the village. Let us die together, Orochimaru. Oh dear, I am not ready to die yet. Your opponent is him. As the Third Hokage prepared to fight to the end, Orochimaru swiftly retreated, taking a high vantage point atop the earth wall used by the Third Hokage. Observing him from above, the Second Hokage soon joined the fray, battling alongside the Third. Damn it, Ninetales brat, if you wish to live, defeat them. With Orochimaru's command, Minato and Kushina's bodies lunged toward Naruto, each drawing their weapons. Devoid of souls, they could not utilize ninjutsu, resorting solely to close combat. Minato wielded kunai, while Kushina brandished a frying pan. Father, seeing that his parents showed no sign of holding back, Naruto felt a lump in his throat and could only draw his kunai to defend himself desperately. Naruto-kun, why aren't you fighting back? Hinata, while protecting Hanabi, noticed Naruto being forced back and shouted out, "They're my parents. How could I possibly harm them? Parents? Such a thing." Hinata gasped, her heart aching for Naruto, who was facing the resurrected corpses of his deceased parents only to confront them in battle. How much pain must Naruto be enduring in his heart? Mother, I have so much to say to you, but why must we meet under such circumstances? Naruto held back tears, watching as Kushina wielded the frying pan with surprising skill. As if trained extensively, her cooking utensil proving just as formidable as Minato's kunai. Bang! Distracted for a moment, Naruto was struck on the head by Kushina's frying pan, sending him crashing into the earth wall, creating a deep dent and rendering him motionless on the ground. Seeing Naruto incapacitated, Minato and Kushina pressed their advantage, positioning themselves before him. Minato aimed his kunai at Naruto's heart, while Kushina raised the frying pan, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Naruto-kun. As Naruto found himself in peril, Hinata immediately set aside Hanabi and rushed toward him, but the distance was too great, and she shouted desperately. Just as Naruto thought he would meet his end, he opened his eyes to see Minato's kunai mere inches away from him, and Kushina's frying pan halted above his head. Frozen in place. Confused, he stared at them. Strange, they have no energy? No, that's not it. There's still plenty. Why have they stopped moving? Orochimaru observed the battle, refusing to intervene even as Naruto faced imminent death. Yet, the two corpses ceased their actions, unresponsive even to his commands. Mother, you truly haven't forgotten me. I finally see you again, and you are such a beautiful woman, especially your hair, like flames. Naruto rose from the ground, approached Kushina, and embraced her, burying his head in her embrace, inhaling her scent, and finally breaking into tears. Kushina, however, remained unresponsive, standing there vacantly. After a moment, she suddenly lifted her head and gazed in Orochimaru's direction. Do you wish for me to stop him? I will do so. Perhaps it was the bond of mother and son, as Naruto suddenly sensed his mother's intention, wiping his tears away and rekindling his fighting spirit. He leaped up the earth wall with agility, reaching the top and confronting Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you truly intend to destroy Konoha? Why? I never jest. Konoha has rotted from within, and that is my justification. I will stop you. Naruto comprehended Orochimaru's seriousness, for his familiarity with him had unveiled the gravity of his intentions. Naruto, you have been scorned and bullied by the villagers since childhood. Why go to such lengths for this village? I have never let that bother me, for within this village reside Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Niji, Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, and countless other comrades. I must safeguard this village. Then I shall grant you one opportunity. Unleash your mightiest jutsu. If you can vanquish me, I shall relent. Your mightiest understood. Naruto pondered. The Rasengan alone could not subdue Orochimaru. Summoning techniques? Perhaps not even the great Toad Sage could be summoned. And he did not wish to endanger the old Toad's life. As for shadow clones, they were out of the question. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Are you all right? Hinata sighed in relief upon seeing Naruto before her, only to notice him extending his right hand towards her. Hinata. Do you remember the Rasengan we created last time? A gentle smile graced Naruto's face as he gathered chakra in his hand, forming a Rasengan. I remember. Are you suggesting? Indeed. To triumph, we must rely on you, Hinata. I understand. I shall give it my all. Hinata nodded. Activating her Byakugan and employing gentle fist to infuse her chakra into the Rasengan, causing it to swell under the chakra's influence. Not yet, Hinata. A bit more. The Rasengan quickly expanded to the size it had reached previously, yet Naruto remained dissatisfied. Its power was insufficient. It required augmentation. I understand. I shall channel all my chakra into it. Hinata quickened her hand movements until her last vestige of chakra was infused, and at last, the Rasengan doubled in size, now measuring 2 meters in diameter. Magnificent. Is this your ultimate jutsu? As he beheld the Rasengan radiating a faint glow, Orochimaru became entranced by the raw brilliance of the chakra, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Naruto's growth had exceeded his expectations. Prepare yourself. Hinata Rasengan. Naruto charged forth, wielding the oversized Rasengan towards Orochimaru. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Rasengan, Orochimaru hesitated to confront it head-on, instead biting his finger and forming hand seals. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 grotesque gates descended from the heavens, interposing themselves between Naruto and Orochimaru. Each gate was thicker than the last, becoming increasingly formidable. Soon, the immense Rasengan collided with the first gate. The first gate fell easily, yielding to the force of the Rasengan, which pierced through. The second gate proved slightly more challenging, as sparks flew when the Rasengan shattered it. But the third gate met the Rasengan's remaining energy, which faltered. It showed no signs of breaking, and the energy within began to wane. Is this where it ends? Naruto desperately wished to shatter the gate, for Orochimaru awaited on the other side. Just as he prepared to give his all, 2 chilling hands pressed against his own. Father, mother, thank you. Surprised, Naruto turned to see Minato and Kushina standing behind him, lending their dwindling chakra to sustain the Rasengan. Tears streamed down Naruto's face uncontrollably. Even in death, the love of his parents enveloped him. This was a miracle. Huh. Break for me. With the final surge of the Rasengan, the third gate began to crack. And then it shattered with a resounding crash, propelling Naruto before Orochimaru. You have lost. Orochimaru seized Naruto's wrist with one hand while brandishing a kunai against his neck with the other. The Rasengan dissipated upon breaching the last gate. And the outcome was clear. Why? Why did you leave without a word? I had so much to say to you. Why not bid me farewell? Naruto wept. Unafraid despite the threat to his life. Because time was short. Seeing Naruto's tears softened Orochimaru's heart. He had not anticipated that someone would weep for him. I have always wondered when I might see you again, yet why must we meet as adversaries? Do not weep. Destroying Konoha is merely a diversion for me, ultimately inconsequential. My visit to Konoha serves 2 purposes, one of which is to gauge your strength. Orochimaru spoke truthfully. Konoha's fate held no significance for him. If he could eliminate the Third Hokage, that would be splendid, but if not, it mattered little. His primary aim had always been Sasuke, to abduct him amidst the chaos. I have been away for over 7 years. If your strength had not reached my expectations, I would have been compelled to eliminate you. A great serpent requires no small snakes. Orochimaru's chilling words, imbued with an aura of death, made it clear to Naruto that he was not jesting. Yet you have always been so fearsome, Uncle Snake. There are 2 trials. First, regardless of your means, enter the 4 purple flames formation. Second, break through the triple Rashomon. Isn't that too difficult? You are bullying me. Humph. As my disciple, lacking such strength would render you unworthy of life. Wait, am I your disciple? I taught you the Impure World Reincarnation. What else could I be? Indeed, perhaps I am a disciple, haha? Naruto chuckled foolishly, perceiving himself as lower than mere disciples in his understanding. Now that my objectives have been fulfilled, I must take my leave. Remember, do not let others discover our connection." As Orochimaru uttered this, he dispelled the sound barrier he had set up. The energies of the first and second Hokages waned, transforming into sand, revealing the two individuals summoned as sacrifices. Unlike Naruto's parents, they were summoned using a soul-based method, thus requiring a sacrifice. "Uncle Snake, that my parents. You see, they are soulless half-formed beings. They cannot be entrusted to you just yet. Your strength is insufficient to wield the Impure World Reincarnation, perhaps in a few years. Oh, then take care, Uncle Snake. Thank this little brat, Sarutobi. It seems your fate is not yet exhausted. I hope that when we meet again. It is not I who employs the Impure World Reincarnation." Orochimaru approached the panting Third Hokage and smiled. For both he and Hinata Hisashi had lost the strength to pursue him. At Orochimaru's command, the Sound Ninja Quartet dispelled the four purple flames formation, and he departed beyond the walls of Konoha. Orochimaru the Third Hokage watched Orochimaru's retreating figure with a heart full of conflicting emotions, pondering how splendid it would be if such power could be wielded to aid Konoha. "Orochimaru-sama, I have a question." Standing outside the village, awaiting Orochimaru, Kabuto hesitated to voice his thoughts. He understood that Orochimaru had always harbored concern for Naruto, and this use of the Impure World Reincarnation was not merely for the sake of those two corpses. It was more likely an opportunity for Naruto to meet his parents. "Kabuto, you've been watching from the sidelines. What do you wish to ask?" In that fleeting moment, that could indeed have taken Naruto's life. Why did they refrain? "Kabuto, do you believe I was the reason they halted? Is it not so? While I hold affection for Naruto, if he cannot overcome such a simple challenge, I can only bid him farewell through Edo Tensei. So, why is it that they did not act? They are devoid of souls. Even if they possessed some semblance of spirit, they could not possibly defy you. It defies logic. Kabuto, although I am a scientist, I am aware that not all phenomena in this world can be elucidated through science. For instance, this particular matter can likely be encapsulated in a single phrase, the miracle of parenthood. Within the ceiling space, I pondered, how did I end up here? You overexerted your chakra and fell unconscious. Minato remained by Naruto's side, smiling as he witnessed his awakening. "Father, I saw Mother." "Yes, I know." Minato had observed everything that transpired outside. Initially angered, he later realized that Orochimaru did not genuinely intend harm. Rather, he sought a simple means to reunite the family of three. The moment he laid eyes on Kushina, he nearly wept. Mother was truly beautiful and incredibly strong. "Stronger than you, father. That strike nearly knocked me out," Naruto recalled, shuddering at the memory of Kushina's frying pan, anxiously patting his chest. "Your mother was notorious for her violence during her school days. She was known as the Red Hot Pepper," Minato chuckled softly. He had never mentioned Kushina in front of Naruto, not out of reluctance, but out of fear that Naruto would weep for the absence of his mother, and Naruto, in his understanding, had never inquired. Was it her hair color? No, it was because she left those who mocked her battered and bruised. How terrifying. "Naruto, you have grown stronger." Minato ruffled Naruto's hair, reflecting on the days when Naruto struggled to perform even the simplest of jutsu. Now, he had matured into a ninja capable of contending with the legendary Sannin. Perhaps Orochimaru had shown some mercy, yet Naruto had earned his recognition, had he not? "Of course. I am to be even more dashing than you, and stronger than Mother." "Ah, this isn't the time for a chat with Father. Sasuke is still waiting for me." Suddenly, Naruto remembered, hastily preparing to leave the ceiling space. "Wait, Naruto, you have no chakra left. It would be futile to go now." Minato grasped Naruto's arm, gesturing towards the slumbering Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, humph." The Nine Tails lifted its eyelids, displeased that Naruto only remembered it in times of need. "Nine Tails, could you lend me a bit of chakra?" "No, go away. Don't be so fierce, Nine Tails. Just a little bit will suffice." As Naruto leaned closer to the Nine Tails, a charming expression on his face, the creature's fur bristled in disgust. "Oh, how will you repay me?" "I can trim your nails." The Nine Tails glanced at its claws, noticing they were indeed a bit long. "I can clean your ears." The Nine Tails' ears twitched slightly. "I can groom your fur." The Nine Tails shifted its massive body. "Enough. I will lend you some, but you must follow my instructions later." "No problem. Naruto-kun, you're awake." Upon regaining consciousness, Naruto found his head resting on Hinata's soft thighs. During his unconsciousness, she had once again taken on the role of his pillow. "What is going on?" Naruto asked, noticing a circle of people surrounding him, including the Third Hokage, Hayashi Hyuga, Kakashi, and several other Jonin, all regarding him with strange expressions. Naruto, thank you for aiding me during Konoha's most perilous moment. Without you, this old body of mine would likely have met its end here, the third Hokage began, acknowledging that Naruto had indeed defeated Orochimaru and forced him to retreat. Had it not been for you, my fate would have been to perish alongside him. Saying you saved my life is no exaggeration. Please, don't say that, third Hokage. Protecting Konoha is my duty, for my family resides here. As Naruto exchanged glances with Hinata, the young girl shyly lowered her head. I see. The third Hokage nodded appreciatively, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. Fourth Hokage, your will of fire has truly been passed down to an exceptional successor. Now, Kakashi-sensei, I must embark on a mission. Sasuke awaits me. Though I have many questions for you, I shall save them until your return. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Your chakra. Hinata, you are important to me, and my comrades are equally vital. I must go. Naruto-kun, you are always so busy. I will prepare a meal for your return. Yes, see you soon. Naruto nodded, swiftly vaulting over the walls of Kaiki Castle towards Sasuke's direction. The woods surrounding Konoha could scarcely be called woods anymore. A colossal creature loomed within, relentlessly assaulting the forest with its sand, reducing trees to mere dust and uprooting them. The air was thick with sand, making it difficult to breathe. What kind of monster is that? Sasuke lay on the ground, immobilized, cursed markings covering his body. After being defeated, Gaara had suddenly transformed into a monstrous figure nearly 50 meters tall. Fortunately, his size made him somewhat difficult to detect, or he would have perished long ago. Sakura, you should run. No, I will never leave you behind. I have found you. The enormous creature spoke, and Sasuke turned in shock. Seeing a sand-formed eye floating behind him, Shikaku had located them using the eye of sand. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku expelled a massive transparent sphere, its size preventing Sakura from carrying Sasuke to safety. Instead, she stood in front of him, shielding him with her body. At the very least, I must protect Sasuke. Just as Sakura resolved to sacrifice herself, she felt a sudden lightness at her waist, instantly escaping the range of the vacuum sphere and being carried to another tree. Letting Sakura protect you isn't like you, Sasuke, Naruto remarked, setting down his rescued companions with a grin. You slowpoke, you took too long. I almost got killed. Sasuke sighed in relief. With Naruto, the slowpoke, by his side, he no longer felt fear, for the slowpoke was unexpectedly reliable. I'm sorry. Though I wanted to defeat that monster alongside you. Your Chidori and my Rasengan combined might become an extraordinary jutsu, but you look like you need to rest. Leave the rest to me. Naruto, you fool. Why did you come now? Fool. Sakura, filled with frustration, repeatedly struck Naruto's head, tears streaming down her face from sheer terror. That hurts. Sakura, this isn't the time to hit me. Truly, there must be a way, right? You're not just pretending to be brave, are you? Indeed. Naruto raised his gaze towards the immense creature, uncertainty gnawing at his heart. He could only resort to summoning techniques, leaving the outcome to fate. Huh. The Nine-Tails voice suddenly echoed, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned, questioning his own ears. But will your appearance frighten Sakura and Sasuke? How do I explain this to them? As the narrative unfolds, Naruto finds himself in a delicate compromise, guided by the Nine-Tails. As their chakras gradually synchronize, a tremendous surge of chakra erupts from Naruto's abdomen, dispersing the surrounding dust and stirring a tempest that leaves everyone nearby unable to open their eyes. What is happening? When Shikaku opens his eyes again, a colossal fox appears before him, its orange fur striking against the backdrop of blood-red pupils and nine tails dancing in the wind. Though it appears slender compared to the cumbersome Shikaku, its muscular contours exude an undeniable sense of strength, epitomizing the essence of a beast. How? After 12 long years, the Nine-Tails, having been deprived of fresh air, releases a long, resounding howl to vent the constraints it has endured. It has been a while, Shikaku. Is this the monster within your body? The voice of Gaara emerges from Shikaku's mouth, merely borrowing its power, for the true Shikaku has yet to awaken completely. It will only rise when Gaara falls into slumber. Gaara understands that, like himself, Naruto harbors something within, but he never anticipated that Naruto could unleash it entirely. Not a monster, but a friend. Standing firmly atop the Nine-Tails' head, Naruto had braced himself for a more violent emergence, perhaps the tearing of his clothing or a grotesque expansion. Yet he is astonished to discover that they can coexist. First comes speed. The Nine-Tails leaves behind a crimson shadow, reappearing behind Shikaku, severing its mountainous left arm with ease, which soars into the air before crashing down, creating a shockwave. Then comes strength. Before Shikaku can react, the Ninetales grasps its thick tail, using its lower body to spin furiously, sending Shikaku flying thousands of meters away, carving a deep trench into the ground. It seems I am not yet old. The Ninetales surveys the cataclysmic scene with satisfaction, unfazed by years of confinement. Foolish Ninetales, we are here to stop him, and you have rendered the forest even more desolate. Naruto gazes incredulously at the Ninetales' destructive power, greater than that of Shikaku, and gently taps its head. Kid, you have yet to witness my true power. I can reshape the very terrain if I so desire. Please, don't. What kind of power is this? Shikaku, embodied by Gaara, finally rises from the ground, shaking its head in disbelief. It is terrifying. It realizes that it is not on the same level as the Ninetales. Just as it contemplates retaliating, the immense visage of the Ninetales looms in its vision, followed by a sharp claw that mercilessly shatters Shikaku's head. Hey, you've killed. Be quiet. Shikaku's vitality is not so easily extinguished. Ignoring Naruto's cries, the Ninetales observe Shikaku's head gradually regenerating, knowing that as an avatar of sand, it cannot die as long as its chakra remains intact. Shikaku, old friend, aren't you coming out? The Ninetales' twisted nature is fully expressed as it awaits Shikaku's repeated restoration, only to shatter its form time and again. Just moments before, Shikaku had been easily subdued by Sasuke and Sakura, now reduced to a mere infant beneath the Ninetales' might. Not coming out yet? The Ninetales' patience wears thin. Observing Shikaku's reluctance, it opens its massive maw, conjuring black orbs that coalesce into a formidable sphere aimed at Shikaku. Stop. What are you trying to do, Nine? After a tense standoff, a somewhat rotund voice emerges from Shikaku's mouth, supplanting Gaara's. It truly does not wish to emerge. Gaara was simply rendered unconscious, forcing Shikaku into the open. The Ninetales narrows its eyes, and Shikaku promptly corrects itself, fully aware of the Ninetales' aversion to being addressed by name. Ninetales, have you lost your mind? Using tailed beast bombs in a place like this will kill someone. I relish it. Shikaku inwardly curses the one who sealed the Ninetales, lamenting the choice of a seal that could be undone, believing such a madman deserves eternal confinement. Meanwhile, in the Namikaze household, Minato sneezes. Yet you truly have deteriorated, fighting for control over a child's body, attacking while he sleeps. Such disgrace to the tailed beasts. As fellow tailed beasts, the Ninetales hold Shikaku's tactics in contempt. If it were in Shikaku's position, it would seize control relentlessly, never distinguishing day from night. Do you think I am pleased? Wait, how did you manage to come out? I simply told this kid I was coming out. This time. Is it an idiot? Shikaku's crossed eyes glance at Naruto, who appears rather dim-witted. Acknowledging the lack of freedom inherent to tailed beasts, it realizes that the Ninetales has ended up within a fool. What luck! There is some truth to that. Shikaku, I ask you, do you remember the old man's prophecy? I do remember. Unsure of the Ninetales' intentions, Shikaku glances at Naruto perched atop it, suddenly struck by a wild notion. No, that cannot be. It is the Ninetales who would never harbor affection for humans, even if the world were to end. Just remember, you may return now, for I shall seek you out in the future. It's not as if returning is that simple, unless this kid awakens. Shikaku raises its head, revealing the sleeping Gaara amidst the fine sand. You remain as useless as ever. What must be done? Just wake him up. Shikaku grits its teeth in frustration. Yet it cannot overpower the Ninetales. After finally emerging for a breath of fresh air, it now faces this relentless force. The Ninetales has always favored violence, operating on the principle of subduing anyone who stands against it. Every tailed beast, save for the Eight Tails, has suffered at its hands, truly the most detestable creature to Shikaku. Kid. Did you hear? Wake him. Oh, finally, it's my turn. Why are you sleeping over there? Eagerly, Naruto leaps from the Ninetales' head, raising his fist and delivering a heavy blow to Gaara's face. Gaara is jolted awake by the impact, and Shikaku subsequently dissolves into sand, returning to Gaara's body, while the Ninetales retreats into Naruto. In the absence of support, both Gaara and Naruto tumble into the forest. Gaara rises from the ground, his eyes filled with hatred as he gazes at Naruto. Damn it, why can't I defeat you? I was born to be the strongest. If I cannot continue to win, what is the purpose of my existence? With chakra depleted, only the most primal means remain, fists and teeth. Yet still, Gaara yearns to triumph over Naruto. Do you still wish to fight? you bastard. As Gaara lunges toward him, Naruto lifts his fist to collide with Gaara's, both striking each other in the face. Time seems to freeze as their consciousnesses separate, allowing them to witness each other's memories. Naruto glimpses Gaara's childhood. Eerily similar yet distinct. He had a friend, Yashimaru, who cared for him, only to betray him one moonlit night, transforming him into a being that loves only himself. Gaara, in turn, witnesses Naruto's childhood, vastly different. He was feared, while Naruto faced disdain, neglect, and bullying. Yet, against all odds, Naruto earned the recognition of many through sheer effort. And as the number of those around him grew, Gaara cannot comprehend how he achieved such a feat. Gaara. Naruto regained his senses and, with a loud cry, lunged at Gaara, pinning him to the ground and delivering a fierce punch. What the? Let me ask you, do you truly believe Yashimaru wanted to kill you? Of course, wrong answer, try again. He himself said he hated me. Incorrect, try again. What do you want from me? Do you want me to believe Yashimaru was coerced? With each obstinate response from Gaara, Naruto's fists corrected him until Gaara, growing impatient, retaliated with a punch of his own, shouting in frustration, "We are the same. We have both grown up under the scrutinizing gazes of others, and because of that, we are particularly sensitive to those gazes. If he truly hated you, why would he show such an expression before dying? Is that hatred? You should know better. But he said he hated me because I took my mother's life. Sometimes words spoken are not the truth. If he could accept orders to assassinate you, why could he not accept orders to lie? Why are you saying this? What does it matter to you? Because it hurts. Seeing what you've gone through makes my heart ache." Naruto was at a loss for words, so he tore open his shirt and pressed Gaara's hand to his own heart, crying out, "You." Gaara, feeling the heartbeat through his hand, was astonished, unable to fathom that two adversaries would reveal their most vulnerable places to one another. "Is this really how you wish to live? Fearing betrayal and not trusting anyone? If you are afraid, then trust me. Let me be a friend who will never betray you. Yashimaru, how do I heal the wounds in my heart?" Young Gaara, clutching his aching heart, asked the one person who cared for him, with a precious emotion known as love. How foolish. A tear slipped from Gaara's eye, quickly absorbed by the sand, and he finally acknowledged Naruto. Only a fool would toy with his own life. "Gaara, are you alright?" Kankuro and Temari, sensing his distress, immediately positioned themselves in front of him, warily watching Naruto. "Enough, I don't want to fight anymore." Gaara shook his head, and Kankuro and Temari did not insist, helping him away from the scene. "Gaara, will we be friends when we meet again? I don't know. Sasuke, are you alright?" After resolving matters with Gaara, Naruto returned to Sasuke, aiding him alongside Sakura as they made their way toward Konoha. "I can't believe you managed to defeat that monster." Sasuke, having returned from the world-shaking battle, cast a complicated glance at Naruto. It seemed that, without his assistance, Naruto had resolved the trouble quite well, and he felt a twinge of discontent. "Sasuke, thank you for your help. If you hadn't depleted Gaara's energy so much, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I mean, the battle after that monster disappeared." Naruto seemed to understand Sasuke's thoughts and naturally expressed his gratitude. Without Shikaku and Kurama, he likely would not have been able to break through Gaara's formidable defenses. He recognized Sasuke's relentless effort in overcoming Gaara's barriers, enabling him to reach Gaara's heart. "Naruto, what was that, fox?" Sakura could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Naruto. "That was a summoning technique. I summoned it. It looks like a fox, but is actually a toad." Naruto found it difficult to lie, and concocting a bizarre explanation proved more challenging than battling Orochimaru. "A toad?" Sakura's brows furrowed. Naruto's lie was too transparent, and she wondered how poor her eyesight must be to mistake a toad for a fox. "Sakura, stop asking." Sasuke shook his head. "Everyone has their own secrets, and Naruto and Appo's secrets likely outnumbered those of the average person. Yet, none of that mattered as long as Naruto remained their companion. Upon their return to Konoha, Kakashi awaited them at the gate. He glanced at the cursed seal on Sasuke's body, his expression turning slightly grave. "Naruto, go to the Third Hokage's office. You two come with me for treatment." Kakashi waved at Naruto and swiftly took Sasuke and Sakura away. Naruto understood he would be questioned, yet at that moment, Minato's voice echoed in his ears, providing him with an unexpected but reasonable response. "Perverted sage, you are here too?" Upon entering the office, Naruto immediately spotted the white-haired figure and exclaimed in surprise. The perverted sage had left before the exams, reportedly to attend to matters in Mount Myaboku. "I don't know. I just returned to Konoha and was caught here, Jiraiya admitted, having seen the ravaged streets upon his return. He inquired and learned of Orochimaru's assault in alliance with the Sand Shinobi. After dealing with a few Sand Shinobi, he had encountered the Third Hokage and was subsequently brought to this place. Old man, you didn't call me here just for a chat, did you? I want to discuss Naruto's situation. He is your disciple, right? Has this little rascal caused any trouble? Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging Naruto's identity. I know you harbor resentment toward me for secretly taking him as a disciple, and I do not blame you for that. I won't even mention the summoning technique in Rasengan, but he has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You haven't told me about it? Jiraiya was utterly perplexed. Had it not been broad daylight and following a fierce battle, he might have believed the Third Hokage was intoxicated. What are you talking about? Look at Naruto's reaction. He says it's not you. The Third Hokage pointed at Naruto, who was obediently standing behind Jiraiya, eyes closed. A picture of submission as if awaiting his master's decree. You little rascal. Jiraiya realized Naruto was throwing him under the bus. Normally, Naruto would never be this compliant, always challenging him. Naruto, you may leave now. Since the matter had been clarified, it was pointless for Naruto to remain. The Third Hokage intended for him to exit before discussing what could not be disclosed. Master, see you later. Naruto nodded obediently, offering a respectful farewell to Jiraiya, causing the latter to shudder with goosebumps, feeling as though he might transform into a toad. This was Minato's ill-conceived idea, to shift all responsibility onto Jiraiya. He would handle it, as he must. Damn it. Naruto entered Orochimaru's 4 purple flames formation using the Flying Thunder God technique and defeated Orochimaru with the Rasengan, saving this old bone of mine. The Third Hokage, pipe and mouth, recounted the events that had transpired. If I say it was me who taught him, would you believe it? I would. Minato was indeed your pupil. What do you plan to do next? I know the Flying Thunder God technique is difficult to learn, requiring extraordinary talent. It is not as rudimentary as described in the Sealing Scrolls. Minato never had the chance to write down the techniques before he died. If you know any shortcuts. Know any shortcuts? Could you possibly take responsibility for teaching the ninjas of Konoha? If enough people learn it, it could potentially end wars sooner. Old man, you really are getting old. Your mind is filled with thoughts of Konoha. Jiraiya gazed at the Third Hokage with disappointment, refraining from inquiring about how Naruto had acquired his skills or the hardships he had endured. His focus remained solely on the jutsu itself. Elevating the strength of Konoha was a duty assigned to each Hokage. Yet, was it right to build upon the sacrifice of a child? To burden one so young with the weight of the village's fate, was this truly your action, Sarutobi-sensei? A simmering anger resided within Jiraiya, as he understood that the decision to conceal Naruto's identity might not have originated from the Third Hokage himself. However, the fact that he had consented to such a course of action and failed to defend Naruto during his times of torment left Jiraiya questioning his Minor-S integrity. Fortuitously, the boy had not succumbed to the pressures of life and turned mad. Otherwise, not even the Third Hokage would have had the courage to face Minato. It was akin to the words shared with Orochimaru. The Third Hokage offered no defense, his face betraying not a hint of emotion, as if he had grown accustomed to it all. I will not teach him, nor will I, Jiraiya exclaimed, slamming the door behind him. The sound of the Third Hokage's deep sigh echoing in the silence. Days had passed since Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, and ever since Naruto had saved her that day, Hanabi had been observing him. She had heard from her father that the jutsu he employed was one used by the Fourth Hokage, one of the rare space-time techniques. Even her father regarded him with newfound respect, yet Hanabi could discern no extraordinary qualities in Naruto. In her childhood memories, he was merely a fool, often bested by Neji in their sparring matches. Yet, this very individual had triumphed over Neji, thus averting a crisis for Konoha. Could it be that he was merely feigning weakness, masquerading as an inferior ninja while concealing his true prowess? As Naruto sought out Hinata, Hanabi stealthily followed. If he were a well-trained ninja, he would undoubtedly notice her presence. Any sudden assault she attempted would surely be thwarted. With this thought, Hanabi extended her leg and kicked Naruto. Thud. Her foot landed squarely on his backside, propelling him into the yard, where he was met with a mouthful of dirt. Had she miscalculated? Oblivious to her own bullying, Hanabi left Naruto behind and strode away. He sensed that he had inadvertently angered Hanabi and resolved to avoid her house for the time being. Each encounter with Hinata was marred by Hanabi's antics, leaving Naruto fearful of approaching again until Hanabi's ire had subsided. Hanabi, come here this instant. Hinata, noticing her sister's unusual behavior, decided it was time for a serious conversation. What is the matter? You've been picking on Naruto lately. Why? Nothing, Hanabi pouted, a hint of resentment evident in her demeanor. The gentle and timid Hinata had, in that moment, taken on a semblance of their father's authority, an effect of that foolish boy's influence. Regardless, Naruto saved us. Even if you dislike him, could you perhaps temper your actions? Hinata implored, always nagging. You both only have eyes for each other and never spare a thought for me. Yes, he saved us. But it was primarily to save you. Had our paths diverged, he would have undoubtedly prioritized saving you. Hanabi, you are being unreasonable. Hinata shook her head in exasperation, recognizing her sister's stubbornness, a mirror of their father's own. Yet, such pride served only to inflict pain upon themselves and others. I hope you can reflect on whether Naruto is truly as you claim. I believe you will find your own answers. The next day, torrential rain fell from the sky. As if weeping for some unspoken sorrow, Naruto's training regimen was entirely cancelled, leaving him to languish at home, idly flipping through magazines. Naruto-kun! Naruto-kun! Just as he contemplated seeking the Nine Tails in the sealed space for some amusement, Hinata burst through the door, drenched from head to toe. Even inside, she continued to drip water, her clothes muddied and bearing the marks of her journey. Hinata, what happened? Quickly, dry yourself, Naruto exclaimed, rushing to fetch a towel. Though his gestures did little to quell her anxiety. Hanabi has run away. What? Hinata explained. I spoke to her yesterday, perhaps a bit too sternly. And today she left a note in her room. What should we do? She has rarely ventured out. What if she encounters danger? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto resolved to search for Hanabi. I will find her and bring her back. No, I want to go too, Hinata protested. But he gently pressed her back into her chair. Hinata, your visit here indicates you've searched everywhere in Konoha, exhausting all possibilities. I will explore places you have not yet ventured. Please, rest here, above the Hokage rock. Nestled within the shadows of an abandoned wooden hut, once built by the craftsmen who carved the faces of the first Hokage, Hanabi had taken refuge. Time had rendered the structure decrepit, and now she sat there, staring blankly outside. It's so cold. Hanabi curled her small frame into a ball, burying her head in her knees, hoping to find warmth. The impulsive decision to run away had led her to this damp, chilly abode, and hunger gnawed at her thoughts, prompting a longing to return home. No, I cannot go back. If I return now, that guy will surely laugh at me. Hanabi's stubbornness flared anew. Returning would render her departure the shortest in history, and she could not bear the thought of Naruto looking down upon her. Ah, Hanabi, I found you. How did you get here? Hanabi gaped at Naruto, who had leapt through the window, soaked and visibly relieved to see her. Hanabi, you rarely leave home, right? If you wished to evade discovery, you would surely hide in a less frequented area. It would be difficult for those unfamiliar with Konoha to locate a hiding place. So I began my search in the more secluded parts, like this Hokage rock. Are you really so clever? Faced with Naruto's astuteness, Hanabi suspected it was her sister masquerading as him. The clumsy Naruto she knew could not possess such intricate reasoning. Come back. Your sister has been worried sick about you. Leave me alone. I do not need your pity. Hanabi swatted away Naruto's outstretched hand. It was always about her sister. In his eyes, there was no one else. And that was what she despised most about him. Do you understand how precious it is to know someone cares about you? Do you know why I am aware of these hidden places? It is because I was often despised as a child. I sought refuge in such places to avoid being seen, to spend a day in solitude. Your sister rescued me from that loneliness, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Come back with me. So, you intend to spend your life watching over your sister? What do you want with me? Hanabi recalled that Naruto had always looked after her since childhood, and she initially cherished their companionship. However, as time passed, she came to realize that Naruto's gaze was only ever for Hinata, making her feel superfluous. Whenever something exciting occurred, the first thought would always be of her sister. Like that stag beetle, she had loved it dearly. Hanabi vividly remembered that summer when she and Naruto discovered a peculiar insect, only for him to capture it and promptly gift it to Hinata. I apologize, Hanabi. I was unaware of the many grievances you endured during your childhood. Perhaps I have been somewhat oblivious to the feelings of others. Nevertheless, I have always regarded you as my dear sister, and Hinata has never overlooked you either. Although she cherished that beetle, she recognized your fondness for it as well and intended to gift it to you. Regrettably, it passed away under her care. And despite our extensive search, we could not find another. If I have erred in any way, feel free to strike me. But please do not harbor resentment towards your sister. Naruto reflected upon his actions and realized that, as Hanabi had suggested, he had indeed been overly concerned with Hinata. and he could only offer a silent apology. "Do you think I am afraid?" he retorted, but before he could finish, Hanabi attempted to kick him. However, the dilapidated floorboards beneath her gave way, causing her to fall through, thwarting her intended strike. "Come on out," he chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter as he pulled her out from the floor. "It hurts." Hanabi squinted in pain, a splinter having grazed her delicate leg, causing blood to flow. "Wait a moment." Naruto hastily unfastened his clothing, retrieving a roll of bandages from his ninja tool pouch, and meticulously wrapped her injury. "Your preparations are quite thorough, akin to an old woman," she remarked. "Is that meant to be a compliment?" He replied. "Climb on. You cannot walk by yourself in this state." With a wry smile, he crouched down, allowing her to climb onto his back. She complied without protest, finding comfort in his presence, reminiscent of the safety she felt on that fateful day in the Four Purple Flames formation. "You're taking advantage of me. You said you would protect me that day. Was that promise genuine?" "Of course, I would never lie." "Very well, I shall call you Naruto as agreed. You remember. But I was hoping you'd call me Naruto and I. Rest assured, I shall not call you an I. How about brother-in-law? Are you beginning to feel overconfident?" Hanabi tightened her grip around Naruto's neck until he gasped for breath before releasing him. "Naruto, if the time came when I and my sister were in danger, whom would you save?" "Why, both of you, of course. Just one of us. I can use the shadow clone technique." "Ninja, such a cunning profession." "Hinata, I am truly sorry for the many wrongs I have committed against you in the past. Moving forward, I shall fulfill my duties to the branch family and protect you with my life." In the Hyuga compound, Neji wept as he apologized to Hinata, seemingly coming to terms with his past mistakes. The formerly misguided boy was now in tears, and Hinata, also shedding tears, forgave him, creating a harmonious scene. "Naruto, could you cease with the onions?" Neji finally burst out, grabbing Naruto by the collar to stop him from slicing onions with his kunai. "Do you think I enjoy this? I had promised Hinata that I would make you cry during your apology, but you refused to shed a tear. It's burning my eyes." Naruto's tears flowed freely, revealing the effectiveness of his ploy. "Are you truly unwell? Do you wish to fight?" "Two fools," Hanabi commented from a distance, observing the two boys grappling with each other. "Hanabi, while I do not expect you to address me as Brother Neji, at least show some respect. How could you compare me to Naruto? Is that truly your concern? I might just have to strike you. You, the so-called genius of the Hyuga clan, were defeated by a bottom-tier ninja. I am curious about your feelings on that matter." "Gah, you are insufferable." Neji groaned, fully aware of Naruto's capabilities, yet others were unaware of the truth, only knowing he was bested by a weaker opponent. Hanabi continued to stoke the flames, contrasting Neji unfavorably with Hinata, who appeared 1,000 times more endearing. Enough of this. Hinata wiped her tears away, revealing a blissful smile. She had longed for moments like these, where they all shared warmth and camaraderie, free from barriers, like family, brother, sister, and Naruto. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting your gathering," Jiraiya announced, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. As the second person daring enough to breach the Hyuga compound's walls, he perched himself on the wall, observing the young ones with a smile. "Perverted sage. One moment you call me master, and the next, perverted sage. What manner of person are you?" I don't even know your name." Faced with Jiraiya's ire, Naruto sheepishly stuck out his tongue, realizing he may have overstepped. "Listen well, the name Toad Sage is merely a guise for my true identity. I am, in fact, the legendary Sannin." "Jiraiya." "Sannin, you hardly look the part." Neji had heard tales of Jiraiya from his father, recognizing him as one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha, revered as a sage. "That is the case. I am currently this brat's master. I need him for an important mission, so kindly let me borrow him. Farewell." Without further ado, Jiraiya summoned his toad companion, which ensnared Naruto with its tongue, forcibly whisking him away. "Naruto-kun, you are fortunate to have such a powerful mentor. What could he possibly see in this kid?" Unbeknownst to Jiraiya and Naruto, upon their departure, Itachi Uchiha and his partner Kasame Hashigaki arrived in Konoha, intent on finding Naruto and clashing with Kakashi and his team. At Off Street, a bustling way station not far from Konoha, was where Jiraiya and his toad transported Naruto. Planning to take a brief respite before continuing their journey, Jiraiya selected a respectable inn and, after tossing Naruto onto the bed, the toad vanished. "What is your intention, you lecherous sage?" Naruto exclaimed, feeling thoroughly displeased with being abducted. "Do not be angry. I do indeed have a mission for you. We must find the Fifth Hokage." "What? Who is the Fifth Hokage?" "In short, they are the successor to the Third Hokage, who is preparing to abdicate." Do you understand? Jiraiya was infuriated. Having been manipulated by the Third Hokage, who had said, if you are dissatisfied with my role as Hokage, why not take my place? You can see that my body can barely hold out much longer. To prevent Orochimaru from attacking Konoha again, we need a younger, stronger Hokage. With no other option, Jiraiya had to come out to find Tsunade, using her as a bargaining chip. Is that so? Then I accept the task. The fifth Hokage must be a strong and handsome individual, right? Cough, you'll see for yourself. Jiraiya shrugged, withholding the truth that Tsunade was merely a gambling addict. By the way, Naruto, you left me in quite the predicament a few days ago. Jiraiya locked the door, revealing a menacing grin. What do you intend to do? Naruto backed away until he was cornered against the wall, prepared to witness the wrath of a true master. What followed was a rather bloody scene. Even as Naruto valiantly fought with his shadow clones, he was ultimately subdued by Jiraiya, who bound him and tossed him onto the bed. Finally, the little brat has passed out. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto, who lay sleeping on the bed, scolding him for the considerable effort it took to lull him into slumber. Purely for the sake of accomplishing his task, he tore open Naruto's shirt, revealing the seal on his abdomen. Upon inspection, Jiraiya noted that the seal appeared alarmingly rudimentary. How could his own disciple produce such a shoddy seal? He decided to channel a portion of his chakra to enter the sealed space. Initially, he encountered resistance, as if the seal were determined to keep him out. However, after a brief standoff, it suddenly granted him access, allowing his chakra clone to enter. Jiraiya-sensei, you've arrived, greeted Minato, who seemed to have anticipated his return, bowing respectfully. Wa Minato, Jiraiya exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Fortunately, it was merely a chakra clone. Otherwise, he might have found it necessary to reattach his jaw. He had intended to check on the Ninetales, surmising that if Naruto could learn the Rasengan from Minato's writings, the Flying Thunder God technique must be taught by someone, and with no one else in Konoha capable, the Ninetales was the most likely candidate. He never expected to encounter someone he thought long deceased. I knew you would come soon, but there is nothing here to offer you. Ninetales, greet Jiraiya-sensei. Minato prompted. Jiraiya followed Minato's gaze to a shadowy corner where a massive beast lay, propped up on one arm, its back turned to him. Issuing a cold grunt. Apologies, that's just his nature, Minato explained. This scene felt oddly familiar to Jiraiya. With his extensive experience as a writer, he immediately recognized it as a trope often encountered in novels. The wife's friend visits, while the peculiar husband seems eager to chase them away. With this thought, he found the Ninetales somewhat endearing. Minato, what is the nature of your current state? It's a long story. Minato sighed, recounting all that Naruto had done. Naruto managed to break the seal at 4 years old? Jiraiya placed a hand on his forehead, not wishing to delve into how Naruto achieved such a feat. Perhaps the seal had some flaw, but this child was indeed capable of great things, nearly bringing Konoha to ruin at such a tender age. He had intended to prevent Naruto from unsealing it, but had ultimately failed. Yet, this failure allowed him to fulfill a fatherly role, watching him grow and teaching him a few things. I never imagined that even the Ninetales could be tamed by you too. To say tamed is somewhat misleading. It is more accurate to credit Naruto's efforts. At the very least, the Ninetales has come to acknowledge him. His foolishness has proven beneficial. Minato, since you exist in this alternate form, you've witnessed how Konoha has treated Naruto. What are your thoughts? To claim he bore no resentment would be a lie. Thus, he refrained from discussing the unsealing of the Ninetales, uncertain of when another betrayal might occur. He and Kushina could perish, but Naruto must never again face danger. Is the human heart more terrifying than a beast's? Minato, I regret not taking Naruto away from Konoha when I had the chance. Jiraiya-sensei, do not blame yourself. Your actions were perilous, and bringing Naruto along would have only added to your burdens. Yet, despite this, he has grown into a remarkable young man, which is my greatest pride. Minato shook his head, unwilling to prolong the discussion. That said, this boy is truly clumsy, unlike you and Kushina. How long did it take him to master the Rasengan? I instructed him to major in the Flying Thunder God and minor in the Rasengan. It took him 5 years to master it fully. Yet, his proficiency in the Flying Thunder God seems lacking. Naruto is still young. He will only improve with time. Minato, it brings me great joy to see you today. Leave Naruto to me. I shall train him to become a top-tier ninja. Yes, I entrust him to you. Great Ninetales. I am grateful for your care of my 2 disciples. I shall treat you to a drink as thanks when the opportunity arises. Before departing, Jiraiya patted the Ninetales on the back with a smile. Get lost. Oh, old man, Even the once respected Minato refuses to be honest with you. This truly is the gravest of your life's decisions. Upon exiting the sealed space, Jiraiya leaned heavily against the bed, exhaling a deep sigh. Where has the perverted sage run off to? When Naruto awoke, the sun had already set halfway. Jiraiya was nowhere to be found, and after a brief search, he discovered a note left on the table. A lovely lady has invited me to dinner. You're on your own for supper. What an irresponsible adult. Naruto fumed, tearing the note to shreds when a knock at the door interrupted him. Knock knock. What? You're back already? Wait, brother? Naruto grumbled as he opened the door, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Strangely, he found himself unfazed by the Sharingan. Instead, staring blankly and calling out a name involuntarily, the face stirring something deep within him. Uzumaki Naruto, come with us. Itachi spoke flatly, showing no reaction, while Kisame seemed oblivious to Naruto's tone, perhaps believing the boy thought others had arrived. Who are you? Naruto finally reacted, the fleeting sense of familiarity evaporating as his instincts warned him that these two men clad in red cloud cloaks were indeed dangerous. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Shall I begin by removing a leg? Kisame brandished his massive sword, Samahata, gesturing menacingly at Naruto. Why are you trying to chop off a leg right off the bat? Shark face. Shark face. Perhaps I should just remove all your limbs instead. It had been a long time since they last met. Just as Kisame prepared to strike, Itachi's voice halted him, and he turned to see a breathless black-haired youth standing behind Itachi. Identical Sharingan, similar appearance. Itachi. Who is this? Kisame asked, intrigued as he glanced at Sasuke. My brother. But the Uchiha clan was already, or was it you who? He did not grant me the right to kill him. Itachi, as you said, I harbor resentment towards you, hatred for you. I have fought to survive solely to kill you today. Sasuke's body trembled with excitement. He finally possessed the strength to avenge himself against Itachi. Swiftly forming seals, he gathered lightning chakra in his left hand, unleashing Chidori with devastating force, tearing through the walls as he charged at Itachi. Boom! The explosive sound shattered the inn's walls. But Sasuke's anticipated strike to Itachi's heart never materialized. Itachi merely caught Sasuke's left wrist with one hand, redirecting Chidori's power into the wall behind him. Why? Sasuke, it has been 6 years. You've grown. Why are you so weak? Your hair has grown longer, your frame has matured, and you've learned Chidori. Because it's not enough. I heard Orochimaru attack Konoha. I rushed over immediately. Your hatred is still insufficient. I'm relieved you are unharmed. Itachi seized Sasuke by the neck with one hand, pinning him against the wall, all his thoughts overshadowed by the blood-red Sharingan, leaving only derision for his brother. Sasuke. Naruto was bewildered by the unfolding events and the reason for Sasuke's fury, yet he knew that he had to rescue him. No entry here. The formidable Kisame blocked Naruto's path, his massive sword swinging down, crashing into Naruto's form. In a fleeting moment, Naruto managed to launch 2 shuriken before dissipating into smoke. Shadow clone? Kisame swiftly turned, realizing that the shuriken had transformed into Naruto himself, who, with chakra coalescing in his right hand, charged towards Itachi. Rasengan. The once unstoppable Rasengan was surprisingly halted by Itachi's left hand. Glancing at Naruto, Itachi released Sasuke, drawing a shuriken from his sleeve and piercing Naruto's heart. Yet, blood did not flow from the wound. This Naruto was merely a shadow clone. The true Naruto seized Sasuke's body and retreated to a corner of the inn. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto inquired, concern lacing his voice. Sasuke did not respond, his eyes burning with hatred as they fixed on Itachi. Sasuke, we cannot handle these two alone. Let us cooperate. Ignoring Naruto's plea, Sasuke brushed him aside and lunged once more at Itachi. Itachi. Naruto's outstretched hand fell empty. Momentarily stunned by Sasuke's violent rejection, this was a first for him. Kid, I let you slip by earlier. Now it's different. Just as Naruto prepared to assist Sasuke, Kisame once again obstructed his path, slamming his sword into the ground before Naruto. Damn it, multiple shadow clones. Is that surprising? My sword devours chakra. You can no longer summon clones. Kisame stood before Naruto, relishing the cries of agony emanating from behind him, as Itachi seemed to revel in the torment, mercilessly pummeling Sasuke's body. Let go of Sasuke. Witnessing Sasuke's suffering ignited a fury within Naruto, who recklessly charged at Itachi, only to be met with a savage kick from Kisame that sent him reeling back. Kid, do you think so little of me? Naruto's repeated attempts to engage Kisame only deepened the latter's frustration, prompting him to draw his sword with the intent to cripple Naruto. However, he failed to notice Naruto, who lay on the ground, gradually harnessing a terrifying power. I'll say it once more, release Sasuke. Die. Kisame's sword swung towards Naruto. But the robust blade was unexpectedly seized by Naruto's right hand, a phenomenon that had never occurred since he acquired the sword. Naruto's fingers elongated like a beast's claws, embedding themselves into the sword's body. If you enjoy it, then feast to your heart's content. Come on. Gagaga. In a surge of rage, Naruto enveloped himself in the guise of the Nine Tails, sprouting two tails as potent and ominous chakra was drawn from Kisame's sword. Yet, it kept flowing relentlessly. The now sated sword attempted to break free, but Naruto held it fast, forcing it to consume the Nine Tails chakra. However, the chakra was wildly chaotic, and soon the sword began to wail in distress. Kisame, straining, leveraged the power of his humanoid-tailed beast form to extract the sword, which now lay feeble and listless on the ground, its hilt bent and drooping. I can't believe you dare to lay hands on my sword. Ugh. Kisame glared at Naruto, but before he could finish his retort, Naruto, who had vanished, landed a punch squarely on his face, shattering the inn's wall as he was propelled outside. Has he truly learned to wield the power of the Nine Tails? Faced with Naruto's assault, Itachi dared not confront him directly, retreating a few steps while relinquishing Sasuke's limp form. Naruto did not pursue, instead positioning himself protectively behind Sasuke, baring his teeth at Itachi. This shouldn't be happening. Sasuke's body lay battered, arms broken and several ribs fractured. However, the wounds to his spirit were far more grievous. After all this time, he had failed to close the gap between himself and Itachi, and he had naively believed he could defeat him. Naruto, why would you go to such lengths for Sasuke? Is it not evident? Because we are comrades. Would an ordinary person risk their life for a friend? Enough. My bond with Sasuke is not for you to judge. To harm him, you must first kill me. Itachi, can I eliminate this fool? Kisame, having just been thrown out through the hole, seethed with humiliation at being bested by such a young boy. No, my disciple has been under your care, Uchiha Itachi. Just as Kisame prepared to exact revenge, Jiraiya suddenly appeared before Naruto, a beautiful girl slung over his shoulder. Pervy sage, you have finally committed a crime. Naruto pointed accusatorily at the girl on Jiraiya's shoulder, contemplating for 3 seconds before chastising him. Silence. To use hypnosis on such a lovely girl is truly despicable. I never anticipated such a simple plan would divert you, Jiraiya. A girl with no inner depth cannot deceive me. Although my charm may captivate many, I seek those with richer hearts, not mere affaiates. Jiraiya, cracking his knuckles, focused on Itachi, oblivious to Naruto's retching behind him. Kisame, we leave. Itachi nodded, tossing a smoke bomb from his sleeve as they fled the inn. Wait for me. Why run? With your strength, you should not fear Jiraiya. Kisame followed Itachi out of the town, finally voicing his concern. The last time I used Tsukuyomi on Kakashi, it drained me significantly. If I use Amaterasu again, do you wish for my demise? Your sword is nearly lifeless. Should we engage, it would likely end in mutual destruction. And we are too close to Konoha for me to elaborate. You remain ever so composed. Kisame acknowledged his miscalculation, realizing that without his sword, his combat prowess had diminished. An unbreakable bond. How intriguing. Reflecting on Naruto and Appo's desperate defense of Sasuke, Itachi found himself smiling, fully aware of his capabilities. Naruto and Appo's memories would not return until his demise. Yet, despite this, the profound bond between the two remained unyielding. Did you just smile? Kisame gazed at Itachi in disbelief. He could read everyone in the Akatsuki. Yet Itachi remained an enigma, perpetually maintaining a stoic facade. Yet, this very Itachi had smiled. No, you are lying. You definitely smiled. Show me again. I've never seen you smile in all our time together. You're insufferable. Sasuke, let me take you home. Naruto picked up Sasuke's forehead protector, which had fallen during the scuffle, and helped him up, determined to escort him back to Konoha. In his current state, Sasuke would be vulnerable even to bandits. No need. I will not abandon you. Sasuke, unable to move his arms, pushed Naruto away with his shoulder, but Naruto refused to relent, approaching Sasuke repeatedly until he ceased to resist, finally draping Sasuke's arm over his shoulder and beginning to walk slowly. Sasuke, I know not what transpired between you and that man, but I shall always stand by your side. Sasuke replied in a muffled voice. Yet Naruto remained oblivious to the slight crack that had begun to form in Sasuke's heart, a crack that would inevitably widen over time. As anticipated, The sun set as they traversed the village of Konoha. After contemplating for a moment, Naruto abandoned the idea of supporting Sasuke and instead squatted down, offering his back to carry him home. I say you. Never mind. Sasuke felt foolish in this position, but at that moment, he chose not to protest and willingly climbed onto Naruto's back. Ugh, you're heavy. Am I really? Much heavier than Hanabi. Fine, then I won't carry you. Just kidding. Hold on tight. Naruto chuckled, quickening his pace as he swiftly navigated through the forest, delivering Sasuke to the hospital in Konoha. Sasuke, during this time, I will train diligently under the perverted sage, so you must also strive to improve. Next time we encounter those two, we must defeat them decisively. Before departing, Naruto placed Sasuke's forehead protector beside his bed, not offering him comfort, but instead focusing on the future, believing that he and Sasuke would never suffer such a devastating defeat again. Ah, you're back. When Naruto returned to the small town of the station, Jiraiya was waiting for him not far from the outskirts, sitting beneath a lush tree and waving at him. Have you realized how weak you still are? I never imagined that the Rasengan could be so easily countered. Naruto glanced at his right hand, understanding that his lack of a catastrophic defeat like Sasuke's was solely due to the Nine-Tails' influence. His Rasengan had been utterly ineffective. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, discerned the internal structure of the Rasengan in an instant and neutralized it by matching my chakra. I couldn't accomplish such a feat, perverted sage. I wish to grow stronger. Those individuals are targeting me, aren't they? Haha, it's certainly a good mindset to have. I've already devised a training goal for you. Take this. Jiraiya smiled as he produced a sheet of white paper and handed it to Naruto. What is this for? Input chakra into the paper. Oh, it split? Following Jiraiya's instructions, Naruto infused chakra into the paper, which immediately tore in half. A singular wind attribute, is it? Jiraiya mused, picking up a leaf from the ground and holding it in his palm. Soon, the leaf ignited in flames. Naruto, what have you thought of? Such a convenient ability. This way, we wouldn't need flint to start a fire in the wilderness. Exactly. We could enjoy hot meals anytime and have an easy way to smoke. Did you think I would say that, you fool? Jiraiya chuckled with satisfaction before playfully whacking Naruto on the head. Ouch, didn't you ask me what I thought? It's my fault. I shouldn't treat you like a normal person. Hey, listen carefully. Everyone in this world possesses chakra, which is divided into 5 attributes: fire, lightning, earth, wind, and water. Why should I be the one to teach you this, given the knowledge provided in the Ninja Academy? So, I have a wind attribute, and then what? Naruto, the Rasengan technique is still in development. It is not its complete form. Your father originally developed it as a high-level ninjutsu, which is why it is classified as an A-rank technique. It lacks the transformation of chakra properties. The first lesson is to understand your own chakra's property transformation. As Jiraiya spoke, he plucked a tender green leaf and placed it in Naruto's hand. Remember that paper from earlier? You need to use your chakra to cut this leaf. Remember, only use chakra. I understand. Naruto did not resist this seemingly absurd task, knowing he wasn't particularly clever, so he refrained from questioning. Since Jiraiya had not elaborated, it indicated that some things required his own comprehension. Wait, before that, sit cross-legged. This is also part of your training. Starting today, dedicate 10 minutes each day to this position without moving. Is that meaningful? Just do as I say. When the time is up, you can practice on your own. I will head into town to gather information. Jiraiya irresponsibly dropped this statement and left, leaving Naruto sitting there in confusion. All right, bring it on. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Naruto began his challenge against the leaf on the large tree. Hey, wake up. Naruto wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, sitting up groggily to gaze at Jiraiya. It's already noon. Still sleeping? Did I sleep that long? I should get back to practicing. Naruto rubbed his head, recalling that he had trained late into the night, exhausted and overwhelmed, ultimately collapsing on the ground in slumber, not realizing he had slept until the next day. Before practicing again, let's eat. Jiraiya pulled out 2 interconnected popsicles from his pocket, breaking one in half and handing it to Naruto. Oh, thank you. You really are a hard worker. Jiraiya looked speechlessly at the once lush tree, now reduced to a solitary few leaves fluttering in the wind. The ground littered with the remnants of Naruto's practice. I know I'm not as bright as others, so I must work harder. Naruto chuckled foolishly, though in truth, the leaves had merely appeared abundant. He had yet to achieve a single success, only having crumpled the leaves beneath his palm. Take better care of your body. You and Appos, LL still need to endure your father and Appos as training. Wait, how do you know? Naruto instinctively nodded, then gasped, clutching his stomach in shock as he stared at Jiraiya. I am a sage. There is little I do not know. Is being a sage such an impressive profession? Observing Naruto, Jiraiya was reminded of his own childhood, recalling that in the trio he formed with Orochimaru and Tsunade, he had been the slowest learner. While Orochimaru was the brightest, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, seeing a reflection of himself in the foolish boy. Oh, were you and Orochimaru partners? Indeed. That guy may be a bit dark, but I never anticipated he would betray Konoha. Hey, tell me more about your stories. Are kids nowadays interested in adults' pasts? Well, since I have nothing else to do, listen closely. This is the story of us before we were called the legendary Three Ninjas. Jiraiya slowly recounted tales of the three underlings striving beneath the glory of the legendary three, and each time he spoke of his misdeeds being reprimanded by Hiruzen, Naruto would erupt into laughter. Conversely, when recounting Tsunade's loss of her two beloved companions, Naruto would shed tears. The two spent the afternoon in this manner. Really? Orochimaru had that side to him? After he defected from the village, I constantly sought his whereabouts. Years ago, I finally found him and engaged in a fierce battle. But embarrassingly, I lost a single exchange. It's rather humiliating. When he was about to take my life, I unexpectedly cried. Whether those tears were born from the fear of death or the sorrow of losing a former comrade, I cannot say. However, after that moment, Orochimaru ceased his attack. So I believe he must still possess some remnants of humanity and has not entirely transformed into a cold-blooded creature. Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his cheek, sharing a shameful part of his past. Perverted sage, don't give up. I know Orochimaru still cares about you. Get lost, you brat. I don't need your encouragement. It's time to set off. Where to? I've heard reports of Tsunade being seen near the short book street. Let us go. Oh, Orochimaru. I trust you are not here merely to reminisce? Tsunade, with the visage of a 20-year-old maiden, regarded her unexpectedly encountered companion with an expressionless inquiry. Certainly not. I merely require your assistance with a matter. If it pertains to medical aid, you may leave, for I no longer heal. No, I simply need your help to unravel a straightforward sealing technique. A sealing technique? What is its name? The Corpse Demon Seal. Kabuto, do you know what I appreciate most about you? It is your emotional detachment, but you seem to be straying from that favored path of mine. Orochimaru, possessing ample time, granted Tsunade a month to contemplate, leveraging the resurrection of her two beloveds as a bargaining chip. However, upon bidding her farewell, he sensed an unsettling shift in the emotions of his subordinate. Lord Orochimaru, why would you go to such lengths for that brat? The Orochimaru I admire is a cold-blooded serpent, capable of swallowing even me when necessary. Yet you jest with your life for that child. I cannot fathom it. Kabuto's ire ignited, marking the first time he had dared to confront Orochimaru since aligning with him. Kabuto, you wouldn't believe me if I said it was for the Fourth Hokage's soul, would you? My fascination lies in various forbidden arts, sealing and unsealing. Is it not intriguing? Moreover, we, the ones despised by Konoha, may one day be subjected to such sealing techniques, perhaps. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, observing Kabuto, who had always performed as a flawless instrument, now displaying a hint of jealousy due to Naruto. Laughter was the only expression he could muster. Lady Tsunade might not consent. She will agree. She understands the anguish of losing a loved one more than anyone. Naruto, your visits here have increased of late. Within the sealing space, Minato gazed at Naruto, who had unknowingly arrived, and spoke with relief. He had been watching over his child day and night from the sealing space, witnessing all of Naruto's efforts. Training is arduous. I end up here after falling asleep. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto learned to utilize the shadow clone technique to explore chakra nature transformation, creating hundreds of clones daily to practice. Although this method was efficient, the fatigue on his body was exponentially compounded. Naruto, it is nearly time for you to learn the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. The second phase. Surely you do not think the Flying Thunder God is merely a means to return home swiftly? Minato's brow twitched. He had indeed seen Naruto occasionally use the technique to return home after training, but otherwise, he never witnessed its application. No. How could that be? You naive child, allow me to demonstrate. Observing Naruto, Minato sighed. What was a highly challenging technique had been reduced to a mere travel skill in his hands. One could only wonder how the second Hokage would react if he were to rise from his grave, though perhaps he already had. Chuckles. Watch closely. Minato gathered a bit of chakra in his hand, transforming it into an unusual kunai with 3 sharp blades. Seeking a reference point, Minato naturally chose the Nine Tails. Throwing the kunai toward it. In the instant he released it, he vanished from Naruto's sight, reappearing beside the kunai, grasping its handle. He then threw it in another direction, disappearing once more, repeating this back and forth motion a dozen times, akin to a golden flash circling the Nine Tails before finally landing steadily in front of Naruto. Clap, clap, clap. Dad, you look so cool, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, applauding. He had not anticipated the flying thunder god could be utilized in such a manner. Minato grinned. Of course. However, I sense the Nine Tails is somewhat displeased. Huh. Minato felt a chill on his neck and awkwardly turned to find the immense face of the Nine Tails glaring at him. It was a stark reminder that Minato's survival hinged upon the chakra of the Nine Tails, and the conduit for that chakra was its tail. Minato had been darting around, ensnared by the Nine Tails' tail, resembling a tightly wrapped zongzi, a sight that could hardly appease the proud beast. You have some nerve. If you wish to fly, then fly enough. The Nine Tails, in a fit of rage, untangled its tail, binding Minato securely, spinning him in the air until he desperately begged for mercy. The Nine Tails is quite impressive as well. Ahem, a slight mishap occurred. Minato feigned seriousness, blaming the Nine Tails for his lack of authority in front of his child. Dad, can I really learn such a complex technique? Naruto expressed his uncertainty, as currently, his mastery of the flying thunder god technique was akin to being a novice. First, it requires hand seals, which he was gradually mastering, yet it still demanded time. Furthermore, he could not choose spatial coordinates at will, as Minato did. In essence, he needed time to select the coordinates he left behind. This 2 to 3 seconds of decision-making could prove fatal. If he failed to choose, the flying thunder god would automatically take him to the nearest coordinate, a point Minato could not elucidate, perhaps due to Naruto's mental shortcomings. Have confidence. The most challenging aspect lies in the instantaneous shift of scenes. As humans, we rely on our eyes to discern direction. But the moment you exit using the flying thunder god, the center of gravity and direction alters. Enemies will not grant you the luxury of time to react. Thus, reflexes are paramount. I cannot assist you with that, so give it your all. I will strive. You little rascal, you're awake. What did your father tell you? He posed an excessively difficult challenge, just like that lecherous sage. Naruto lay on the ground, listlessly counting the leaves beneath him, but soon rallied, continuing to practice with the leaves. After more than 10 days of effort, he could finally slice a small cut into a leaf. Enough with the leaves. Tomorrow we shall reach Short Book Street, so look forward to it. Tsunade is quite the beauty. What is there to anticipate when she is of the same age as that lecherous sage? Do not say such things. That fellow detests his aging appearance and often uses jutsu to appear as he did in his youth. His current guise resembles that of a 20-year-old maiden. Oh, I have no interest. I already have Hinata. How infuriating. You little brat. If you can't learn anything else, at least follow your father's early romantic pursuits. Jiraiya felt 1,000 stabs from singlehood, giving Naruto the finger. Early romantic pursuits? Go ask him yourself. We shall dine here tonight. After a day of travel, the two finally arrived at Short Book Street, though the sun had already set. Jiraiya selected a decent izakaya and pulled Naruto inside. I say, lecherous sage, I am not yet 20. The brat can come in, drink water, and eat vegetables. Besides, gathering intelligence necessitates being in such chaotic places. Lady Tsunade, do you truly intend to trade with Orochimaru? Your brother and uncle would not wish to see you again in this manner. Kuratsuchi, you are too bothersome. I have my own judgment. A sultry woman with a pair of alluring eyes shook her drink, and upon noticing her glass was empty, she irritably licked her lips, intending to summon the waiter for another bottle, only to spot Jiraiya at the entrance. Ah, Tsunade. Jiraiya? What are you doing here? The sultry woman, having abandoned her loud argument with her companion, stood up in astonishment, pointing at Jiraiya. Ah, we've been searching for you with great difficulty. Jiraiya laughed heartily, seating himself opposite Tsunade alongside Naruto, ordering a few dishes before falling silent, merely gazing at Tsunade. Is it true you are 50 years old? Naruto curiously observed Tsunade, her golden hair, akin to his own, instilled a sense of familiarity within him. Her physique exuded a perfect golden ratio, and her unassuming demeanor bore no hint of the formidable presence of a Sannin. What are you staring at? Do you need something? Tsunade, unable to endure Jiraiya's unwavering gaze, wrapped her fingers on the table. Come back with me to become Hokage. Upon Jiraiya's utterance, a chilling silence enveloped the izakaya. The other patrons continued their conversations and drinks. But Tsunade was lost in thought, the surrounding sounds fading away. Oh, this dish is unexpectedly delicious. Perhaps this izakaya isn't so bad after all. Ahem. Don't talk while eating. Jiraiya attempted to smooth things over, but he had ruined the pleasant atmosphere. Jiraiya, who is this bothersome brat? Are you moonlighting as a babysitter? Tsunade, roused from her reverie, cast an irritated glance at the noisy Naruto. He is Uzumaki Naruto, you know. Ah, it's him. Tsunade. I'll say it again. The village has decided you will be the fifth Hokage. Impossible, I refuse. As expected, she declined. Your resolute demeanor reminds me of the time I confessed my feelings to you. We are no longer children. But only you possess the capability to fulfill this role. Your immense contributions during the Great War and your lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage make you the only one fit for this. My grandfather and the second Hokage were indeed great, yet they spent their lives unable to quell the chaos. After their sacrifices, the fighting intensified even further. Becoming Hokage is simply tedious. Tsunade, while I am unaware of what you have endured over the years, this does not sound like the words of the woman I know. Humph, don't let my appearance fool you. I am already 50 years old. Hokage is nothing but a fool-less errand. What did you say? The dishes on the table clattered to the ground as Naruto leaped from his chair, lunging at Tsunade, only to be restrained by Jiraiya. Stop, Naruto, this is an izakaya. A duel. I challenge you. I do not care if you're a Sannin or a fourth Hokage. Anyone who dares to trample on my dreams is unforgivable. Dreams? Jiraiya. You truly have found a disciple as foolish as yourself. Very well, I shall step outside for some fresh air. Ignoring the raucous Naruto, Tsunade strode out of the izakaya. Pervy sage, I expected to see someone strong and handsome in my search for the fifth Hokage, yet all I find is a drunken old hag. Naruto confronted Tsunade in the street, casting a disappointed glance at Jiraiya. You really dare to say that, you little brat. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with anger. It had been ages since anyone had dared to call her an old hag, a truly reckless move. Someone like you is unworthy of being Hokage. Today, I will defeat you here, and I shall take the title. Shinju? No, that is not it. In that moment, Tsunade saw a resemblance to her brother in Naruto. They were strikingly similar in age, tone, and even their dreams. Oh, such fervor. Go for it. Rasengan. This technique. Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? Teaching him something beyond his control? Tsunade snapped back to reality as Naruto charged toward her with the Rasengan. Instinctively, she dodged it and glared at Jiraiya, furious. I didn't teach him that. Liar. Who else could it be but the fourth Hokage? The terrifying sixth sense. Faced with the unintentional revelation from Tsunade, Jiraiya merely shrugged, saying nothing. Though I am surprised you learned the Rasengan, your reckless approach to battle cannot harm me. Tsunade bent low to evade the Rasengan, and then kicked Naruto squarely on the forehead, sending his headband flying. With a swift flick of her finger, she struck his forehead. The seemingly gentle action propelled Naruto backward over 10 feet, scattering the Rasengan into the air. What happened? Weren't you going to defeat me to become Hokage? You couldn't even touch a single finger of mine. How can you aspire to be Hokage? Cough. I will definitely defeat you. Naruto spat out the remnants in his mouth, shaking his dazed head as he rose from the ground, glaring at Tsunade. You little brat, since that is the case, let us make a wager. If you can take the necklace from my neck, I will acknowledge you as someone capable of becoming Hokage. Tsunade, seeing something in Naruto's eyes, unexpectedly pointed to the necklace she wore around her neck. Who would want that worthless trinket? Naruto, that is a unique gem left by the first Hokage. It could be exchanged for 3 mountains. Jiraiya added fuel to the fire beside Naruto. It's a deal. The speed at which this little brat changes his mind rivals that of Shinju. 10 minutes later, enough? Do you not understand the meaning of surrender? Tsunade, exasperated, watched as Naruto repeatedly got back up. This contest was no longer a post-meal entertainment. It had devolved into mere brawling, and she was growing weary of it. My ninja way is to always follow through on my words. Naruto pulled a kunai from his pouch and hurled it at Tsunade, perhaps due to his many injuries. The kunai veered off course, and Tsunade's years of combat experience told her there was no need to dodge. It merely grazed her cheek. The fourth Hokage gave his life for the village. The third Hokage fought desperately for it. As the kunai brushed past Tsunade's face, she caught a glimpse of intricate markings on the handle. Initially, she thought little of it, but when she saw Naruto forming unfamiliar seals, a spark of realization struck her. What right do those who call such a person useless have to succeed the Hokage? Just as Tsunade entertained this mad thought, Naruto vanished from sight, and the proximity of his face stunned her momentarily. Thus, I shall win this wager. The last image Tsunade beheld was Naruto's youthful face in the descending hand. As his palm brushed past her chest, the necklace she regarded as her life slipped into Naruto's possession. Tsunade, your luck in gambling remains as dismal as ever. Jiraiya approached Tsunade, relishing her misfortune. Jiraiya, who taught him that technique? Tsunade glared at Naruto, then turned her gaze to Jiraiya, seizing his collar in a fervent inquiry. Wanna know? I'll tell you once you become the fifth Hokage. Boring. I'm leaving. Tsunade released Jiraiya, casting a reluctant glance at Naruto before turning away. Lady Tsunade, aren't you going to reclaim that necklace? It's... Shizune hurriedly chased after Tsunade, frantically pointing at Naruto, desperate to convey something. That necklace was worth more than life itself. When Tsunade had wagered it, she had wanted to intervene, but thought, how could Tsunade possibly lose it to a genin? Yet, here they were. Enough, I still possess my own stakes. So, pervy sage, what do we do now? Naruto, clutching the still-warm necklace, pondered what to do next. While the necklace was valuable, he hadn't engaged Tsunade in a duel for the sake of stealing it. Naruto, Tsunade's failure to reclaim that necklace signifies that you have achieved the impossible. Perhaps she glimpsed a glimmer of defiance against fate within you. Unable to comprehend, Naruto found Jiraiya's words perplexing. He shifted his gaze to the exquisite necklace in his hand, a beautiful stone exhibiting a blend of green and blue, seemingly filled with swirling luminescence. Surely, Hinata would be delighted to receive such a gift. However, he could not consider selling it. If he dared to do so, Tsunade would undoubtedly pummel him to a pulp, as he had witnessed her extraordinary strength. Perverted sage, you are insufferable. How do you know what I am thinking? It was all too evident on his face, he muttered to himself. That night, Jiraiya left Naruto alone at the inn to indulge in the pleasures of a brothel under the pretense of gathering information. Naruto paid him no mind. But as he had just settled onto his bed after a bath, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? I don't need any newspapers. Grumbling, he opened the door, only to find not a salesman, but Tsunade's attendant, Shizune. Naruto, I wish to speak with you. Shizune and Appo's gaze fell immediately upon the necklace adorning Naruto and Appo's neck, and a wave of unease washed over her. How dare he wear it so casually? It was a cherished possession of Lady Tsunade and should be treated with reverence. You are Tsunade's attendant, right? What's your name? Shizune. Oh, what is it you want? I hope you can return the necklace to Lady Tsunade. I know this request may seem unreasonable, but it is for your own good. This necklace is cursed. Anyone other than Lady Tsunade who wears it will encounter misfortune. Cursed? Naruto tightened his grip on the necklace, as if recalling something significant. Indeed, this necklace has had 2 previous owners before you, both of whom were beloved by Lady Tsunade. She gifted it to them with the intention of protecting them. Yet both met tragic ends. Shinju and Danto, correct? You know them? The perverted sage shared his past with me, and I learned about them from Lady Tsunade as well. You may leave. I have no intention of returning the necklace. Why can't you be sensible? You don't understand the danger. Lady Tsunade changed after losing those 2. She once cherished the village and cared deeply for it. Shizune, though I have not experienced the loss of someone I love, I have many important people in my life now. If they were to perish, I would indeed be devastated. Yet I refuse to become like her. I will carry my pain and rise above it. A Hokage must forge ahead, enduring and surpassing the rest. Who would believe such words from a child who has yet to encounter true suffering? Don't simplify Lady Tsunade's situation. Enough. Whether you believe me or not is your choice. Go back and tell Lady Tsunade I will not perish. I shall not die before becoming Hokage. With that, Naruto pushed Shizune out of the room and shut the door. You brat. Shizune kicked the closed door in frustration, their conversation ending on a sour note. Is that what he said? Tsunade, sipping her sake in her room, noticed her attendant returning with an angry demeanor. After downing her drink, she expressed her grievances, recounting how a child had bullied her. Upon hearing the entire account, a smile crept across Tsunade's face. Lady Tsunade, you have no idea. That child's attitude was insufferable. I genuinely wished to drug him. Shizune clenched her fists, contemplating the possibility of administering a strong sedative to ensure he spent the day confined to the restroom. Haha, Shizune, you are not a child anymore. Why engage in a rivalry with a mere boy? Lady Tsunade, at such a young age, he possesses an understanding of Hokage that is remarkable. Can the will of fire truly be passed down? Drunkenly, Tsunade leaned on the table, her mind drifting to memories of her childhood with the first Hokage, Hashirama. The following day, Jiraiya, why are you following me? Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, who had been trailing her all morning like an unyielding piece of gum. I will keep my eye on you until you consent to return and become Hokage. Don't make stalking sound so noble. As they bickered down the street, neither noticed a pair of eyes observing them from a nearby balcony. Disguised as a common resident, the figure meticulously tended to the flowers, revealing nothing suspicious. Hey, guess who I am? Just as the observer was engrossed in watching Tsunade, hands suddenly covered his eyes, startling him into nearly crying out. Who are you? The figure, now feeling anxious, glanced at the departing Tsunade and Jiraiya before continuing to feign the role of the household's master while engaging Naruto in conversation. Mr. Kabuto, I presume? Naruto tugged at Kabuto's skin. You little brat, you trespassed into my home. If you don't leave, I shall call the police. How annoying, Mr. Kabuto. You still adore disguises. I wonder how the security team would react upon discovering the bound residence in your room. Ugh, Naruto, how did you figure out it was me? My disguise has always been flawless, and I emitted no killing intent, only glancing at Tsunade while focusing on the flowers. Realizing his cover was blown, Kabuto finally removed his mask, revealing his youthful features. Intuition, I sensed a familiar presence here, and it was easy to find you. Is that your real face, Mr. Kabuto? I didn't expect you to look like this. For Naruto, it was his first time seeing Kabuto's true visage, his glasses confirming the familiarity. He reached out again to tug at Kabuto's face, feeling the difference from before. Naruto, release me. I am on a mission. No. It's been so long since I last saw you. I want to talk more. How have you been? Why do you care about me? Because we are alike. We are both orphans, both trained under Orochimaru. Besides, you have always been kind to me, whenever I practiced and injured myself. You were the one who bandaged my wounds, right? Recalling his childhood, Naruto remembered being a fool, constantly injuring himself while training with Orochimaru. During those times, the white-haired boy with the mask would appear, carefully tending to his wounds, prompting Naruto to harbor a sense of gratitude towards Kabuto. That was an order from Lord Orochimaru. Do you think I wanted to help you? Hey, if you're here, that means Orochimaru is too. What are you all up to? Conducting research. Orochimaru was at it again. Naruto hoped he would take care of himself. This time, it's not for him, it's for someone else. What? Don't wear such a ghastly expression. Though I loathe to admit it, Lord Orochimaru may have someone important in his heart. Then, Mr. Kabuto, do you have someone important in your life? Naruto, how can you so casually delve into someone else's wounds? I'm not like you. I cannot smile at the drop of a hat. Kabuto's mind was flooded with memories of a gentle face behind glasses, accompanied by a surge of rage. He seized Naruto by the neck, pressing him against the wall, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Perhaps I should just kill you. No one would ever know. In that case, Lord Orochimaru would revert to the cold-hearted creature who only cares for himself. Cough. I apologize, Mr. Kabuto. Your anger suggests that person truly means a lot to you. I must have offended you. However, you are not as cold-hearted as you appear, are you? Even when his life was in jeopardy, Naruto displayed no anger, offering only a calm gaze towards Kabuto, who appeared somewhat remorseful. He trusted that Kabuto would not harm him. Remarkably, despite the ease with which he could have snapped Naruto's neck, Kabuto inexplicably chose to relent. After releasing Naruto, he executed a series of agile movements and vanished over the rooftops. Tsunade, what have you decided? In a vast plain outside Shortbook Street, Orochimaru and Tsunade faced each other, and after a prolonged silence, Orochimaru spoke first. Tsunade, I can assist you. But the terms of exchange do not involve the resurrection of Rope Tree and dismemberment. Rather, you must swear never to assault Konoha again. Why? Do you not wish to see them? Of course I do, since you uttered the words that could bring them back to life. I have been consumed by thoughts of them day and night. I truly love them, but after encountering him, I realized my folly. My existence has been frozen at the moment of their passing, unable to move forward. Yet that child proclaimed that the Hokage must bear the burden of pain to advance. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, I cannot continue in this despondency. As she spoke, Tsunade wept. Merely recalling the faces of those two transformed her from one of the legendary three ninjas into a vulnerable woman. Furthermore, if Rope Tree and dismemberment were to discover that I sacrificed two innocent lives just to see them, they would never forgive me, even in death. How intriguing. The Princess Tsunade has been swayed by a single individual. What if I refuse to agree and continue my assaults on Konoha? Orochimaru licked his lips, speculating about the identity of this person. Soon, the image of a foolishly grinning face surfaced in his mind, inducing a headache. then I shall slay you here. In the name of the Fifth Hokage. Humph, ha ha ha. With all due respect, do not mistake me. Even combined with Jiraiya, you would not be my match. The typically arrogant Orochimaru laughed heartily. He indeed required Tsunade's assistance, yet he would not allow anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Even if they were former comrades, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Is that truly the case? You remain as arrogant as ever. Jiraiya suddenly appeared beside Tsunade, countering Orochimaru's murderous intent. Jiraiya, you have come as well, and you brought along a little brat. Have you turned into a babysitter? Orochimaru glanced at Naruto, who had followed Jiraiya, echoing Tsunade's sentiment. This is my new disciple. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Jiraiya boasted, ruffling Naruto's hair. However, Naruto did not feel elated by Jiraiya's praise. Instead, he merely gaped at Orochimaru, feeling uneasy about having been a disciple of Orochimaru first, only to now be presented as someone else's student before him. Jiraiya, you truly are a fool. I possess the ability to recognize talent at a glance. And in my eyes, this child is not even mediocre. He is just as foolish as you. Humph, I am unlike you. I do not favor those natural-born ninjas from the Uchiha clan. This child possesses the world's most precious treasure known as perseverance. However, it is true that he is quite dense. There are times during training when I wish to strangle him. Just as Jiraiya lamented Naruto's foolishness, Orochimaru suddenly launched an attack, elongating his neck several times its size to bite at Jiraiya. Hey, did I provoke you? Jiraiya narrowly dodged Orochimaru's jaws. Orochimaru was indeed a villain. Yet such unprovoked assaults were rare. Are you still angry about that time in the 3rd grade when I stole your lunch? You can eat as much as you want of that. Or perhaps, are you holding a grudge from 6th grade when I took you to spy on the girls bathing and sold you out? Such matters can easily be dismissed with a simple excuse of being lost. Your androgynous face is indeed convenient. It must be about that time I stole Tsunade's undergarments and hid them in your wardrobe, right? Jiraiya, you did that? A chilling aura emerged from behind, and Tsunade clenched her fists. If Orochimaru revealed any more secrets, he might very well find himself at odds with her, putting Jiraiya in danger. Tsunade, at this moment, we must unite. Let us first defeat Orochimaru. Jiraiya wore an expression akin to having swallowed a fly, surprised that the past was being dragged into the light. Faced with Tsunade's imminent transformation into a darker persona, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and said earnestly, Orochimaru, I shall ask you once more. Do you still harbor animosity towards Konoha? Tsunade remained silent for a moment, momentarily setting Jiraiya aside to question Orochimaru. Of course, while I am not in a hurry. Who knows when I might feel inclined to destroy Konoha? Then there is nothing further to discuss. Let us commence battle. Tsunade leaped from the ground, raising her fist to strike Orochimaru, who deftly evaded her attack. Upon impact with the earth, the ground trembled, and fissures radiated outward from Tsunade, sinking a full meter. Tsunade, you didn't mean to include me in your attack, did you? Jiraiya dodged Tsunade's strike, vocally protesting. If you die, I will bury you alongside Orochimaru. How revolting. Though Jiraiya complained, he coordinated seamlessly with Tsunade to assault Orochimaru. They understood that Orochimaru's strength lay in his numerous forbidden techniques, and thus they aimed to overwhelm him with a flurry of rapid attacks, leaving him no time to perform hand seals. Naruto, what are you doing? Quickly take cover. When Shizen noticed Naruto standing idly by, she grabbed his clothing and pulled him behind a rock for safety. Aren't they comrades? Shouldn't comrades be those who occasionally bicker only to reconcile shortly thereafter? Why are they fighting for their lives against each other? Naruto pondered as he observed the 3 legendary ninjas embroiled in battle. Are you a fool? Such irredeemably wicked individuals can no longer be considered comrades, Shizen remarked. Viewing the conflict from an observer's perspective, it was simple. Orochimaru was a villain, thus he must be eliminated. Tsunade, I have reason to claim that I alone can take on both of you. Orochimaru evaded Tsunade's powerful punch, then expelled a long blade from his mouth. But this weapon was aimed not at Tsunade or Jiraiya, but at his own arm. The sharp blade sliced through his flesh, and Orochimaru's blood splattered onto Tsunade. Blood. No, don't come near me. The once fierce Tsunade seemed to transform into a frightened kitten upon seeing blood, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly wiping at the crimson stains on her body. Tsunade, have you not yet overcome your fear of blood? Jiraiya was taken aback as he witnessed Orochimaru's serpentine arm lunging towards Tsunade, and he quickly embraced her, pulling her away from the impending bite. How absurd. A medical ninja frightened of blood. Silence. I can handle this alone. Jiraiya observed the terrified Tsunade, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. This woman had endured too much pain, leading her to such a state upon seeing blood. How dare you utter such words, you defeated wretch? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, in a fit of rage, gathered a spiraling sphere of chakra and charged towards him, while from Orochimaru's sleeves emerged 5 small snakes, each wielding a blade, flying towards Jiraiya. With a thud, the sword from the small snake pierced Jiraiya's body, just as Jiraiya's spiraling sphere struck Orochimaru in the back. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya widened their eyes. They had successfully hit their target, yet it was not the intended one, but rather Naruto, who had suddenly appeared between them. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Jiraiya immediately halted and embraced Naruto, unable to comprehend why Naruto had appeared amidst this fierce battle. Is it your method to recklessly dive into the heart of conflict, Jiraiya? Orochimaru's usual cold smirk vanished as he began to reproach Jiraiya. Cough, I'm fine. I merely wish to prevent this conflict. You shouldn't be fighting. Sage Jiraiya, from your conversation, it is evident that you both harbor feelings for one another. You have not forgotten each other. Why must you engage in battle? Naruto coughed up a large pool of blood, speaking haltingly. What does this have to do with you? It matters. Seeing you both clash causes me great distress. You are comrades. How can you so easily turn against one another? Naruto initially intended to mention that they were both his masters, but refrained, as despite Jiraiya's reckless ways, Naruto had genuinely come to regard him as a mentor through their prolonged interactions. It was precisely because both were significant to him that he could not bear to see either suffer, leading him to resolutely position himself between them. Orochimaru, you've gone too far. Your attacks have pierced both lungs, and several bones are broken. Orochimaru assessed Naruto's condition, noting the 5 gaping wounds on his body, a horrifying sight. The injury sustained from Jiraiya's Rasengan was far more severe than the external wounds. Naruto's internal organs were in disarray. What are you saying? As if you bear no responsibility. What now? Jiraiya did not wish to argue with Orochimaru. He regretted discussing past matters with Naruto, realizing that this fool, incapable of deep thought, could not bear to watch and intervened. Tsunade, come and heal him. In contrast to Jiraiya, who was sweating profusely with urgency, Orochimaru calmly approached Tsunade, seizing her arm and guiding her to Naruto's side. Naruto? How could this happen? I will treat you right away. Tsunade snapped out of her blood-induced stupor upon seeing Naruto drenched in blood, immediately exhibiting the prowess of a top-tier medical ninja. She channeled chakra to cut away Naruto's clothing, revealing the wound inflicted by a sword, and attempted to heal him, yet his condition showed no signs of improvement. Tsunade, be serious. Your chakra couldn't even heal a bug. Observing Tsunade's futile efforts, Orochimaru frowned. Having dealt with such injuries frequently, he understood some treatment methods. Tsunade's chakra output was chaotic, barely managing to heal a fraction of the wounds. Tsunade, Naruto, don't speak. I will save you. Tsunade recalled harsh words spoken days prior, claiming he was unworthy of becoming Hokage. Those were merely words of anger. She understood the pain Tsunade had endured, watching her beloved perish. If possible, I want to inherit their will, for being Hokage is their dream, and mine as well. I swear I will not die in front of you, Tsunade. I will not let you grieve. Trust me. Naruto weakly lifted his eyelids, gasping for breath as he grasped the necklace around his neck, swearing to Tsunade before his head drooped, and he fell unconscious. Naruto, I believe in you. Please, open your eyes. Tsunade's hands ceased trembling, and her chakra output stabilized, allowing Naruto's wounds to visibly heal. Simultaneously, a massive surge of chakra emanated from Naruto's abdomen, more potent than Tsunade's and more compatible with him, swiftly mending both external and internal injuries. Tsunade stared blankly at the slumbering Naruto, astonished that he had merely fallen asleep. Oh, truly, the foremost medical ninja of Konoha. This boy is already fine. Jiraiya reached out to check Naruto's breathing, which was smooth and steady, and he couldn't help but praise him. No, this is not me. Tsunade waved her hand. Her contribution was merely supplementary. The primary force was within Naruto, the nature of which she could not fathom. My Edo Tensei, Jiraiya's Rasengan, Tsunade's necklace, and all connected to the legendary Sannin. Naruto, I eagerly anticipate how you will grow. Seeing Naruto safe, Orochimaru exhaled in relief and, glancing at the necklace around his neck and Tsunade, who had overcome her fear of blood for him, secretly revealed a smile of anticipation. I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Shortly thereafter, Naruto awoke, The first thing he did was sit on the ground and apologize. Heaven knows what Naruto had just experienced, having been scolded by the furious Ninetales. The fox's wrath was truly overwhelming, quite literally spinning Naruto in the air several times, with Minato unable to intervene. Humph, as long as you know, next time, if you dare rush in again, I will deal with you. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who immediately apologized upon waking, puzzled by this sudden display of understanding. Naruto, you fool. What good did it do to stop Jiraiya and Orochimaru from fighting? What if someone like Orochimaru attacks Konoha again? Won't we still end up battling? Tsunade grasped Naruto's cheeks, her tone reminiscent of how she would scold her brother. I will stop him next time. The village is my responsibility. For a Hokage, the village is the most precious treasure, isn't it? I've already thwarted him once. Fool. Why are you so naive? Naruto's face began to merge with the images of the two faces in his mind. Tsunade suddenly embraced him tightly, bursting into tears on his shoulder. Huh, Tsunade, you're crying? Don't cry. I will truly protect the village. I'm not lying.